Chapter 1. Meeting the leader of the Hongmen. In the shadowy corners of the city, Zhang Min, a man of steely resolve and unwavering courage, emerged prominently within the underworld through his ruthless methods. His gaze bore a chilling intensity that sent shivers down the spine, yet it concealed a profound solitude. Huayan, a captivating and enigmatic woman, illuminated Zhang Min's dark existence like a radiant ray of light. However, she was no fragile being within the violent and tumultuous world of the underworld. She possessed her own means of survival. During a gang confrontation, Zhang Min unexpectedly rescued Huayan. From that moment onward, their fates became intertwined. Huayan was drawn to Zhang Min's valor, while he found a long-lost warmth in her tender presence. Yet, the underworld was fraught with peril and treachery. Rival gangs conspired to undermine Zhang Min by ensnaring Huayan, plunging her into a life-threatening crisis. In his quest to save her, Zhang Min was prepared to stand against the entire underworld, igniting a harrowing saga of vengeance. Amidst the bloodshed and chaos, their love was tested time and again. Through each brush with death, Zhang Min gradually comprehended the futility of power and desire. All he yearned for was to flee this dark realm with Huayan. However, fate seemed unwilling to relinquish its grip on them. In the climactic battle, Zhang Min sustained grave injuries, yet Huayan remained steadfastly by his side. Under her devoted care, Zhang Min's wounds began to mend. Yet, they both understood that as long as they lingered in this city, they would never escape the clutches of the underworld. After much contemplation, Zhang Min resolved to take Huayan far away from it all. They packed their meager belongings and embarked on an uncertain journey. As they traveled, they meticulously evaded potential pursuers, frequently altering their routes and modes of transportation. Eventually, they arrived at a tranquil little town. In this serene locale, they embraced a simple yet heartwarming life. Zhang Min secured a modest job, while Huayan managed the household. Though their days were unremarkable, they felt an immense sense of happiness. However, their idyllic existence was short-lived. One day, while returning home from work, Zhang Min inadvertently spotted a familiar figure. An old adversary had followed them to this town. Zhang Min understood that their peaceful life was on the verge of disruption. Upon returning home, he shared the news with Huayan. Grasping his hand tightly, her gaze resolute, she declared, "No matter what happens, we will face it together." Zhang Min began clandestine preparations to confront his enemy's retribution. He intensified his training and discreetly acquired self-defense weapons. At last, their adversary came knocking. A fierce battle erupted in the streets of the town. Drawing upon years of experience in the underworld and his indomitable spirit, Zhang Min engaged in a life-and-death struggle with his foe. At a critical moment, Huayan stepped forward, aiding Zhang Min in their resistance against the enemy. After an arduous fight, they finally repelled their adversary. Yet, this crisis illuminated the truth. To truly attain a stable life, they must eradicate the lurking threats of the underworld. Thus, Zhang Min resolved to take the initiative and settle accounts with the remnants of his past. In the underworld, Zhang Min and Huayan were acutely aware that merely repelling this round of adversaries was far from sufficient. They must take the initiative to eradicate the very roots of the threats to their tranquil existence. After careful deliberation, Zhang Min leveraged his former connections within the underworld to gather critical intelligence regarding the rival faction. He discovered that within the enemy's ranks, numerous conflicts and disputes over interests simmered, presenting an opportunity for them to exploit. Meanwhile, Huayan provided unwavering moral support and strategic counsel from behind the scenes. With her keen intellect, she assisted Zhang Min in analyzing the situation and formulating a more meticulous plan. Zhang Min began to clandestinely engage with discontented members of the rival gang, enticing them with promises of gain and winning their allegiance. Gradually, he established his own influence within the enemy's territory. That on a night shrouded in darkness and tumult, Zhang Min led his newfound faction into a harrowing confrontation with the rival gang. Amidst a hail of gunfire, both sides incurred severe losses. Yet, through steadfast determination and exceptional leadership, Zhang Min began to turn the tide in his favor. Ultimately, the leader of the rival gang was subdued by Zhang Min in a moment of despair. However, this victory did not bring Zhang Min any sense of ease. He understood that once entangled in the world of organized crime, it was exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself and scathed, to ensure that no further threats loomed, Zhang Min resolved to conduct a thorough purge and reorganization of the rival gang. He expelled those members who had committed heinous acts and remained unrepentant, while instituting new regulations in an effort to guide the once nefarious organization toward a legitimate path. Throughout this process, Zhang Min and Huayan faced skepticism and challenges from various quarters. Some deemed Zhang Min excessively lenient, while others sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain. Nevertheless, they stood united, confronting crisis after crisis together. After a prolonged and arduous struggle, they gradually transformed the once blood-soaked and corrupt gang, steering it toward lawful operations. Yet, just when they believed they could finally embrace a life of tranquility, a new crisis silently emerged. This new threat originated from a burgeoning criminal organization that coveted the power and resources Zhang Min controlled, intent on annexing them. This group employed brutally ruthless tactics and operated without moral restraint, undermining Zhang Min's business interests while threatening and intimidating his members and their families. Zhang Min and Huayan found themselves ensnared in yet another predicament. In order to confront this menace, Zhang Min was compelled to reassess his strategies and bolster cooperation with other legitimate forces. Huayan, utilizing her social acumen, scoured for intelligence, striving to uncover the vulnerabilities of this nascent organization. In a serendipitous turn of events, Huayan discovered that the leader of this organization maintained close ties with a government official, seemingly orchestrating some clandestine dealings. Seizing upon this lead, Zhang Min resolved to take a calculated risk and collaborate with the police. Although the authorities harbored reservations about Zhang Min's past, they ultimately decided to join forces after weighing the potential benefits. With the police's assistance, Zhang Min gradually amassed incriminating evidence against the emerging criminal organization. However, just as they prepared to close in, an unexpected leak of information jeopardized their operation. The leader of the emerging organization sensed impending danger and resolved to launch a preemptive strike. That a more intense battle was on the verge of eruption. Zhang Min urgently summoned his subordinates and made comprehensive defensive preparations. In the fierce confrontation, both sides suffered significant losses. At a crucial moment, the police arrived promptly, delivering a devastating blow to the emerging organization. However, Zhang Min sustained severe injuries during the conflict, and Huayan anxiously kept vigil at his bedside. After a period of treatment, Zhang Min's condition gradually improved. Yet, this ordeal profoundly enlightened him to the perpetual peril and uncertainty that life in the underworld entails. While contemplating his future course, an old ally from his past in the underworld approached him, bearing a mysterious message. This news plunged Zhang Min into deep reflection. It turned out that a powerful gang with which he had once crossed paths had a vacancy in its leadership, leading to incessant internal strife as various factions sought to entice him back to restore order. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Zhang Min resolved to return to the underworld and assume the position of gang leader. Although Huayan harbored concerns, she understood Zhang Min's determination and chose to support him quietly from shadows. Upon his return to the gang, Zhang Min swiftly stabilized the situation, leveraging his reputation and wisdom. He commenced the reorganization of the gang's internal order, expelling members with ulterior motives and instituting stringent regulations. However, his reformative measures incited discontent among some elders. They conspired clandestinely with external forces, aiming to overthrow Zhang Min's rule. Zhang Min sensed this undercurrent but maintained his composure, discreetly laying his plans. During a pivotal gang meeting, he publicly exposed the elders' conspiracy, leaving them speechless. Yet, external threats remained severe. Other gangs, witnessing the turmoil within Zhang Min's faction, seized the opportunity to provoke conflict, attempting to usurp territory and resources. Zhang Min led his men in a series of fierce confrontations against these rival gangs. In one intense encounter, he found himself encircled, and at a critical juncture, Huayan bravely intervened, leading reinforcements to rescue him. Following this crisis, Zhang Min became acutely aware that to maintain a lasting foothold in the underworld, one must possess formidable strength and expansive connections. He began actively expanding collaborations with other gangs and establishing alliances. Simultaneously, he covertly nurtured his loyal confidants to strengthen his control over the faction. Just as Zhang Min's power reached its zenith, a far greater conspiracy began to brew in the shadows. Under Zhang Min's meticulous management, the gang's influence continued to grow. However, at this juncture, a mysterious stranger approached him. Stranger ominously, "Zhang Min, do you believe your good fortune can last? Someone has placed a high bounty on your head." Zhang Min scoffing, "Humph, if they wish to take my life, let them prove their capability." Stranger threateningly, "Don't be too arrogant this time, you cannot escape." Zhang Min glaring, "Go back and tell that person. Zhang Min awaits him." The stranger departed hastily. Zhang Min was acutely aware that a greater storm was imminent. Huayan worriedly, "Mingo, this might be difficult to handle, we must be cautious." Zhang Min, grasping Huayan's hand with unwavering resolve, declared, "Fear not, for I shall ensure that no harm befalls us." He summoned the core members of his faction to deliberate on their strategies. With a solemn demeanor, Zhang Min proclaimed, "Brothers, we stand before an unprecedented challenge. Yet as long as we unite as one, no obstacle is insurmountable." One of his subordinates bellowed, "Brother Min, we shall follow you through fire and brimstone without fear." Another echoed, "Indeed, let anyone who dares to challenge us meet our fury." Zhang Min commenced fortifying the gang's defenses and honing his subordinate skills. One day, he received a mysterious letter revealing the identity of the puppet master behind their troubles. In a fit of rage, Zhang Min crumpled the letter in his fist, exclaiming, "So, it is him. The grievances of the past shall be settled once and for all." Huayan cautioned, "Brother Min, do not act rashly, we must deliberate our next steps." Zhang Min, with unwavering determination, replied, "Yinner, this is a confrontation I must face out on a stormy night." He led his men into battle, confronting the puppet master in a final showdown. The puppet master, brimming with arrogance, taunted, "Zhang Min, today marks your demise." Zhang Min retorted with fervor, "The outcome is yet to be determined." After a fierce struggle, Zhang Min emerged victorious over the puppet master, solidifying his position within the underworld. In the aftermath of his triumph, Zhang Min and his gang enjoyed a period of relative tranquility, yet this serenity was fleeting. One day, a challenge from a foreign gang arrived, boasting audaciously of their intent to establish dominance on Zhang Min's territory. Slamming the letter onto the table, Zhang Min seethed, "These audacious fools dare to wreak havoc on my grounds." Huayan, her brow furrowed in concern, advised, "Brother Min, our adversaries may be formidable, we must remain vigilant." Zhang Min convened a meeting with his subordinates. With steely resolve, he declared, "Brothers, the foreign gang seeks to trample upon us. Can we allow this?" In unison, his men shouted, "No." With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Min commanded, "Then prepare for battle." As preparations unfolded, Zhang Min discerned that their opponents were not only well-armed, but also employed cunning tactics. One subordinate, filled with trepidation, remarked, "Brother Min, this battle will be challenging." Zhang Min, gritting his teeth, responded, "No matter how daunting, we must fight. We cannot afford to lose face." Through her connections, Huayan uncovered some of the enemy's vulnerabilities. Urgently, she informed, "Brother Min, I have news, their supply lines are compromised." Zhang Min's eyes sparkled with determination. "Excellent. This shall be our point of infiltration." He orchestrated a meticulously planned raid, successfully severing the enemy's supplies. The foreign gang leader, infuriated, shouted, "Zhang Min, you are employing underhanded tactics." With a cold smirk, Zhang Min replied, "In this realm, victory is the only law." As the battle intensified, both sides incurred significant losses. That moment, the police became aware of the large-scale gang conflict and began to intervene. The involvement of the police has rendered the situation increasingly intricate and tense. Zhang Min, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "This is troublesome. With the police intervening, we must proceed with caution." Huayan, expressing concern, suggested, "Mingo, perhaps we should lay low for a while." Zhang Min firmly responded, "Absolutely not. Retreating now would jeopardize our standing in this world." The police exerted immense pressure on both parties, demanding an immediate cessation of hostilities. The police captain stated sternly, "Your actions have severely disrupted public order. You must cease at once." However, the foreign gang had no intention of backing down. They sought to covertly confront the police while continuing their clash with Zhang Min's faction. The foreign gang leader, with a menacing demeanor, proclaimed, "Even with the police present, do not presume to halt our advance." Zhang Min recognized the necessity of avoiding direct confrontation with the police. He resolved to collaborate with them, offering evidence of the foreign gang's criminal activities in exchange for his faction's survival. Zhang Min earnestly stated, "Officers, I am willing to cooperate. I only seek a path for our survival." With Zhang Min's assistance, the police amassed substantial evidence against the foreign gang, leading to a large-scale operation to apprehend them. Yet, Zhang Min's faction was not unscathed. Internal divisions and conflicts began to surface. One subordinate expressed dissatisfaction. "Mingu, our collaboration with the police has cost us significant profits." Zhang Min retorted emphatically, "We must maintain a long-term perspective. If we do not act, we will all perish." At that moment, former faction elders, who had previously been suppressed by Zhang Min, seized the opportunity to rally support and attempt a power grab. Elder A, with a treacherous glint in his eye, remarked, "Zhang Min is no longer capable. Follow me, and there is a way forward." Faced with both internal strife and external threats, Zhang Min recognized the urgency of stabilizing his faction. Confronted with the elder's conspiracies and his subordinates' growing unease, Zhang Min opted to strike preemptively. He discreetly summoned his loyal core members for a clandestine meeting in a secluded location. Zhang Min, with piercing eyes and a resolute tone, declared, "Brothers, this is a critical moment for the survival of our faction. Those elders seek to exploit the chaos to seize power. We cannot allow them to succeed." Subordinate C clenched his fists and replied, "Mingu, whatever you decide, we will follow your lead." Zhang Min, after a moment's contemplation, proposed, "We shall tackle them one by one, starting with the most arrogant elder." They meticulously orchestrated a series of actions, initially exposing the elder's acts of embezzlement and betrayal, eroding the trust of other members in him. During a faction gathering, Zhang Min confronted the elder publicly. Zhang Min, with a fierce shout, challenged, "Do you think your schemes can remain hidden?" The elder, pale yet still attempting to defend himself, retorted, "Zhang Min, you are slandering me." Zhang Min, presenting evidence, declared, "Behold this, what further justification do you have?" The other members expressed their anger and disappointment towards the elder, and Zhang Min seized the moment to expel him from the faction. Having dealt with one elder, Zhang Min's standing began to recover, but other elders continued to operate in the shadows. Meanwhile, although foreign gangs have faced relentless assault from law enforcement, remnants of their forces linger, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. One fateful night, Zhang Min and Huayan were ambushed. Huayan, with a tremor of fear, exclaimed, "Mingu, be careful." Zhang Min, resolutely standing his ground, replied, "Fear not, I am here." After a fierce struggle, Zhang Min succeeded in repelling the assailants, albeit sustaining injuries himself. Huayan, with concern etched on her face, inquired, "Mingu, how are you?" Zhang Min, gritting his teeth, asserted, "I am fine. This wound is but a trifle." This assault solidified Zhang Min's resolve to eradicate the looming threats once and for all. He allied with the police to conduct a thorough crackdown on the remnants of the foreign gang, while exerting greater pressure on the elders within the organization. In a heart-pounding final confrontation, Zhang Min led his men into a life-and-death struggle against their adversaries, wielding his weapon and shouting, "Today marks the decisive moment. Charge with me." After a bloody battle, Zhang Min triumphed over all foes, re-establishing his position within the gang and steering it onto a relatively righteous path. However, the capricious tides of the underworld never cease, and new challenges await him on the horizon. Though Zhang Min successfully resolved the immediate crisis, he understood that for the gang to achieve lasting stability, a fundamental transformation of its operational model was imperative. He began to gradually shift the gang's ventures into legitimate domains, investing in lawful businesses such as transportation companies and hotels. Nevertheless, this initiative sparked discontent among members accustomed to the lucrative profits of the underworld. One subordinate grumbled, "Mingu, this approach is too slow for making money." Zhang Min, with a stern demeanor, retorted, "Short-sightedness. Only by adhering to the righteous path can we endure that moment." A rival gang, previously at odds with Zhang Min, resurfaced. This family had amassed considerable power and wealth overseas, dispatching their elite assassins with the intent to eliminate Zhang Min one day. While Zhang Min was out conducting business, he fell into an ambush. The assassin coldly declared, "Zhang Min, today marks your demise." Undeterred, Zhang Min responded, "Is it merely you?" A fierce chase and gunfight erupted in the streets, where Zhang Min, with his exceptional skills and quick wit, narrowly evaded assassination time and again. Upon learning of the news, Huayan was frantic. She mobilized all her connections to seek clues, determined to unearth the puppet masters behind the plot. With urgency, she proclaimed, "No matter the cost, we must find them." After thorough investigation, they uncovered that this gang not only aimed to eliminate Zhang Min, but also sought to sabotage his legitimate ventures, hoping to drive him into despair. Zhang Min resolved not to remain a passive victim. He organized an elite team, preparing to retaliate against this nefarious gang. With fervor, he rallied his troops, declaring, "This is a battle of life and death. We can only win. We cannot lose." On a stormy night, Zhang Min led his team into the lair of the rival gang. In the fierce combat that ensued, both sides suffered heavy losses. Yet, Zhang Min showed no signs of retreat, ultimately defeating the leader of the rival gang. However, this battle left Zhang Min significantly weakened, plunging the gang into turmoil once again. Some members began to covet the position of the leader, while external rivals seized the opportunity to undermine his business. Can Zhang Min once again rally against the storm and safeguard all that is his? In this critical moment of chaos within the gang, Zhang Min demonstrated his extraordinary leadership and unwavering determination. He summoned all core members to an undisclosed location for an urgent meeting. Zhang Min, his gaze piercing and voice deep and resonant, proclaimed, "Brothers, we are at the most challenging juncture of our gang, but as long as we stand united, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome." The members exchanged glances, some displayed hesitation, while others gazed steadfastly at Zhang Min. Zhang Min, surveying the crowd, asserted, "Those who seek to seize power amidst this chaos shall find no leniency from me, Zhang Min. However, if you remain loyal and stand with me through this trial, prosperity shall not elude us." His words steadied some hearts, yet a few continued to conspire in the shadows. Meanwhile, external rivals began to aggressively acquire Zhang Min's enterprises, attempting to dismantle him in one fell swoop. Huayan, with a look of concern, stated, "Brother Min, this cannot continue. We must devise a strategy." Zhang Min, deep in thought, replied, "If they aim to suppress us commercially, then we shall counterattack through public opinion." He leveraged the media to expose some of his rivals' illicit activities, garnering public attention and condemnation, forcing them to retreat. However, internal strife within the gang intensified. One day, one of Zhang Min's most trusted subordinates suddenly betrayed him, colluding with other nefarious individuals to stage a coup. The traitor, with a sinister grin, declared, "Zhang Min, your time has come to an end." Zhang Min found himself trapped in an abandoned factory. Unfazed, he retorted, "Do you think this will bring me down? You are sorely mistaken." In a moment of dire peril, Huayan, accompanied by a loyal team, arrived just in time to rescue Zhang Min. Furious, Zhang Min vowed, "Traitors, you shall pay dearly for this." After a bloody purge, Zhang Min finally eradicated the insurrection within his gang. Yet he found himself physically and mentally drained, contemplating whether he could continue down the path of the underworld. Just as he wavered, a mysterious figure emerged, bearing unexpected news. The revelation brought by this enigmatic individual instantly alerted Zhang Min. While he was preoccupied with the internal and external troubles of his gang, a ruthless character known as Ma Zi had swiftly risen in the underworld, setting his sights on Zhang Min. Ma-Z, heartless and unscrupulous, had rapidly swallowed numerous smaller gangs, expanding his influence at an alarming rate. Zhang Min furrowed his brow. This Ma Zi is not to be trifled with. Huayan, with trepidation, cautioned, "Brother Min, we must tread carefully." Zi soon issued a challenge to Zhang Min, inviting him to meet in a secluded warehouse. In the warehouse, Ma Zi exuded arrogance. With a mocking tone, he declared, "Zhang Min, your glory has come to an end. This territory now belongs to me." Zhang Min, with a cold smile, "Is it you? Aren't you afraid the wind will slip your tongue?" The tension between the two parties escalated rapidly, as if swords were drawn in an instant, and an intense confrontation was imminent. Just as both sides found themselves at an impasse, the police received a sudden tip-off and arrived on the scene. Officers shouting, "Don't move. Drop your weapons." Zhang Min and Ma Zi were compelled to momentarily cease hostilities and disperse. However, Ma Zi was far from finished. He began to undermine Zhang Min's business in the shadows and even sent people to harass his family. Seething with rage, Zhang Min resolved to take the initiative. He dispatched his subordinates to gather incriminating evidence against Ma Zi while fortifying alliances with other gangs to collectively confront their adversary. During a clandestine transaction, Zhang Min set a trap and successfully captured one of Ma Zi's key subordinates. Zhang Min interrogating. Speak. What is Ma Zi's next plan? The subordinate initially held his ground, but under Zhang Min's imposing presence, he ultimately divulged the truth. It turned out that Ma Zi was preparing to launch a lethal strike against Zhang Min's core enterprise. Upon learning of Ma Zi's scheme, Zhang Min promptly arranged defenses and bolstered security for his principal operations. However, Ma Zi proved to be exceedingly cunning. He feigned an attack on Zhang Min's assets while stealthily ambushing one of Zhang Min's secret strongholds, making off with a significant cache of vital resources and funds. Zhang Min slamming his fist on the table in anger. That Ma Zi is truly insidious. Huayan calmly analyzing. Brother Min, do not act impulsively. We must devise a counterattack. We cannot allow him to lead us by the nose. Zhang Min resolved to return the favor in kind. He deliberately spread false information, claiming to possess an invaluable treasure map, enticing Ma Zi to take the bait. Indeed, Ma Zi fell for the ruse, arriving with a large contingent of henchmen to seize the supposed treasure. However, upon reaching the designated location, they discovered themselves ensnared in a trap meticulously laid by Zhang Min. Zhang Min with a triumphant smile. Ma Zi, today marks your end. A fierce exchange of gunfire ensued, resulting in heavy losses for Ma Zi's. Ma Zi prepared for a desperate breakout. The police reappeared, surrounding them completely. Ma Zi in despair, roaring, Zhang Min, you have colluded with the police. Zhang Min with righteous indignation. I merely seek to prevent the turmoil of the underworld from harming the innocent. Today is your reckoning. Ma Zi and his subordinates were apprehended by the police, temporarily alleviating Zhang Min's crisis. Yet, following this series of events, Zhang Min realized that life in the underworld would never be peaceful, prompting him to contemplate a complete withdrawal from his criminal endeavors. He prepared to implement his exit strategy. A remnant faction of the gang he had once offended quietly gathered, plotting their final act of revenge. Taking advantage of Zhang Min's momentary lapse in vigilance, the remnants launched a surprise attack. Zhang Min's residence was soon engulfed in a hail of gunfire, and he, along with Huayan, narrowly escaped under the desperate protection of his subordinates. Zhang Min eyes wide with fury. These scoundrels just won't fade away. Huayan with a worried expression. Brother Min, what shall we do now? Zhang Min resolved to take the initiative, summoning all the trusted brothers he could muster to engage in a decisive battle against the remaining forces that in an abandoned factory. A fierce confrontation ensued, with bullets flying and the cacophony of battle echoing through the air. Zhang Min, armed with dual pistols, charged forward, displaying unwavering courage. Zhang Min shouting, today marks your demise. After a tumultuous clash, though Zhang Min's side began to gain the upper hand, they suffered severe casualties. Just as victory seemed within reach, the opposing forces activated pre-installed explosives, engulfing the factory in flames. Zhang Min yelling, everyone retreat. Amidst the chaos, the crowd desperately surged towards safety, but unfortunately, Huayan was struck by a falling steel beam. Zhang Min agonized. Yinner, without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over to rescue Huayan. However, the injuries inflicted left her unconscious. Fueled by rage, Zhang Min vowed to make the remaining forces pay in blood for their transgressions. He reorganized his team and launched a more ferocious retaliation against them. The city's every corner became a battlefield, with bloodshed and violence escalating continuously. Simultaneously, the police intensified their crackdown on his operations. Could Zhang Min successfully exact his revenge amidst this turmoil and evade the relentless pursuit of law enforcement? After bribing the police chief, Zhang Min proceeded with increasing audacity, expanding his domain and flourishing in his illicit enterprises. He began to delve into more lucrative criminal ventures, such as drug trafficking and arms smuggling. Through his collusion with the police chief, he deftly avoided police scrutiny, systematically eliminating his competitors. However, His brazen actions incited jealousy and vigilance among rival gangs from other cities, a rival gang leader darkly. This Zhang Min is far too arrogant. He cannot be allowed to run rampant. They united to form an anti-Zhang Min alliance, preparing to launch an attack against him. Upon learning of this, Zhang Min felt no fear. Zhang Min sneering, "A motley crew dares to challenge me." He dispatched his elite forces to engage in a fierce territorial battle with the anti-Zhang Min alliance. The streets of the city transformed into a war zone, filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. In a pivotal confrontation, Zhang Min personally commanded his troops. Zhang Min shouting, "Strike with all your might." His men fought valiantly, yet the anti-Zhang Min alliance proved equally tenacious, resulting in a stalemate. At that moment, the police chief unexpectedly turned against him, withdrawing his protection. Police chief coldly, "Zhang Min, your end is not at it." Was revealed that the police chief had been discovered by superiors for his collusion with Zhang Min, prompting him to betray Zhang Min to preserve his own position. Zhang Min found himself in an unprecedented predicament, with his power beginning to crumble. Would he find a way out of his crisis, or would he succumb to despair? In his dire straits, a fortuitous encounter introduced him to the leader of the Hong Min. Hong Min leader with a piercing gaze, "Zhang Min, I have heard of your exploits. You are a man of audacity." Zhang Min respectfully, "Boss, I find myself in a dire situation. I hope you can lend me a hand." The leader of the Hong Min pondered for a moment before deciding to extend his assistance. With the immense influence and resources of the Hong Min, Zhang Min managed to temporarily stabilize his position. However, the anti-Zhang Min alliance was relentless, continuing their pursuit with unyielding fervor. With the support of the Hong Min, Zhang Min regrouped his forces, preparing for a counterattack. Zhang Min gritting his teeth. This time, they must pay a heavy price. In a fierce confrontation, Zhang Min displayed remarkable wisdom and courage, working in perfect harmony with the Hong Min, inflicting significant damage on the anti-Zhang Min alliance. Yet their actions drew the keen attention of law enforcement, which intensified its efforts to eradicate them completely. Zhang Min anxiously, "Boss, the police are coming at us with full force. They won't be easy to handle." Hong Min leader calmly, "Do not panic. We have our strategies in place." The Hong Min, leveraging its deep connections and clandestine channels, engaged in a covert struggle with the police. At that moment, however, a rift emerged within the Hong Min. Some members argued against completely opposing the police for Zhang Min's sake, fearing it could jeopardize the very foundation of the Hong Min. In a heated internal meeting, the debate raged on. Member A excitedly, "We cannot endanger the entire Hong Min for Zhang Min." Member B retorting, "But if we abandon Zhang Min, what becomes of Hong Min's reputation?" Zhang Min's fate once again hung in the balance. Could he find a glimmer of hope amidst this intricate turmoil? Confronted with the divisions within the Hong Min, Zhang Min understood that he could not remain passive. He resolved to personally address those members who opposed him. During a tense Hong Min meeting, Zhang Min spoke passionately. Zhang Min with unwavering determination, "Brothers, it is thanks to the support of the Hong Min leader and all of you that I have found a moment to breathe. I assure you, if we can overcome this crisis, I will dedicate myself to the Hong Min, risking all to bring greater rewards." His words were sincere and resolute, causing some of the initially opposing members to waver. At this juncture, the anti-Zhang Min alliance detected the discord within the Hong Min and seized the opportunity to intensify their assault, aiming to crush Zhang Min and the Hong Min in one fell swoop. Zhang Min and the Hong Min members were compelled to temporarily set aside their internal disputes and unite against their external adversaries. In a fierce firefight, both sides suffered heavy losses. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, Zhang Min unexpectedly uncovered a critical weakness of the anti-Zhang Min alliance. Zhang Min excitedly to the Hong Min leader, "Boss, I have a plan." He orchestrated a meticulously planned ambush, successfully striking at the heart of the anti-Zhang Min alliance, plunging them into chaos. However, their victory did not prompt the police to ease their pursuit. Law enforcement intensified their investigations, gathering evidence, preparing to ensnare them completely. Hong Min leader with great concern, "Zhang Min, this approach is unsustainable. We need a foolproof plan." Zhang Min fell into deep contemplation, knowing that to truly escape from this predicament, a monumental decision must be made. Chapter 2. Fierce combat after careful consideration. Zhang Min resolved to engage in a clandestine negotiation with the police. He reached out to the upper echelons of law enforcement through exclusive channels, proposing a bold suggestion. Zhang Min, calm yet resolute, stated, "I can assist the police in dismantling the anti-Zhang Min alliance and provide incriminating evidence from within the Hong Min, but I require a guarantee of safety for myself and my brothers." The police hierarchy regarded his proposal with skepticism, however. Given the complexity of the situation, they opted to collaborate with him temporarily. In the ensuing days, Zhang Min navigated the treacherous precipice of danger that on one hand, he had to fend off assault from the anti-Zhang Min alliance. Ensuring they remained oblivious to his alliance with the authorities on the other, he needed to procure critical evidence from within the Hong Min while simultaneously gaining the trust of the police. During a fierce confrontation with the anti-Zhang Min alliance, Zhang Min deliberately exposed a vulnerability, placing himself in dire straits. The leader of the anti-Zhang Min alliance, grinning with triumph, declared, "Zhang Min, today marks your demise." At that critical moment, the police, adhering to their prior agreement with Zhang Min, unexpectedly intervened, capturing the entire anti-Zhang Min alliance. However, the Hong Min soon grew suspicious of Zhang Min's unusual behavior. A Hong Min member furiously accused Zhang Min, "Have you betrayed the Hong Min?" Zhang Min, maintaining his composure, replied, "Brothers, this is for our collective future. Only in this manner can we escape the endless cycle of conflict and police pursuit." Yet, some radical elements within the Hong Min remained unconvinced and resolved to hunt Zhang Min down. Under the covert protection of the police, Zhang Min evaded capture while striving to persuade the Hong Min leader to endorse his decision. The Hong Min leader, his expression grave, warned Zhang Min, "This move is perilously audacious." Zhang Min earnestly responded, "Boss, this is our only path forward." Ultimately, through Zhang Min's fervent efforts, the Hong Min leader was swayed and agreed to collaborate with the police. However, just as they prepared to present the evidence to the authorities, a mysterious force emerged, intent on sabotaging their plans. The appearance of this enigmatic entity rendered the situation even more convoluted. It was revealed to be a deeply entrenched transnational crime syndicate, coveting the underground control of the region where Zhang Min resided. The leader of the mysterious force ominously proclaimed, "Zhang Min, do not harbor illusions of success. This territory will ultimately belong to us." They unleashed a relentless onslaught against Zhang Min and the Hong Min, employing ruthlessly brutal tactics. Zhang Min and the Hong Min leader were compelled to reorganize their defenses and engage in a life-and-death struggle against this shadowy force. In a fierce exchange of gunfire, Zhang Min discovered that the weaponry of this mysterious force was alarmingly advanced, far exceeding their expectations. Zhang Min, gritting his teeth, pondered, "What exactly are they?" After a thorough investigation, they uncovered that this transnational crime organization had intricate connections with local dignitaries, revealing the complex web of power. Behind the scenes, the police also felt immense pressure, beginning to waver in their willingness to cooperate with Zhang and the police chief. With gravity, stated, "Zhang Min, we cannot afford to take risks if we cannot control the situation. Our collaboration may have to be reconsidered." Zhang Min was consumed with anxiety. He understood that without the support of the police, their chances of success would be utterly bleak. At that moment, Huayan stepped forward, utilizing her intellect and connections to successfully acquire crucial intelligence regarding the transnational criminal organization. Huayan, with palpable excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Min, I have uncovered one of their significant secret bases." Zhang Min, with decisive resolve, chose to lead his men in a surprise assault on this clandestine stronghold. Upon infiltrating the secret base, they faced fierce resistance. However, Zhang Min, with his extraordinary courage and tactical acumen, gradually gained the upper hand. Yet, just as victory seemed imminent, the leader of the mysterious force took the Hong Min's chief hostage, threatening Zhang Min to surrender his weapons. Zhang Min, with righteous fury, shouted, "Release him!" In a critical moment, the police arrived just in time, coordinating with Zhang Min's team to ultimately vanquish the enigmatic force and rescue the Hong Min leader. However, this intense battle left them considerably weakened, and the police's subsequent handling of the situation remained uncertain. Despite the triumph over the mysterious faction, Zhang Min and his companions had little time to catch their breath before new crises emerged. A significant schism developed within the police regarding the fate of Zhang Min and the Hongmen. Some advocated for severe punishment, insisting that they be held accountable for their actions. Others argued that their efforts against the mysterious force warranted leniency. Zhang Min and the Hongmen leader anxiously awaited the final decision, acutely aware that their fates hung by a thread. At that juncture, a notorious crime lord, previously defeated by Zhang Min, was released early from prison. Consumed by hatred for Zhang Min, he immediately rallied his former associates, preparing to exploit the chaos and exact his revenge. This crime lord, known as Black Panther, was ruthless and exceedingly cruel. He menacingly declared, "Zhang Min, this time I shall ensure you have no chance of resurgence." He first orchestrated attacks on some of Zhang Min's enterprises and then kidnapped several of his key subordinates, attempting to force Zhang Min into submission. Furious yet cautious, Zhang Min found himself restrained, hesitant to act recklessly. Huayan advised Zhang Min to seek assistance from other branches of the Hongmen, yet at that moment, the Hongmen were embroiled in their own turmoil, embroiled in internal disputes, and unable to extend their support. Zhang Min found himself in a perilous state of isolation, compelled to confront Black Panther's threats alone. One fateful night, Black Panther personally encircled Zhang Min's hideout. With a triumphant laugh, he proclaimed, "Zhang Min, today marks your demise." A fierce gunfight erupted. Zhang Min fought valiantly. Yet outnumbered, the situation grew increasingly dire. Just as despair loomed, the police's final decision was rendered. They resolved to offer Zhang Min a chance for redemption, dispatching officers to assist him. With the police's support, Zhang Min successfully repelled Black Panther, preserving his life for the time being. However, he understood that this tranquility was merely ephemeral. The tumultuous world of the underworld was ever-changing, and further challenges lay ahead. Although Zhang Min had repelled Black Panther with police assistance, he found himself indebted to them in a significant way. Simultaneously, his standing within the Hongmen had become precarious, teetering on the brink of uncertainty. Some branch leaders of the Hongmen society believed that Zhang Min had brought too much trouble upon them and began to conspire to oust him. Zhang Min was acutely aware that if he did not swiftly solidify his standing within the Hongmen, he would once again find himself in a state of isolation and despair. In a bid to regain the trust of the Hongmen, Zhang Min resolved to take a perilous risk by engaging in negotiations for an arms deal with an overseas gang. This negotiation was fraught with danger, where a mere misstep could lead to fatal consequences. At the negotiating table, Zhang Min faced off against the leader of the foreign gang, employing his wit and determination to successfully secure advantageous terms for the Hongmen. However, just as the deal was on the verge of fruition, the police suddenly intervened, disrupting the entire proceedings. It turned out to be a trap set by the authorities, who aimed to dismantle the international arms trafficking network in one fell swoop. In the ensuing chaos, Zhang Min managed to escape, but this act branded him a traitor in the eyes of the overseas gang, who subsequently issued a bounty on his head. Concurrently, misunderstandings within the Hongmen deepened, with many believing him to be an undercover agent of the police, deliberately sabotaging the transaction. Zhang Min found himself in a precarious situation, needing to evade the relentless pursuit of the foreign gang, while simultaneously seeking a way to clarify his innocence to the Hongmen. During his flight, he encountered a mysterious woman, whose formidable skills suggested she possessed an intimate knowledge of the underworld's intricacies. The woman, with an enigmatic smile, remarked, "Zhang Min, if you wish to escape this predicament, you must heed my counsel." Though skeptical, Zhang Min, cornered and with no other options, chose to trust her. With her assistance, Zhang Min gradually unraveled a colossal conspiracy lurking in the shadows. It became evident that someone had been orchestrating events behind the scenes, intent on ensnaring both Zhang Min and the Hongmen in an inescapable abyss. Could Zhang Min unveil the puppet master, clear his name, and re-establish his footing within the criminal underworld? As the investigation deepened, he discovered that the mastermind was a business tycoon whom he had inadvertently offended in the past. This tycoon, wielding immense wealth and connections, had colluded with various gang factions to meticulously orchestrate this series of plots, aiming to eliminate Zhang Min while simultaneously dismantling the Hongmen. Furious, Zhang Min declared, "This scoundrel shall not prevail." The mysterious woman informed him that to bring the tycoon down, They must gather crucial evidence of his crimes. Thus, Zhang Min and the woman embarked on a covert investigation into the tycoon's whereabouts and transaction records. Throughout their endeavor, they faced numerous assassination attempts and traps. Yet through their cunning and bravery, they narrowly escaped each peril. At last, they uncovered a significant document capable of incriminating the tycoon. However, just as they were poised to deliver the evidence to the police, the tycoon became aware of their actions and dispatched his elite assassins to retrieve it. A heart-pounding chase erupted through the city streets, with Zhang Min and the woman dodging bullets and frantically protecting the precious document. In a critical moment, the woman, in her effort to shield Zhang Min, was tragically shot. Weakly, she implored, "Zhang Min, do not concern yourself with me. You must ensure that the evidence is delivered." Zhang Min was consumed by despair, yet he understood he could not betray the sacrifice of the woman who had fallen. With the documents in hand, he continued to flee relentlessly. At last, he evaded his pursuers and delivered the evidence to the police. The tycoon was apprehended, and his criminal network was dismantled in one fell swoop. Zhang Min believed that this marked the conclusion of his tumultuous journey. However, the internal strife within the Hongmen society persisted unabated. Some branch leaders still harbored resentment towards Zhang Min, convinced that he had brought too much trouble to their ranks. At this critical juncture, a foreign gang organization issued a challenge to the Hongmen, seeking to seize their territory amidst the turmoil. Zhang Min recognized this as an opportunity to redeem himself and restore the honor of the Hongmen. That he stepped forth, rallying the brothers of the Hongmen to engage in a fierce battle against the foreign gang. The confrontation was extraordinarily intense, with Zhang Min leading the charge into the fray. Yet, the foreign gang was formidable, equipped with superior weaponry, and the Hongmen gradually found themselves in a precarious situation. Could Zhang Min orchestrate a counteroffensive to reclaim victory and etch his legend anew? In this moment of life and death, Huayan remained steadfastly by Zhang Min's side, offering counsel and unwavering support. Huayan with resolute gaze. "Brother Min, we cannot yield so easily. There must be a way to breach their defenses." Zhang Min looked at Huayan, a surge of strength igniting within him. Zhang Min shouting, "Brothers, charge with me." They recalibrated their strategy, concentrating their efforts on the enemy's vulnerabilities. After a fierce melee, Zhang Min's team gradually gained the upper hand. However, just as victory seemed within reach, the opposing side resorted to treachery, deploying a smoke bomb that engulfed the battlefield in chaos. Zhang Min roaring, "Everyone, remain calm and hold the formation." With her keen intuition, Huayan discerned the position of the enemy leader. Huayan urgently, "Brother Min, I see their boss over there." Without hesitation, Zhang Min surged towards the direction indicated by Huayan. Within the smoke, he engaged in a heart-stopping duel with the enemy leader. Their blows were fierce and lethal. Just as Zhang Min began to tire, Huayan rushed in, intercepting a fatal strike meant for him. Huayan collapsing, injured. "Brother Min, don't worry about me, take him down." Fury ignited within Zhang Min at Huayan's bravery, unleashing an astonishing force that ultimately vanquished the enemy leader. With the leader's defeat, the morale of the opposing gang shattered, leading to their disbandment in a panic. Zhang Min and the Hongmen successfully repelled the foreign gang, yet Huayan sustained grave injuries. Cradling Huayan, Zhang Min was frantic with worry. Zhang Min tears streaming down his face. "Yinner, you must hold on." As they prepared to transport Huayan to the hospital, news emerged from within the Hongmen. It appeared that those branch leaders who had previously resented Zhang Min sought to usurp power amidst the chaos of the battle. Zhang Min furiously, "These ungrateful wretches shall not succeed." He entrusted Huayan to a trusted confidant for care and hastened back to the Hongmen headquarters without delay. At the headquarters, Zhang Min engaged in a fierce debate and struggle with the leaders of the various branches. Zhang Min, with righteous fervor, proclaimed, "In times of crisis, I have risked my life for the Hongmen, while you conspire behind my back. Do you truly honor the brothers of the Hongmen?" Some previously neutral members were moved by Zhang Min's words and began to rally behind him. Ultimately, Zhang Min successfully quelled the internal strife, solidifying his position within the Hongmen. However, at that moment, Huayan's condition worsened, teetering on the brink of death. Zhang Min, consumed with anxiety, remained vigilantly by her bedside, each diagnosis from the doctor tightening the knot of dread in his heart. Suddenly, a mysterious doctor appeared, claiming he possessed a method to save Huayan, but required an exceedingly rare herb found only in a perilous location. Without hesitation, Zhang Min resolved to seek it out himself. Accompanied by a few of his most trusted subordinates, he embarked on a journey fraught with unknown dangers. They ventured into a desolate valley, where the terrain was treacherous and lurking with various unknown creatures. During their quest for the herb, they faced attacks from fierce beasts and endured inclement weather. Yet, Zhang Min was driven by a singular conviction. He must find the herb to save Huayan. After arduous searching, Zhang Min finally located the precious herb. However, upon their return, they discovered that the Hongmen had fallen into a new crisis. The previously repelled foreign gang had allied with other factions and launched a more ferocious assault on the Hongmen. The members of the Hongmen, under the relentless onslaught of their formidable foes, were retreating steadily. Zhang Min, disregarding his need for rest, immediately joined the fray. Armed and at the forefront, he shouted to rally their spirits. Zhang Min bellowed, "Brothers, let us fight back." Under his leadership, the Hongmen rose in defiance, and the situation gradually began to improve. Yet, the enemy's numbers were vast and their weaponry superior, leading to a fiercely contested battle. In that moment, Zhang Min devised a daring stratagem. He led a team of elite fighters to flank the enemy's rear, launching a surprise assault on their command post. This maneuver disrupted the enemy's formations, allowing the Hongmen to launch a full counterattack, ultimately driving the adversaries back. However, following the battle, Zhang Min succumbed to unconsciousness due to his severe injuries. News of Zhang Min's condition spread quickly throughout the Hongmen, causing great concern among the members. Under the care of the mysterious doctor, Huayan finally escaped the clutches of death. Upon learning of Zhang Min's plight, she, despite her weakened state, insisted on remaining by his side, as everyone worried for Zhang Min's safety. A long-hidden spy within the Hongmen revealed their true colors. This infiltrator had colluded with opposing forces, seeking to seize control of the Hongmen during Zhang Min's incapacitation. Huayan sensed something amiss. Though her recovery was not yet complete, she relied on her keen insight and intelligence to conduct an undercover investigation. Throughout her inquiry, she faced multiple assassination attempts and traps set by the spy, yet she adeptly evaded them all. Meanwhile, in a state of unconsciousness, Zhang Min tirelessly battled the forces of darkness within his dreams, driven by a profound desire for survival and a deep sense of responsibility toward the Hongmen. At last, through the diligent efforts of Huayan, she uncovered the traitor's evidence and revealed it before the members of Hongmen. The traitor was subdued by the furious brothers of Hongmen, temporarily regaining control of the situation. As Zhang Min slowly opened his eyes in response to Huayan's heartfelt calls and the brothers' earnest hopes, he remained frail and required time to recuperate. At that moment, the hostile forces, unwilling to accept defeat, regrouped and prepared to launch a final, fierce assault on Hongmen. Zhang Min, mustering all his strength, sat in a wheelchair to command the battle. Zhang Min with determination. "Even if I fall, I shall not allow them to prevail." Inspired by Zhang Min's indomitable spirit, the brothers of Hongmen rallied their morale, ready to face this life-or-death confrontation. On the eve of the decisive battle, Zhang Min and Huayan meticulously strategized their defenses and counterattacks, fully aware that this would be a fight determining the fate of Hongmen. As the battle commenced, the enemies surged forth like a relentless tide, their offensive ferocious. Despite the valiant resistance from the members of Hongmen, the enemies gradually gained the upper hand due to their overwhelming firepower and numerical superiority. Zhang Min, consumed with urgency, disregarded his frailty and resolutely stood up, personally joining the fray. Huayan with concern. "Mingu, your health." Zhang Min shouting fiercely. If not now, then when? His courageous actions invigorated the spirits of the Hongmen brothers, who fought with renewed fervor. However, the enemy's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, and cracks began to appear in Hongmen's defenses. In this critical moment, a mysterious group suddenly emerged, joining the battle. This was a gang from the Jianghu that Zhang Min had once aided, having come to lend their support upon hearing of Hongmen's plight. With the arrival of this fresh force, the tide of battle began to turn. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min directed a counteroffensive, causing the enemy to falter. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, the enemy leader took Huayan hostage, using her as leverage to coerce Zhang Min into ceasing his attack. Zhang Min, eyes wide with fury. Release her. Enemy leader with a sinister grin. Zhang Min, if you wish for her to live, you must surrender. Zhang Min found himself in a harrowing dilemma, his gaze filled with anguish and conflict. But in just a moment, he made his decision. Zhang Min coldly. Do you think you can intimidate me this way? I, Zhang Min, will never bow to you. With that, he disregarded Huayan's safety and ordered a full-scale assault. At that crucial juncture, Huayan seized a moment when the enemy leader was distracted, breaking free from her restraints, and together with Zhang Min, they subdued the enemy. Leadered in the end, Hong Min emerged victorious, decisively repelling their foes. However, the battle had come at a heavy cost, with significant losses suffered by Hong Min. As Zhang Min surveyed the ravaged battlefield, he silently vowed to restore Hong Min to its former glory. Unbeknownst to them, however, in the shadows, a pair of eyes was watching intently. Just when Zhang Min and Huayan believed they could finally catch their breath, the individual behind those hidden eyes began to it was discovered that a burgeoning criminal organization had long coveted the territory and resources of the Hongmen. Seizing the opportunity presented by Hongmen's recent turmoil following a fierce battle, they swiftly initiated a series of covert operations. Initially, several significant businesses associated with Hongmen faced frequent disruptions, followed by key partners being threatened into withdrawing from their collaborations. Zhang Min, with furrowed brows, declared, "There must be someone orchestrating this investigation at once." Huayan busied herself with internal restructuring and soothing the anxious members. Through a thorough investigation, they uncovered the ruthless tactics employed by this emerging criminal organization, which not only resorted to violence, but also adeptly wielded public opinion and economic pressure to undermine Hongmen. Simultaneously, the police, alarmed by the recent unrest within Hongmen, intensified their surveillance and inquiries. Zhang Min found herself ensnared in a predicament on multiple fronts. In response to the crisis, Zhang Min resolved to form alliances with several established gangster factions. However, these groups harbored their own ulterior motives and incessantly imposed stringent conditions during negotiations. Huayan expressed her concerns. Brother Min, could partnering with them be akin to inviting the wolf into our midst? Zhang Min pondered for a moment, replying, "At present, we have no better alternatives. We can only proceed step by step to end the confrontations with the new criminal organization." Hong Min, with the aid of allies, managed to stabilize the situation temporarily, yet at a considerable cost. During this tumultuous period, Zhang Min unearthed a shocking secret. There was indeed an undercover agent from a new criminal organization within Hongmen, holding a significant position. Zhang Min, in a fit of rage, proclaimed, "We must unearth this traitor." Thus commenced a harrowing internal investigation, where every individual was a potential suspect, leaving the members of Hongmen in a state of trepidation. Would Zhang Min be able to identify the mole and alleviate the crisis plaguing Hongmen? What more nefarious tactics would the new criminal organization employ? Amidst the tense scrutiny, Zhang Min and Huayan meticulously examined every suspicious lead. However, the mole seemed to sense the impending danger and began to operate with greater caution, attempting to destroy evidence and divert attention. Just as Zhang Min found herself at a loss, Huayan noticed a pivotal detail. Every time crucial intelligence was leaked, a certain hall master, named Li Chong, exhibited peculiar movements. Zhang Min resolved to monitor Li Chong discreetly. After several days of surveillance, they discovered that Li Chong frequently met with a mysterious individual under the cover of night. On a stormy night, Zhang Min led his trusted aides to ambush the rendezvous location of Li Chong. As Li Chong arrived and engaged in conversation with the enigmatic figure, Zhang Min and his men surged forth unexpectedly. Li Chong, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "Brother Min, this is a misunderstanding." Zhang Min, glaring fiercely, retorted, "Whether a misunderstanding will be determined after an investigation." Following an intense interrogation, Li Chong ultimately confessed to being the mole and divulged some of the new criminal organization's plans. Armed with the intelligence provided by Li Chong, Zhang Min swiftly adjusted his strategy to launch a counteroffensive against the new criminal organization. However, the criminal organization was not idle. They kidnapped a family member of one of Zhang Min's crucial allies, coercing him to withdraw from the alliance with Hong Min. The ally, in a state of desperation, pleaded, "Zhang Min, I am utterly powerless." Zhang Min is acutely aware of the necessity to avoid placing his allies in a predicament, thus he resolves to personally rescue the kidnapped hostage. During the rescue operation, Zhang Min encounters numerous treacherous traps laid by an emerging criminal organization. However, through his exceptional intellect and courage, he deftly navigates each perilous situation. At last, Zhang Min successfully liberates the hostage, thereby solidifying his relationship with his allies. Yet, the criminal organization is unwilling to accept defeat. They devise a more sinister plot aimed at inciting chaos during a significant event orchestrated by the Hong Min, intending to deliver a devastating blow. Will Zhang Min be able to unravel their conspiracy and once again safeguard the Hong Min security? On the eve of the pivotal event, Zhang Min receives an enigmatic letter. The correspondence hints at the intricate details of the criminal organization's scheme, but lacks a signature. Skeptical yet cautious, Zhang Min fortifies the security measures for the event. On the day of the event, the atmosphere is both vibrant and tense. Zhang Min and Huayan vigilantly monitor every corner, leaving no suspicious sign unchecked. Just as the attendees begin to let their guard down, a group of individuals clad in black bursts into the venue, attacking indiscriminately and wreaking havoc. Zhang Min shouting vehemently, "Stop them!" The brothers of Hong Min swiftly engage in combat with the assailants. However, the black-clad figures appear to be mere decoys under their cover. Several bombs are stealthily positioned at critical points within the venue. In a critical moment, Zhang Min spots a bomb and recklessly rushes towards it, determined to disarm it. Huayan frantically shouting, "Min Ge, it's dangerous." Just as Zhang Min is about to deactivate the bomb, a hidden sniper takes aim at him. In a split second, Huayan leaps towards Zhang Min, shielding him from a fatal shot. Zhang Min heartbroken. Yinner, fueled by an unprecedented rage, Zhang Min channels immense strength to successfully disarm the bomb and leads his brothers in repelling the assailants. Huayan is urgently transported to the hospital, her life hanging by a thread. Swearing vengeance upon the emerging criminal organization, Zhang Min delves deeper into the investigation of its origins and leaders. During his inquiry, he uncovers the existence of a vast international criminal network supporting the organization. Zhang Min realizes that this battle transcends the interests of the Hong Min. It is a fight for justice. Can he expose the shadowy figures behind the emerging criminal organization, avenge Huayan, and protect both the Hong Min and the principles of justice? While Huayan clings to life in the hospital, Zhang Min immerses himself in the investigation of the international criminal network backing the organization. He relentlessly seeks out clues, leaving no stone unturned. Ultimately, he identifies a pivotal figure, a well-connected intermediary with a reputation in both the criminal underworld and legitimate society. Zhang Min resolves to take the risk of meeting this intermediary, choosing a secluded warehouse as the rendezvous point. Zhang Min cautiously, "I need to know the core secrets of that criminal network." Intermediary sneering, "This will come at a considerable cost." Zhang Min with unwavering determination, "I am willing to pay any price to bring them down." After arduous negotiations, Zhang Min exchanged a significant portion of his wealth for crucial intelligence. However, just as he was about to depart, the intermediary suddenly reneged on the deal. Summoning henchmen to besiege Zhang Min, a fierce battle erupted, wherein Zhang Min, outnumbered, displayed extraordinary prowess and unwavering determination. As his strength began to wane, the police arrived unexpectedly. It turned out that Zhang Min had taken precautionary measures, notifying the authorities as a safeguard. With the police's assistance, Zhang Min successfully extricated himself from peril. Armed with invaluable intelligence, he returned to the hospital, only to find that Huayan remained in a deep coma. He grasped her hand tightly, silently vowing to ensure that those who had harmed her would face their just retribution. Utilizing the intelligence gathered, Zhang Min commenced the final assault against the burgeoning criminal organization and international crime syndicate. He rallied the finest members of the Hong Min and collaborated discreetly with the police, formulating a meticulous operational plan. As the day of action dawned, Zhang Min led his companions like divine warriors, striking at the heart of the criminal organization's lair. Yet, the adversary was also well prepared, and a breathtaking life-and-death confrontation ensued. Amidst the fierce combat, Could Zhang Min lead his team to ultimate victory? Would Huayan awaken to join him in embracing the dawn of triumph? In the midst of the intense battle, Zhang Min led the charge, engaging in a desperate struggle against the enemy. The brothers of the Hongmen fought valiantly, and the police support proved invaluable, gradually suppressing the enemy's firepower. However, the leader of the criminal organization seized the chaos to escape, prompting Zhang Min to pursue him without hesitation. In a narrow alley, Zhang Min finally cornered the leader. The leader, with malice, declared, "Zhang Min, do not feel triumphant even in death. There will be those who avenge me." Zhang Min retorted fiercely, "Today marks your end." The two engaged in a final duel, each blow resonating with lethal intent. Ultimately, through sheer tenacity and remarkable combat skills, Zhang Min subdued the leader. Meanwhile, the battle on the field neared its conclusion, with the criminal organization being completely dismantled. Exhausted, Zhang Min returned to the hospital, only to discover that Huayan had awakened. With a weak smile, she said, "Brother Min, I always knew you could do it." Zhang Min, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped her hand tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. Just when he thought everything had come to an end and tranquil days were on the horizon, Zhang Min received word that the international crime network had not been entirely vanquished. They were plotting a more audacious retaliation. Determined not to remain passive, Zhang Min resolved to take the initiative, aiming to eradicate this threat once and for all. He began to reach out to justice forces across the globe, forming an anti-crime alliance. Throughout the preparatory phase, Zhang Min encountered numerous challenges and obstacles, including internal discord and external pressures. Yet he persevered, and with steadfast belief and exceptional leadership, he gradually resolved one issue after another. At last, the anti-crime alliance was ready, and a grander confrontation between good and evil was poised to unfold. In this climactic confrontation will Zhang Min and his allies triumph over malevolence, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the world. The day of reckoning has arrived. Zhang Min, leading the members of the anti-crime alliance, rushes to the battlefield, a clandestine stronghold shrouded in crime and heavily fortified. At Zhang Min's command, his comrades charge forth like ferocious tigers towards the enemy. Amidst the hail of gunfire, many members fall, yet their resolve remains unyielding. With remarkable tactical acumen and indomitable courage, Zhang Min spearheads the vanguard, breaching the enemy's formidable defenses. However, the adversary activates a series of advanced technological deterrents, presenting substantial challenges to the alliance. In a pivotal moment, a mysterious hacker emerges, deftly dismantling the enemy's defense systems. As the tide begins to turn, Zhang Min uncovers the core of the criminal network, a chamber brimming with confidential documents and control apparatus. Disregarding all peril, he dashes towards it, only to confront the network's foremost assassin. A harrowing duel ensues, a contest of life and death, with neither party gaining the upper hand. As Zhang Min begins to falter, Huayan arrives, accompanied by reinforcements. Huayan shouting, "Brother Min, I'm here to assist you." With Huayan's support, Zhang Min ultimately vanquishes the assassin and gains entry to the critical chamber. They procure irrefutable evidence against the criminal organization and unveil it to the public. This audacious operation sends shockwaves across the globe, prompting governments to intensify their crackdown, leading to the disintegration of the criminal network. Yet, a few remnants escape to various corners of the world, plotting a resurgence. Zhang Min and Huayan resolve to pursue them, recognizing that their journey is far from over. Just as they prepare to track down the remaining factions, the Southern Hongmen unexpectedly enters the fray. The leader of Southern Hongmen personally approaches Zhang Min, expressing a willingness to collaborate in the eradication of evil forces. Fully aware of the Southern Hongmen's formidable might, Zhang Min graciously accepts their alliance. With the convergence of three powerful factions, a breathtaking global manhunt commences. They engage in fierce gunfights within ancient castles in Europe, chase fleeing criminals across the deserts of Africa, and engage in a battle of wits against hidden foes in the bustling cities of Asia. However, the remnants are no ordinary adversaries. They employ various tactics to sow chaos, striving to distract Zhang Min and his companions. During one operation, Zhang Min and his team fall into an ambush, becoming ensnared in a perilous encirclement. The elite fighters of Southern Hongmen valiantly resist, buying precious time for Zhang Min and Huayan to break free. Zhang Min gritting his teeth. We cannot let our brothers' sacrifices be in vain. We must break through. In the heat of battle, Huayan tragically sustains an injury. Zhang Min, frantic and determined, fights his way through to forge a path to safety for Huayan. After a period of regrouping and strategic realignment, they once again uncover a significant lead on the enemy. It is revealed that the remnants plan to establish a new base on a remote island, seeking to rise anew. Zhang Min leads his comrades swiftly to the island, where they prepare for the final showdown against the enemy. The scent of gunpowder lingered in the sea breeze, accompanied by the deafening cries of battle. Zhang Min led the charge, with the brothers of the South Hongmen unwavering in their resolve. After a heart-stopping and intense struggle, they ultimately vanquished the remnants of the opposing forces. The world was restored to tranquility, yet Zhang Min and Huayan understood that the quest for justice was an unending journey. In the aftermath of the great conflict, Zhang Min, Huayan, and the members of the South Hongmen emerged as heroes in the eyes of the people. However, they did not allow this acclaim to halt their progress. Zhang Min recognized that while the current crisis had been averted, similar criminal organizations could potentially rise again in the future. To preemptively address this threat, he resolved to leverage their recent victory to establish a global security organization. The leader of the South Hongmen wholeheartedly supported this initiative, offering substantial manpower and resources. Huayan, with her intellect and extensive network, took charge of the organization's operations and coordination. During the preparatory phase, they encountered resistance from various quarters. Some malevolent forces feared that the security organization would pose a threat to their interests, engaging in covert sabotage and obstruction. Additionally, challenges such as funding shortages and talent recruitment became pressing issues. Yet, Zhang Min and his comrades remained undeterred by these obstacles. They tirelessly sought support and collaboration from all avenues. After arduous efforts, the security organization was formally established. However, just as they were poised to make their mark, a mysterious organization quietly emerged, shrouded in secrecy and possessing formidable capabilities, seemingly intent on undermining the newly formed security entity. Zhang Min and his team commenced an investigation into the origins and motives of this enigmatic organization. Through their inquiries, they discovered intricate connections between this group and the previously dismantled criminal network. Was this a resurgence of the criminal syndicate, or was there a new puppeteer orchestrating these events from the shadows? Once again, Zhang Min and his allies found themselves ensnared in peril. Could they unveil the veiled intentions of this clandestine organization and safeguard the hard-won peace and tranquility? Confronted with the threat posed by the mysterious group, Zhang Min displayed extraordinary leadership and decisiveness. With the unwavering support of the South Hongmen leader, he successfully unified the North and South Hongmen, amalgamating their strengths into a more formidable force. However, the integration process was fraught with challenges. Long-standing divisions and conflicts existed between the two factions, and some members harbored doubts regarding Zhang Min's leadership. Understanding the necessity of earning their trust, he personally engaged with dissenting members, attentively listening to their concerns and perspectives. He devised fair and equitable rules and strategies, ensuring that everyone could find their place within the new framework. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against the threat posed by the mysterious organization. Zhang Min dispatched his most astute scouts to gather intelligence on this enigmatic group. After considerable effort, they finally identified a crucial stronghold of the mysterious organization. Without hesitation, Zhang Min led the Hongmen in a surprise assault. The battle was fiercely contested, with members of the secret organization fighting tenaciously to resist. However, under Zhang Min's steady command and the bravery of the Hongmen brothers, they gradually gained the upper hand. As they were on the verge of fully seizing control of the stronghold, the leader of the enigmatic organization activated a self-destruct mechanism, attempting to perish alongside Zhang Min and his comrades. With remarkable agility, Zhang Min led his team to a swift evacuation. Although this operation did not completely dismantle the mysterious organization, it dealt them a significant blow. Yet the organization did not relent. They orchestrated a series of more insidious plots, aiming to undermine the Hongmen, led by Zhang Min from within. Would Zhang Min be able to discern the enemy's schemes and guide the Hongmen out of peril, continuing to safeguard justice and peace? In the face of relentless conspiracies from the mysterious organization, Zhang Min resolved to take the initiative. He launched a thorough investigation within the Hong Min, unearthing traitors who had been bribed by the organization and restoring internal order. Simultaneously, leveraging his connections in the underworld, Zhang Min forged alliances with other righteous factions to collectively combat the mysterious organization. During this endeavor, he encountered a mysterious master named Lin Feng. With formidable martial skills and expertise in intelligence gathering and analysis, Lin Feng willingly joined Zhang Min's camp, offering strategic counsel. With Lin Feng's assistance, Zhang Min gradually unraveled the core members and operational patterns of the mysterious organization. They discovered that the organization was plotting a large-scale assault on critical global financial institutions, intending to instigate worldwide economic chaos. Zhang Min promptly organized personnel to bolster the protection of these financial entities. In a tense, safeguarding operation, he confronted the organization's foremost assassin. They engaged in a breathtaking life-and-death duel, battling from the heights of skyscrapers to the bustling streets below, leaving destruction in their wake. At a crucial moment, Huayan arrived with reinforcements, disrupting the assassin's rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min delivered a decisive blow, vanquishing the assassin. However, the mysterious organization's plans did not cease. They altered their strategy, kidnapping the families of several important figures to coerce Zhang Min and his allies into capitulation. Zhang Min found himself in a dilemma, torn between justice and responsibility on one hand, and the lives of innocents on the other. How should he choose? Fully aware of the necessity to resist evil, yet mindful of the hostage's safety, Zhang Min decided to split his forces. Point 1 contingent, led by Huayan, would engage in negotiations with a mysterious organization to buy time, while he would personally lead another team to clandestinely locate the hostage's confinement. During the negotiations, Huayan skillfully maneuvered against the organization, maintaining her composure despite immense pressure, ensuring that their true intentions remained concealed. Meanwhile, with Lin Feng's assistance, Zhang Min analyzed previous actions of the organization and tracked various clues, ultimately discovering the hidden location of the hostages. However, upon nearing the stronghold, they found it heavily fortified, laden with traps and surveillance devices. Without hesitation, Zhang Min decided to dispatch a small team to create chaos and draw the enemy's attention, while he led the main force to infiltrate amid the turmoil. After a fierce battle, Zhang Min successfully rescued the hostages. Yet this act incited the mysterious organization's wrath, compelling them to resort to a more terrifying plan of destruction. Originally, they had planted bombs at several key locations throughout the city, intending to plunge the entire metropolis into chaos and terror. Upon learning of this dire news, Zhang Min swiftly mobilized personnel and collaborated with the police to embark on a race against time to defuse the explosives. In this tense moment, every second brimmed with peril and uncertainty. Would Zhang Min successfully lead his team to dismantle the bombs and avert disaster? Time was of the essence, as Zhang Min guided his team in a frantic search across the city's myriad corners for the locations of the bombs. Each potential hiding spot was fraught with unknown dangers, yet they remained undeterred. At last, within a bustling shopping mall, they uncovered a formidable bomb. The bomb disposal expert worked feverishly to neutralize the threat, while those around held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, remnants of the mysterious organization emerged, seeking to thwart the defusal efforts. Zhang Min and his comrades rose to the occasion, engaging in fierce combat with the adversaries. The mall echoed with gunfire and explosions as customers fled in panic, creating a scene of utter chaos. Zhang Min directed the battle while keeping a vigilant eye on the progress of the bomb disposal. The expert, drenched in sweat, remained intensely focused on his task. 1 minute remaining. Someone shouted. Zhang Min's heart raced as he valiantly repelled wave after wave of enemies. In the final moments of the countdown, the bomb disposal expert successfully severed the last wire, rendering the bomb inert. Cheers erupted, but there was no time for respite. Other bombs still awaited their attention across the city. Zhang Min and his team pressed on, discovering additional explosives in a subway station, a school, and a power plant. Each encounter was a race against time, a thrilling struggle for survival. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, all bombs were successfully defused, restoring safety to the city. Yet, the leader of the mysterious organization remained at large, Vowing to exact a frenzied revenge on Zhang Min, he understood well that the battle had not truly concluded. He must prepare for the new challenges that lay ahead. What schemes would the leader of the mysterious organization devise next? Could Zhang Min once again turn peril into safety? Just as Zhang Min thought he could catch his breath, a new crisis quietly emerged. On the city's outskirts, a nefarious gang known as the Crocodile Gang had surfaced. Renowned for their brutality and violence, the Crocodile Gang controlled illegal underground fight rings and engaged in heinous activities such as human trafficking and drug dealing. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zhang Min resolved that the Crocodile Gang could not be allowed to continue their reign of terror. He led the elite forces of the Hung Min to initiate an investigation against them. During the investigation, they discovered that the Crocodile Gang's lair was concealed within an abandoned factory, surrounded by traps and guards. Zhang Min formulated a meticulous combat strategy, prepared to launch a nighttime assault on the gang. As night fell, Zhang Min and his team stealthily approached the factory. However, their movements were detected by the Crocodile Gang, igniting an intense battle in an instant. Armed with various weapons, the gang members charged at Zhang Min and his team with reckless abandon. Zhang Min took the lead, engaging in a fierce struggle for survival against the adversaries. Suddenly, a colossal crocodile erupted from the factory's water reservoir, charging directly at Zhang Min. This fearsome creature was a formidable assassin trained by the Crocodile Gang. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Zhang Min deftly sidestepped the crocodile's assault and swiftly scaled its back, driving a dagger into its eye with fervor. Under Zhang Min's valiant leadership, the morale of the Hung Min brothers surged, gradually suppressing the firepower of the Crocodile Gang. However, at that moment, the gang's leader burst forth from a concealed chamber, accompanied by a cadre of elite subordinates, all well-equipped and highly formidable in combat. Zhang Min engaged in a fierce, unknown duel with the leader, a clash of titans that seemed interminable. At a critical juncture, Huayan identified a chink in the leader's armor and shouted a warning to Zhang Min. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min launched a decisive strike, vanquishing the leader. With their commander defeated, the Crocodile Gang was plunged into chaos, and Zhang Min led his comrades in a relentless assault, annihilating them entirely. Yet, this triumph did not afford Zhang Min a moment's respite. He was acutely aware that in the shadowy recesses, more malevolent forces might be lurking, poised to strike. Chapter 3. Infiltrating the Mafia. After successfully dismantling the Crocodile Gang, Zhang Min and his team emerged as heroes within the city. Yet, before they could savor their newfound glory, fresh troubles loomed on the horizon. The demise of the Crocodile Gang incited panic among other nefarious factions, who feared that Zhang Min would pose a threat to their interests. Consequently, they resolved to unite against him. Among these forces, the Mafia and the Viper Gang stood out as the most formidable. They not only boasted a considerable number of members, but were also equipped with advanced weaponry and ruthless tactics. Zhang Min, well aware of the strength of his adversaries, did not falter. He intensified the training of the Hung Min, enhancing the combat prowess of his team, while simultaneously seeking collaboration with the police to garner additional support. However, the Mafia and the Viper Gang did not afford Zhang Min ample time to prepare. They suddenly launched assaults on multiple strongholds of the Hung Min, thrusting them into a state of vulnerability. During a fierce confrontation, Huayan was tragically captured by the Mafia. Zhang Min, frantic with concern, recognized that his enemies intended to use her as leverage against him. In a bid to rescue Huayan, he resolved to undertake a perilous solo mission into enemy territory. With remarkable ingenuity and valor, he successfully infiltrated the headquarters of Mafia. There, he discovered Huayan imprisoned in a basement, surrounded by vigilant guards. Cautiously evading the patrolling enemies, Zhang Min inched closer to the basement. Just as he was about to open the door, he was spotted by the Mafia's second-in-command. A fierce chase ensued, with Zhang Min maneuvering through narrow corridors while battling his pursuers. Ultimately, he managed to elude them and rescue Huayan. Yet, their situation remained perilous. The Mafia and the Viper Gang would not relent in their pursuit. After escaping the Mafia stronghold, Zhang Min and Huayan found themselves still ensnared in danger. The Mafia and Viper Gang had laid an intricate web of traps throughout the city, launching a frenzied manhunt for them. Zhang Min, accompanied by Huayan, sought refuge in various hiding places, constantly shifting their location. During this tumultuous journey, they received assistance from a mysterious elder. Though he appeared unremarkable, he was, in fact, a retired master of the underworld, who revealed to Zhang Min a concealed passageway leading out of the city. However, just as they approached the entrance to this passage, the Viper Gang discovered their whereabouts. An intense gunfight erupted, and Zhang Min and Huayan fought valiantly while retreating. In a critical moment, Zhang Min stumbled upon the enemy's ammunition depot. Crafting a swift plan, he fired upon the depot, igniting a massive explosion that plunged the adversaries into chaos, allowing them to make their escape. Once outside the city, Zhang Min and Huayan did not pause in their flight. They understood that only by utterly defeating the Mafia and the Viper Gang could they attain true peace. They resolved to travel to a remote town, seeking an arms dealer who had previously clashed with the Mafia. This dealer possessed formidable firepower. Securing his support would significantly enhance their odds against the Mafia and the Viper Gang. In the town, Zhang Min and Huayan faced numerous trials before finally meeting the arms dealer. The dealer, moved by their courage and determination, agreed to assist them. Zhang Min returned to the city, equipped with new weaponry, to reunite with his brothers from the Huayan. Together, they devised a meticulous counteroffensive plan, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the Mafia and the Serpent Gang. As the day of battle dawned, Zhang Min led his team like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, launching a fierce assault on the enemy stronghold. However, the Mafia and the Serpent Gang were not to be underestimated. They resisted tenaciously, plunging the conflict into a stalemate. In that critical moment, the police also joined the fray. Zhang Min's prior collaboration with law enforcement had borne fruit, leading them to provide support at this crucial juncture. Under the combined assault of the police and Huayan, the Mafia and the Serpent Gang began to falter. Yet, amidst the chaos, the enemy leader managed to escape, retreating into a hidden underground fortress, intent on a resurgence. Zhang Min understood that allowing the enemy leader to evade capture would spell endless trouble. He assembled a team of elite fighters and diligently followed the clues left by the foe, ardently pursuing the leader's whereabouts. After a challenging search, they finally discovered the entrance to the deeply concealed fortress. However, the entrance was fraught with various mechanisms and traps, where moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction. Zhang Min meticulously surveyed the surroundings, relying on his keen intuition and extensive combat experience to successfully navigate one trap after another. Upon entering the fortress, they found themselves in a labyrinthine network of corridors. Yet, Zhang Min showed no signs of retreat, resolutely delving deeper into the stronghold. In the core area of the fortress, they finally encountered the last stand of the enemy leader. Accompanying him were fiercely loyal guards, each a ruthless desperado. A fierce showdown erupted, with bullets flying and blades flashing. Zhang Min led the charge, engaging in a desperate struggle against the adversaries. During the battle, one of Zhang Min's most trusted subordinates tragically fell, igniting a tempest of sorrow and fury within him, unleashing his full combat potential. Like an enraged lion, he became an unstoppable force. Ultimately, he breached the enemy's defenses, confronting the leader directly. The leader attempted to lure Zhang Min with promises of wealth and power, but Zhang Min remained unmoved, his eyes aflame with justice and vengeance. After a thrilling confrontation, Zhang Min triumphed over the leader, bringing him to justice. With the leader's capture, the Mafia and the Serpent Gang crumbled entirely, and the city finally regained its former peace and tranquility. Yet, Zhang Min knew that the path of safeguarding justice was unending. He resolved to continue leading the Huayan in their efforts to maintain societal stability. Just then, a mysterious letter arrived in Zhang Min's hands. The contents of the letter furrowed his brow, as it seemed yet another colossal crisis was looming on the horizon. As Zhang Min opened the enigmatic missive, he gasped in shock. It revealed the emergence of a deeper and more formidable criminal organization, one that had been orchestrating the actions of the previous Mafia and Serpent Gang from the shadows. now preparing to retaliate against Zhang Min and the Hongman. This criminal syndicate possessed an intricate web of connections across the globe, wielding immense resources and power. They dispatched their most elite assassins and strategists, vowing to eliminate Zhang Min. Aware of the unprecedented strength of his adversaries, Zhang Min felt no trepidation. He promptly convened the core members of the Hongmen to deliberate on countermeasures. Huayan proposed an alliance with other righteous organizations to collectively combat this criminal syndicate. Zhang Min deemed this a viable plan and began reaching out to potential allies. During this outreach, they encountered numerous obstacles. The criminal organization, leveraging its influence, sought to disrupt and sabotage Zhang Min's efforts at every turn. However, undeterred by these challenges, Zhang Min persevered and ultimately secured cooperative agreements with several formidable justice organizations. Just as they were poised to devise a joint operational strategy, the criminal group launched a sudden and fierce assault. They struck multiple key strongholds of the Hongmen and abducted several individuals close to Zhang Min, anxious and frantic. Zhang Min organized a rescue while simultaneously recalibrating his strategy. During one rescue operation, he fell into an enemy ambush. He and his team found themselves besieged in an abandoned building, with enemies converging from all directions. Remaining composed under pressure, Zhang Min directed his team in a valiant defense. They utilized the building's layout to outmaneuver their attackers. Just as their ammunition was dwindling and the situation appeared dire, Huayan arrived with reinforcements, successfully extricating them from peril. This setback prompted Zhang Min to approach his subsequent actions with heightened caution. Would they be able to uncover a glimmer of hope in this seemingly hopeless battle and vanquish the formidable criminal syndicate? After narrowly escaping with Huayan support, Zhang Min reassessed the situation and resolved to alter his tactics. He dispatched astute scouts to infiltrate the criminal organization, seeking to gather more intelligence. Concurrently, he collaborated closely with other righteous organizations to train an elite special operations team, preparing for a raid on the criminal group's core stronghold. After a prolonged, intense wait, the scouts finally relayed crucial intelligence. The criminal group was about to engage in a significant illegal transaction on a remote island. Without hesitation, Zhang Min led the special operations team and their allies to the island. Upon arrival, they found the criminal group's defenses alarmingly tight, with patrolling sentinels and surveillance equipment in abundance. Cautiously evading enemy detection, they gradually approached the transaction site. Just as they were nearing their objective, calamity struck. A fierce gust of wind uprooted the trees concealing them, exposing their position. The criminal group immediately launched a ferocious counterattack, gunfire raining down upon the island. Zhang Min stood resolute, commanding his team to engage bravely in combat. They entered a fierce exchange of fire, the battle escalating to a fever pitch. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Min identified the enemy's command center. Leading a handful of courageous warriors, he charged toward it, braving the hail of bullets. After a desperate struggle, they successfully seized control of the command center, disrupting the enemy's operations. Other righteous organizations seized the moment, mounting a comprehensive offensive and gradually gaining the upper hand. However, amidst the turmoil, the leader of the criminal syndicate attempted to escape on a speedboat. Zhang Min would not allow him to escape. Without hesitation, he leapt onto another speedboat, relentlessly pursuing. On the tumultuous sea, the two speedboats raced forward, churning up waves in their wake. Would Zhang Min succeed in apprehending the leader of the criminal organization and bringing him to justice? What conclusion awaited this battle between good and evil? Zhang Min piloted the speedboat, surging ahead at full throttle across the roiling waters in pursuit of the criminal leader. The sea breeze howled, and spray erupted as the vessels carved white trails through the waves. The head of the criminal group frequently turned to fire shots, attempting to thwart Zhang Min's approach. Zhang Min nimbly dodged the bullets, his gaze resolutely fixed on his target ahead. At that moment, a bullet struck the engine of Zhang Min's speedboat, causing it to lose power and slow down. The leader, witnessing this, erupted in triumphant laughter, believing he was on the brink of escape. Yet, Zhang Min refused to relent. He quickly seized a tool from nearby and began to repair the engine. In a moment of dire urgency, The engine roared back to life, and the speedboat surged forward once more. As the gap narrowed, Zhang Min leapt onto the leader's vessel. A fierce hand-to-hand combat ensued, both men grappling violently aboard the swaying speedboat, each move fraught with lethal peril. Drawing upon his indomitable will and exceptional fighting skills, Zhang Min gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he managed to subdue the leader and escort him back to the island. However, upon their return, they discovered that a portion of the criminal organization's members had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Zhang Min understood the necessity of eradicating evil completely. Otherwise, they would surely return. Thus, he and his comrades from the Justice Organization embarked on a relentless pursuit. They tracked down the fleeing criminals across the globe, bringing them to justice one by one. Throughout this arduous endeavor, Zhang Min and his team encountered countless obstacles and challenges. Some criminals concealed themselves in remote mountains, while others infiltrated bustling cities in an attempt to obscure their whereabouts. Nevertheless, driven by unwavering conviction and exceptional intellect, Zhang Min and his team overcame each hurdle, leaving no criminal unpunished. After a prolonged and grueling effort, the majority of the criminals were captured, and the organization was utterly dismantled. Zhang Min and his companions became heroes in the eyes of the public, their names etched in the annals of justice. Yet Zhang Min did not rest on his laurels. He knew that as long as evil existed in the world, his battle would persist. One tranquil night, he stood by the shore, gazing at the vast ocean, contemplating the road ahead. At that moment, Huayan approached and gently took his hand. Huayan, softly, no matter how many challenges lie ahead, I will always be by your side. Zhang Min, smiling with you by my side, I fear nothing. Their silhouettes appeared resolute beneath the moonlight, poised to embrace new missions and challenges. After the destruction of the criminal organization, Zhang Min and Huayan savored a rare tranquility. However, this peace was not destined to last long. One day, Zhang Min received a mysterious invitation, beckoning him to attend a clandestine conference in a distant land. The missive divulged little information, merely hinting that the gathering was intimately tied to the global security landscape. With a sense of trepidation and curiosity, Zhang Min resolved to uncover the truth. Upon his arrival at the venue, he discovered it to be a congregation of the world's foremost intelligence operatives and security experts. It was revealed that a formidable and enigmatic organization had resurfaced, operating in utmost secrecy while wreaking havoc on a global scale. This organization appeared to be orchestrating a grand conspiracy capable of upending the world's order. Aware that he could not remain an outsider, Zhang Min willingly joined a special task force comprised of elite members from various nations. Throughout their investigation, they uncovered that this clandestine group wielded advanced technology and formidable military power, possessing even the core secrets of certain nations. Zhang Min and his comrades toiled day and night, striving to unveil the organization's veil of secrecy. They traversed the globe, racing against time. However, each time they approached the truth, they were met with numerous obstacles and perilous threats. Someone was covertly leaking their operational plans, leading them into dire circumstances time and again. Zhang Min began to suspect that there might be a traitor within the task force. He discreetly initiated his own investigation while continuing to advance the inquiry into the mysterious organization. During a pivotal operation, Zhang Min finally uncovered the identity of the traitor. To his astonishment, the betrayer was a highly respected member of the team. How would Zhang Min confront this sudden treachery? Would they succeed in thwarting the nefarious designs of the enigmatic organization? After assuming control of the southern and northern Hongmen, Zhang Min's influence burgeoned, garnering widespread renown. His impact resonated not only within the underworld, but also captured the attention of the business and political realms. Leveraging his formidable strength and extensive connections, Zhang Min embarked on a profound reform of the Hongmen's internal structure. He introduced modern management practices and cultivated a cadre of loyal, capable young leaders, enhancing the organization's efficiency and order. However, this transformation incited jealousy and discontent among some established factions. They covertly conspired against Zhang Min, seeking to undermine his reform initiatives. During a crucial business negotiation, the opposing party abruptly changed their stance, presenting onerous conditions. Zhang Min astutely perceived the machinations behind the scenes and, after investigation, discovered that these adversarial factions were the culprits. He resolved to counterattack with resolute measures, personally leading his subordinates. He launched a series of punitive actions against those who were secretly plotting against him. Throughout this process, Zhang Min demonstrated exceptional leadership and decisive judgment. Not only did he successfully navigate the crisis, but he also solidified his standing within the Hongmen. At this juncture, a mysterious force from overseas quietly set its sights on Zhang Min and his Hongmen. This entity possessed substantial financial resources and advanced weaponry, seeking to capitalize on the internal turmoil within the Hongmen to seize control. Would Zhang Min be able to discern the machinations of this foreign threat and safeguard the fruits of his labor? Faced with the looming danger of this overseas force, Zhang Min remained utterly unperturbed. On one hand, he enhanced the intelligence-gathering operations of the Hongmen, while on the other, he forged alliances with other formidable domestic organizations to collectively resist foreign adversaries. During a clandestine intelligence exchange, Zhang Min's subordinates uncovered a critical stronghold of a mysterious force. Without hesitation, Zhang Min led an elite team to launch a surprise assault. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with the mysterious force inflicting significant casualties on Zhang Min's troops due to their advanced weaponry. Yet undaunted by the peril, Zhang Min charged bravely at the forefront, greatly boosting morale. After a bloody struggle, they successfully dismantled the stronghold and secured a wealth of valuable intelligence. However, the mysterious force was far from subdued. They dispatched top assassins with the intent to eliminate Zhang Min. One night, while driving home alone, Zhang Min fell into an ambush by the assassins. The assailants, highly trained and working in perfect synchrony, left Zhang Min in a dire predicament. In this critical moment, Huayan led reinforcements to arrive just in time. A thrilling street battle ensued, ultimately repelling the assassins, though Huayan sustained grave injuries. Zhang Min, filled with heartache, vowed to make the mysterious force pay a heavy price. Utilizing the intelligence he had gathered, he meticulously orchestrated a counteroffensive. On a stormy night, Zhang Min rallied the members of Hongmen and their allies to launch a full-scale assault on the headquarters of the mysterious force. The air was thick with the sounds of artillery and the haze of gunpowder. Zhang Min led from the front, engaging the enemy in a final, desperate struggle. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, the leader of the mysterious force activated a self-destruct mechanism, attempting to take everyone down with him. In that critical moment, could Zhang Min prevent the self-destruction and save everyone while completely vanquishing the mysterious force? With lightning speed, he dashed toward the self-destruct device, his gaze resolute and unwavering. The brothers of Hongmen, undeterred, closely followed Zhang Min into the final confrontation with the enemy. With his keen observational skills and exceptional intellect, Zhang Min ultimately deciphered the self-destruct device at the last possible moment, averting a catastrophic disaster. Yet, the smoke of battle had not yet cleared, and the remnants of the mysterious force still resisted fiercely. Zhang Min, understanding the necessity of eradicating evil completely, reorganized his team and continued the onslaught against the enemy. In the heat of battle, the brothers of Hongmen exhibited unparalleled courage and unity, fearlessly confronting death in their fight for justice and honor. Ultimately, after a harrowing fight, the mysterious force was utterly annihilated, granting Zhang Min and the Hongmen a decisive victory. However, this triumph did not grant them a moment's respite, for their actions had drawn the attention of other dark forces on the international stage. To solidify the hard-won peace, Zhang Min resolved to further expand the influence of the Hongmen, spreading the power of justice into broader realms. He initiated the establishment of liaison points around the globe, forging closer collaborations with other righteous organizations. Nevertheless, new challenges loomed. During a critical cooperation meeting, their partners suddenly fell victim to an armed assault by unknown assailants. Zhang Min immediately rallied the brothers of the southern and northern Hongmen to engage in rescue efforts. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the enemy. However, This attack made Zhang Min acutely aware that a more sinister force was manipulating events from behind the scenes, aiming to undermine their noble cause. Could Zhang Min unveil this hidden hand and safeguard the peace and justice for which they fought? Determined to unmask the shadowy figures, he and the core members of the Southern and Northern Hung Men embarked on an in-depth investigation into the assault. Following the threads of evidence, they discovered that the origins of this conspiracy pointed to an ancient and enigmatic family, which orchestrated a vast underground network, its influence deeply entrenched across multiple sectors. Zhang Min understood that opposing such a family would entail significant risks, yet he remained undaunted. He led the elite forces of the Southern and Northern Hung Men stealthily into the core areas controlled by the family. There, they encountered the family's private militia, well-trained and heavily armed. Nevertheless, Zhang Min and his brothers, armed with indomitable will and exceptional combat skills, repeatedly breached the enemy's defenses. As the investigation deepened, Zhang Min uncovered internal conflicts and dissent within the family. Some members were disillusioned with the extreme methods employed by the current rulers and began to secretly assist Zhang Min. With the support of these insiders, Zhang Min gradually acquired the family's core secrets and crucial evidence. Just as they prepared to expose the evidence and dismantle the family, the ruling members sensed the impending danger and resolved to gamble everything, igniting a full-scale war. The city's streets descended into chaos, gunfire echoing through the air. Zhang Min led his brothers of the Southern and Northern Hung Men into a heart-stopping final confrontation against the family's armed forces. In the midst of the raging conflict, could Zhang Min guide his comrades to ultimate victory? What repercussions would this climactic battle have on the world? Throughout this gripping showdown, Zhang Min and his brothers exhibited extraordinary courage and tenacity. Despite the enemy's ferocious firepower, they stood their ground resolutely, clinging fiercely to every inch of territory. After hours of intense skirmishes, the tide began to turn in favor of Zhang Min. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, the family's ruler unleashed a final trump card, a powerful bomb. The bomb was placed in the city center, and its detonation would yield catastrophic consequences. Zhang Min acted decisively, leading an elite team through a hail of bullets towards the bomb's location. In this critical moment, they raced against time to defuse the imminent threat. Zhang Min's heart raced. Sweat drenched his brow, yet his hands remained steady and resolute as he manipulated the bomb disposal tools. Meanwhile, his comrades fought valiantly outside, engaging in a desperate struggle against the enemy to buy him precious time. Finally, in the final moments before the bomb was set to explode, Zhang Min successfully disarmed it, preserving the city. This victory catapulted Zhang Min and the Southern and Northern Hung Men to fame, yet it also made them targets for even greater dark forces. A mysterious organization known as the Shadow Alliance has quietly risen, exhibiting a cunning and brutality surpassing that of previous adversaries. The Shadow Alliance has begun to sow chaos across the globe, attempting to incite discord and warfare among nations. Zhang Min, with keen insight, has detected the sinister plots of the Shadow Alliance and resolved to step forth once more to thwart a crisis that could potentially unleash worldwide catastrophe. He leads the Brothers of the Southern and Northern Hongs to engage in a cross-border confrontation with the Shadow Alliance. Their battles leave indelible marks in ancient castles of Europe, bustling metropolises of Asia, and the vast deserts of Africa. However, the Shadow Alliance appears to possess an unfathomable background and an unending supply of resources, making each clash fraught with uncertainty and peril. Can Zhang Min unravel the true intentions of the Shadow Alliance, disrupt their schemes, and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world? In the midst of fierce confrontations with the Shadow Alliance, Zhang Min and his team gradually uncover a colossal secret lurking behind this organization. It turns out that the Shadow Alliance has been in pursuit of a legendary and enigmatic treasure, said to possess the power to alter the very fabric of the world. To prevent the Shadow Alliance from acquiring this treasure, Zhang Min leads the elite members of the Southern and Northern Hongs into treacherous territories, diligently seeking clues to the treasure's whereabouts. They traverse dense jungles, scale perilous mountains, and endure countless trials and tribulations. During one expedition, they unexpectedly stumble upon an ancient relic concealed underground. The relic is replete with various mechanisms and puzzles. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. Yet, through his wisdom and courage, Zhang Min guides his companions step by step to unravel the enigmas, drawing closer to the treasure's location. However, just as they are on the verge of obtaining the treasure, the main forces of the Shadow Alliance arrive, igniting a fierce battle for the coveted prize. Amidst the fiery chaos and deafening shouts of battle, Zhang Min leads the charge, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the leader of the Shadow Alliance. Just as Zhang Min begins to gain the upper hand, the leader unexpectedly resorts to a treacherous tactic, inflicting severe injury upon Zhang Min. In this critical moment, the brothers of the Southern and Northern Hongs fiercely resist, buying Zhang Min the time he needs to recover. Revitalized, Zhang Min unleashes a formidable power, ultimately vanquishing the leader of the Shadow Alliance and successfully claiming the treasure. Yet, before they can celebrate, they discover that the treasure harbors a far more dreadful curse. Unless this curse is lifted, it will bring catastrophic disaster upon the world. Can Zhang Min uncover a method to dispel the curse and save the world from impending doom? Faced with the terrifying curse upon the treasure, Zhang Min is acutely aware of the urgency of time. He, along with the brothers of the Southern and Northern Hongs, must evade the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Alliance while searching for clues to lift the curse. During their flight, they receive guidance from a mysterious figure of the underworld. This sage reveals that to break the curse, they must locate 3 sacred artifacts scattered across the globe and conduct a mystical ritual at a specific time and place. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Min leads his companions on a quest to find the sacred artifacts. They journeyed through perilous tropical rainforests, the desolate depths of arid deserts, and the heavily fortified confines of ancient castles. Within the tropical rainforest, they encountered ferocious beasts and inclement weather, resulting in numerous injuries among the brethren. Yet, Zhang Min ceaselessly encouraged everyone, refusing to relinquish a glimmer of hope. In the desert, they faced treacherous quicksand and the onslaught of bandits, nearly leading to their complete annihilation. Ultimately, after enduring numerous trials, they succeeded in gathering the 3 sacred artifacts. However, the Shadow Alliance did not relent. On the eve of the ritual, the Shadow Alliance launched a massive assault once more. This battle was even more brutal, with heavy casualties among the brothers of the Southern and Northern Hung men. Yet, Zhang Min understood that retreat was not an option. Only by successfully conducting the ritual to lift the curse could they save everyone. Amidst the chaos of war, Zhang Min and his brethren fought valiantly, finally reaching the moment the ritual commenced. As a mysterious light emanated from the sacred artifacts, the power of the curse began to wane. Just then, the leader of the Shadow Alliance surged forth, attempting to disrupt the ceremony. Would Zhang Min be able to thwart the leader at the last moment, ensuring the successful completion of the ritual and the salvation of the world and his brethren? Chapter 4. The bounty of the underworld. At the moment when the leader of the Shadow Alliance was about to disrupt the ritual, Zhang Min unleashed an unprecedented force, charging towards the leader with the fury of a tempest, engaging in a final life-and-death confrontation. The techniques wielded by both combatants were sharp and fierce, each clash generating powerful gusts of energy. Zhang Min's heart was fueled by a singular conviction: the completion of the ritual must be safeguarded. His gaze was resolute as iron. Each strike aimed to be fatal. Meanwhile, the brothers of the Southern and Northern Halls rose in defiance, staunchly blocking the other members of the Shadow Alliance, buying Zhang Min precious time. After a breathtaking battle, Zhang Min finally discerned a flaw in the leader's defense and delivered a lethal blow. The leader collapsed to the ground, and the morale of the Shadow Alliance shattered in an instant. The ritual was successfully completed at this critical juncture, and the power of the curse dissipated entirely. Yet before Zhang Min and his brothers could exhale in relief, a new crisis quietly emerged. Their fierce confrontation with the Shadow Alliance had drawn the attention of Interpol. The organization deemed Zhang Min and the Southern and Northern Hall's actions as transgressions beyond legal boundaries, deciding to initiate a comprehensive manhunt. Zhang Min understood that although they fought for justice, a reasonable explanation was necessary in the eyes of the law. Consequently, he resolved to engage in an intellectual contest with Interpol. He sent Huayan to negotiate with the organization, elucidating the truth of the situation and the hardships behind their actions. Simultaneously, he led his brothers into temporary concealment, covertly gathering evidence to demonstrate that their actions were aimed at preventing a greater catastrophe. Within this process, divisions arose within Interpol. Some believed that Zhang Min and his companions were indeed saving the world and deserved a measure of leniency, while others insisted on strict adherence to the law, advocating for their capture. Would Zhang Min succeed in persuading Interpol to grant him and the southern and northern halls a sliver of hope? And lurking behind this conflict, were there other forces manipulating events from the shadows, aiming to bring about their demise? Amidst the fervent debates within Interpol, Huayan, armed with clear logic and a moving narrative, gradually garnered understanding and support from a faction. However, a stubborn contingent remained steadfast in their pursuit of Zhang Min and the southern and northern halls. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Zhang Min received shocking news. The hardliners within Interpol were intricately linked to a burgeoning criminal syndicate. This syndicate sought to expand its influence in the underworld by suppressing the southern and northern halls. Determined not to remain passive any longer, Zhang Min meticulously orchestrated a counterattack. He utilized the evidence he had previously gathered to expose the collusion between the criminal syndicate and certain individuals within Interpol, causing a significant uproar. This revelation compelled the higher echelons of Interpol to reassess their stance towards Zhang Min and the southern and northern halls, halting the manhunt and establishing a dedicated investigative team. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min collaborated with the investigative team, providing further intelligence regarding the criminal syndicate. Through their close cooperation, the crimes of the syndicate gradually came to light. However, the criminal organization was not one to surrender easily. Driven by desperation, they resorted to a heinous act, kidnapping pivotal members of the International Criminal Police Organization's investigative team, seeking to coerce Zhang Min and his team into halting their pursuits. Zhang Min was acutely aware that this was a battle from which there could be no retreat. He rallied the elite forces of the southern and northern Hongmen, embarking on a heart-stopping rescue mission against the criminal syndicate. In the confines of an abandoned factory, fierce gunfire erupted between the two factions, with bullets flying and smoke enveloping the air. Leading from the front, Zhang Min charged ahead and ultimately located the kidnapped individuals. However, just as success seemed within reach, the head of the criminal group activated the factory's self-destruct mechanism, intent on obliterating everyone within. Would Zhang Min be able to lead his comrades to safety before the factory erupted in flames and capture the entire criminal organization? As the countdown to destruction echoed ominously, Zhang Min's mind raced with possibilities. Quickly surveying the surroundings, he discerned a potential escape route. "Follow me," he bellowed, guiding the others toward the passage. The members of the criminal group unleashed a torrent of gunfire in a frenzied attempt to thwart their escape. Yet, the brothers of the southern and northern Hongmen stood resolute, bravely retaliating to buy precious seconds for their escape. Zhang Min forged ahead, skillfully evading bullets and falling debris. Just as they neared the exit, a massive steel beam crashed down, obstructing their path. "Together, push it aside," Zhang Min commanded. United in purpose, they managed to shift the beam just in time. In the final seconds, they successfully fled the factory, which erupted into ruins moments later. Although they had narrowly escaped, the leader of the criminal group vanished amidst the chaos. Zhang Min understood that as long as the leader lived, malice would persist. After a brief respite, Zhang Min and his team resumed their pursuit of the criminal mastermind, following leads that took them through various cities. Along the way, they encountered unforeseen challenges and obstacles. The criminal organization had infiltrated numerous locales, continually complicating Zhang Min's efforts. Yet, with unwavering conviction and exceptional leadership, he transformed peril into opportunity time and again. Ultimately, they traced the criminal leader to a secluded island. The island was heavily fortified, and Zhang Min's team stealthily approached, preparing for a decisive confrontation. Just as they were about to launch their attack, they discovered the island was laden with explosives and traps. How would Zhang Min navigate this precarious situation? Could they successfully apprehend the criminal leader and conclude this protracted struggle? Faced with the daunting array of explosives and traps on the island, Zhang Min resolved to delay a direct assault. Instead, he dispatched his most skilled reconnaissance brother to cautiously scout the island's perimeter, aiming to uncover the location of the explosive control devices and the layout of the traps. Following a tense and meticulous investigation, they unearthed crucial clues. It became evident that the control device for the explosives was concealed within a small shack at the island's center. While the traps were predominantly situated along the essential routes leading to the shack, Zhang Min acted decisively, formulating a strategy of diversionary tactics. He divided the team into two groups. One on one side of the island created a tremendous commotion to draw the enemy's attention, while the other group stealthily approached the cabin along a previously scouted, relatively safe route, taking advantage of the distraction. As the battle erupted, the group responsible for the feigned attack unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the deafening sounds of gunshots and explosions reverberating through the air. As anticipated, the enemy was lured in, rushing to reinforce the direction of the diversion. Meanwhile, under Zhang Min's leadership, the other group advanced silently and swiftly, skillfully dodging one trap after another until they neared the cabin. However, just as they were about to enter, an enemy lookout spotted them, and gunfire erupted instantaneously. Undaunted, Zhang Min took the lead and charged into the cabin, engaging in a fierce struggle with the foes inside. After a brutal confrontation, they successfully seized control of the explosive device, neutralizing the threat. Yet, amidst the chaos, the leader of the criminal organization attempted to escape the island via speedboat. Zhang Min could not allow his escape. He quickly rallied a few brothers and boarded another speedboat, embarking on a thrilling chase across the tumultuous sea. On the surging waters, the two speedboats raced past, sending enormous splashes into the air. Would Zhang Min be able to apprehend the leader of the criminal organization and bring him to justice? What unforeseen crisis would this pursuit unleash? As Zhang Min accelerated the speedboat, gradually closing the gap with the criminal leader, Huayan stood beside him, gripping her weapon tightly, her gaze resolutely fixed on the fleeing vessel ahead. Just as they seemed poised to catch up, the leader suddenly turned and fired, the bullets whistling through the sea breeze. Zhang Min deftly maneuvered the speedboat to evade the shots while simultaneously accelerating closer. At last, the two boats were side by side. Zhang Min leaped onto the leader's boat, with Huayan following closely behind, and together they engaged the leader and his henchmen in a fierce melee. In the fray, Huayan was unfortunate enough to be struck in the arm by the leader, yet she bore the excruciating pain and continued to fight. Witnessing this, Zhang Min's fury ignited, and he intensified his assault, forcing the enemy to retreat. At that moment, the leader seized the opportunity to fire again, this time aiming at Zhang Min. In a split second, Huayan threw herself in front of Zhang Min, and the bullet struck her shoulder. Huayan! Zhang Min roared, unleashing a surge of extraordinary strength to subdue the leader. They successfully captured him, but Huayan's injuries were severe. Anxious and frantic, Zhang Min immediately piloted the speedboat back to shore, rushing Huayan to the hospital. After urgent care, she was out of life-threatening danger. Zhang Min remained by her bedside, filled with guilt and gratitude. Just then, news arrived from within the Hongmen. Some previously suppressed rival factions, taking advantage of Zhang Min's absence, were attempting to rise again and disrupt the order of the Hongmen. Zhang Min found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he needed to care for the gravely injured Huayan, and on the other, the crisis facing the Hongmen required his resolution. How should he choose? And how would Huayan support him? Gazing at the still unconscious Huayan, Zhang Min's heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet he was acutely aware that the Hongmen needed him at this moment. Gently grasping Huayan's hand, he whispered in her ear, "Huayan, wait for my return." Zhang Min turned and departed from the hospital, filled with rage and resolute determination as he made his way back to the Hongmen. Those rival factions, upon hearing of Zhang Min's return, felt a twinge of apprehension but were still intent on fighting to the death. Swiftly, Zhang Min rallied the loyal brothers of the Hongmen, strategizing their response. Thus commenced a brutal conflict within the underworld, with tension permeating the streets. During a fierce confrontation, Zhang Min found himself surrounded. At a critical moment, leveraging his extraordinary courage and martial prowess, he carved a bloody path to escape. However, he sustained grave injuries in the process. Just as he was still recovering, Huayan unexpectedly discharged herself in the hospital and returned to his side. Despite her weakened condition, Huayan devoted herself entirely to assisting Zhang Min in stabilizing the situation. Through their combined efforts, the opposing forces were gradually dismantled, and the Hongmen's position was once again fortified. Yet, just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, a mysterious organization emerged quietly. This organization operated with sinister motives and brutal methods, seemingly intent on overturning the entire order of the underworld. Would Zhang Min and Huayan be able to unveil the secrets of this enigmatic organization and safeguard the hard-won peace they had achieved? Faced with the threat posed by this mysterious group, Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to take the initiative. They began covertly investigating the organization's background and movements, leaving no stone unturned. After arduous tracking and inquiry, they uncovered that a vast international criminal network was supporting this enigmatic organization, involved in nefarious activities such as drug trafficking and human trafficking. Zhang Min and Huayan understood that to utterly dismantle this mysterious organization, they must sever the criminal network supporting it. They decided to collaborate with Interpol, formulating a meticulous plan of attack. However, as they executed their strategy, they encountered numerous challenges and obstacles. The mysterious organization sensed the impending danger, intensifying their defenses and launching a frenzied campaign of retaliation against Zhang Min and Huayan. Their residence was attacked, and friends and brothers were threatened. Nevertheless, Zhang Min and Huayan did not falter. They steadfastly upheld the glimmer of justice amidst the darkness. During a pivotal operation, a traitor emerged within Zhang Min's ranks, resulting in a catastrophic failure and significant casualties. Zhang Min plunged into deep remorse and doubt, growing wary of everyone around him. Huayan continually encouraged him, urging him to regain his composure. They meticulously retraced their clues, identifying the traitor, and prepared for the final showdown. On the eve of the decisive battle, Zhang Min received a mysterious letter revealing a shocking secret about the enigmatic organization. What could this secret hold? Could Zhang Min and Huayan leverage this revelation to turn the tide and achieve ultimate victory? Upon opening the letter, Zhang Min's expression changed dramatically. It disclosed that the leader of the mysterious organization had intricate ties to one of his most trusted elders within the Hongmen, an elder who had remained deeply hidden while orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. This astonishing revelation plunged Zhang Min into profound anguish and turmoil. On one hand, he struggled to accept that a once respected elder had turned out to be a traitor. On the other hand, he had to confront reality and devise a means to navigate this intricate situation. Huayan perceived Zhang Min's inner turmoil and grasped his hand tightly, offering him strength and support. Zhang Min, regardless of the circumstances, we must face this together. Huayan's gaze was resolute and unwavering. Zhang Min nodded, resolving to temporarily conceal this information to prevent panic and chaos within Hongmen. They continued to prepare for the decisive battle, while closely monitoring the elders' every move. At long last, the day of reckoning arrived. Zhang Min led the brothers of Hongmen into a fierce confrontation with a mysterious organization in a desolate industrial area. Amidst the hail of gunfire, Zhang Min charged forward, his heart ablaze with rage and a sense of duty that made him oblivious to the imminent dangers. Huayan was equally formidable, directing a portion of their brothers to launch a flanking attack, coordinating seamlessly with Zhang Min's maneuvers. However, just as the battle reached its zenith, the elder unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield, attempting to persuade Zhang Min to abandon resistance and join their ranks. Zhang Min glared fiercely, rebuking, "You traitor, today marks your end." The elder let out a cold laugh and commanded his subordinates to intensify their assault on Zhang Min. In this life-and-death moment, would Zhang Min be able to see through the elder's treachery and lead his brothers to victory? What fateful twist would this decisive battle bring them? Undeterred by the elder's threats and temptations, Zhang Min bellowed, "Today is your demise. I shall cleanse the Hongmen." With that, he recklessly charged toward the elder. Recognizing the urgency, Huayan commanded their brothers to bolster their offensive, creating an opportunity for Zhang Min. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, and the cacophony of battle cries was deafening. Witnessing Zhang Min's unwavering resolve, the elder felt a surge of dread, yet he feigned composure, directing his men to resist with all their might. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, Zhang Min suddenly spotted a chink in the elder's defenses. Seizing the moment, he broke through the lines like lightning, bearing down on the elder. Panic-stricken, the elder attempted to flee, but Zhang Min seized him with a firm grip. "You traitor! Meet your end!" Zhang Min's eyes widened in fury, poised to strike when suddenly a gunshot rang out. "Watch out!" Huayan cried in alarm. Zhang Min sidestepped to evade the shot, only to sustain a graze on his shoulder. He scanned the area, realizing that hidden snipers lurked among the ranks of the mysterious organization. The situation grew increasingly perilous. Fully aware that time was of the essence, Zhang Min forced the elder into submission, using him as a hostage in a bid to compel the mysterious organization to surrender. Yet, the members of the organization remained unyielding, continuing their frenzied assault. At that moment, police reinforcements arrived. The sound of sirens intermingled with gunfire, creating a chaotic symphony. Cornered by the joint efforts of the police and Hong Min, the mysterious organization began to falter. Just when victory seemed within reach, the elder under Zhang Min's control suddenly broke free, attempting to escape. Would Zhang Min allow him to slip away? How would this battle conclude? Zhang Min would never permit the elder to escape easily. He bore the pain in his shoulder and lunged forward, once again bringing the elder crashing to the ground. "You cannot escape," Zhang Min shouted with fury. At this moment, the police had successfully apprehended the majority of the members of the enigmatic organization, and the situation was gradually becoming clearer. The elder, realizing escape was futile, revealed a sinister grin, declaring, "Zhang Min, even if I fall, there will be more who come to trouble you." Zhang Min retaliated with a fierce punch to the elder's face, proclaiming, "I fear nothing. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil." At that moment, Huayan noticed a small faction of the mysterious organization seizing the opportunity to hijack a police car, attempting to flee the scene. "Zhang Min, we cannot let them escape," Huayan shouted. Without hesitation, Zhang Min ordered a portion of the Hong Min brothers to secure the area while he led the others towards the hijacked police vehicle. Just as the police car was about to break through the blockade, Zhang Min leaped onto the hood, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the criminals inside. After a fierce battle, Zhang Min successfully subdued the assailants and rescued the police car. However, in the aftermath of this turmoil, both Zhang Min and Huayan understood that although they had thwarted the mysterious organization for now, the dark forces behind it would not relent. They resolved to enhance Hong Min's defenses and intelligence gathering while forging a closer partnership with the police. Yet a mysterious phone call interrupted their plans. As a foreboding voice on the other end intoned, "This is merely the beginning, Zhang Min." Who was the owner of that voice? What new challenges awaited Zhang Min and Huayan? Upon hearing the chilling threat, Zhang Min's gaze turned icy as he responded firmly, "Whoever you are, I await your arrival." He then decisively ended the call. Huayan stepped forward, her expression filled with concern. "Zhang Min, it seems the days ahead will not be tranquil." Zhang Min grasped her hand tightly, offering a resolute look. "Do not fear. As long as we are together, no obstacle is insurmountable." In preparation for the impending crisis, Zhang Min and Huayan initiated a comprehensive reform of Hong Min. They intensified training for their members, enhanced the efficiency of their intelligence network, and actively stockpiled strategic resources. Meanwhile, the forces behind the mysterious voice were also operating in the shadows, attempting to infiltrate Hong Min, sow discord, and create chaos. Some members began to question Zhang Min's leadership, revealing signs of internal division. Aware that stabilizing morale was imperative, Zhang Min delivered a passionate speech at a crucial Hong Min meeting. "Brothers, we have weathered storms together. Now, someone seeks to undermine our unity, and we must not allow them to succeed." Huayan supported him, her sincerity and determination resonating with the crowd. Through their efforts, Hong Min temporarily regained its stability. Just then, They received alarming news that the mysterious forces were plotting a terrorist attack on significant city infrastructures, intending to incite social panic. Zhang Min and Huayan immediately rallied the Hongmin brothers, cooperating with the police to launch an investigation. Throughout their inquiry, they faced numerous assassination attempts and ambushes from mysterious forces. Yet, time and again, they managed to turn peril into safety through their indomitable will and exceptional skills. At long last, they unearthed the pivotal clues behind the terrorist attack, successfully averting its occurrence. Yet, this was merely a guise orchestrated by a mysterious force, whose true intentions lay elsewhere. Would Zhang Min and Huayan be able to unravel the sinister plot of this enigmatic power and safeguard the Hongmin and the city as security? Just as they had managed to thwart the terrorist assault, Zhang Min and Huayan were taken aback by a shocking revelation. The real objective of the mysterious force was to seize control of the city's economic lifeline. Through a series of intricate financial maneuvers, they endeavored to plunge the city's major enterprises into a crisis of bankruptcy, thereby achieving their goal of economic dominion. Zhang Min promptly convened the think tank of the Hongmin to analyze the situation and formulate counter-strategies. Meanwhile, Huayan leveraged her connections within the business realm to gather intelligence and search for vulnerabilities within the mysterious force. During this investigation, they uncovered a troubling alliance between this force and certain corrupt officials who provided protection and facilitation for their illicit activities. Zhang Min resolved to adopt a dual approach. He would rally forces to counter the financial onslaught of the mysterious force, while simultaneously collecting evidence to expose the crimes of the corrupt officials. However, the mysterious force soon became aware of Zhang Min's actions and retaliated with increasing ferocity. They kidnapped several of Zhang Min's trusted associates, threatening him to cease his resistance. Caught in a harrowing dilemma, Zhang Min understood that retreat at this juncture would signify utter failure. Encouraged by Huayan, he resolved to persevere. Zhang Min, we cannot allow them to prevail. We must rescue everyone. With her unwavering support, Zhang Min decided to take a bold risk. He collaborated closely with the police to orchestrate a meticulously planned rescue operation. On a tempestuous night, the operation commenced. Zhang Min led the brothers of Hongmin in a raid alongside the police on the hideout of the mysterious force. After a fierce battle, they successfully liberated the kidnapped individuals. But the leader of the mysterious force managed to escape amidst the chaos. Could Zhang Min and Huayan apprehend the leader and utterly dismantle the sinister conspiracy? Gazing in the direction of the fleeing leader, Zhang Min and Huayan's eyes brimmed with determination and resolve. They understood that allowing the leader to evade capture would pose a greater threat, and thus they had to pursue him with urgency. With the police's aid, they swiftly initiated a large-scale manhunt. Every corner of the city was teeming with surveillance, yet the leader of the mysterious force seemed to have vanished without a trace. Just as anxiety began to grip the team, Huayan received an anonymous email. The message contained a cryptic address, suggesting that the leader might be concealed there. Zhang Min and Huayan decided to investigate personally. The location was an abandoned factory, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. They cautiously stepped into the premises, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence, and bullets whizzed past them. Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly sought cover, engaging in an intense gunfight with the hidden adversaries. During the exchange of fire, Zhang Min discerned a discernible pattern in the enemy's firepower distribution. Utilizing his keen insight, he deduced that the leader's hiding place was in the basement of the factory. As they maneuvered against their adversaries, they gradually approached the basement. Upon breaching the entrance, they discovered the leader poised to activate a self-destruction device, intending to perish alongside them. Zhang Min surged forward, engaging the leader in a fierce duel, while Huayan sought a means to deactivate the device. Time passed relentlessly, and Zhang Min began to gain the upper hand, successfully subduing the leader. In a stroke of fortune, Huayan discovered the crucial key to disabling the device just in the nick of time, averting catastrophe. Just as they believed the ordeal had concluded, news from the police revealed that the enigmatic forces were stirring again in other regions. Would Zhang Min and Huayan once more thwart the sinister machinations of these mysterious entities and safeguard the tranquility of the city? Upon hearing of the new developments from a shadowy faction, Zhang Min and Huayan promptly convened with the police to devise a counter-strategy. Through meticulous investigation, they uncovered that the shadowy entities had set their sights on the city's energy supply system, aiming to incite widespread chaos by orchestrating a monumental blackout. Zhang Min was acutely aware that a disruption in the energy supply would yield dire consequences. He swiftly mobilized the elite forces of the Hongmen, collaborating with the police to bolster defenses at critical energy facilities. Meanwhile, Huayan employed her exceptional analytical skills to sift through a vast array of information, seeking valuable leads that could expose the shadowy faction's specific operational plans. During this intense preparation, Zhang Min received an enigmatic letter revealing the identity of a member within the shadowy faction who was willing to assist. Deciding to take a calculated risk, he arranged to meet this mysterious individual in a dimly lit alley, where the atmosphere was palpably tense. Upon the mysterious figure's arrival, Zhang Min felt a flicker of doubt, yet he chose to place his trust in the stranger in pursuit of crucial intelligence. The informant divulged vital information. The shadowy faction had implanted a novel virus program within the energy system that would be exceedingly difficult to dismantle once activated. Immediately, Zhang Min and Huayan assembled a team of technical experts to devise strategies against this viral program. However, time was of the essence, as the shadowy faction had already commenced their operation, plunging parts of the city into darkness. Could Zhang Min lead the charge to thwart the nefarious plot at the last moment and restore light to the city? Amid the chaos of the city shrouded in darkness, Zhang Min rallied the Hongmen brothers and the police to swiftly take action. Following the leads provided by the informant, they split into several teams, racing towards the energy control center. Along the way, they encountered numerous obstacles and fierce resistance set by the shadowy faction. Yet undeterred, Zhang Min and his comrades employed their formidable skills and seamless coordination to surmount each challenge. Huayan, coordinating from the rear, ensured that communication flowed freely among all parties. She vigilantly monitored the situation's evolution, continuously providing support and strategic counsel to the teams on the front lines. At long last, they reached the energy control center. However, the core members of the shadowy faction awaited them, ready for a climactic confrontation. With a fierce battle cry, Zhang Min charged headlong into the fray, engaging the enemy in a desperate struggle for survival. The members of the Hongmen Brotherhood fought valiantly, and the control center was soon engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries. After a fierce struggle, Zhang Min and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. However, just as they were on the verge of securing the situation, the leader of the mysterious force took a technician hostage, threatening Zhang Min and his team to cease their actions. With a steely gaze, Zhang Min remained unfazed, advancing step by step toward the leader. "If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill him," the leader shouted in desperation. Zhang Min coldly replied, "You cannot escape today. Surrender your weapon, and perhaps you may be granted a chance at survival." As the standoff continued, Huayan stealthily maneuvered from behind, seizing the opportunity to subdue the leader and successfully rescue the technician. With the capture of the leader of the mysterious force, order was finally restored. Under the protection of the police and the Hongmen, the technicians swiftly eradicated the virus program, and the city gradually returned to light. Yet, in the aftermath of this turmoil, whispers circulated in the underworld, suggesting that a more formidable hand was orchestrating events from the shadows. This unseen force harbored deep dissatisfaction with Zhang Min and the Hongmen's actions, issuing a bounty for their heads. How will Zhang Min and Huayan confront this new wave of peril? Will the Hongmen find themselves ensnared in an even greater predicament? Chapter 5. The painful cost faced with the deadly pursuit of the underworld. Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to take the initiative and seek out the shadowy mastermind behind the threats. They disseminated information within the criminal circles, asserting their fearlessness in the face of danger, while simultaneously conducting a covert investigation into the identity and movements of the elusive antagonist. During their inquiries, they uncovered that the mastermind had intricate ties with several other criminal factions, seemingly orchestrating a grander conspiracy. Zhang Min decided to leverage the influence of the Hongmen, seeking to rally some neutral factions to collectively combat the hidden foe. Huayan, employing her diplomatic prowess, engaged in negotiations and discussions with the leaders of various gangs. After considerable effort, they successfully forged an alliance against the mastermind. However, the antagonists soon became aware of Zhang Min and his associates' actions and began to sow discord and undermine the alliance. Internal strife and disagreement surfaced, leading some factions to waver. Understanding the necessity of maintaining morale, Zhang Min convened all the alliance leaders and delivered a passionate and stirring speech, underscoring the importance of unity and their resolute determination to confront the hidden threat. Through Zhang Min's endeavors, unity was momentarily restored within the alliance. Yet at this critical juncture, the antagonist dispatched an elite team of assassins to eliminate Zhang Min and Huayan. During an outing, they fell victim to an ambush by the assassins, leading to an intense chase and gunfight through the narrow streets. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Min, utilizing his familiarity with the terrain, led Huayan into a secret refuge. As the assassins scoured the vicinity, Zhang Min and Huayan held their breath within, contemplating their escape. Just as they were about to take a daring risk, a commotion erupted outside. It was the brothers of the Hongmen and reinforcements from the alliance arriving on the scene. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and Huayan burst forth from their hiding place, joining the support team to annihilate the assassins completely. Yet, they understood this was merely a trial run from the antagonist. The true battle lay ahead. Having survived this harrowing assassination attempt, Zhang Min and Huayan grew increasingly vigilant and resolute. They recognized that to unearth the mastermind entirely, they must infiltrate the enemy's ranks in search of critical clues. Utilizing her extensive network, Huayan learned that a key subordinate of the antagonist had recently been frequenting a clandestine casino. Zhang Min resolved to infiltrate the casino personally to approach this pivotal figure. Inside the casino, Zhang Min skillfully disguised himself, mingling with a variety of characters, ultimately drawing the attention of the subordinate. Using his wit and eloquence, he successfully gained the subordinate's trust. As their interactions deepened, Zhang Min gradually uncovered secrets of the antagonist's illicit dealings and hidden strongholds. However, his actions aroused the antagonist's suspicions, and the atmosphere within the casino grew increasingly tense. Just as Zhang Min prepared to withdraw, he was recognized by the antagonist's men, igniting a fierce chase and gunfight within the casino. Huayan, stationed outside, navigated through numerous obstacles in her vehicle, ultimately rescuing Zhang Min from the adversary's encirclement. However, their actions had inadvertently alarmed the enemy, prompting the shadowy organization to bolster their defenses and launch a ferocious assault on the Anti-Shadow Alliance. The alliance's strongholds were besieged, resulting in significant casualties among its members. Zhang Min and Huayan were engulfed in profound guilt and anxiety. At this critical juncture, a mysterious stranger approached them, claiming to possess knowledge of the Shadow's fatal weakness, but he required a condition to be met by Zhang Min and Huayan. Who is this enigmatic figure? And what is his condition? Can Zhang Min and Huayan leverage this lead to turn the tide of the conflict? Despite their skepticism regarding the stranger's intentions, Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to hear him out during this perilous hour. The stranger demanded that, upon the successful completion of their endeavor, they assist him in seizing a crucial territory in exchange for his intelligence. Aware that this could ignite further conflict, they nonetheless acquiesced for the sake of defeating the Shadow. The stranger revealed that the Shadow possessed a secret vault, housing all his criminal evidence and immense wealth. Securing this vault would spell doom for the Shadow. Immediately, Zhang Min and Huayan convened the core members of the alliance to devise a meticulous plan. They orchestrated a feint, dispatching a portion of their forces to create chaos within the Shadow's territory to divert his attention, while stealthily leading an elite team to infiltrate the location of the vault. However, during the operation, they encountered numerous traps and stringent defenses. Each step forward was fraught with peril, yet Zhang Min and Huayan pressed on valiantly, guiding their comrades forward. Just as they were on the verge of unlocking the vault, the Shadow arrived with a legion of henchmen, revealing that their scheme had been uncovered. A fierce showdown erupted within the vault, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. Bullets flew, blood spilled, and the scene was extraordinarily brutal. In a moment of critical urgency, Zhang Min discovered a self-destruct mechanism within the vault and conceived a plan. Could he utilize this device to turn the tide? Would they succeed in seizing control of the vault and bringing the Shadow to justice? With decisive action, Zhang Min feigned an attempt to activate the self-destruct mechanism, eliciting chaos among the Shadow's ranks. In a state of disarray, the Shadow commanded his men to halt their assault and focus on thwarting Zhang Min. Seizing the opportunity amidst the enemy's confusion, Huayan led the elite forces of the Alliance in a rapid counterattack. The Shadow's forces were caught off guard, suffering heavy losses. However, the countdown of the self-destruct mechanism continued unabated. Zhang Min managed to avert disaster at the last moment, but the Shadow seized the opportunity to escape the vault. With no time to catch their breath, Zhang Min and Huayan immediately pursued him. A breathtaking chase unfolded through the city streets. The Shadow, leveraging his familiarity with the terrain, continuously altered his route in an attempt to elude capture. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Shadow's forces were rallying to provide assistance. Zhang Min and Huayan understood that if they allowed the Shadow to escape, recapturing him would prove exceedingly difficult. They relentlessly pursued him, engaging in fierce gunfire with the Shadow's reinforcements. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Zhang Min discerned a flaw in the vehicle utilized by the shadowy assailants. With unerring precision, he discharged his weapon, shattering the tires of the vehicle. The automobile careened out of control, crashing into a nearby edifice. The assailant emerged from the wreckage, cornered and desperate, yet he remained unwilling to surrender, attempting one final act of defiance. At that moment, law enforcement arrived, encircling the nefarious figure. It was revealed that Huayan had discreetly alerted the authorities in advance, seeking their assistance. The assailant was ultimately apprehended. However, Zhang Min and Huayan realized that their agreement with the enigmatic stranger was imminent. Would this mysterious individual uphold his promise, or would he bring forth new tribulations? Furthermore, what transformations awaited the criminal underworld in the aftermath of this tumultuous encounter? With the capture of the assailant, Zhang Min and Huayan momentarily exhaled in relief. Yet, the agreement with the enigmatic stranger loomed over them like a dark cloud. Soon, the stranger sought them out, demanding that they fulfill their commitment. Zhang Min understood that aiding the stranger in seizing territory would undoubtedly incite a new wave of gang conflict, yet to renege would tarnish their reputation. After considerable reflection, Zhang Min resolved to negotiate with the stranger. He asserted that before assisting him, a series of regulations must be established to ensure that the struggle for territory would not result in excessive collateral damage and chaos. Although reluctant, the stranger recognized that without the support of Zhang Min and Huayan, achieving his objectives would be arduous, and he ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Min's conditions. As they prepared for action, they discovered that rival factions in the underworld were also coveting the territory, complicating the situation further. Huayan proposed allying with more temperate factions to collectively confront their ambitious adversaries. Zhang Min embraced her counsel and began earnest outreach and negotiations with various factions. However, just as they believed they had the situation under control, the mysterious stranger betrayed them. He clandestinely colluded with a powerful criminal faction, intending to eliminate Zhang Min and Huayan post-territorial acquisition. Upon uncovering the stranger's treachery, Zhang Min and Huayan were incensed. They resolved to take the initiative, exposing the stranger's duplicity and uniting with other deceived factions to combat this malevolent alliance. An unprecedented gang war was on the horizon. Would Zhang Min and Huayan be able to uphold justice amidst the chaos and safeguard their interests and those of their brethren? On the eve of battle, Zhang Min and Huayan prepared with palpable tension. They fortified their defenses while actively courting additional allies. Yet, the enemy's maneuvers exceeded their expectations. One fateful night, the adversaries launched a ferocious assault. Zhang Min rallied his comrades to resist, while Huayan orchestrated strategies from the rear. The combat was fiercely brutal, with both sides suffering substantial losses. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Zhang Min noticed disarray among the enemy's ranks. It transpired that some of their allies had turned traitor at a critical juncture, launching a surprise attack on the foes. This sudden turn of events shifted the tide of battle, prompting Zhang Min to lead his comrades in a counteroffensive, driving the enemy into retreat. Ultimately, they successfully repelled the enemy's assault, albeit at a tremendous cost. Just as they were preparing to regroup, they received alarming news. The enigmatic stranger had kidnapped several of Zhang Min's close relatives, using them as leverage to coerce him into relinquishing his territorial claims. Zhang Min was consumed by fury, yet for the safety of his loved ones, he was compelled to make a temporary concession. However, Huayan was unwilling to accept defeat. She discreetly initiated an investigation, striving to uncover the location where the captives were held. After a grueling pursuit, Huayan finally stumbled upon a lead. Would they succeed in rescuing their kin? How would they confront the stranger's escalating threats? Upon discovering the clue, Huayan promptly conferred with Zhang Min to devise a rescue plan. They resolved to lead their most elite subordinates under the cover of night to the site of captivity. As they approached their destination, they encountered formidable defenses, patrolled by the stranger's minions. Zhang Min was in a state of frantic urgency, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. Huayan assessed the surrounding terrain and the distribution of enemies, formulating a strategy of diversion. A faction would create chaos at the front to draw the adversary's attention, while Zhang Min and Huayan would infiltrate from the rear with the remainder of their team. As the plan unfolded, the commotion incited panic among the enemy, who rushed towards the disturbance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and Huayan successfully penetrated the room where their relatives were imprisoned. However, just as they were about to escape with their loved ones, the mysterious stranger appeared, brandishing a weapon and wearing a malevolent grin. Zhang Min, did you believe you could escape so easily? Today, you shall all perish here, he snarled. Zhang Min glared defiantly, declaring, you will not prevail. A standoff ensued, the tension reaching a breaking point. In a sudden move, Zhang Min launched an assault, engaging in a fierce battle with the stranger, while Huayan swiftly evacuated the captives. During the intense skirmish, Zhang Min gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately subduing the enigmatic adversary. Yet, before they could catch their breath, news arrived that other underworld factions believed them weakened by this rescue operation and were preparing to seize the opportunity to encroach upon their territory. How would Zhang Min and Huayan confront this imminent crisis? Could they maintain their dominion and continue to thrive amidst the shadows of the underworld? Without pausing to recuperate, Zhang Min and Huayan hurriedly returned to their headquarters, gathering their subordinates to discuss strategies for countering the impending assaults from rival factions. Huayan advocated for a preemptive strike, suggesting they seize the moment while the enemy had yet to fully assemble, catching them off guard. Conversely, Zhang Min argued for a more cautious approach, emphasizing the need to solidify their defenses and wait for the opportune moment to retaliate. Ultimately, they resolved to employ a dual strategy. Zhang Min assigned a portion of their brethren to fortify the headquarters' defenses, setting traps in preparation for the enemy's onslaught. Meanwhile, Huayan led an elite unit to stealthily maneuver behind enemy lines for a surprise attack. As they were meticulously preparing a former ally from the underworld, a seasoned leader with whom Zhang Min had once shared camaraderie sent word that he was willing to offer assistance at a critical juncture, albeit with the stipulation that a share of the spoils would be required post-conflict. Zhang Min found himself in a quandary. Accepting assistance would enhance their odds, yet the subsequent distribution of benefits could incite new conflicts. Conversely, to decline such aid amidst myriad formidable foes would diminish their chances of victory. After careful consideration, Zhang Min resolved to accept the support and clandestinely forged an agreement with the underworld chieftain. As the battle commenced, adversaries surged forth like a relentless tide, placing immense pressure on the headquarters' defenses. Just when the front lines seemed on the brink of collapse, Huayan's troops launched a counteroffensive from behind enemy lines, throwing the opposition into disarray. The promised assistance from the underworld leader materialized as expected, radically altering the tide of battle. Under the strategic command of Zhang Min and Huayan, they successfully repelled the enemy's assault. However, In the midst of their victory celebrations, they discovered that the aiding chieftain had failed to withdraw as per their agreement, instead seizing crucial territories and attempting to expand his influence further. How would Zhang Min and Huayan respond to this betrayal from their ally? Could they avert yet another crisis and solidify their standing within the underworld? Furious at the treachery of their ally, Zhang Min and Huayan promptly summoned their subordinates, preparing to engage in negotiations with the duplicitous chieftain. The atmosphere at the negotiation table was tense and charged. The chieftain brazenly declared his control over pivotal territories, vowing not to yield easily. Suppressing his fury, Zhang Min coldly retorted, "You are violating the codes of our way. The consequences will be yours to bear." Meanwhile, Huayan attempted to analyze the pros and cons, seeking to persuade the chieftain to abandon his aggressive encroachments. Yet, the chieftain remained unmoved, and negotiations reached an impasse. Aware that armed conflict would result in devastating losses for both parties, Zhang Min opted for a temporary compromise to identify the chieftain's vulnerabilities. They dispatched operatives for covert investigations and discovered that the chieftain's inner circle was not as united as presumed, with several key figures expressing dissatisfaction with his autocratic decisions. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Min and Huayan courted these dissenters with promises of substantial rewards. Under their influence, signs of division began to manifest within the chieftain's ranks. Concurrently, they allied with other factions discontented with the chieftain, uniting to mount a collective resistance. Sensing the shifting tides, the chieftain resolved to strike preemptively and launched another assault against Zhang Min and Huayan. Thus began a more brutal struggle within the underworld, rife with gunfire and bloodshed. In the midst of this fierce combat, could Zhang Min and Huayan employ their intellect and valor to vanquish their foes and restore order to the underworld? Both sides endured significant losses in this intense confrontation. Although Zhang Min and Huayan's forces fought valiantly, they gradually found themselves in dire straits. Just at this critical juncture, law enforcement intervened. The widespread violence had drawn considerable societal attention, compelling the police to act. Faced with the formidable pressure from authorities, both factions had no choice but to declare a temporary ceasefire. Zhang Min and Huayan realized that persisting in this manner would not only jeopardize their own power, but would also invite even harsher repercussions. They resolved to engage in one final negotiation with the chieftain, inviting a respected elder from the underworld to mediate the proceedings. At the negotiation table, the police's encirclement instilled a palpable tension and unease among all present. Zhang Min was the first to speak, proposing a fair resolution in hopes of ending the interminable conflict. Although the gang leader harbored reluctance, he was compelled to ponder the proposal seriously under the duress of both the law enforcement and his elders. Ultimately, after arduous negotiations, both parties reached a compromise. Zhang Min and Huayan relinquished a portion of their interests, while the gang leader returned control of crucial territories and pledged to refrain from instigating further discord. However, the tranquility of the underworld was but a fleeting illusion. Noticing their weakened state, other minor factions began to stir, eager to seize a share of the chaos. Would Zhang Min and Huayan manage to stabilize their position and re-establish their authority in the underworld amidst this new crisis? Confronted with the ambitions of these emerging factions, Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to adopt a conciliatory approach. They extended invitations to the leaders of these smaller groups for discussions, aiming to mitigate potential conflicts through dialogue and the equitable distribution of resources. During the meeting, Zhang Min showcased his magnanimity and sagacity, assuring that as long as these factions were willing to coexist peacefully, they could collectively share resources and benefits. Yet, some leaders, driven by ambition, were dissatisfied with Zhang Min's terms and secretly conspired to unite against him and Huayan. Huayan, through her informants, discerned this treachery, prompting her and Zhang Min to take preemptive action. They meticulously orchestrated a banquet, ostensibly for further discussions on collaboration, but in truth, it served as a guise to eliminate those with ulterior motives. On the night of the feast, while the ambience was illuminated and festive, an underlying peril loomed. Zhang Min and Huayan navigated the gathering discreetly, awaiting the opportune moment. After several rounds of toasting, Zhang Min abruptly shattered his cup, signaling their hidden accomplices to surge forth. The conspirators, taken aback, attempted to resist, but under Zhang Min and Huayan's meticulous planning, they were swiftly subdued. In the aftermath, the other minor factions witnessed the decisiveness and ruthlessness of Zhang Min and Huayan, deterring them from further provocations. Yet, just as stability seemed to return, a formidable gang leader returning from overseas set his sights on their territory. This titan boasted vast resources and formidable strength, declaring that Zhang Min and Huayan must surrender all their enterprises or face annihilation. How would Zhang Min and Huayan confront this unprecedented adversary? Could they withstand the tempest of the underworld? Faced with the threat posed by the overseas gang leader, Zhang Min glared defiantly, exclaiming, "Ha! You think I would willingly cede my territory? Dream on. If you have the guts, let us settle this with real weapons." Huayan, equally resolute, added, "We've navigated these treacherous waters for so long. What storm have we not weathered? We fear nothing." Zhang Min rallied his subordinates, proclaiming, "Brothers, someone seeks to snatch our livelihood from us. Can we allow that?" In unison, they shouted no. Huayan calmly assessed the situation. "This battle will not be easy, but we cannot retreat. Everyone, muster your utmost spirit. Prepare for a fierce struggle." Zhang Min gritted his teeth and declared, "I refuse to be swayed by this misfortune. I shall see just how formidable he truly is." Meanwhile, the underworld kingpin was rallying his men, arrogantly proclaiming, "A bunch of insignificant lackeys daring to challenge me? Watch as I crush them beneath my heel." The stage was set for an impending clash, with both sides fervently preparing for battle. Zhang Min and Huayan reached out to their former allies, seeking support. At a clandestine stronghold, Zhang Min warned his subordinates, "This is a fight for survival. Any cowardice in the face of battle will be met with my wrath." Huayan added, "As long as we stand united, there is no foe we cannot vanquish." At last, the two factions met at the city's outskirts. The underworld kingpin sneered, "Today marks your demise." Undeterred, Zhang Min retorted, "The outcome is yet to be determined." Thus, a bloody confrontation erupted, leaving the victor uncertain. Chaos ensued as both sides clashed, the cries of battle echoing loudly. Armed with a long knife, Zhang Min fought fiercely, cleaving through the throng as he shouted, "Those who obstruct me shall perish." Huayan, wielding dual pistols, shot with precision, each bullet claiming an enemy's life. While rallying their comrades, "Brothers, give it your all." However, the opposing side, outnumbering them, began to gain the upper hand. Zhang Min's forces suffered heavy casualties, and the situation grew dire. Just then, the allies they had sought arrived with reinforcements, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Sensing the shift, the underworld kingpin attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Zhang Min thinking of escaping. Not so easily. The latter warned menacingly. The kingpin, feigning bravado, retorted, "If you dare lay a hand on me, my men will not spare you." With a cold laugh, Zhang Min replied, "At this juncture, you still dare to boast? Today marks your end." With that, his blade struck down, and the kingpin fell to the ground. The battle concluded with victory for Zhang Min and Huayan, though it came at a heavy cost. As they prepared to regroup, they discovered that the previously suppressed smaller factions were once again stirring, conspiring in the shadows to seize power while Zhang Min and Huayan were weakened. Enraged, Zhang Min smashed a table, exclaiming, "These foolish beings truly think me easy prey." After a moment of contemplation, Huayan suggested, "We can no longer remain passive. We must take the initiative to eliminate these nuisances once and for all." Zhang Min nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they shall learn the consequences of provoking us." Would they be able to triumph once more over these adversaries and solidify their position within the underworld? As Zhang Min and Huayan prepared to launch a preemptive strike against the restless factions, the Qin gang offered their assistance, bolstering their confidence. The leader of the Qin gang personally approached Zhang Min, stating, "Brother, your affairs are my own. Together, we shall deal with these audacious fools." With the Qin gang's involvement, Zhang Min swiftly devised a more meticulous strategy. They resolved to strike from multiple fronts, simultaneously targeting the strongholds of the smaller factions. On the evening of the operation, Zhang Min led his team, charging forth like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, directly assaulting the enemy's stronghold. He roared, "Today, you shall witness the consequences of provoking me." Huayan and the elite members of the Green Gang worked in perfect harmony, instilling terror in the hearts of their adversaries wherever they went. However, a small faction had received advance warning and set numerous traps. Zhang Min and his comrades found themselves ensnared, with bullets raining down upon them. "Brothers, fear not. Let's fight back," Zhang Min shouted. In that critical moment, reinforcements from the Green Gang arrived, just in time, swiftly turning the tide of battle. After a fierce confrontation, they ultimately succeeded in eliminating the small faction. Yet before they could catch their breath, new troubles emerged. Their bold actions had attracted the attention of underworld forces from other cities, who began to covet their territory and secretly conspire against them. Zhang Min furrowed his brow and said to Huayan and the leader of the Green Gang, "It appears that the strife within the underworld is unending. We must prepare for a prolonged battle." Could they withstand the united assault from the underworld forces of other cities and safeguard their hard-won gains? Faced with this collective threat, Zhang Min, Huayan, and the Green Gang leader resolved to join forces in a united front. They began to bolster their ranks, gather intelligence, and ready themselves for this formidable challenge. During a clandestine meeting, Zhang Min declared resolutely, "Those who approach us are no innocents, but we are not to be trifled with." Huayan added, "Indeed, we must make them aware that any attempt to invade will come at a steep price." The Green Gang leader pounded the table, asserting, "When we stand united, there is no battle we cannot win." They issued fierce declarations within the underworld, demonstrating their unwavering resolve. However, their adversaries were equally unyielding, persistently provoking them and even sending agents to sow chaos within their territory. One night, a crucial warehouse belonging to Zhang Min was set ablaze, resulting in substantial losses. Enraged, Zhang Min demanded, "Investigate. We must uncover who is responsible." After thorough investigation, it was revealed that a minor leader of the opposing faction was behind it. Zhang Min led his men directly into enemy territory, capturing the minor leader alive. In the interrogation room, Zhang Min coldly regarded the minor leader and demanded, "What plans do you still have?" The minor leader trembled in fear but stubbornly refused to divulge any information. At this juncture, the opposing faction proposed negotiations to rescue their comrade. Zhang Min and his team decided to turn the tables, engaging in a psychological battle at the negotiation table. The atmosphere during negotiations became exceedingly tense. The opposing leader arrogantly declared, "Release him, and we can coexist peacefully." Zhang Min scoffed, "You dare to infringe upon my domain and expect to walk away unscathed? Dream on." Both sides found themselves at an impasse, with negotiations on the verge of collapse, and a more significant conflict seemed imminent. Would they manage to gain the upper hand in this negotiation and defuse the crisis? Or would it precipitate an even more intense underworld confrontation? The atmosphere at the negotiation table grew increasingly grave, and the opposing leader slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Zhang Min, do not mistake my goodwill for weakness. If you do not release him today, it will be a fight to the death." Zhang Min abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze fierce and unwavering, responding with a resounding challenge. "Come on, do you think I fear you? Dare to make a move, and I will ensure you never return." Huayan quickly stood to mediate the escalating tension. "Everyone, let us calm down. We are here to resolve issues, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle." One of the adversary's subordinates, unable to contain himself, drew his weapon and aimed it at Zhang Min. "Enough of the chatter. Release him." The leader of the Qin gang, witnessing this, also brandished his firearm, pointing it at the opponent. "If you dare to touch our leader, you must first reckon with my weapon." In an instant, the atmosphere grew charged with hostility. At that moment, Zhang Min let out a cold laugh. "Very well. I can release him, but you must provide me with an explanation regarding the losses incurred in this warehouse." The opposing leader pondered for a moment and replied, "This time, we acknowledge our fault. From now on, we shall part ways and refrain from interfering with one another." Zhang Min resumed his seat, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "Fine. Let us see if you can uphold your promise." The junior leader was released, yet the relationship between both factions remained fraught with tension. Soon after, the opposition covertly initiated further schemes, severing a crucial supply line for Zhang Min and his team. Upon learning this, Zhang Min erupted in fury. These bastards truly believe I am easy to bully. Huayan advised, do not rush. We must devise a comprehensive strategy for retaliation. Thus, they resolved to orchestrate a counterattack, preparing to deliver a significant blow to their rivals. Would they succeed in executing their plan and re-establish their authority in the underworld? Zhang Min, Huayan, and the leader of the Qin gang secretly conspired on the counteroffensive. Zhang Min clenched his fists and declared vehemently, this time, we shall make them aware of the consequences of provoking us. The leader of the Qin gang, his expression fierce, concurred. Indeed, we will dismantle their stronghold. Huayan calmly analyzed, we cannot act impulsively. We must wait for the opportune moment to catch them off guard. Finally, on a dark and stormy night, Zhang Min and his brothers stealthily approached the enemy's lair. Brothers, stay sharp. Today, none shall escape. Zhang Min whispered fiercely. They swiftly infiltrated the enemy territory, and an intense battle erupted. Zhang Min fought with the ferocity of a lion, wielding his club and knocking down adversaries one after another, roaring, dare to provoke me? Meet your demise. Huayan, agile and swift, maneuvered through the crowd, her dagger glinting coldly, each strike precisely targeting the enemy's vital points as she shouted, embrace death. The Qin gang brothers fought valiantly, engaging the enemy in a fierce struggle. At that moment, an elite fighter from the opposition emerged, challenging Zhang Min to a one-on-one confrontation. Today marks your end, the expert taunted. Zhang Min scoffed in response. You dare to boast? The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow landing with brutal force. Just then, Huayan seized the opportunity and ambushed the expert from behind, allowing Zhang Min to deliver a decisive kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Finish him, Zhang Min commanded. Without hesitation, Huayan plunged her blade into the expert, ending his threat. After a bloody battle, Zhang Min and his comrades finally gained control of the situation. Just as they prepared to withdraw, another squad of enemies arrived as reinforcements. Brothers, let us fight to the bitter end. Zhang Min once again led the charge. How would this fierce battle conclude? Would they manage to escape unscathed? Zhang Min and his comrades were plunged into another brutal melee with the newly arrived foes, chaos reigning all around. Today, I shall fight you to the death. Zhang Min's eyes blazed with fury, his weapons stained with the blood of his adversaries. Huayan stood resolute, boldly declaring, as long as I am here, no one shall harm us. The leader of the Green Gang fought valiantly against the onslaught while urging everyone, muster your strength and break through. With their desperate resistance, the enemy reinforcements were gradually subdued. At that moment, Zhang Min spotted a flaw in the enemy's formation and shouted, follow me, we'll break through from this side. The others followed closely behind, finally carving a bloody path and successfully escaping the enemy's lair. However, they were all gravely wounded and utterly exhausted. Consider this a lesson for them, but it's not over yet. Zhang Min gasped. Huayan nodded in agreement. Indeed, they will not relent. We must remain vigilant. Upon returning to their territory, Zhang Min immediately ordered heightened defenses and arranged for medical aid for the injured. Within a few days, the adversary indeed launched another attack, this time with even greater ferocity, aiming to annihilate Zhang Min and his comrades in one fell swoop. They're here, prepare for battle. Zhang Min commanded from a vantage point. A fierce gunfight erupted in the streets, with vehicles exploding and buildings engulfed in flames. If you have the guts, don't run, the enemy leader shouted. Zhang Min retorted, if you dare, come forward and let us see who falls first. In this deadly confrontation between rival factions, who would ultimately emerge victorious? Amidst the intense street battle, Zhang Min's side gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the enemy to retreat. Don't let them escape, pursue, Zhang Min ordered, and his men pressed the advantage. However, during their pursuit, the enemy deliberately lured them into a trap. Suddenly, more foes surged from all sides, encircling Zhang Min and his comrades. This is bad. We've been deceived. Huayan exclaimed. Zhang Min gritted his teeth. What are we afraid of? If it comes to it, we'll fight to the death. At this critical moment, the Green Gang leader arrived with reinforcements, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Seeing the situation shift against them, the enemy scattered in panic. Following this skirmish, their forces had suffered significant losses, making them hesitant to launch further offensives for the time being. Yet, Zhang Min was acutely aware that they would not rest. They were undoubtedly plotting a more insidious scheme in the shadows. As anticipated, not long after, the enemy colluded with an international criminal organization, acquiring substantial weaponry and financial support, preparing for a final assault against Zhang Min. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zhang Min resolved to take the initiative. They could not afford to sit idly and await their fate. This is a battle for survival. Success is our only option. Zhang Min rallied his subordinates. They meticulously planned a surprise raid, targeting the enemy's headquarters. On the night of the operation, Zhang Min led his team stealthily into enemy territory, only to discover that the adversary had anticipated their arrival. Now that you're here, you shall not leave. The opposing leader smiled triumphantly. A fierce gun battle erupted once more, plunging both sides into a life-and-death struggle. Could Zhang Min lead his comrades to a successful defeat of the enemy, thereby putting an end to this underworld conflict? Amidst the hail of bullets, Zhang Min's faction valiantly resisted the enemy's ferocious onslaught. Hold the line, Zhang Min bellowed, his weapon unleashing a torrent of fire. Huayan fought bravely by his side, her gaze resolute, each shot she fired striking true. The leader of the Qing gang, accompanied by a contingent of his men, attempted a flanking maneuver to disrupt the enemy's defenses. Charge! The Qing gang leader shouted. After a fierce confrontation, they finally breached the enemy's first line of defense, gradually advancing towards the headquarters. However, the enemy had set up numerous obstacles and traps within the headquarters, significantly hindering their progress. Watch out! Zhang Min shouted as he pushed a brother aside, just as a bomb exploded nearby. At that moment, the enemy leader hid in a secret chamber. Observing the unfolding battle through surveillance cameras, his face darkened as he roared at his subordinates. You must stop them at all costs. As Zhang Min and his comrades pressed forward with great difficulty, brothers continued to fall wounded, yet they did not waver, driven by a singular conviction to utterly annihilate the enemy. At last, they discovered the secret chamber. You have finally arrived, the leader sneered. Today is your day of reckoning. Zhang Min charged forward with a roar. An intense close-quarters combat ensued, with Zhang Min and the leader locked in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Huayan spotted a flaw in the leader's defense and shot him in the arm. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min subdued him, coldly declaring, Your end has come. With the leader captured, the enemy's morale shattered, and they began to surrender en masse. This underworld conflict concluded with Zhang Min's faction emerging victorious. Yet they paid a grievous price. How will they now confront the new challenges that await in the realm of the underworld? Will they choose to wash their hands of this life, or continue to reign supreme in the shadowy world? Chapter 6, Turning the Tide. Zhang Min and Huayan, along with their companions, successfully subdued the enemy leader, garnering a formidable reputation within the underworld. However, their triumph incited jealousy and wariness among rival factions. One stormy night, Zhang Min received a mysterious phone call. A deep, hoarse voice on the other end warned, You have stirred up great trouble. A bounty has been placed on your heads. With that, the call abruptly ended. Realizing that a more significant crisis loomed, they fortified their defenses, recruited new personnel, and commenced an investigation into the shadowy figures behind the threat. During their inquiries, they uncovered that this menace originated from a transnational crime syndicate. This organization not only held deep roots within the criminal underworld, but also maintained intricate connections with powerful elites. To confront this formidable adversary, Zhang Min resolved to forge alliances with several other gangs. Yet, the process of unification was fraught with challenges. Distrust and conflicting interests plagued the negotiations. As they grappled with the complexities of alliance building, the crime syndicate had already initiated its offensive. One fateful night, a crucial stronghold of Zhang Min's was attacked. resulting in devastating losses. Huayan, seething with anger, insisted on launching an immediate counterattack. However, Zhang Min understood that rash actions would only lead them further into peril. After careful contemplation, he decided to deploy an undercover agent to infiltrate the crime organization and gather vital intelligence. After numerous trials, the undercover operative successfully penetrated the syndicate. Yet, just as critical information was within reach, the operative's identity was tragically compromised, plunging them into a perilous situation. Would Zhang Min and his allies be able to rescue the operative and thwart the syndicate's nefarious plans? What fate awaited them in the underworld? As they embarked on the rescue mission, Zhang Min and his team faced daunting obstacles. It appeared that the crime organization had anticipated their every move, ensnaring them in a web of deceit. In the ensuing fierce confrontations, Zhang Min's group suffered significant losses, failing to rescue the operative and sustaining injuries to several key members. Meanwhile, the allied gangs, witnessing Zhang Min's setbacks, began to waver, with some even contemplating withdrawal. Huayan, in a state of desperation, advocated for a more aggressive approach, demanding a decisive confrontation with the crime syndicate. Yet, Zhang Min deemed such a course of action too reckless, fearing it would lead them to irrevocable doom. Just as they found themselves ensnared in this dire predicament, a mysterious figure emerged. This individual claimed to possess insider knowledge of the crime organization's core secrets and offered assistance to Zhang Min and his companions. However, the identity and motives of this enigmatic figure were shrouded in mystery. Choosing to take a leap of faith, Zhang Min decided to trust this mysterious benefactor. Under this person's guidance, they began to unravel the astonishing conspiracy lurking behind the crime syndicate. It became evident that this transnational criminal organization was not merely vying for territorial dominance. They were covertly engaged in a perilous illegal trade. As their investigation deepened, Zhang Min and his allies realized they had become ensnared in a convoluted vortex of intrigue. Not only did they have to evade the relentless pursuit of the crime syndicate, but they also faced mounting pressure from law enforcement. During a harrowing chase, Zhang Min stumbled upon evidence of collusion between the crime syndicate and certain individuals within the police force, revealing an insidious connection that threatened to unravel everything they had fought for. Can they find a way out of this challenging predicament? How can they survive and ultimately triumph amidst the treacherous divide between the underworld and the law? Upon discovering the collusion within the police force, Zhang Min and his associates became increasingly cautious in their actions. They were acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to their complete downfall. In pursuit of more compelling evidence to expose this dark conspiracy, Zhang Min resolved to send Huayan deep into the enemy's ranks. With her remarkable acting skills and adaptability, Huayan successfully gained the trust of the criminal organization. However, just as she was on the verge of uncovering crucial evidence, her identity was nearly compromised. At this critical juncture, Zhang Min cleverly devised a ruse to divert the enemy's attention, buying Huayan precious time. Meanwhile, Zhang Min was not idle on the outside. He sought out various factions that had suffered under the criminal organization's tyranny, attempting to unite them in a concerted effort against this formidable foe. Throughout this endeavor, Zhang Min faced countless setbacks and obstacles. Some factions, paralyzed by fear of retribution, refused to cooperate, while others imposed stringent conditions. Yet undeterred, Zhang Min leveraged his sincerity and determination, ultimately persuading the majority of these factions to join forces. At last, Huayan succeeded in obtaining the pivotal evidence and prepared to relay it to Zhang Min. However, at that moment, the criminal organization sensed something amiss and launched a frenzied manhunt for Huayan. Would she manage to escape unscathed and deliver the evidence to Zhang Min? Could Zhang Min utilize this evidence to dismantle the criminal organization and the corrupt police behind it, thereby concluding his tumultuous life in the underworld on a triumphant note? As she evaded her pursuers, Huayan exhibited extraordinary intelligence and bravery. Drawing upon her familiarity with the terrain, she skillfully maneuvered, outsmarting her relentless pursuers time and again. Meanwhile, Zhang Min anxiously awaited news of Huayan, his heart heavy with concern. He organized the united factions, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances, all while closely monitoring the potential paths Huayan might take. Finally, after enduring tremendous hardships, Huayan successfully eluded her pursuers and reunited with Zhang Min. She entrusted him with the invaluable evidence, and a glimmer of victory illuminated their path. Yet, before they could celebrate, they discovered that the criminal organization had caught wind of the potential leak and began a frenzied counterattack. They dispatched numerous assassins to launch an even more ferocious assault against Zhang Min and his allies. The united factions began to suffer casualties and wavering morale under the relentless onslaught. Some factions, already teetering on the brink, entertained thoughts of retreat. Zhang Min understood that if the unity faltered at this critical moment, all their previous efforts would be in vain. He stepped forward to bolster the spirits of his comrades, vowing to fight against the criminal organization to the bitter end. In this moment of crisis, could Zhang Min stabilize the situation and lead his allies to withstand the enemy's onslaught? Would they succeed in bringing the criminal organization to justice with the evidence they possessed? Inspired by Zhang Min, the allied factions temporarily steadied their resolve, engaging in a desperate struggle against the assassins of the criminal organization. However, the enemy's assault intensified, and Zhang Min's side gradually found itself in a precarious position. At a critical juncture, reinforcements from the police arrived at the scene. It turned out that Zhang Min had previously entrusted a portion of the evidence to an upright officer, who, using his influence, persuaded his superiors to dispatch additional forces. The police's involvement swiftly turned the tide of battle, causing the assassins of the criminal organization to falter. However, their leader seized the chaos as an opportunity to escape, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Min understood that as long as the leader remained at large, he could resurface at any moment. He resolved to lead his team in the pursuit of the leader's whereabouts, while also preventing the remnants of the criminal organization from regrouping. During their investigation, they discovered that the leader had fled to a remote town, characterized by its intricate terrain and mixed populace, which posed significant challenges to their search efforts. As Zhang Min and his team conducted a covert investigation in the town, they inadvertently attracted the attention of some local thugs, mistaking them for intruders seeking to seize territory. The thugs greeted them with hostility. Faced with this situation, should Zhang Min confront the thugs or seek to resolve the misunderstanding and extract useful information from them? Zhang Min chose to avoid conflict with the local thugs for the moment, and instead attempted to communicate with their leader. After considerable effort, he finally convinced the leader of the thugs, clarifying that his intentions were not to seize territory, but to apprehend the notorious leader of the dangerous criminal organization. Touched by Zhang Min's sincerity, the thug leader decided to offer assistance. With the leads provided by the thugs, Zhang Min and his team gradually narrowed their search area. However, just as they were on the verge of discovering the hideout of the criminal organization's leader, they realized that the adversary had already set up numerous traps in anticipation of their arrival. The leader of the criminal organization had foreseen their pursuit and made ample preparations. Zhang Min and his team cautiously navigated the traps, inching closer to their target. Yet, throughout this process, they encountered various unforeseen circumstances, including injuries among their ranks and shortages of supplies. Meanwhile, the leader of the criminal organization seized the opportunity to contact the outside world, attempting to summon additional reinforcements. Would Zhang Min be able to unravel the enemy's schemes and successfully capture the leader before reinforcements arrived? And would this operation trigger an even greater crisis? Just as Zhang Min and his team struggled to cope with the myriad crises, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The thug leader, who had originally pledged assistance, suddenly betrayed them, lured by the promise of substantial rewards from the criminal organization's leader, and chose to oppose Zhang Min once more. This betrayal left Zhang Min and his team trapped in a precarious situation, beset from all sides. The thugs, familiar with the local terrain, continuously created obstacles for Zhang Min, hindering their pursuit. Aware that inaction was not an option, Zhang Min decided to split his forces. One group would continue to engage with the thugs, while the other would attempt to breach the defenses of the criminal organization's leader. The team tasked with the breakthrough encountered fierce resistance during their advance, paying a heavy price for every step forward. Meanwhile, the group entangled with the thugs gradually began to tire, embroiled in a bitter struggle. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, Huayan discovered a critical weakness in the thug leader. They exploited this vulnerability to successfully threaten the thug leader, compelling him to switch allegiances once again. With the assistance of the delinquents, Zhang Min and his companions finally breached the last line of defense of the crime syndicate's leader. However, upon bursting into the room, they found it utterly deserted, save for a solitary note that ominously declared, "The game has only just begun." Zhang Min realized that a more sinister conspiracy awaited them. How would they confront this veiled threat lurking in the shadows? Gazing at the note, Zhang Min's countenance darkened, his heart ablaze with fury. He understood that a more arduous confrontation lay ahead. The group commenced a meticulous search of the room, hoping to unearth some clues. In a corner, Huayan stumbled upon a concealed safe, which required a password to unlock. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Reinforcements for the crime leader had arrived. Zhang Min swiftly organized a defensive stance, and a fierce gunfight ensued. Amidst the hail of bullets, Zhang Min remained composed, contemplating the password for the safe. Suddenly, he recalled some significant dates related to the crime leader that he had previously investigated. With a tentative spirit, he entered the numbers, and to his astonishment, the safe clicked open. Inside lay a collection of documents and a mysterious ledger, perhaps the key to unveiling the deeper machinations of the crime syndicate. Yet, before he could scrutinize them, a bullet whizzed past, nearly striking Zhang Min. They fought their way back, gradually retreating to a relatively secure location. However, the reinforcements continued to pour in, depleting their ammunition and stamina rapidly. Just as they teetered on the brink of despair, police reinforcements finally arrived. Seeing the tide turn, the crime syndicate's reinforcements fled. Zhang Min and his team were granted a moment to breathe, yet they understood that the true battle was far from over. What secrets did the enigmatic ledger conceal? Where had the crime leader fled? Without time to recuperate, Zhang Min and his companions immediately began to analyze the documents and ledger retrieved from the safe. Upon careful examination, they uncovered that the crime leader was not only orchestrating larger-scale illicit dealings, but was also entangled in unsavory alliances with prominent figures in business and politics. These revelations filled them with shock and indignation, while simultaneously making them acutely aware of the formidable obstacles they would face in their quest to eradicate the crime syndicate. To gather more evidence and leads, Zhang Min resolved to dispatch operatives to clandestinely investigate those colluding with the crime leader. However, their endeavors aroused the adversary's suspicion, prompting these individuals to leverage their power and resources to suppress and entrap Zhang Min and his team. Several of Zhang Min's subordinates were arrested by the police on various charges, significantly undermining his influence. Meanwhile, the crime leader continued to plot new schemes in the shadows, aiming to annihilate Zhang Min and his crew in one fell swoop. In this challenging moment, Huayan proposed seeking assistance from a former gang elder with whom they had previously been acquainted. Although this elder had retired from the underworld, he still wielded a degree of influence. After much hesitation, Zhang Min ultimately decided to take the risk. Would they be able to secure the elder's aid? Could they find a turning point amidst the numerous predicaments, capturing the crime syndicate and the forces behind it in one fell swoop? Zhang Min and Huayan sought the counsel of a veteran from the underworld. Initially, the elder was reluctant to involve himself in this turmoil. Yet upon their earnest entreaties and revelations of the profound conspiracy at play, he ultimately resolved to extend his assistance. With the elder's support, Zhang Min and his companions successfully liberated some of their captured allies from the clutches of the police, while also acquiring intelligence regarding the latest movements of the crime organization's leader. However, their actions incited a vehement backlash from those in collusion with the syndicate. They not only pursued Zhang Min and his associates relentlessly in the underworld, but also exploited the media to disseminate various rumors, seeking to tarnish Zhang Min's reputation and erode public support. Faced with such adversity, Zhang Min resolved to alter his strategy, opting not to confront the enemy head-on, but rather to covertly gather evidence and seek out witnesses who had suffered under the oppressive regime of the criminal organization yet dared not speak out. After considerable effort, they finally identified several pivotal witnesses. However, These individuals were paralyzed by fear of retribution and hesitant to come forward. Zhang Min and Huayan implored them, assuring comprehensive protection. Ultimately, the witnesses were moved by their sincerity and agreed to testify, just as they believed the tide was turning in their favor. The crime organization's leader eluded yet another police ambush and retaliated with ferocity. He dispatched assailants to Zhang Min's stronghold, resulting in significant destruction and loss of life. Could Zhang Min withstand this grievous blow? Would they manage to uphold their convictions and see justice prevail amidst the enemy's frenzied vengeance? Gazing at the devastation wrought by the assault, Zhang Min's eyes blazed with fury and determination. He swiftly organized the remaining personnel, tending to the wounded while re-evaluating their strategic response. At this juncture, the powerful figures allied with the crime organization began to feel the pressure, leading to discord within their ranks. Some advocated for the complete eradication of Zhang Min to eliminate future threats, while others, fearing exposure, sought to withdraw temporarily and seek an escape route. Seizing upon this discord, Huayan discreetly approached one of the dissenting figures, aiming to undermine the enemy's coalition from within. After arduous negotiations and exchanges of interests, this individual consented to furnish Zhang Min with vital intelligence, demanding assurances for his safety and benefits. Armed with this information, Zhang Min discovered a secret hideout of the crime organization's leader. Yet upon their arrival, they were met with a trap. The enemy had already laid ambush, leading to an intense confrontation. During the skirmish, Zhang Min's faction suffered grievous losses, and he himself sustained injuries. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, the police, acting on previously gathered evidence, arrived to provide timely reinforcements. Many members of the crime organization were apprehended, yet the leader once again managed to escape amidst the chaos. While recuperating from his wounds, Zhang Min engaged in deep reflection regarding his actions, pondering how to bring the criminal to justice once and for all. At that moment, a mysterious stranger emerged, claiming to know the ultimate whereabouts of the crime organization's leader, but stipulating a stringent condition in return. What choice would Zhang Min make? Would they seize this final opportunity to bring an end to the dark conflict? After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Min resolved to accede to the mysterious stranger's terms. However, this condition thrust him into a dilemma, as it could lead him to deviate from certain principles he had steadfastly upheld. After reaching an accord with the enigmatic stranger, Zhang Min embarked on a pursuit based on the clues provided by the other party. Yet, throughout this process, he discerned that the stranger's motives appeared far from pure, potentially concealing a deeper conspiracy. Simultaneously, the leader of the criminal organization became aware of Zhang Min's encroachment, prompting him to devise increasingly frantic retaliatory schemes. Even forming alliances with rival gangs to jointly combat Zhang Min, discontent began to fester within Zhang Min's team. As some members expressed skepticism and dissatisfaction regarding his acquiescence to the stranger's demands, severely testing the cohesion of the group. In such a precarious situation, could Zhang Min maintain his composure, unveil the true intentions of the mysterious stranger, reunite his team, and triumph amidst the coordinated counterattacks of the criminal organization's leader? Furthermore, what unforeseen consequences might the stranger's demands impose upon Zhang Min? All remained uncertain. Zhang Min endeavored to pacify the discontent within his team, explaining that this was merely a tactical compromise, with the ultimate goal of eradicating the criminal organization. Although some temporarily accepted his rationale, fissures within the team persisted. At that moment, the allied rival gangs launched a fierce assault on Zhang Min's territory, employing brutal tactics that plunged the area into chaos. Zhang Min and his subordinates fought valiantly to resist, but as the disparity in strength became apparent, the situation began to turn against them. During a fierce confrontation, one of Zhang Min's most trusted aides tragically lost their life, plunging him into a profound abyss of guilt and sorrow. However, just as they were on the brink of collapse, Zhang Min unexpectedly uncovered a critical contradiction within the criminal organization. It appeared that the alliance with the gang factions was marred by inequitable distribution of interests, resulting in fragile mutual trust. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Min resolved to sow discord among them, aiming to shatter their alliance from within. Would his stratagem succeed? In this life-and-death struggle, what price would Zhang Min ultimately pay? Zhang Min's machinations indeed bore fruit, as suspicion began to fester within the criminal alliance, escalating conflicts among them. Some factions, already discontent with the alliance, began to pursue their own agendas. Exploiting the enemy's internal turmoil, Zhang Min decisively launched a counteroffensive, catching them off guard. His team gradually reclaimed lost ground, and morale began to rise. Yet, at that juncture, the mysterious stranger reemerged, urging Zhang Min to fulfill their prior agreement. It was then that Zhang Min realized the terms of their pact were far more intricate and perilous than he had initially envisioned. The stranger demanded Zhang Min's assistance in acquiring a crucial document concealed by the criminal organization, a document that harbored a monumental secret, the revelation of which could incite even greater chaos. Zhang Min found himself ensnared in a profound quandary. To refuse the stranger might lead to the undoing of all his efforts, as well as potential retribution from the stranger, while acquiescing could plunge him into a new crisis. Under the guidance of Huayan, Zhang Min resolved to initially feign compliance with the stranger, while devising a strategy to confront the impending challenges. Would they succeed in obtaining the document? And once acquired, how would they respond to the enigmatic stranger's threats? Cautiously, Zhang Min and Huayan followed the clues provided by the mysterious figure in their quest for the crucial document. Their journey was fraught with countless obstacles and traps, each step laden with peril. Just as they were nearing the document's location, they discovered that the criminal organization had become aware of their actions and had fortified their defenses. Zhang Min and Huayan were compelled to alter their plans and seek new avenues for infiltration. After an intense battle of wits and valor, they successfully infiltrated the secret chamber housing the document. However, upon retrieving it, they found it encrypted, requiring a specific password for deciphering. At that moment, the mysterious stranger reemerged, threatening Zhang Min that if the password was not swiftly unraveled and the document handed over, he would expose incriminating evidence of Zhang Min's struggle against the criminal organization. Zhang Min and Huayan found themselves in a dire predicament, grappling with the stranger's coercion while racing against time to decode the document and unveil its secrets, all in hopes of finding a way out of this crisis. Would they manage to decode the password and escape the stranger's grasp? Or would the weight of the pressure overwhelm them entirely? Aware of the urgency, Zhang Min and Huayan decided to split their efforts. Huayan, leveraging her connections in the underworld, sought clues regarding the password, while Zhang Min remained in the chamber, meticulously examining the document for any hints that could lead to the solution. Meanwhile, the criminal organization was not idle. They dispatched their most elite assassins to pursue Zhang Min and Huayan anew. Throughout her quest for leads, Huayan faced multiple assassination attempts, yet her exceptional martial skills and quick wit allowed her to evade danger time and again. After days of relentless study, Zhang Min finally discerned some peculiar markings on the document, seemingly linked to the password. Just as hope flickered in their hearts, the mysterious stranger, losing patience, began targeting those close to Zhang Min to compel him to relinquish the document. Zhang Min found himself engulfed in profound anguish and turmoil, torn between the safety of his friends and family and the potentially catastrophic implications of the document. Faced with this harrowing choice, how would Zhang Min decide? Could he devise a solution that safeguarded those he cherished while averting the looming disaster? Zhang Min resolved to placate the mysterious stranger, promising to swiftly decode the password. As he engaged the stranger in a delicate negotiation, he accelerated his efforts to unravel the encryption. Meanwhile, Huayan fortuitously encountered a retired master in the martial world, someone with past ties to the criminal organization and knowledge of its inner workings. Under the master's guidance, Huayan unearthed a pivotal clue and hurriedly returned to reunite with Zhang Min. By combining their findings, the two finally succeeded in cracking the password. However, the contents of the document left them astounded, for it unveiled a conspiracy so colossal that it could upend the entire order of the martial world. This nefarious scheme not only entangled various underworld factions, but also implicated certain esteemed sects in clandestine collusion. Zhang Min and Huayan were acutely aware that should this plot succeed, the martial realm would plunge into an abyss of chaos and bloodshed. They resolved to take a stand and thwart this insidious plan. Yet, their actions had already attracted the attention of numerous factions, rendering them targets of universal scorn. In this dire predicament, could Zhang Min and Huayan, armed solely with their intellect and bravery, navigate this crisis of the martial world? Moreover, which unexpected characters might emerge at critical junctures to sway the unfolding events? Recognizing that their combined strength was insufficient to confront such a formidable conspiracy, Zhang Min and Huayan sought to ally with those in the martial community who still upheld justice. They first approached a venerable elder of the martial arts, articulating the gravity of the situation. The elder, moved by their sincerity and courage, resolved to gather like-minded heroes to collectively confront the looming crisis. However, during their preparations, news inadvertently leaked, and the puppet masters of the conspiracy dispatched assassins to eliminate them. Instantly, the martial world was engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed, and everyone lived in trepidation. While evading their pursuers, Zhang Min and Huayan led their companions in a relentless quest for further evidence, striving to expose the full extent of the conspiracy. In a harrowing escape, they fortuitously uncovered the economic lifeline underpinning the plot. By severing this vital connection, they could render the entire conspiracy impotent. However, to achieve this, they would have to venture into the lion's den, confronting numerous traps and formidable adversaries. Would they succeed in cutting off the economic lifeline and dismantling the conspiracy, or would they encounter unforeseen peril in this exhilarating adventure? With meticulous planning, Zhang Min and Huayan prepared to infiltrate the enemy stronghold and sever the conspiracy's economic lifeline. Yet, just as they were poised to act, a traitor within their ranks disclosed their plans to the enemy. Anticipating their arrival, the adversaries laid a meticulous trap. As Zhang Min and his companions stepped into the snare, they were swiftly surrounded. A fierce battle ensued. The group fought valiantly, but casualties mounted. In a critical moment, Huayan discerned a vulnerability in the enemy's defenses. She led a portion of the group in a desperate breakout, creating an opportunity for Zhang Min amidst the chaos. Zhang Min surged toward the heart of the economic lifeline. After a fierce struggle, he succeeded in destroying a crucial facility of the economic lifeline, albeit at the cost of sustaining grave injuries. Meanwhile, enemy reinforcements continually arrived, and Huayan, with the remaining members, fought fiercely to protect the wounded Zhang Min as they retreated. On their escape route, they encountered numerous trials, facing not only the relentless pursuit of their enemies, but also the harshness of nature's elements. Would they manage to evade their pursuers? Could the injured Zhang Min endure this ordeal? And how would the conspiracy's faction, now deprived of their economic lifeline, retaliate against them in their fury? Under Huayan's guidance, Zhang Min and his companions sought refuge in a secluded valley, temporarily eluding their relentless pursuers. Yet they dared not show the slightest sign of relaxation, for the enemy could discover their hiding place at any moment. In the valley, Zhang Min's injuries grew increasingly grave, and the group was filled with anxiety. Fortunately, there was a member in their ranks with a modicum of medical knowledge who endeavored to tend to Zhang Min's wounds, but the scarcity of medicine posed the greatest challenge. Huayan resolved to take the risk of venturing out in search of herbs and food. She disguised herself and cautiously evaded the enemy's patrols. After a strenuous search, she finally found the necessary herbs and some food to sustain them. However, their movements were still detected by the enemy, who began to narrow their search and advance step by step towards the valley. Realizing that they could not sit idly by, Zhang Min and the others decided to utilize the valley's terrain to set traps, preparing for a final, desperate battle with the enemy. As the enemy entered the valley, the traps sprang into action, inflicting considerable casualties upon them. Yet, the enemy was numerous and well-equipped, and the fighting remained fiercely brutal. At this critical juncture, would a miracle emerge to save Zhang Min and his companions from peril? Just as the battle reached a stalemate and Zhang Min's group began to feel overwhelmed, a sudden clamor of battle cries erupted from the distance. It was the reinforcements summoned by the martial arts elder they had encountered earlier. The arrival of these reinforcements instantly turned the tide of the battle. the enemy was caught off guard and began to retreat in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and his companions launched a counterattack, successfully driving the enemy back. However, before they could celebrate, they discovered that Zhang Min had succumbed to unconsciousness due to his severe injuries. The group quickly relocated him to a safe place, exerting all efforts to revive him. After several days and nights of unconsciousness, Zhang Min finally stirred awake, though his body remained exceedingly weak. At this juncture, they learned that the conspiracy group had suffered a rupture and infighting due to the severing of their economic lifeline. This presented an excellent opportunity to strike a decisive blow against them. Yet, Zhang Min's health was precarious, prompting Huayan and the others to decide to act independently. Would they be able to seize this opportunity to completely dismantle the conspiracy group? And could Zhang Min regain his strength in time to rejoin the fight? Huayan led the group to stealthily infiltrate the stronghold of the conspiracy group amidst the internal chaos. However, the defenses here remained formidable, and their actions required utmost caution. During their exploration, they unexpectedly discovered a secret treasury of the conspiracy group, filled to the brim with plundered wealth. This revelation made them realize that controlling this treasury could deliver a fatal blow to the conspiracy group. Yet, to unlock the treasury's door, they needed to solve a complex mechanism puzzle. The group racked their brains, attempting various methods. Just as they were on the verge of success, the leader of the conspiracy group sensed the anomaly and personally led his subordinates to confront them. An intense conflict was imminent. Would Huayan and her companions manage to solve the mechanism and seize control of the treasury before the enemy arrived? How would they respond to the frenzied counterattack from the leader of the conspiracy group? In a crucial moment, Huayan and her companions successfully deciphered the mechanism and entered the treasury. They swiftly gained control of the situation and claimed the riches within. When the leader of the conspiracy group arrived, he found the treasury occupied and, in a fit of rage, ordered a full-scale assault. A fierce battle ensued between the two parties. Huayan commanded her comrades to resist valiantly, skillfully maneuvering through the labyrinthine corridors of the treasury to engage the adversary. However, the enemy's onslaught intensified, and they gradually felt the strain of their defenses. Just then, the seemingly lifeless Zhang Min miraculously awakened from his stupor, though his body remained frail. His concern for the safety of his companions ignited a resolute determination within him to join the fray. Zhang Min's resurgence significantly bolstered morale, rejuvenating the spirits of his comrades as they bravely stood their ground. Nonetheless, the enemy appeared relentless in their quest, continuously dispatching reinforcements. Would Zhang Min and his allies manage to hold the treasury until rescue arrived, or could they devise a cunning strategy to utterly repel the invaders? Chapter 7. The Anti-Black Alliance. As Zhang Min and her companions found themselves increasingly beleaguered within the vault, their ammunition dwindling and injuries mounting, despair began to set in. Just as hope seemed lost, Huayan conceived a daring plan. She resolved to lead a small contingent in a feigned breakout, intending to draw the enemy's attention away and afford Zhang Min and the others precious time to discover the secret passage within the vault. Zhang Min was acutely aware of the peril inherent in this strategy, yet with no viable alternatives at hand, she acquiesced. Huayan, accompanied by her brave squad, charged forth, engaging in a fierce struggle against the adversaries. Meanwhile, Zhang Min and the remaining members scoured the vault, ultimately unveiling the concealed passage. However, the narrowness of the passage permitted only a few to traverse it at a time. As the battle raged on, Huayan sustained grave injuries, yet steadfastly held the line against the enemy. Would Zhang Min and her comrades manage to evacuate through the passage unscathed? Would Huayan and her valiant team survive the onslaught? Zhang Min led her group into the secret passage, their hearts pounding with anxiety, each step imbued with tension and uncertainty. Outside, Huayan and her squad fought valiantly, their losses mounting, but they successfully diverted the bulk of the enemy's firepower, granting Zhang Min and her companions invaluable time. While navigating the passage, Zhang Min and her team suddenly heard peculiar sounds emanating from ahead, as if something awaited them. It turned out to be hidden traps within the passage, inadvertently triggered by some team members, which further impeded their progress. At this moment, the enemy appeared to have sensed their movements and began encroaching upon the entrance of the passage. In a moment of decisive action, Zhang Min organized her team to carefully evade the traps while hastening their advance. Would they manage to escape before the enemy caught up? What unknown dangers awaited them at the other end of the passage? As they laboriously avoided the traps, the ominous sound of approaching footsteps from the enemy grew louder. A palpable tension enveloped the narrow corridor, quickening everyone's breath. At a critical juncture, Zhang Min discovered a concealed nook where they could momentarily hide, directing her companions to seek refuge within. The enemy's footsteps drew nearer, and they collectively held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Fortunately, the adversaries overlooked their hiding place and hurried deeper into the passage. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and her group pressed onward, finally emerging from the passage. However, what lay before them was not a sanctuary but a desolate mountain forest, fraught with unknown perils and challenges. At this juncture, their supplies of food and medicine were nearly depleted, and with injured members requiring care, the group's stamina was nearly exhausted. As they trudged forward amidst their hardships, they were suddenly beset by a band of mountain bandits. Sensing their fatigue, the brigands mistook them for easy prey. How would Zhang Min and her companions respond to this assault? Could they extricate themselves from their current predicament and find a secure refuge? In the face of the bandits' unexpected attack, Zhang Min, summoning her waning strength, rallied her comrades to resist fiercely. Despite their overwhelming fatigue, they exhibited formidable combat prowess at the brink of life and death, engaging in a fierce struggle against the mountain bandits. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Huayan led a few survivors from the death squad to break free from their foes and reunite with Zhang Min and the others. The arrival of Huayan significantly bolstered their morale, prompting a strategic adjustment that gradually shifted the tide in their favor. Sensing the impending doom, the bandits attempted to flee, but Zhang Min and his companions were not inclined to let them escape easily. After a vigorous pursuit, they ultimately subdued the bandits. However, this ordeal exacerbated their dire situation. Not only had their injuries multiplied, but their supplies of food and medicine were utterly depleted. In order to survive, they were compelled to venture deeper into the forest in search of resources. Within the woods, they unexpectedly stumbled upon an abandoned temple. Although dilapidated, it offered temporary refuge from the elements. They resolved to rest within the temple while dispatching individuals to procure food and medicine. Would those sent forth succeed in their quest? Did this forsaken temple conceal unknown perils? As anxiety mounted with the prolonged absence of the foragers, Zhang Min and Huayan conferred and decided to send out additional members while intensifying vigilance around the temple. At that moment, an eerie noise emanated from within the temple, suggesting that something lurked in the shadows. The group tensed, weapons in hand, cautiously approaching the source of the sound. To their astonishment, it was a pack of ravenous wolves, drawn by the scent of humanity. A fierce confrontation between man and beast was imminent. Zhang Min and Huayan led the charge, engaging in a desperate struggle against the wolves. Through their collective efforts, they managed to drive the wolves away, yet not without sustaining numerous injuries. At this juncture, the foragers returned, but they brought back only a meager supply of provisions, insufficient to meet the needs of the entire group. Faced with such adversity, they were left to ponder their next course of action. Should they remain in the temple, awaiting a fortuitous turn of events, or dare to venture beyond the forest in search of greater hope for survival? Confronted with dwindling resources and an escalating crisis, Zhang Min resolved to lead the group out of the temple, continuing their quest for an escape. Though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, remaining in the temple would only lead to stagnation. They trudged through the forest, grappling with harsh weather and treacherous terrain. Some succumbed to their injuries, while others became lost in the vast wilderness. Just as despair began to take hold, they discovered a hidden village nestled at the foot of the mountain. The village appeared tranquil and serene, yet Zhang Min and his companions remained wary, fearing it might be yet another trap. Through cautious exploration, they found the villagers to be kind-hearted and genuine, eager to offer assistance. The villagers provided food and herbs from their own stores, allowing Zhang Min and his group a brief respite. However, their presence did not go unnoticed, as the enemy soon encircled the village, threatening the villagers to surrender Zhang Min and his companions or face a massacre. Would Zhang Min and his allies step forward to spare the villagers from peril? Or would they join forces with the villagers to resist their adversaries? In the face of such a grave threat, Zhang Min and his companions resolutely decided to no longer endanger the villagers and stepped forth to confront the enemy. They engaged in a fierce standoff with the enemy outside the village. The adversaries, emboldened by their numerical superiority, incessantly provoked, attempting to coerce Zhang Min and his companions into surrender. However, Zhang Min stood resolute, proclaiming loudly his unwavering refusal to capitulate. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, several young villagers from the hamlet seized their farming tools and joined Zhang Min's ranks, declaring their determination to prevent these malevolent forces from wreaking havoc in their homeland. As the battle loomed, Zhang Min adeptly directed his comrades to leverage the advantageous terrain to outmaneuver the enemy. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, and the conflict escalated with remarkable intensity. Amidst the chaos, Huayan suffered an unfortunate injury, igniting a sense of urgency within Zhang Min seizing the opportunity. The enemy intensified their assault, rendering the situation increasingly perilous. In this moment of dire urgency, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly pierced the air, heralding the arrival of a mysterious contingent. Would they prove to be Zhang Min and his allies' salvation, or yet another unknown force? This enigmatic group surged onto the battlefield like a tempest, swiftly disrupting the enemy's formation. Each member displayed remarkable agility and was well-equipped, quickly tearing a breach in the encircling enemy ranks. Capitalizing on this unexpected advantage, Zhang Min and his allies launched a counteroffensive, coordinating seamlessly with the mysterious forces, ultimately sending the enemy into disarray and retreat. After the battle concluded, Zhang Min approached the leader of this enigmatic faction, discovering that they were a band of righteous warriors who had come to assist upon hearing of the villagers' valiant deeds. As the group regrouped in the village, they expressed heartfelt gratitude for the villagers' bravery and kindness. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that the enemy would not relent easily, necessitating the swift formulation of a counter-strategy. Following deliberation, Zhang Min resolved to ally with a noble warrior, intent on forging a more formidable coalition to combat the remnants of the conspiratorial cabal. Throughout the alliance's formation, they encountered numerous challenges and obstacles. Various factions bore conflicting interests and grievances, causing hesitation among smaller groups that initially intended to join for fear of offending more powerful adversaries. Simultaneously, they faced the peril of information leaks. Every devised plan seemed to be foreseen by the enemy, resulting in repeated setbacks. Zhang Min grew suspicious of internal treachery within the alliance and commenced a discreet investigation, exercising utmost caution to avoid alarming any potential informants. After meticulously unraveling the threads of deceit, Zhang Min eventually identified several dubious individuals. Yet, until he procured irrefutable evidence, he could not act impulsively. In the meantime, the enemy was covertly amassing strength, preparing to launch a decisive strike against the alliance. Would Zhang Min succeed in unearthing the traitor before the enemy struck? How would they withstand the ferocious onslaught? Zhang Min resolved to set a trap, coaxing the traitor out of hiding by disseminating a false operational plan, subsequently observing the movements of the suspicious individuals. Indeed, one among them betrayed themselves, relaying the false intelligence to the enemy. Zhang Min apprehended the individual on the spot, and through interrogation, he finally uncovered the enemy's comprehensive strategy. However, at this moment, the enemy had already begun to mobilize. With a vast number of troops advancing towards the alliance's stronghold, Zhang Min swiftly organized the alliance members to fortify their defenses. As a brutal battle was on the verge of erupting, both sides suffered heavy losses during the conflict. Yet, the members of the alliance, through their indomitable spirit and seamless cooperation, gradually stabilized their positions. Just then, another contingent appeared in the distance, causing the hearts of the gathered to race with uncertainty regarding whether they were friend or foe. Who were these newcomers? What alterations would their arrival bring to the tides of battle? To everyone's surprise, the new contingent was a group of chivalrous individuals whom Huayan had encountered during her previous ventures. Having heard of the alliance's plight, they had rushed to offer their support. Upon seeing these familiar faces, Huayan felt a surge of emotion and strength within her. With their assistance, the alliance slowly began to gain the upper hand, forcing the enemy to retreat. Nevertheless, the enemy's leader, unwilling to accept defeat, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to capture Huayan, intending to use her as leverage against the alliance. Zhang Min, filled with urgency, strived to maintain his composure as he engaged in negotiations with the enemy leader. The adversary presented harsh demands, insisting that the alliance allow them safe passage or face the death of Huayan. What choice would Zhang Min make? Could the alliance devise a strategy to rescue Huayan while preventing the enemy from escaping? With unwavering determination in his eyes, Zhang Min understood that allowing the enemy to flee would bring endless repercussions, yet he could not permit harm to come to Huayan. In that tense moment, Huayan seized a fleeting opportunity when the enemy leader momentarily relaxed his grip, breaking free and engaging in combat. Zhang Min and the alliance members sprang into action, overwhelming the foe. After an intense struggle, they finally subdued the enemy leader, and the remaining adversary surrendered. Though the alliance emerged victorious from this brutal conflict, it bore a heavy toll. Huayan sustained serious injuries and required an extended period for recuperation. As Zhang Min managed the aftermath, he diligently cared for her. However, just as they thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, new tidings of trouble emerged from the martial world. It became apparent that a more formidable force lurked behind the previously encountered conspiratorial group, preparing to unleash a more fervent vengeance upon the alliance. Could Zhang Min and Huayan lead the alliance to withstand this impending crisis once more? How would they navigate the treacherous waters of the martial realm in search of true tranquility? Faced with the looming threat, Zhang Min and Huayan showed no signs of retreat. While they recuperated and regained their strength, they actively reached out to other righteous factions in the martial world, hoping to forge a broader alliance. As Huayan's condition gradually improved, she disregarded her incomplete recovery and immersed herself in preparations for battle. Zhang Min felt a pang of concern for her, yet he recognized her resolute nature, knowing he could not deter her. Throughout their outreach efforts, they encountered numerous challenges and obstacles. Some factions harbored skepticism towards them, while others imposed stringent conditions. Nevertheless, armed with steadfast conviction and eloquence, Zhang Min and Huayan adeptly navigated these issues one by one. Ultimately, through their relentless efforts, a formidable alliance began to take shape. However, just as they prepared to confront their adversaries, internal discord surfaced within their ranks. Some factions within the alliance have developed conflicts due to unequal distribution of interests, even contemplating a departure from the coalition. How might Zhang Min and Huayan reconcile these internal discrepancies and unite all forces to confront external foes? What direction will this tumultuous situation take? Aware that unresolved internal strife could lead to the alliance's disintegration, Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to engage in profound dialogues with the dissenting factions. Huayan appealed to their emotions and reason, elucidating the significance of unity and the formidable, ruthless nature of their foes. Meanwhile, Zhang Min proposed a relatively equitable scheme for interest distribution, striving to address the fundamental needs of all parties. After arduous negotiations and discussions, the internal rifts were somewhat alleviated, and the alliance achieved a temporary stability. However, just as they prepared to confront their adversaries, they discovered that the enemy had struck first. The enemy dispatched spies to sow chaos and destruction within the alliance, resulting in the leakage of vital intelligence and the destruction of resources. Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly initiated an investigation to unearth these infiltrators. Yet, the spies proved exceedingly cunning and well-concealed, causing their inquiry to progress slowly. During this challenging period, certain factions within the alliance began to waver. casting doubts upon the leadership of Zhang Min and Huayan. Could they unmask the spies in a timely manner and regain the alliance's trust? Could they withstand the enemy's fierce onslaught and safeguard the coalition's security? Amidst mounting pressures, Zhang Min and Huayan remained undaunted. They intensified internal oversight and scrutiny while reformulating their defensive strategies to preempt sudden enemy assaults. After meticulous investigation, they finally discerned traces left by the spies and, following the clues, gradually narrowed down several suspects. Just as they were on the verge of revealing the true identities of the spies, the enemy launched a large-scale offensive. The alliance's defenses were suddenly subjected to immense strain, engulfed in the flames of battle and the haze of smoke. Zhang Min and Huayan had no choice but to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the spies and immerse themselves in combat. Leading by example, they fought valiantly, significantly boosting the morale of the alliance members. In the heat of battle, Huayan unfortunately sustained another injury, yet she persevered, resolutely holding her ground. At that moment, the alliance's resources and personnel were rapidly depleting, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Could they maintain their defenses while awaiting a turning point? Would the spies seize this opportunity to wreak further havoc, bringing calamity upon the alliance? Despite the precarious circumstances, Zhang Min and Huayan, alongside their comrades, fought tenaciously to prevent the enemy from breaching their defenses. During brief lulls in the fighting, Zhang Min seized the opportunity to redeploy forces and allocate resources, while Huayan, enduring her pain, comforted the wounded and rallied their spirits. At last, they awaited the arrival of reinforcements. These reinforcements were led by a renowned figure from the martial world who had once benefited from the kindness of Zhang Min and Huayan. Their presence instantly shifting the tide of battle. The enemy began to falter, prompting Zhang Min to order a relentless pursuit, denying the adversaries any respite. However, during the chase, they sensed that the enemy might have ulterior motives. Initially, the enemy's large-scale offensive was merely a ruse to divert attention, with their true objective being a surprise assault on the Allied rear base. Will Zhang Min and Huayan discern the enemy's insidious plot in time to defend the rear base? What fate awaits the safety of the rear base? Without hesitation, Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly led a contingent of elite forces to reinforce the rear base. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the enemy was on the verge of breaching the base's defenses. Undaunted, Zhang Min and Huayan plunged into the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the adversary. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately repelled the enemy, safeguarding the rear base. However, they soon learned that several key members of the alliance had been unfortunate captives during the previous skirmish. The enemy sought to leverage this situation, imposing stringent terms for exchange. In the face of this dilemma, Zhang Min and Huayan grappled with the dual imperatives of safeguarding the alliance's interests while not neglecting the lives of their comrades. In such a challenging moment, what strategies would they devise? Would the captured allies return safely? Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to negotiate with the enemy, seeking a solution that would both secure the release of their comrades and minimize losses. At the negotiation table, the enemy maintained a hardline stance, showing no inclination to compromise. Zhang Min and Huayan remained composed, skillfully maneuvering to find weaknesses in the enemy's rhetoric. After a series of intense exchanges, they uncovered internal contradictions and divisions within the enemy ranks. Seizing this opportunity, they aimed to sow discord among their foes, striving for more favorable terms. Concurrently, they discreetly organized an elite rescue team, prepared to launch a surprise operation under the guise of negotiations to liberate the captured comrades. However, the enemy was highly vigilant, enhancing their guard over the prisoners. Would the rescue team successfully breach the enemy's defenses? Would negotiations yield a satisfactory outcome? Under the cover of darkness, the rescue team stealthily approached the location where the captives were held, carefully evading enemy patrols. Just as they were about to reach their objective, a team member inadvertently stepped on a branch, the resulting noise alerting the enemy. In an instant, alarms blared, and enemy forces surged toward their position. The rescue team was compelled to act prematurely, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the adversary. Simultaneously, Zhang Min and Huayan deliberately escalated tensions at the negotiation table to distract the enemy. After a harrowing struggle, the rescue team successfully penetrated the enemy's defenses and liberated some captives. Yet, several comrades have been relocated elsewhere. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to up the ante in negotiations, threatening the enemy with dire consequences should they fail to return all prisoners. The enemy began to waver, yet their leader remained obstinately resistant, determined to fight to the bitter end. Amidst this stalemate, new issues arose within the alliance. Some members questioned Zhang Min and Huayan's decisions, arguing that the cost of rescuing the captives was too great. How would Zhang Min and Huayan stabilize the morale within the alliance? Would they succeed in liberating all the prisoners and decisively vanquishing the enemy? In the face of skepticism within the alliance, Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to convene an urgent meeting. During this assembly, they earnestly elucidated the significance of rescuing the captives, emphasizing that it was not merely a matter of camaraderie, but also essential for preserving the unity and reputation of the alliance. Their sincerity moved the attendees, temporarily alleviating their doubts, and they collectively decided to continue supporting the endeavor. Meanwhile, divisions within the enemy camp grew more pronounced, with some factions advocating for compromise to avert a complete rupture with the alliance led by Zhang Min and Huayan. In this context, the enemy leader was compelled to reevaluate his stance. At this critical juncture, Zhang Min and Huayan received a cryptic message from an anonymous source, offering detailed intelligence on the enemy's inner workings to assist them in locating the remaining captives. However, the motives of this mysterious benefactor were unclear, raising questions about their trustworthiness. If they accepted this assistance, could they potentially fall into a new trap? After careful contemplation, Zhang Min and Huayan decided to take the risk of trusting the intelligence provided by the enigmatic figure. Following the clues given, they discreetly initiated their search. Throughout their quest, they faced multiple ambushes from the enemy. Yet with remarkable adaptability and indomitable spirit, they consistently turned peril into safety. Ultimately, they located the remaining captives hidden in a clandestine location. However, the enemy had laid numerous traps around the area, making a successful rescue a formidable challenge. Zhang Min devised an intricate plan, while Huayan took charge of orchestrating the operation. The team worked in close coordination, carefully breaching the enemy's defenses. After a breathtaking battle, they successfully liberated all the captives and eliminated a significant portion of the enemy forces. Just as they prepared to retreat, they discovered that reinforcements for the enemy were rapidly approaching. Zhang Min made a decisive choice to leave a portion of their group behind to cover the main force's escape with the captives. Huayan vehemently opposed this, insisting on facing the danger alongside Zhang Min. Nevertheless, he was resolute, urging her to ensure the safety of the others. With tears in her eyes, Huayan led the group away, while Zhang Min and the rear guard valiantly resisted the advancing enemy reinforcements. They exploited the terrain to create considerable obstacles for the enemy. However, as the enemy numbers swelled, Zhang Min and his comrades found themselves gradually cornered. Yet, they did not falter, continuing to fight with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Huayan, who had already retreated, returned with a contingent of reinforcements. She had encountered allied forces en route and swiftly brought them back to rescue Zhang Min united. They ultimately repelled the enemy reinforcements and successfully escaped the scene. This battle significantly bolstered the alliance's reputation, attracting more righteous individuals to their cause. However, they were acutely aware that the enemy would not relent, and greater storms loomed on the horizon. As the alliance grew stronger, Zhang Min and Huayan began strategizing a comprehensive counteroffensive against the enemy. They formulated detailed operational plans, preparing to strike decisively at the enemy's stronghold. During this preparation phase, they tirelessly gathered intelligence, trained new recruits, and consolidated resources from various factions. The alliance was abuzz with activity, yet it thrummed with determination and hope. At last, the day of action arrived. The allied forces, divided into several contingents, advanced towards the enemy's various strongholds. The battle raged with extraordinary intensity, with Zhang Min and Huayan leading the charge, embodying courage and valor that inspired every member of the alliance. After arduous combat, they gradually gained the upper hand, conquering the enemy's positions one by one. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, the adversary unleashed a final, devastating weapon, a concealed tool of destruction lurking in the shadows. This formidable contraption inflicted significant casualties upon the Allied forces. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly organized their troops to respond. They dispatched scouts to uncover the weakness of this secret weapon while directing the battle to minimize losses. After a tense reconnaissance, an ally finally identified a vulnerability in the weapon. Without hesitation, Zhang Min ordered a concentrated assault on its weak point. Through the collective efforts of the alliance, the secret weapon was successfully destroyed, leading to the collapse of the enemy's final defenses. The Allied forces pursued the retreating foe, completely seizing their stronghold. However, during the process of clearing the battlefield, they uncovered crucial documents revealing a vast and formidable power supporting their adversary. This discovery made Zhang Min and Huayan acutely aware that their struggle was far from over. How would they confront the new challenges that lay ahead? Immediately, Zhang Min and Huayan delved into the documents, seeking further clues about the underlying forces at play. Simultaneously, they fortified the alliance's defenses and intelligence-gathering efforts to preempt any sudden threats. As they analyzed the files, they uncovered intricate connections between this hidden power and various underworld organizations in other regions, revealing an influence far exceeding their initial assumptions. To obtain more precise intelligence, Zhang Min resolved to personally investigate these other areas. Meanwhile, Huayan remained at the headquarters, overseeing the affairs of the alliance and preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Min proceeded with utmost caution, disguising himself to evade dangers and surveillance. In an unfamiliar city, he encountered a mysterious woman named Lin Yu, who appeared to possess unique insights into this hidden force. Once a member of that clandestine organization, Lin Yu had departed due to her disapproval of their ruthless methods. She chose to assist Zhang Min, revealing numerous secrets hitherto unknown. Through the information provided by Lin Yu, Zhang Min gradually unraveled the operational patterns and key figures of this formidable power. However, their frequent interactions drew the attention of the hidden force, which dispatched assassins to pursue both Zhang Min and Lin Yu. As they evaded the relentless hunters, their bond deepened. In a moment of peril, Zhang Min, utilizing his extraordinary intellect and bravery, successfully eluded the assassin's grasp. Yet, this escape revealed their whereabouts, plunging them into an even more perilous situation. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters, Huayan was filled with anxiety. She was concerned for Zhang Min's safety while also grappling with the wavering morale within the alliance due to his prolonged absence. While striving to stabilize the alliance, Zhang Min and Lin Yu continued their search for methods to combat the hidden force amidst a landscape fraught with danger. They resolved to take a perilous plunge into a crucial stronghold of a clandestine force, aiming to procure pivotal evidence. After meticulous planning, they successfully infiltrated the stronghold. However, during their quest for evidence, they inadvertently triggered an alarm. In an instant, the entire compound was on high alert, and Zhang Min and Lin Yu found themselves ensnared in a formidable encirclement. They fought valiantly, striving to find an opportunity to break free. Just as despair began to envelop them, Huayan, leading the elite forces of their alliance, arrived in the nick of time, coordinating with them to successfully breach the encirclement. Upon returning to the alliance with the crucial evidence, they prepared to harness the power of public opinion and legal action to unveil the crimes of the hidden force. Yet, the clandestine force would not remain passive. An even more thrilling confrontation was on the horizon. As they endeavored to expose the misdeeds of the hidden force, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu encountered numerous obstacles. The clandestine force employed various affiliations in a bid to thwart the disclosure of evidence, resorting even to threats and intimidation against them. Nevertheless, the trio did not waver. They fortified their security measures while actively collaborating with forces of justice. Several conscientious media personnel and officials were moved by their courage and expressed their willingness to assist. Just when everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, a traitor emerged within the alliance. This betrayer divulged their plans to the hidden force, plunging them back into a position of vulnerability. Zhang Min and her companions had to reassess their strategy and conduct an internal investigation within the alliance. During this process, they uncovered that the traitor was but a pawn in a more profound conspiracy. Who, indeed, was orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Could Zhang Min and her allies successfully unearth the puppet master amidst the looming peril and achieve the triumph of justice? After a thorough investigation, they discovered that the puppet master was in collusion with a powerful local politician who utilized his authority to shield the hidden force, reaping vast profits in the process. Zhang Min and her comrades understood that to utterly vanquish this formidable adversary, they must obtain irrefutable evidence to bring the politician to justice, thereby severing the protective umbrella over the hidden force. They decided to split their efforts. Huayan would continue to rectify the internal structure of the alliance to prevent further infiltration. Lin Yu would leverage her former connections to gather more damning information on the politician. And Zhang Min would collaborate with justice-oriented law enforcement to initiate a covert investigation into the politician. Throughout this endeavor, they repeatedly faced peril with some sustaining injuries. Yet they remained undeterred, inching closer to their objective. Finally, they acquired crucial evidence capable of bringing the politician down. However, just as they were poised to unveil the evidence, the politician sensed the impending danger and resolved to strike preemptively, unleashing a frenzied retaliation against them. The politician dispatched a multitude of assassins to pursue Zhang Min and her companions relentlessly. They were compelled to seek refuge, evading wave after wave of attacks. During their flight, their resources dwindled, and their situation grew increasingly dire. Fortunately, they received covert assistance from various grassroots justice organizations, allowing them a momentary respite. Zhang Min realized that evading was not a sustainable strategy. They must take the initiative to shatter the stalemate. Thus, they resolved to take the perilous journey back to the stronghold of the alliance, to muster their forces for a counteroffensive. Upon their return, they were met with the disheartening sight of devastation wrought by their adversaries. Yet, the members of the alliance remained undeterred, steadfastly awaiting the return of Zhang Min and others. Zhang Min and Huayan diligently reassembled the alliance's strength, preparing to engage in a final confrontation against the politicians and hidden factions. They meticulously crafted a comprehensive battle plan, vowing to uphold justice until the very end. On the eve of the decisive battle, a palpable tension and anticipation filled each heart. Who would emerge victorious in this life-or-death struggle? At last, the day of reckoning arrived, and Zhang Min led the members of the alliance into a fierce clash with the enemy on an open battlefield. Smoke and chaos enveloped the scene, and the air was rife with the sounds of battle cries. Zhang Min, leading by example, charged into the fray, while Huayan orchestrated strategies from the rear, and Lin Yu fought valiantly against the enemy. As the battle intensified, both sides suffered significant losses. However, bolstered by their indomitable will and seamless cooperation, Zhang Min and his comrades gradually gained the upper hand. Just then, sensing the tide turning against him, a politician attempted to flee. Zhang Min, having discerned his escape, pursued him single-handedly. After an intense chase and struggle, Zhang Min successfully subdued the politician. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the alliance triumphed over the armed forces of the hidden factions. This climactic confrontation concluded with the victory of Zhang Min and his allies, justice ultimately prevailing. Yet, they were acutely aware that the struggle against the underworld was far from over. Further challenges awaited them. To prevent the resurgence of such nefarious forces, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu resolved to continue their guardianship of justice, safeguarding the hard-won peace. In the aftermath of their victory, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu set about restoring order amidst the chaos of war. They endeavored to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded, while simultaneously beginning to re-envision the future of the alliance. However, their actions incited envy and trepidation among rival factions. fearing that Zhang Min's alliance might threaten their interests. These factions began to conspire in secrecy, seeking to undermine their efforts. Simultaneously, although the politicians and hidden forces had been vanquished, some remnants remained at large, poised to retaliate and instigate small-scale disturbances. Zhang Min and his companions found themselves compelled to heighten their vigilance and bolster their defenses. They established a network of informants throughout the city, closely monitoring the movements of their adversaries. During one patrol, Lin Yu uncovered a clandestine stronghold of the enemy. Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly organized a contingent to mount an assault on it. However, this operation did not unfold as smoothly as they had envisioned. The enemy appeared to be well prepared, having laid numerous traps. Zhang Min and his allies fought valiantly against the adversary's schemes, but gradually found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. In a critical moment, Huayan, drawing upon her knowledge of the terrain, identified an escape route. Under her guidance, they successfully extricated themselves from the enemy's encirclement. Yet, this setback illuminated the possibility of enemy infiltrators within their ranks. Consequently, they commenced a thorough investigation within the alliance itself. During this process, they uncovered subtle clues that had previously gone unnoticed, gradually directing suspicion toward a senior member within the alliance. This individual held considerable prestige among the ranks, compelling Zhang Min and her companions to proceed with caution to avoid internal discord. After a thorough covert investigation, they finally acquired irrefutable evidence proving this member's collusion with the enemy. In a tense internal meeting, Zhang Min confronted this individual, exposing their treachery and demanding answers. Faced with undeniable proof, the member ultimately confessed to their transgressions. The alliance was engulfed in outrage and disappointment over this betrayal, leading to their expulsion from the group. Following this tumultuous episode, the alliance emerged more united, while Zhang Min and her associates continued their endeavors to maintain peace and stability in the city. With internal strife resolved, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu dedicated their energies to the city's reconstruction efforts. They leveraged the alliance's resources to assist businesses and families affected by the turmoil in regaining their footing. However, tranquility proved fleeting. A clandestine organization quietly emerged within the city, operating covertly and employing ruthless tactics, soon capturing the attention of Zhang Min and her team. Through investigation, they discerned that this organization was intricately linked to the previously vanquished hidden forces, seemingly a remnant gathering for revenge. This organization relentlessly instigated acts of terror throughout the city, aiming to disrupt the recently restored order. Zhang Min and her team resolved to take proactive measures, determined to prevent the city from descending into chaos once more. In a direct confrontation with the mysterious organization, Zhang Min sustained injuries. Huayan and Lin Yu, anxious and distressed, had to care for the wounded Zhang Min while simultaneously countering the provocations of the enigmatic group. Faced with such formidable challenges, could they uphold the bastion of justice and ensure the safety of the city and its inhabitants? In the wake of Zhang Min's injury, Huayan and Lin Yu resolutely assumed the mantle of leadership. They collaborated closely, reconfiguring the alliance's forces to conduct a more in-depth investigation into the mysterious organization. During their inquiry, they uncovered a far more significant conspiracy lurking behind the organization. It was revealed that their ambitions extended beyond mere vengeance. They sought to seize control of the city's economic lifeblood, aiming for comprehensive dominion over the metropolis. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Huayan and Lin Yu resolved to seek external assistance. Through their established connections, they reached out to a seasoned detective who agreed to aid them in unraveling the organization's nefarious plots. With the detective's support, they gradually identified the core members and operational strategies of the mysterious group. However, just as they prepared for an arrest operation, the organization preemptively kidnapped several key business figures and government officials, using them as leverage against the alliance. Huayan and Lin Yu found themselves in a precarious position, tasked with ensuring the safety of the hostages while thwarting the organization's sinister designs. In this critical moment, the still recovering Zhang Min, undeterred by the counsel of her peers, rejoined the front line of battle. Her return invigorated the alliance's morale, rekindling their fighting spirit. After intense strategizing, they decided to employ a feigned attack to mislead their adversaries. On one hand, Zhang Min led a team to feign an assault on the stronghold of a mysterious organization, successfully drawing their attention. On the other hand, Huayan and Lin Yu stealthily infiltrated the location where hostages were held, executing a rescue operation. Initially, the plan unfolded smoothly, with Zhang Min successfully attracting the majority of the enemy forces. However, Huayan and Lin Yu encountered unforeseen challenges. The site of the hostages was heavily guarded, equipped with various complex traps. At a critical moment, Lin Yu, with her agile skills and calm demeanor, discovered a way to dismantle the traps. Meanwhile, Huayan led her team into fierce combat with the adversaries, ultimately succeeding in freeing the hostages. Conversely, Zhang Min found herself in a predicament as the enemy forces, numerous in strength, began to overwhelm her. Fortunately, Huayan and Lin Yu arrived just in time with the hostages to provide support, turning the tide of battle. The mysterious organization was pushed back relentlessly, yet their leader managed to escape amid the chaos. Although the leader evaded capture, this victory brought a temporary tranquility to the city. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu understood that as long as the enemy leader roamed free, he could return at any moment. They initiated a large-scale manhunt throughout the city, simultaneously strengthening their collaboration with the police. However, the leader of the mysterious organization seemed to have vanished without a trace. Just when despair began to set in, the Alliance received a cryptic letter. The correspondence hinted at the leader's hiding place, yet suspicions arose that it might be a trap. After extensive deliberation and weighing their options, Zhang Min resolved to lead a small team of elites to investigate the location mentioned in the letter. They approached the target cautiously, the surrounding silence instilling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Upon entering the abandoned factory, they indeed fell into an ambush set by the enemy. Gunfire erupted instantaneously, plunging Zhang Min and her team into a perilous predicament. Amidst the fierce gunfight, the members of Zhang Min's team fought valiantly. Yet the overwhelming numbers and fierce firepower of the enemy gradually cornered them into a dire situation. At this critical juncture, Huayan and Lin Yu arrived with reinforcements just in time. Their presence immediately shifted the momentum, causing the enemy to falter. After a fierce exchange of fire, the adversaries were gradually repelled, yet the leader of the mysterious organization escaped once more amid the turmoil. Zhang Min and her team were filled with indignation, yet they recognized that, following this setback, the enemy would likely refrain from any significant actions for the time being. They resolved to utilize this interval to further consolidate the strength of their alliance while enhancing surveillance and defense over the city. However, the leader of the mysterious organization had not relinquished his ambitions. He secretly reached out to other underworld factions, scheming to unite them for a decisive strike against Zhang Min's alliance. Sensing the new movements of the enemy leader, Zhang Min and her team decided to take the initiative. Aiming to disrupt their coalition plans, they dispatched astute scouts to infiltrate various underworld factions, gathering intelligence. Through this intelligence, they uncovered the contradictions and divergent interests within the enemy alliance. Zhang Min astutely exploited these discrepancies, reaching out to the leaders of the various factions, appealing to their reason and enticing them with benefits in an effort to sow discord within their coalition. A faction began to waver, no longer resolutely supporting the enigmatic leader of the mysterious organization. Yet, some obstinate forces chose to stand by the leader through thick and thin. During a clandestine negotiation, Zhang Min and others nearly revealed their identities, plunging themselves into grave peril. Fortunately, through their wit and valor, they successfully extricated themselves from the predicament. As time unfolded, fractures began to appear within the enemy alliance, rife with internal discord. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu resolved to seize the moment and launch a full-scale assault against the leader of the mysterious organization and his most steadfast supporters. They meticulously orchestrated a comprehensive offensive, deploying the strongest forces of their alliance, divided into multiple teams to attack the enemy's stronghold from various directions. Once the battle commenced, the scene was exceedingly intense. Amidst the hail of gunfire, Zhang Min and his comrades led the charge, with alliance members bravely engaging in combat. The defenses of the mysterious organization's leader gradually crumbled, yet he remained unwilling to concede defeat, attempting a final desperate struggle. In a concealed corner, the leader gathered a cadre of assassins, preparing to ambush Zhang Min and his companions. Thankfully, Lin Yu timely detected the anomaly and alerted everyone to be vigilant. After a fierce struggle, Zhang Min ultimately vanquished the leader of the mysterious organization, bringing an end to this prolonged and brutal conflict. With the fall of the enigmatic leader, those once allied with him in the underworld scattered like birds and beasts. The city finally welcomed a long-awaited peace and tranquility. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu emerged as heroes of the city, their names celebrated by the populace. However, they did not succumb to arrogance. To prevent the resurgence of similar underworld forces, they resolved to reform and transform their alliance, shifting away from reliance on brute force to actively participating in the city's construction and development. They harnessed the alliance's resources to invest in enterprises, creating a multitude of job opportunities for the city. Simultaneously, they engaged in philanthropic endeavors, aiding those who had once suffered under the tyranny of the underworld to rebuild their lives. Throughout this process, they encountered new challenges and difficulties. For instance, some unscrupulous merchants, envious of their success, sought to undermine their enterprises through various means. Yet, Zhang Min and his allies did not falter. Armed with wisdom and courage, they repeatedly resolved crises. As the city continued to prosper, the tale of Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu became legendary, inspiring generations to strive for justice and goodness. Years passed, and under the efforts of Zhang Min and his companions, the city flourished, with the alliance successfully transformed into a vital force driving urban progress. However, beneath the tranquil fade, a new crisis was silently brewing. An ambitious outsider had set his sights on the city's potential, clandestinely colluding with those who once harbored grievances against Zhang Min and his group, aiming to reclaim control over the city's underground order. This ambitious figure was ruthless and secretive, and initially, Zhang Min and his allies remained oblivious to his machinations. It was only when a series of bizarre incidents began to unfold within the city, such as the leakage of vital business secrets and the sabotage of critical infrastructure, that they became aware of a new malevolent force at play. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu reassembled to delve into the truth behind these occurrences. They discovered that this new entity not only possessed formidable financial backing, but also wielded advanced technological capabilities, which consistently hindered their investigations. During one pursuit of a lead, Zhang Min narrowly escaped a meticulously crafted trap set by the enemy. Thanks to the timely intervention of Huayan and Lin Yu, who turned potential disaster into deliverance. Confronted with such a cunning and powerful adversary, Zhang Min and her companions resolved to alter their approach. They chose not to rely solely on their own strength, but to forge alliances with other righteous forces within the city. They engaged in closer cooperation with the police, sharing intelligence and resources. Simultaneously, they garnered support from various business sectors and grassroots organizations, forming an extensive anti-crime coalition. Through the collective efforts of all involved, they gradually unraveled the ambitious schemer's plans and strategies. It became evident that the schemer aimed to dominate the city by manipulating its financial markets and energy supplies. Zhang Min and her allies meticulously orchestrated a counteroffensive. At a pivotal moment, they successfully exposed the schemer's conspiracy, leading to the collapse of his plans. However, the schemer was not so easily deterred. He resolved to go all in and initiate a final, desperate assault. Chapter 8. Eradicating crime on the eve of the final frenzied assault by the ambitious foes, Zhang Min and his comrades, through meticulous reconnaissance, became privy to fragments of their operational plans. Yet, this time, the adversaries appeared to be exceptionally well prepared, their maneuvers shrouded in uncertainty and peril. A palpable tension permeated the city streets, as citizens sensed the impending tempest, their hearts filled with trepidation. Zhang Min understood profoundly that this battle was not solely about the city's future, but also about the culmination of their years of toil and sacrifice. He and Huayan, along with Lin Yu, spent the night in restless vigilance, tirelessly refining their strategies and mobilizing every available resource. As the battle commenced, the enemy surged forth like a relentless tide, plunging both sides into a fierce melee. The sound of gunfire echoed through the heavens, and flames illuminated the night sky. In the midst of commanding the fight, Huayan sustained an injury, yet she resolutely remained at her post, unwilling to withdraw. Lin Yu, leading a contingent, penetrated the enemy's rear, striving to disrupt their formations. Zhang Min, fighting valiantly on the front lines, embodied the spirit of a war deity, invigorating the morale of every soldier. Through their tenacious resistance, the momentum of the enemy's advance began to wane. However, at this critical juncture, the ambitious leader unleashed his ultimate gambit, dispatching a well-equipped Special Forces unit to launch a surprise assault on Zhang Min's core stronghold. This elite squad moved with remarkable speed and cohesion, exerting immense pressure on Zhang Min and his team. In this decisive moment, Lin Yu, demonstrating exceptional tactical acumen, successfully organized an effective defense, repelling multiple charges from the Special Forces. Despite her injuries, Huayan persevered, coordinating resources from various fronts, providing an unceasing flow of support to the front line. Zhang Min personally led a squad of elite fighters in a desperate struggle against the Special Forces. After a harrowing confrontation, Zhang Min finally discerned a vulnerability within the special unit and decisively dismantled their offensive. With the defeat of the Special Forces, the enemy's morale plummeted, revealing signs of imminent collapse. Zhang Min and his allies pursued relentlessly, denying the enemy any respite. Ultimately, the ambitious plot unraveled completely, with the leader himself captured by Zhang Min's own hand. Once more, tranquility and serenity returned to the city. In the aftermath of this victory, the order of the city gradually resumed its normalcy. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu were warmly embraced by the citizens. Yet they did not succumb to the allure of glory. To prevent such crises from recurring, they resolved to establish a long-term monitoring and defense mechanism. This initiative encompassed enhanced collaboration with law enforcement, training a greater number of intelligence operatives, and forming an emergency response unit. However, new challenges emerged. During the establishment of the emergency response unit, shortages in funding and equipment became significant hurdles. Concurrently, certain malefactors began to launch attacks against them in the public sphere, accusing them of wielding excessive power that could evolve into a new threat. Faced with these doubts and difficulties, Zhang Min and his compatriots did not falter. They actively sought support from all sectors of society, transparently showcasing their plans and actions to dispel the public's apprehensions. At a charity gala, Zhang Min delivered a profoundly moving speech, recounting their tireless efforts and unwavering determination for the city, which garnered the generous support of numerous entrepreneurs, alleviating their pressing financial crisis. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing favorably, a mysterious organization emerged quietly, its intentions shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, various indicators suggested that their target was precisely the defense mechanisms that Zhang Min and his associates had recently established. Zhang Min and his team promptly initiated an investigation into this enigmatic group, discovering that its members possessed intricate backgrounds and remained elusive in their operations. During the investigation, Lin Yu unearthed a potential connection between the mysterious organization and the previously defeated ambitious adversaries. This revelation made them acutely aware that the enemy might prove more formidable than initially imagined. Huayan resolved to probe from within, seeking to identify any spies the mysterious organization might have embedded among them. After thorough scrutiny, several suspicious individuals were indeed uncovered. Concurrently, the mysterious organization began to launch frequent, small-scale disruptions against their defense mechanisms, leaving Zhang Min and his team beleaguered. In a bid to break the stalemate, Zhang Min decided to take a perilous risk and infiltrate the inner circle of the mysterious organization personally. He meticulously disguised himself and, armed with exceptional courage and intellect, gradually drew closer to the core of the organization. However, just as he was on the brink of obtaining crucial intelligence, his identity was nearly compromised, plunging him into a perilous situation. In this critical moment, Zhang Min, quick on his feet, ingeniously manipulated the surrounding environment to create chaos, allowing him to escape the core area of the mysterious organization amidst the turmoil. Nevertheless, his audacious endeavor heightened the organization's vigilance, prompting an intensified pursuit of him. Outside, Huayan and Linyu anxiously awaited news from Zhang Min. Upon learning of his exposure, they swiftly enacted an emergency plan to carve out a secure retreat route for him. Zhang Min found himself engaged in a heart-pounding chase through the city's alleys, evading the organization's pursuers time and again, thanks to his familiarity with the terrain. Ultimately, with the timely assistance of Huayan and Linyu, Zhang Min successfully eluded capture. However, the failure of this operation illuminated the fact that the mysterious organization's defenses were far more formidable than they had anticipated. After a period of recuperation and strategic reassessment, they resolved to alter their approach, targeting the peripheral members of the mysterious organization in an effort to gradually dismantle its influence. By persuading some wavering peripheral members, they acquired valuable intelligence. Yet, during this process, they also faced the organization's fervent retaliation, with several of their strongholds coming under attack. In the face of such relentless vengeance from the mysterious organization, Zhang Min and his associates resolved to no longer remain passive victims. They fortified the defenses of their allied strongholds while dispatching elite forces to launch counterattacks against the organization's key positions. In a fierce confrontation, Lin Yu discovered a significant secret passage of the mysterious organization. Utilizing this discovery, they successfully infiltrated the organization's internal warehouse, acquiring a substantial cache of vital resources and intelligence. These provisions and insights provided robust support for their subsequent efforts to undermine the mysterious organization further. However, the clandestine organization became acutely aware of its internal vulnerabilities and intensified its control over various operations. Just as both sides reached an impasse, Zhang Min received a mysterious letter. The correspondence unveiled the true financier behind the enigmatic organization, as well as their more extensive conspiracy. It turned out that this financier was an international crime mogul, who aimed to utilize the city as a springboard for larger-scale illicit activities. Zhang Min and her companions recognized that they were confronting an unprecedented and formidable challenge. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu understood the immense power of their adversary, prompting them to exercise utmost diligence. The trio promptly commenced preparations to formulate a strategy. On one hand, they fortified their connections with Interpol to seek external support, while on the other, they delved deeper into the organization's secrets within the city. In collaboration with Interpol, they discovered that this international crime lord had established criminal networks across multiple countries, employing exceedingly brutal and cunning tactics. To decisively eliminate the threat, Zhang Min and her team resolved to infiltrate the crime lord's lair to gather evidence. They meticulously disguised themselves and, after enduring numerous perils, successfully infiltrated the crime lord's stronghold. There, they cautiously searched for crucial evidence, but inadvertently triggered the enemy's alarm system. In an instant, the adversaries poured out, launching a frenzied pursuit. Zhang Min and her companions fled desperately through narrow corridors and intricate terrain, with bullets whizzing past them. In a critical moment, Huayan showcased her exceptional combat skills, fending off wave after wave of attackers, thereby buying precious time for her allies. Lin Yu, utilizing her astute intellect, identified a concealed escape route. Ultimately, they managed to evade their pursuers, returning to the city with vital evidence. However, their actions had thoroughly enraged the crime lord, heralding an impending storm. Upon their return with evidence, Zhang Min and her team immediately engaged in close collaboration with Interpol to devise a detailed apprehension plan. Yet, the crime lord sensed the looming danger and preemptively relocated some of his crucial assets and core members, complicating the operation. During the pursuit, Zhang Min and her team encountered multiple assaults from the elite assassins hired by the crime lord. These killers were highly trained and merciless, posing a significant threat to them. On one occasion, while Zhang Min was independently tracing a lead, she fell into an ambush set by an assassin. In a fierce struggle, Zhang Min sustained grave injuries. Yet through sheer willpower, she managed to turn the tables, killing the assassin and escaping. Huayan and Lin Yu, frantic with worry, scoured the area for Zhang Min. Upon finding her injured, they were filled with anguish. However, Zhang Min resolutely declared her determination to bring the crime lord to justice, even at the cost of her own life. After a period of recuperation, Zhang Min's condition steadily improved, and they re-entered the fray. Through relentless sifting and analysis of the clues, they finally pinpointed the crime lord's new hideout. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu led an elite team to quietly encircle the crime lord's new sanctuary. However, this location was heavily fortified, surrounded by surveillance and traps. They cautiously evaded surveillance, gradually approaching their objective. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, one team member inadvertently triggered a trap, and the alarm blared instantly. Enemies surged forth like a tidal wave, igniting an intense gunfight between both sides. Zhang Min led the charge, bravely forging a path for his comrades through a hail of bullets. Huayan and Lin Yu coordinated closely, directing their team to attack in an orderly manner, striving to minimize casualties. Amidst the fierce battle, the crime lord attempted to escape amidst the chaos. Zhang Min, noticing his movements, pursued him relentlessly. After a fierce struggle, Zhang Min finally subdued the crime lord. Yet, they paid a heavy price, with several team members wounded or even sacrificed. Despite successfully apprehending the crime lord, Zhang Min and his comrades were overcome with a profound sense of sorrow. They honored their fallen teammates with reverence and diligently tended to the wounded. However, the ordeal was far from over. Although the crime lord was captured, his remaining forces continued to operate in the shadows, attempting to rescue him and regain power. Zhang Min and his team remained vigilant, enhancing surveillance and preventative measures throughout the city. They also delved deeper into the crime lord's network, leaving no potential threat unchecked. During a covert investigation, Lin Yu uncovered a crucial lead pointing to a mysterious accomplice of the crime lord, who had been orchestrating numerous illegal transactions from behind the scenes. Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to follow this lead, only to find themselves ensnared in a meticulously crafted trap. They became trapped in an abandoned factory, surrounded by enemies. Faced with despair, they refused to surrender, drawing upon their years of combat experience and mutual understanding to engage the adversaries in a desperate struggle. As the battle raged on in the derelict factory, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu gradually began to tire, yet their fighting spirit soared. Just when the enemies believed victory was within their grasp, reinforcements from the police arrived just in time. The overwhelming firepower of the police threw the enemies into disarray, allowing Zhang Min and his comrades to seize the opportunity to counterattack, working in tandem with the police to capture the foes. However, the elusive accomplice managed to escape once more. Zhang Min and his team vowed to bring him to justice and eradicate this malevolent force. Through meticulous re-examination and in-depth investigation of the leads, they discovered that the accomplice was preparing to flee abroad in an attempt to evade capture. Zhang Min and his team immediately collaborated with international law enforcement, setting ambushes at various checkpoints. At the airport, a tense chase ensued. Ultimately, they successfully thwarted the accomplice's escape and brought him to justice. With the capture of the mysterious accomplice, the city's underworld suffered a significant blow. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but they understood that maintaining the peace and tranquility of the city was a long-term battle. To prevent the resurgence of organized crime, they resolved to dedicate themselves to educating the youth, sharing their experiences to enlighten young minds about the dangers of the underworld and guiding them toward a righteous path. Yet, in this endeavor, they encountered new challenges. Some adolescents, once influenced by the nefarious underworld, harbored resentment towards their guidance. Some even fell prey to the remnants of criminal factions attempting to regroup. However, Zhang Min and her associates did not succumb to despair. Rather, they engaged with these youths with renewed patience, striving to comprehend their needs and confusions. Huayan established a psychological counseling group to assist the wounded children in emerging from their shadows and rebuilding their faith in life. Lin Yu, utilizing her intellect, devised a series of engaging educational activities, allowing the children to absorb the correct values in a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. Through relentless efforts, an increasing number of youths began to distance themselves from the underworld, filling the city's future with hope. Just as everything seemed to be progressing positively, an anonymous threat letter appeared on Zhang Min's desk, warning them to refrain from meddling in affairs not their own, lest they bear the consequences. Zhang Min and her team immediately heightened their vigilance and commenced a discreet investigation into the origin of this threatening correspondence. They discovered that, although the majority of the criminal elements had been eradicated, a small faction of extremists remained hidden, poised for retribution. These extremists operated with greater secrecy and employed more brutal tactics. They no longer conducted large-scale operations, but instead targeted the friends and family of Zhang Min and her colleagues with threats and harassment. Huayan's family encountered shadowy figures trailing them, while Lin Yu's friend received menacing phone calls, filling Zhang Min and her team with profound anger and concern. To safeguard those around them, they had no choice but to enhance security measures while hastening their pursuit of the extremists. In a fortuitous moment, Zhang Min uncovered a crucial lead pointing to an abandoned warehouse. They resolved to stealthily investigate the site. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu cautiously approached the dilapidated structure. They exercised utmost caution, wary of alerting any lurking dangers. The surroundings were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of the wind and distant bird calls. They carefully infiltrated the warehouse, which was permeated by a musty, decaying odor. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them from behind. Lin Yu, alert, spun around but found nothing amiss. Zhang Min signaled for silence and urged them to proceed. Deep within the warehouse, they stumbled upon peculiar symbols and markings, seemingly the cryptic signs of a clandestine organization. At that moment, the warehouse doors abruptly slammed shut, lights flickered on, and they found themselves encircled by armed adversaries. Did you think you could eliminate us so easily? You are gravely mistaken. A menacing voice boomed. Undaunted, Zhang Min retorted. Today is your reckoning. Both sides found themselves locked in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. Amidst the deadlock, Huayan seized the opportunity, swiftly disarming one of the foes, plunging the situation into chaos. Zhang Min and Lin Yu immediately retaliated, engaging fiercely with their assailants. In the fray, Zhang Min spotted the enemy leader and, disregarding all else, charged toward him, initiating a life-or-death struggle. After an intense and harrowing battle, Zhang Min ultimately subdued the leader. Upon witnessing their leader's capture, the remaining adversaries were thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu boldly declared, "Surrender your weapons. There is no escape for you now." A number of the foes began to waver, laying down their arms. However, a faction of diehards persisted in their resistance, only to be subdued one by Zhang Min and her comrades. Following this fierce confrontation, they successfully dismantled the extremist faction's hold. Yet, they understood that the latent dangers of the underworld had not been entirely eradicated, and the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. To ensure lasting peace in the city, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu resolved to deepen their collaboration with law enforcement and the community, establishing a more comprehensive security framework, leaving no opportunity for the criminal elements to exploit. In the ensuing days, Zhang Min and her allies devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the construction of this security system. They actively participated in community events, disseminating safety knowledge to residents and heightening their awareness of potential threats. However, tranquility did not linger for long. One day, Lin Yu received an enigmatic document containing information about a burgeoning criminal syndicate. This group operated discreetly, but employed ruthlessly brutal methods, having committed numerous heinous acts in secrecy. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu promptly initiated an investigation. They uncovered that the members of this syndicate possessed intricate backgrounds spanning various sectors and were bound by a stringent organizational structure. During their pursuit of leads, they encountered repeated obstacles, as the syndicate seemed to possess foreknowledge of their movements, vanishing without a trace at critical junctures. Zhang Min surmised that there might be a mole within their ranks. Consequently, they resolved to conduct a covert internal investigation. After thorough scrutiny, they identified a suspicious member. To avoid arousing suspicion, they refrained from immediate action, opting instead to continue monitoring the individual in an effort to gather concrete evidence of his ties to the criminal organization. In a clandestine operation, Zhang Min and her team purposefully leaked false intelligence. As anticipated, the dubious member relayed the information to the syndicate, thereby exposing their nefarious activities. Zhang Min acted decisively to apprehend him. Through interrogation, they gleaned further confidential details about the criminal group. Armed with this intelligence, they meticulously orchestrated a trap. On the day of the operation, law enforcement and Zhang Min's team coordinated closely, launching simultaneous assaults on multiple strongholds of the syndicate. Yet, the criminals had preemptively fortified their positions, leading to an intense confrontation. Amidst the fierce struggle, Huayan discovered a vulnerable point in the syndicate's defenses. Without hesitation, she led a contingent through this opening, disrupting the enemy's formation. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min and Lin Yu intensified their assault, gradually overpowering the adversaries. However, just as victory seemed imminent, the syndicate's leader took a hostage in a desperate bid for escape. Zhang Min stepped forward to negotiate, striving to placate his volatile emotions, while Lin Yu stealthily maneuvered behind the leader, seeking the opportune moment to rescue the captive. After a tense exchange, Lin Yu seized her chance, leaping toward the leader and successfully liberating the hostage. Zhang Min swiftly subdued the leader, thus alleviating the crisis at hand. However, this operation enlightened them to the ever-evolving nature of organized crime. They must remain vigilant and continually enhance their skills to safeguard the tranquility of the city. Following this harrowing event, although Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu successfully dismantled the burgeoning criminal syndicate, they found themselves utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. During a brief period of respite, the underground world of the city appeared deceptively calm, yet it simmered with unseen currents. A previously overlooked figure began to rise quietly during this time. His name was Li Chong, once a peripheral character in various criminal groups. He gradually amassed his own following through cunning and an insatiable thirst for power. Li Chong was acutely aware of the prowess of Zhang Min and his companions. Hence his operations were conducted with utmost caution. Initially, he confined his illicit activities to the outskirts of the city, engaging in minor offenses such as smuggling and gambling. However, as his influence grew, so did his ambition, extending his reach into the core areas of the city. During a routine patrol, Zhang Min and his team unearthed some clues. Through meticulous investigation, they recognized that Li Chong's presence posed a significant threat to the city's safety. They resolved to launch a comprehensive inquiry into Li Chong. However, he proved exceedingly cunning, consistently destroying evidence before they could act, thereby stalling their investigation. Yet, Zhang Min did not relent. By analyzing Li Chong's past activities and social connections, he finally discovered a breakthrough, a former friend of Li Chong. Disillusioned by Li Chong's actions, this ally agreed to assist Zhang Min. With his cooperation, they secured crucial evidence of Li Chong's criminal activities. Just as they were poised to execute their plan, Li Chong sensed impending danger and opted for a preemptive strike. He dispatched assailants to attack Zhang Min's residence, aiming to obliterate evidence and eliminate them. Fortunately, Zhang Min and his team were well prepared. They successfully repelled the attackers during the fierce confrontation. This assault fortified their resolve to bring Li Chong to justice. They hastened their efforts, collaborating closely with law enforcement to prepare for Li Chong's final capture. On a pitch-black night, the police and Zhang Min's team stealthily encircled Li Chong's hideout. However, Li Chong seemed to have anticipated their move, setting various traps and obstacles around the perimeter. When the operation commenced, a police officer inadvertently triggered one of the traps, alerting Li Chong's men and plunging both sides into a fierce exchange of gunfire. Exhibiting exceptional skill and composure, Zhang Min led his team through successive defenses, gradually closing in on the room where Li Chong was holed up. Just as they were about to breach the room, Li Chong took an innocent woman hostage. using her as leverage to compel Zhang Min and his team to drop their weapons. In the face of Li Chang's threat, Zhang Min's gaze remained resolute. He endeavored to placate Li Chang's agitation while searching for the opportune moment to rescue the hostage. Meanwhile, Huayan and Lin Yu observed the unfolding situation with bated breath, poised to coordinate their actions at a moment's notice. Zhang Min gradually approached, addressing Li Chang. Li Chang, you have nowhere left to flee. Surrender the hostage and seek leniency. However, Li Chang, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, don't come any closer, otherwise I will kill her. At this critical juncture, Lin Yu discerned a flaw behind Li Chang and signaled to Zhang Min, understanding the cue. Zhang Min suddenly shouted, diverting Li Chang's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu swiftly rushed forward and rescued the hostage from Li Chang's grasp. Without hesitation, Huayan lunged at Li Chang, engaging him in a fierce struggle. After an intense confrontation, they ultimately subdued Li Chang. With his capture, the underworld's grip on the city suffered a significant blow. Yet, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu recognized that their mission was far from complete. They must remain vigilant to safeguard the tranquility of the city. Following Li Chang's apprehension, the city entered a relatively tranquil phase. However, Zhang Min and her companions did not lower their guard, fully aware that the root issues of organized crime remained unresolved. A momentary lapse could lead to a resurgence. To fundamentally eradicate the underworld's influence, Zhang Min proposed a comprehensive reform of the city's public security management system. They actively collaborated with government agencies to enhance relevant laws and regulations, increasing investment in public safety. Simultaneously, they organized a series of community initiatives aimed at assisting individuals previously involved in organized crime to reintegrate into society, providing them with job training and psychological counseling. Throughout this endeavor, they encountered a multitude of challenges and opposition. Certain interest groups sought to thwart the progress of reforms, while some members of the public expressed skepticism and misunderstanding regarding their efforts. Nonetheless, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu did not waver. Through their earnest actions and genuine attitudes, they gradually earned the support and trust of the populace. Just as circumstances began to improve, a criminal gang from outside the city stealthily infiltrated. This gang employed ruthless tactics and operated frequently, presenting a new threat to public safety. In the face of this unexpected challenge, Zhang Min and her team immediately engaged in a new battle. By analyzing the gang's methods and movements, they discovered a high level of organization and professionalism within the group. During the investigation, Zhang Min uncovered intricate connections between this gang and the previously dismantled underworld factions, seemingly seeking vengeance for those eradicated forces. Huayan leveraged her network to obtain crucial leads from informants, while Lin Yu meticulously studied surveillance footage, pinpointing several key strongholds of the criminal gang. However, just as they prepared to launch a raid on these locations, their operational plan was unexpectedly leaked, allowing the gang to fortify their defenses, resulting in a failed initial attempt. This setback made Zhang Min and her team realize there might be deeper issues within their ranks. Consequently, while continuing their pursuit of the gang, they also initiated a stringent internal review. After a thorough internal investigation, they finally identified the mole responsible for leaking their operational plans. It was revealed that a recently joined member of the team had been bribed by a criminal syndicate. After eliminating the mole, Zhang Min and his colleagues recalibrated their strategy. They resolved to refrain from reckless actions and instead adopted a more circuitous approach, targeting the criminal organization's financial lifeline. Through an in-depth examination of the syndicate's financial data, Lin Yu uncovered their money laundering channels. Zhang Min and Huayan then led their team in a meticulous investigation, successfully dismantling several of the syndicate's laundering operations. With the criminal organization's financial chains severed, internal chaos ensued. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Min and his team orchestrated a large-scale crackdown. In the heat of intense confrontations, the police, alongside Zhang Min, worked in close coordination to systematically constrict the syndicate's operational space. Ultimately, they succeeded in apprehending the entire roaming criminal group. The city returned to its former tranquility, and the names of Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu became synonymous with justice and courage in the hearts of the populace. Yet, they were acutely aware that the path of safeguarding justice was unending, necessitating perpetual readiness to confront new challenges. After triumphantly dismantling the roaming criminal syndicate, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu believed they could afford a brief respite. However, a mysterious letter abruptly shattered their calm. The correspondence alluded to a clandestine organization lurking in a corner of the city, which had been subtly manipulating the underworld's dynamics, with prior criminal activities intricately linked to their machinations. The trio immediately galvanized their spirits, plunging into a fresh investigation. They discovered that this enigmatic organization was exceedingly secretive, with the identities of its members shrouded in ambiguity, causing their inquiry to reach an impasse. Just when they felt despondent, Huayan fortuitously stumbled upon a suspicious tattoo emblem during a street confrontation, which resonated with clues they had previously gathered. After rigorous investigation, they finally pinpointed a significant stronghold of the mysterious organization. However, this location was heavily fortified, surrounded by surveillance and patrolling personnel. Zhang Min resolved to undertake a perilous infiltration. Utilizing his exceptional disguise skills and agility, he successfully breached the stronghold's defenses. Inside, he uncovered a trove of critical secrets regarding the clandestine organization. Yet, as he prepared to exfiltrate, he was detected by adversaries and found himself ensnared in a formidable encirclement. In this dire situation, at a crucial moment, Huayan and Lin Yu, leading reinforcements, arrived just in time to engage in a fierce firefight with the enemy. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Min discerned an opportunity to break free and reunited with his comrades. They swiftly evacuated with the acquired confidential documents. Upon meticulous examination of the files, they gradually unraveled the structure and operational dynamics of the mysterious organization. However, they also discerned that there seemed to be a more formidable force backing this organization. To fully unveil the enigma lurking behind it, they resolved to investigate the organization's financial sources. Throughout their inquiry, they encountered various threats and obstacles, with attempts made on their lives. Nevertheless, Zhang Min and his team remained undaunted, resolutely pursuing the truth. Eventually, they uncovered evidence of illicit transactions between the mysterious organization and a multinational corporation. Following this lead, they delved deeper and uncovered the unsavory collusion between the executives of a multinational corporation and certain political figures. The evidence amassed by Zhang Min and her colleagues illuminated the fact that this struggle transcended mere confrontation with organized crime. It had evolved into a profound contest for power and interests. They resolved to present their findings to a trusted superior, yet they encountered numerous obstacles throughout this endeavor. There were attempts to intercept their transmission of evidence, and even within the police department, there were traitors seeking to obliterate the proof. During one such evidence delivery, Huayan narrowly escaped a vehicular accident, saved just in time by Lin Yu, who sensed the impending danger. Zhang Min recognized that passivity was not an option. They had to take the initiative. They began to covertly gather evidence regarding the traitors within the police force and those obstructing their efforts. Throughout this arduous journey, they received assistance from a retired police officer whose extensive experience and connections provided them with crucial leads and support. After considerable effort, Zhang Min and her team finally exposed the true identity of the traitor within the police and successfully delivered the evidence to their superiors. With the evidence submitted, the higher authorities promptly initiated a thorough investigation into the implicated multinational corporation and the associated political figures. However, this provoked a furious retaliation from the adversaries. The mysterious organization dispatched more assassins to relentlessly pursue Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu. They were compelled to evade their pursuers while simultaneously assisting the investigation. During one escape, they took refuge in an abandoned factory, only to be quickly surrounded by the assassins, who commenced a thorough search. In a pivotal moment, Lin Yu discovered a secret passage within the factory, allowing them to flee to safety. Yet, they understood that such escapes were not a sustainable solution. To extricate themselves from their predicament, they decided to take the offensive and seek out the core figures of the mysterious organization. After navigating various challenges, they finally uncovered some critical leads, gradually closing in on the heart of the organization. Along the way, they encountered righteous individuals willing to offer assistance and refuge. With the support of these allies, Zhang Min and her team eventually located the hideout of the core figures of the mysterious organization. However, upon their arrival, they realized it was a meticulously crafted trap. Enemies surged forth from all directions, encircling them completely. Undeterred, Zhang Min and her companions engaged in a fierce battle against their foes. Huayan sustained injuries during the conflict, yet she continued to resist valiantly. Lin Yu utilized her intellect to exploit weaknesses in the enemy's defenses. Just as they began to tire, reinforcements from the police arrived in the nick of time. Under the police's formidable offensive, the enemy began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and her team collaborated with the police to apprehend the core figures of the mysterious organization. After an intense chase and exchange of gunfire, they ultimately succeeded in capturing them. With the core figures in custody, the mysterious organization crumbled, and the multinational corporation and political figures complicit in their machinations faced the justice they rightly deserved. The city has finally embraced genuine peace and tranquility, with Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu emerging as heroes in the hearts of the populace. However, they are acutely aware that the pursuit of justice is an unending journey, and they shall persist in their efforts to champion fairness and righteousness within society. As the city regained its calm, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu intended to return to their ordinary lives. Yet, an unsettling piece of news from abroad shattered this tranquility. It transpired that behind the dismantled, mysterious organization lay an international crime syndicate. This group remained active in other nations, harboring a deep-seated vendetta against Zhang Min and her companions for their prior disruption. Consequently, this criminal syndicate dispatched elite assassins across borders to exact revenge, once again placing Zhang Min and her allies in grave danger. In response to this imminent threat, they resolved to take the initiative and collaborate with Interpol. Throughout this partnership, they encountered myriad challenges stemming from differences in language, culture, and legal systems. Nevertheless, bolstered by their unwavering conviction and tenacity, they gradually overcame these impediments. During their pursuit of the crime syndicate, they traversed multiple countries, facing numerous perils. On one occasion, they narrowly escaped a trap set by the syndicate in an unfamiliar city, finding themselves in dire straits. However, through their deep-seated camaraderie and trust, they successfully unraveled the enemy's scheme and transformed a precarious situation into one of safety. Through close cooperation with Interpol, Zhang Min and her team gradually uncovered the core secrets and operational patterns of the crime syndicate. Yet, just as they were poised to execute their final capture operation, they discovered that the syndicate's leader had sensed the impending danger and was preparing to flee prematurely. Displaying decisive leadership, Zhang Min rallied her team and Interpol for an urgent pursuit. In a heart-stopping high-speed chase along the highway, the syndicate's vehicle was cornered. However, amidst the chaos, the leader managed to escape into a nearby abandoned factory. Without hesitation, Zhang Min and her comrades stormed the factory, engaging in a fierce showdown with the leader and his remaining henchmen. The factory's complex environment was fraught with unseen dangers, yet they showed no signs of retreat. During the search, Huayan inadvertently fell into an enemy trap, sustaining a leg injury, prompting Lin Yu to risk everything to rescue her. Meanwhile, Zhang Min utilized her exceptional combat skills to confront the leader in a one-on-one duel. After an intense battle, she ultimately triumphed over the leader, subduing him. Thus, the international crime syndicate was completely dismantled, and the courageous deeds of Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu garnered widespread international recognition. The victory of this transnational crackdown on organized crime elevated the reputations of Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu. They returned home amidst great acclaim, receiving a warm welcome from their fellow townsfolk. However, they did not linger too long in the glow of their accolades. Fully aware that the shadows of the underworld would never vanish entirely, as long as a single fissure remained, evil could take root. Indeed, after a period of time, Small-scale criminal activities began to surface in the city. Though they appeared isolated, there seemed to be an underlying connection. Zhang Min and her companions astutely deduced that this could signify the emergence of a new criminal gang testing the waters. They promptly initiated an investigation, discovering that the gang's members were predominantly young individuals, seduced by detrimental ideologies onto the path of crime. In order to address the root causes of the issue, Zhang Min and his team resolved not only to combat crime, but also to educate and rehabilitate the youth involved. They ventured deep into communities and schools, initiating a series of legal awareness campaigns, utilizing real-life cases to warn individuals against criminal activities. Through their tireless efforts, some young individuals recognized their misdeeds and voluntarily distanced themselves from criminal gangs. However, a few obstinate elements persisted in their nefarious ways. In response to this situation, Zhang Min and his associates intensified their crackdown, inflicting significant losses on the criminal groups through repeated operations. Just then, the gang leader kidnapped Huayan, using her as leverage to coerce Zhang Min and his team into halting their actions. Zhang Min and Lin Yu were frantic, yet they understood the importance of maintaining composure. They engaged in a psychological battle with the kidnappers, attempting to stabilize the situation while urgently mobilizing all available resources to locate Huayan. After a tense period of tracking and investigation, they finally pinpointed the kidnappers' hideout. With the close cooperation of the police, a swift rescue operation was launched. When they burst into the dark, damp basement, they found Huayan bound to a chair, bearing multiple injuries. Enraged, Zhang Min engaged in a fierce struggle with the kidnappers, while Lin Yu quickly untied Huayan and shielded her behind them. Ultimately, they subdued the kidnappers and rescued Huayan. Having endured this ordeal, the trio's resolve to eradicate the criminal gang was further strengthened. Ignoring their physical and mental exhaustion, they plunged back into their demanding work. Through the interrogation of the captured kidnappers, they gleaned additional crucial intelligence about the criminal organization. Following the trail, they gradually unraveled the gang's core structure and gathered evidence of their crimes. On a stormy night, the police, alongside Zhang Min and his team, launched a final offensive, capturing the criminal gang in its entirety and restoring lasting peace to the city. Following the successful dismantling of the last criminal organization, Zhang Min decided to undertake a complete transformation of the Hongmen. This idea received robust support from higher authorities, and after a series of preparations and reforms, Hongmen ceased to be the mysterious and perilous entity it once was, evolving into an institution dedicated to combating organized crime. Due to his exceptional capabilities and unwavering conviction, Zhang Min was appointed as the director of the Anti-Crime Bureau, while Huayan, with her extensive experience and resolute demeanor, assumed the role of deputy director. Under their leadership, this newly established institution rapidly demonstrated formidable combat effectiveness. They established a comprehensive intelligence network, collaborating closely with police forces across various regions, leaving no stone unturned in pursuit of any leads related to organized crime. However, new challenges soon emerged. A criminal organization, entrenched in neighboring cities for years, sought to extend its reach into their territory. This group was well-organized, ruthless in its methods, and possessed a convoluted web of connections. Zhang Min and Huayan were undeterred by these difficulties. They personally delved into investigations and discreetly engaged with informants, gradually uncovering the intricacies of this formidable force. During a covert operation, they led their subordinates to successfully apprehend several key figures of this organization. Nevertheless, this provoked the adversary's wrath, who relentlessly threatened the safety of Zhang Min, Huayan, and their families. In the face of threats, Zhang Min and Huayan stood resolute, their determination to eradicate the malignant forces unwavering. They toiled day and night, engaging in a gripping contest against criminal elements. Amidst the intense confrontations with the malevolent factions in surrounding cities, they bore immense pressure. However, their steadfast conviction and fearless courage inspired every colleague around them, uniting the entire anti-crime agency in a collective vow to bring the perpetrators to justice. Through arduous investigation and relentless pursuit, they uncovered a shocking connection between the criminal organization and a prominent local tycoon. This magnate leveraged his wealth and influence to provide protection and resources to the criminal syndicate. Zhang Min and Huayan understood that to completely dismantle this nefarious force, they must sever its economic lifeline and shield. Thus, they intensified their scrutiny of the tycoon, gathering incriminating evidence while simultaneously amplifying their offensive against the criminal elements, systematically dismantling their branches and strongholds. Throughout this endeavor, they faced numerous assassination attempts and traps, yet each time, their ingenuity and fortuity enabled them to navigate perilous situations. They also garnered support from various allies of justice, including courageous journalists and principled lawyers. Ultimately, armed with sufficient evidence, Zhang Min and Huayan coordinated with law enforcement to execute a large-scale arrest operation. In this decisive action, they successfully apprehended all members of the criminal organization and brought the tycoon to justice. This triumph significantly improved public safety in their city, earning them widespread acclaim for their anti-crime efforts. Nevertheless, Zhang Min and Huayan remained humble, acutely aware that the road to combating crime was long and fraught with challenges. After successfully dismantling the criminal forces in neighboring cities, they barely had time to catch their breath before new issues emerged. Some previously suppressed minor criminal factions, seizing the brief lull in anti-crime operations, began to stir once more. They regrouped, altering their methods to evade scrutiny. Zhang Min and Huayan detected this resurgence and resolved to launch a targeted campaign against these smaller criminal entities. They meticulously reorganized clues and analyzed the patterns and characteristics of these groups' activities. During their operation, they discovered that one gang had integrated with cybercrime, profiting through illegal online gambling and fraud. To dismantle this cybercriminal network, they collaborated with cybersecurity experts, delving deep into the flow of funds and the locations of servers. After days of relentless effort, they finally pinpointed the core members and hideouts of the criminal gang. In the course of the arrest, the gang fiercely resisted, even attempting to destroy evidence. However, Zhang Min and Huayan led their team with decisive action, successfully capturing all suspects and recovering substantial losses for the victims. This operation, however, also illuminated the reality that, with the evolution of the times, the methods of criminal organizations were becoming increasingly diverse and technologically advanced. They resolved to enhance their team's training and technical equipment to meet the more complex challenges that lay ahead. Following their successful crackdown on cybercriminal syndicates, Zhang Min and Huayan achieved significant progress in their efforts against organized crime. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, acutely aware that malevolent forces, akin to resilient weeds, could proliferate given even the slightest opportunity. Soon, they received intelligence about a clandestine organization operating in a dilapidated urban district, notorious for extorting protection fees and monopolizing the underground market through brutal means. Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly initiated an investigation, uncovering that the majority of the organization's members were former convicts who had conspired to establish a tightly knit criminal network. To gather evidence, they disguised themselves and conducted covert reconnaissance in the aging neighborhood. Throughout this perilous endeavor, they faced myriad dangers and obstacles, even arousing the suspicion and scrutiny of the criminal organization's members. Yet, through their remarkable adaptability and unwavering resolve, they repeatedly navigated perilous situations. After considerable effort, they finally amassed sufficient evidence to dismantle the criminal organization. However, just before their planned operation, their strategy was inadvertently leaked, allowing the organization's leader to flee, complicating their apprehension efforts significantly. Undeterred, Zhang Min and Huayan intensified their pursuit, collaborating with law enforcement from surrounding cities to systematically investigate potential hideouts of the fugitive. After several days and nights of relentless effort, they ultimately captured the criminal leader in a remote village, thereby dismantling the organization entirely. With the eradication of numerous malevolent forces, the city's security situation markedly improved. Yet, Zhang Min and Huayan understood that the fight against organized crime was an ongoing endeavor. They remained steadfast in their commitment to safeguarding the tranquility of the city and the well-being of its citizens. Following the successful capture of the criminal organization in the Old District, they anticipated a brief respite. However, it soon became evident that insidious signs of organized crime were emerging within the burgeoning sectors of the city. Certain newly established tech companies were accused of engaging in unfair competition, resorting to threats and intimidation to seize market share. Upon further investigation, Zhang Min and Huayan discovered that a syndicate of business elites was orchestrating these activities. This group employed advanced technological methods to conceal their criminal acts, presenting significant challenges to the investigation. Consequently, Zhang Min and Huayan found themselves compelled to acquire new technical knowledge, collaborating with experts to decode encrypted data and unveil hidden clues. Throughout the investigation, they encountered pressure and interference from various quarters. Influential figures attempted to intercede on behalf of the syndicate, even resorting to threats against them. However, Zhang Min and Huayan remained undaunted, resolutely rejecting all temptations and intimidation. After arduous toil, they ultimately secured irrefutable evidence, successfully apprehending the high-tech criminal syndicate. This victory not only struck a blow against organized crime, but also fostered a fair and healthy environment for the city's emerging industries. Yet, their work was far from complete. New challenges continually arise, and Zhang Min and Huayan remain ever prepared to embrace the next battle, tirelessly striving to safeguard the justice and tranquility of the city. Chapter 9. Eradicating evil forces following a successful crackdown on a high-tech criminal syndicate. Zhang Min and Huayan were greeted by a fleeting tranquility. However, this serenity was short-lived. A series of bizarre disappearances suddenly emerged on the outskirts of the city, predominantly involving migrant workers and the homeless. Zhang Min and Huayan astutely sensed that a sinister conspiracy might be lurking behind these incidents. Delving deeper into their investigation, they uncovered a clandestine organization primarily engaged in human trafficking. This organization was exceedingly cunning, boasting a tightly knit structure and sophisticated counter-surveillance techniques. In their quest to reveal the true nature of this criminal entity, Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to deploy an undercover agent to infiltrate its ranks. After meticulous planning and rigorous selection, a courageous officer successfully penetrated the organization. The intelligence relayed by the undercover agent revealed that this syndicate not only operated locally, but also maintained close ties with criminal networks in other regions. Consequently, Zhang Min and Huayan collaborated with anti-crime departments from other areas to share vital information, while simultaneously tightening the noose around the local criminal organization based on the undercover's insights. Just as they were poised to close in, the undercover agent's identity was nearly compromised, plunging them into a precarious situation. Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly adjusted their strategy, engaging in a harrowing life-and-death confrontation with the criminals. In this critical moment, Zhang Min shouted into the radio, "At all costs, we must ensure the safety of our undercover agent." With unwavering determination, Huayan replied, "Rest assured, we will prevail." The police swiftly launched their operation, clashing fiercely with the criminals. The crime lord taunted, "You think you can catch me? This is my territory." Zhang Min retorted fiercely, "Your end is nigh. Today marks your reckoning." Ultimately, under the forceful onslaught of the police, they successfully rescued the undercover agent and dismantled the criminal organization entirely. Gazing at the apprehended felons, Zhang Min solemnly declared, "As long as we stand vigilant, we shall not let you evil forces succeed." Huayan added, "Justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent." Yet, before they could catch their breath, new leads began to surface. A mysterious phone call reached the police station, where a deep voice intoned, "Do you believe this is the end? The true darkness lies ahead." Furrowing his brow, Zhang Min remarked to Huayan, "It seems our battle is far from over." Clenching her fists, Huayan responded, "Regardless of the challenges, we shall not falter." They immediately initiated an investigation into the enigmatic call, discovering it was seemingly linked to a more deeply entrenched criminal alliance. This coalition orchestrated multiple illicit activities, extending its tentacles into every corner of the city. While analyzing the clues, Zhang Min noted, "This adversary is formidable. We must exercise utmost caution." Huayan nodded in agreement. Indeed, every step could be a trap. Throughout their investigation, they uncovered troubling connections between this criminal alliance and certain government officials, presenting significant obstacles to their efforts. Outraged, Huayan exclaimed, "These corrupt officials are nothing short of a cancer to society." Zhang Min calmly stated, "Do not act impulsively. We must utilize evidence to ensnare them all." After arduous investigations and tracking, they finally uncovered crucial evidence against the criminal syndicate, preparing for an apprehension operation. On the eve of the mission, Zhang Min rallied the spirits, declaring, "Brothers, this is a formidable battle. Yet for the sake of justice, we shall not falter." Huayan added, "Indeed, let these criminals understand that the law's retribution will not be absent." During the apprehension, the members of the criminal alliance fought desperately. One criminal shouted, "You will never capture our leader." Zhang Min retorted sternly, "You cannot escape. Surrender now." Ultimately, they succeeded in capturing the main members of the criminal syndicate, eradicating this blight on the city. However, despite the successful dismantling of the alliance, Zhang Min and Huayan felt no sense of relief. While organizing the case materials, they stumbled upon some clues that seemed to point towards a far larger and more mysterious international criminal organization. Zhang Min furrowed his brow and remarked, "This adversary may exceed our expectations. It could be an unprecedented challenge." Huayan, with unwavering determination, responded, "No matter how difficult, we must confront them. We cannot allow them to remain at large." They began to establish contact with international police organizations to collaborate on the investigation. Throughout this process, they faced numerous challenges and obstacles. Huayan, feeling fatigued, remarked, "The protective web of this international crime organization is exceedingly tight. Every step forward is fraught with difficulty." Zhang Min encouraged her, saying, "Do not lose heart. As long as we do not give up, we will surely find a breakthrough." After prolonged efforts, they finally identified a significant stronghold of the organization. While planning the operation, Zhang Min emphasized, "This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option, and everyone must be vigilant." Huayan affirmed, "Understood. We will accomplish our task." During the operation, they engaged in fierce gunfire with the criminals. One criminal threatened, "If you dare to touch us, the organization will not spare you." Zhang Min, undaunted, declared, "As long as we are here, your organization will eventually be vanquished." In the end, they successfully dismantled this stronghold, taking a crucial step towards the complete destruction of the international criminal organization. However, this victory did not bring Zhang Min and Huayan complete solace. Within the documents found at the stronghold, they discovered that the international criminal organization was plotting a staggering conspiracy. Holding the documents, Zhang Min's expression turned grave as he said, "If their plan comes to fruition, the consequences would be unimaginable." Huayan anxiously inquired, "What should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min replied, "We must expedite our efforts and thwart this plan before they can execute it." They began tirelessly analyzing clues day and night, seeking ways to foil the conspiracy. During an internal discussion, Huayan stated, "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any oversights." Zhang Min nodded in agreement. "Indeed, every detail may determine our success or failure." After considerable effort, they finally pinpointed the key figure behind the conspiracy. Zhang Min resolutely commanded, "Pursue this individual with all our might. We cannot allow him to escape." During the pursuit, they encountered fierce obstruction from a criminal organization. One of the members shouted, "You shall not thwart our grand plan." Zhang Min retorted angrily, "Your conspiracy shall not prevail." Ultimately, they succeeded in capturing a key figure, halting the further execution of the plot. Although they had thwarted the immediate threat, Zhang Min and Huayan understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The international crime syndicate would not relent. A counterattack was inevitable. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Min confided in Huayan, "The days ahead will likely be more arduous. We must prepare thoroughly." Huayan, her gaze resolute, replied, "Regardless, we shall see this through to the end." Indeed, the criminal organization began to threaten and harass Zhang Min, Huayan, and their families. Huayan slammed her hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "These fiends are utterly deranged." Zhang Min responded calmly, "Do not act rashly. They aim to unsettle us. We must remain vigilant and not allow them to succeed, to ensure the safety of their families." They had no choice but to arrange for dedicated protection while simultaneously intensifying their crackdown on the criminal organization. In a clandestine meeting, Zhang Min stated, "We must locate their core stronghold and deliver a decisive blow." Huayan nodded, "I have already mobilized personnel to gather pertinent intelligence." After arduous efforts, they finally obtained a crucial lead pointing to the headquarters of the criminal organization. Zhang Min clenched his fist, declaring, "It is time to put an end to this." Huayan affirmed, "Indeed, this will be the final showdown." With elite law enforcement, Zhang Min and Huayan set forth towards the criminal organization's headquarters. Gripping her weapon tightly in the vehicle, Huayan asserted, "This time, we must capture them all." Zhang Min, his expression grave, cautioned, "Everyone be careful. The enemy may have laid traps." As they approached the headquarters, they were met with fierce resistance. The leader of the criminal organization shouted from within, "You shall not enter." Undaunted, Zhang Min proclaimed, "Today marks your demise." A fierce battle ensued, with gunfire echoing through the air. When a police officer fell wounded, Zhang Min urgently urged, "We must hold our ground." After a grueling fight, the police began to gain the upper hand. Huayan burst into the headquarters hall, declaring, "You cannot escape." In the end, Zhang Min and Huayan successfully apprehended the leader of the criminal organization along with a majority of its members. However, while clearing the battlefield, they uncovered significant documents that seemed to indicate the presence of deeper, hidden masterminds. Huayan furrowed her brow. Could this not be the end? Zhang Min, studying the documents thoughtfully, replied, "It appears our battle is far from over." Zhang Min and Huayan promptly delved into an in-depth analysis of the newly discovered files, uncovering intricate connections to a transnational crime syndicate lurking in the shadows. Zhang Min spoke with a grave expression. "This adversary may be far more formidable and cunning than we have anticipated." Huayan clenched her teeth, asserting, "Regardless, we must not falter." They commenced a closer collaboration with Interpol, exchanging intelligence and resources. During a multinational conference, Huayan addressed the police representatives from various countries. "We must unite as one to utterly dismantle this criminal syndicate." Zhang Min added, "Not a single facet can afford a mistake. Otherwise, all our efforts would be in vain." After extensive investigation and surveillance, they finally pinpointed several crucial strongholds of the transnational crime group. As Zhang Min orchestrated the operation, he declared, "This will be a grueling battle. Yet we are confident of our victory." Huayan rallied the team. "Let us strive together, fighting for justice." In the midst of a raid on one stronghold, the police faced fierce resistance. Members of the crime syndicate bellowed, "You shall not capture us." Zhang Min shouted back, "Your crimes are unforgivable." Following intense gunfire, the police successfully seized control of the stronghold and obtained vital evidence. However, they were acutely aware that greater challenges loomed ahead. As their investigation deepened, Zhang Min and Huayan discovered that this transnational crime group was orchestrating a significant criminal act that threatened national security. Huayan anxiously said to Zhang Min, "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly to thwart them." Zhang Min's gaze burned with determination. "At any cost, we cannot allow them to succeed." They tirelessly organized police forces and united various strengths, preparing for the final showdown. On the eve of the operation, Zhang Min passionately addressed the entire team. "This is a battle concerning our nation and its people. We must prevail at all costs." The team echoed in unison, "We will resolutely accomplish our mission." As the operation commenced, the police clashed with the crime syndicate in a breathtaking confrontation. The leader of the syndicate screamed maniacally, "Do not even think you can thwart our plans." Zhang Min retorted with righteous conviction, "Your end is nigh." Amidst the fierce conflict, the police gradually gained the upper hand, inching closer to the core region of the syndicate. Huayan charged ahead, shouting, "Follow me." Ultimately, The police successfully thwarted the syndicate's nefarious plot, apprehending all criminals in one fell swoop. Yet, during the celebrations, Zhang Min and Huayan maintained their vigilance. They understood that the fight against darkness is unending, and as long as shadows exist, they would never cease their battle. Following the successful dismantling of the transnational crime syndicate scheme, Zhang Min and Huayan found little respite. While organizing case files, they stumbled upon previously overlooked subtle clues, which seemed to allude to a clandestine criminal network that had been lurking domestically for years. Holding a document, Huayan, with a serious demeanor, said to Zhang Min, "Brother Min, look at this. I sense that matters are not as straightforward as they seem." Zhang Min took the document for a meticulous examination, his brow furrowing. "It appears we cannot afford to be complacent. This may be an even more formidable adversary." They immersed themselves once more into the rigorous investigation, uncovering that this underground criminal network spanned multiple domains, including finance, entertainment, and even education. During an internal meeting, Zhang Min stated, "This criminal network is pervasive. We must meticulously unravel it to identify the crux." Huayan nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, we must act swiftly, ensuring they have no opportunity to destroy evidence or relocate." Throughout the investigation, they encountered resistance and interference from various quarters. Some attempted to bribe them, while others resorted to threats. A mysterious call came through to Zhang Min's phone. "Zhang Min, be wise and refrain from meddling. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Zhang Min coldly responded, "Just wait. I will expose all of you." Huayan received threatening messages as well, yet she remained undaunted. The more they fear, the clearer is that we are nearing the truth. After arduous efforts, they finally pinpointed several key figures within the criminal network. Zhang Min issued the command, "Prepare for action. Not one shall escape." During the capture operation, the suspects fought fiercely against arrest. One suspect shouted, "You'll never catch me. I have powerful allies." Huayan retorted sternly, "No matter who stands behind you, today you shall find no salvation." Ultimately, they succeeded in apprehending the pivotal figures, unveiling the enigmatic facade of the underground criminal network. However, just as they believed the case was nearing resolution, a new crisis quietly emerged. Zhang Min, reviewing fresh intelligence in the office, gravely informed Huayan, "It appears there are higher-level manipulators behind these key figures, and they have begun to destroy evidence and relocate assets, attempting to evade our pursuit." Huayan clenched her fists in indignation, asserting, "They are sorely mistaken. We must unearth the puppet masters." They resolved to interrogate the apprehended suspects in a concerted effort. In the interrogation room, one suspect stubbornly resisted, sneering, "You are wasting your efforts. You cannot touch those above." Zhang Min slammed the table, sternly declaring, "Do not be so arrogant. The law will ensure you pay for your deeds." After numerous rounds of interrogation, they finally extracted significant leads from a weak-willed suspect. Huayan exclaimed with excitement, "Min, following this lead may very well lead us to the mastermind." Zhang Min nodded in agreement, "But we must proceed with caution to avoid alarming the snake." As they conducted their investigation discreetly, they discovered that this mastermind possessed extensive connections within government sectors and the business community, complicating their efforts. At that moment, Zhang Min received pressure from superiors demanding a swift conclusion to the case. Zhang Min resolutely replied, "This case harbors deeper issues. It cannot be hastily resolved." Huayan concurred. "We must persevere to deliver justice to society." Under immense pressure, they continued their thorough investigation, inching closer to the truth. Despite the overwhelming challenges and obstacles, Zhang Min and Huayan remained steadfast in their commitment. They discreetly conducted an investigation and discovered that the mastermind was orchestrating a far more sinister conspiracy, aiming to seize control of the city's vital resources through illicit means. Zhang Min, filled with concern, said to Huayan, "If they succeed, the entire city will descend into chaos." Huayan, with unwavering determination in her eyes, replied, "We must not allow such a thing to occur." In their quest for further evidence, they bravely delved into the lion's den, engaging with several fringe individuals who might possess insider knowledge. In a dimly lit alleyway, Zhang Min met with a mysterious informant. The informant, visibly anxious, warned, "You must be cautious. These individuals are ruthless." Zhang Min calmly responded, "As long as we can bring them to justice, no danger is too great." Meanwhile, the mastermind became aware of Zhang Min and Huayan's actions and initiated a more aggressive counterattack. Huayan discovered that her vehicle had been tampered with and angrily exclaimed, "These scoundrels are becoming increasingly brazen." Zhang Min reassured her, "Do not act impulsively. This indicates we're getting closer to the truth and instilling fear in them." After a series of thrilling confrontations, Zhang Min and Huayan finally acquired crucial evidence sufficient to convict the mastermind. However, at the pivotal moment when they were about to net their target, they realized their plans had been prematurely leaked and the mastermind was preparing to flee. Zhang Min decisively commanded, "Seal off all exits. He must not escape." A tense chase ensued through the city streets. Police cars blared as they pursued the mastermind's vehicle. Huayan shouted through the radio, "Attention all teams, block his path." Zhang Min gripped the steering wheel tightly, fixating on the target ahead. The mastermind recklessly sped through intersections, attempting to evade capture, roaring in his car, "You will never catch me." Yet, the police encircled him, gradually constricting the space until they cornered him in an alley. The mastermind was yanked from his vehicle, still shouting, "You will regret this. My power will not let you go." Zhang Min coldly replied, "At this juncture, you still show no remorse." With the capture of the mastermind, the case should have reached its conclusion. However, while organizing the pertinent evidence and documents, Zhang Min and Huayan stumbled upon some shocking secrets. Huayan, holding a file, paled as she said, "Min, it appears there is an even larger conspiracy at play, involving higher-ups." Zhang Min furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating, "Regardless of who is involved, we must pursue this to the end." Their investigation attracted the attention of superiors and caused panic among some insiders. Someone approached Zhang Min privately, advising, "Let this go. Do not invite trouble." Zhang Min resolutely replied, "I seek justice, not personal safety." Huayan, equally steadfast, declared, "We have come this far. There is no turning back." As they continued to dig deeper, they encountered various obstacles and traps. Yet, with indomitable will and unwavering conviction, Zhang Min and Huayan vowed to unveil every hidden truth behind this dark scheme. Faced with a series of relentless obstacles, Zhang Min and Huayan exhibited not a hint of retreat. They meticulously re-examined their clues and uncovered a hidden connection among seemingly inconsequential details. Zhang Min sketched a complex relational diagram on the office blackboard and remarked to Huayan, "Huayan, observe how these clues converge upon a clandestine interest group." Huayan, suddenly enlightened, replied, "I see now. They have been orchestrating everything from behind the scenes." They resolved to penetrate the periphery of this interest group, one individual at a time. In an unassuming CAF, Huayan met with a marginalized member. The individual, visibly anxious, confessed, "I only know a little. You must protect me." Huayan nodded solemnly, assuring, "As long as you speak the truth, we will guarantee your safety." As their investigation deepened, their actions incited a furious backlash from the interest group. Zhang Min received a threatening letter at home, which ominously declared, "Cease immediately, or face the consequences." Crumpling the letter in anger, Zhang Min exclaimed, "Do they truly believe this will intimidate me?" Huayan, too, faced stalking and surveillance. Yet she remained undaunted, her resolve only strengthened. During a covert investigation, they narrowly evaded detection, relying on their wits and agility to escape peril. Huayan, still shaken, remarked, "Mingu, that was far too dangerous." With unwavering determination, Zhang Min replied, "No matter how perilous, we cannot abandon our pursuit. The truth is within our grasp." After a series of heart-stopping confrontations, they finally secured pivotal evidence against the interest group. However, just as they prepared to unveil the evidence, it mysteriously vanished. Huayan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How could this happen? There must be a mole among us." Zhang Min, gritting his teeth, declared regardless, We must recover the evidence. We will ensure they face the justice they deserve. Without delay, Zhang Min and Huayan initiated an internal investigation, aiming to identify the traitor who had leaked the confidential information. In a meeting, Zhang Min addressed the group seriously, stating, "Everyone, reflect carefully. Has there been anything unusual in our recent operations?" The attendees exchanged glances, lost in contemplation. After thorough investigation and analysis, they zeroed in on a recently joined member whose background raised suspicions. Furrowing her brow, Huayan asserted, "This individual's history is dubious. We must interrogate him without delay." In the interrogation room, confronted by Zhang Min and Huayan's inquiries, the member initially denied any wrongdoing. He nervously protested, "I know nothing. Do not wrongfully accuse me." However, under the intense psychological pressure, he ultimately confessed to being bribed by the interest group. Zhang Min, pounding the table in fury, demanded, "Do you comprehend the magnitude of your crimes?" Yet, despite identifying the mole, the whereabouts of the lost evidence remained a mystery, just as they were at their wits' end. Huayan Sudani recaled en overlooked, dit-il. With renewed enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Mingu, I remember a location we investigated previously. Perhaps the evidence lies there." They promptly made their way to the location, and after a thorough search, they finally uncovered the backup of the crucial evidence. Zhang Min exhaled deeply, relieved. This time, there could be no mistakes. Armed with the recovered evidence, they prepared to ensnare the interest group completely. However, at that moment, the leader of the interest group was planning to flee the country. Zhang Min decisively commanded, "Seal off all airports and ports. He must not escape." Thus began a race against time in pursuit of the fugitive. The police swiftly set up an intricate net at various transportation hubs, with Zhang Min personally leading the stakeout at the airport. Huayan stood by, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly, her expression tense. "Mingu, we cannot let him slip away this time." Zhang Min fixed his unwavering gaze on the throngs of people. Rest assured, he will not evade capture. Just then, a suspicious individual caught their attention. Zhang Min whispered, "Pay attention to that person. He could be our target." Upon closer inspection, it indeed turned out to be the leader of the interest group attempting to escape. Seeing the police, the leader turned and fled. Zhang Min shouted, "Halt!" After a chase, the leader was successfully subdued by the police. Huayan gasped for breath. "At last, we have captured you." However, the matter did not end there. Although the interest group had lost its leader, remnants of its forces continued to operate in the shadows, attempting to disrupt the judicial process. Zhang Min received word. Someone was threatening witnesses, trying to interfere with the legal proceedings. Huayan indignantly remarked, "These people truly show no remorse." They intensified witness protection and escalated their efforts against the remaining forces. During one such protective operation, Zhang Min was ambushed. The assailant menacingly stated, "Mind your own business." Unfazed, Zhang Min engaged in a struggle with the criminal. Ultimately, with the support of Huayan and other officers, they successfully repelled the assailant. After arduous efforts, the case finally reached the trial stage. In court, Zhang Min and Huayan, as key witnesses, testified against the crimes of the criminal organization. The members of the interest group faced the rightful legal repercussions, and the city welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. Zhang Min gazed at the serene streets and remarked to Huayan, "This battle was not easy, but justice has ultimately triumphed over evil." Huayan smiled in response. "As long as we are here, darkness shall not prevail." Although this criminal organization had been effectively dismantled, Zhang Min and Huayan remained vigilant. They understood that unless the roots of crime were thoroughly eradicated, new malevolent forces could still arise. During a community visit, Zhang Min overheard residents discussing some peculiar occurrences in hushed tones. Some reported that unfamiliar individuals had been loitering nearby, while others mentioned hearing inexplicable noises at night. Huayan perceptively sensed that this could pose a new threat, saying, "Mingu, I believe there may be something deeper at play here." Zhang Min nodded in agreement. Deciding to investigate further, they discovered that these unusual phenomena pointed toward an abandoned factory, which, though appearing dilapidated, concealed deeper mysteries within. Zhang Min cautiously approached the factory and cautioned Huayan, "Exercise caution. there may be traps within. As they infiltrated the premises, they discovered it was, in fact, a new hub of criminal activities rife with illicit dealings. The leader of the criminal gang, upon noticing their presence, sneered, "You managed to find this place. But now that you're here, there is no escape." Undeterred, Zhang Min boldly declared, "Your doom is upon you." An intense battle ensued between the two parties. At a critical moment, police reinforcements arrived just in time. Huayan exclaimed with excitement, "Our comrades have arrived. Let us subdue them together." Ultimately, this new criminal organization was apprehended in its entirety. However, this victory did not satiate their aspirations. Zhang Min and Huayan understood that the quest to uphold societal tranquility was an unending struggle, and they remained ever prepared to confront new challenges. Chapter 10. The capture operation following the successful dismantling of a new criminal den. Zhang Min and Huayan had yet to catch their breath when they were confronted with an unusual case. Senior executives of a renowned enterprise were frequently subjected to threats and intimidation, and crucial internal documents were continually leaking, plunging the company into a severe crisis. During a conversation with the enterprise's head, Zhang Min was met with palpable anxiety as the individual declared, "Officer, if this continues, our company will be finished." Huayan reassured him, "Rest assured, we will swiftly identify the puppet master behind this." Through meticulous investigation, they discerned that this was no ordinary corporate rivalry. Rather, it was orchestrated by forces with underworld connections. Zhang Min deduced, "It appears to be a premeditated and organized crime aimed at dismantling this enterprise." Huayan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "These individuals are utterly despicable, resorting to any means for their selfish gain." Following the leads, they uncovered a web of intricate connections between this nefarious group and a previously dismantled criminal organization. During a covert reconnaissance, Zhang Min narrowly evaded detection as a suspect growled, "Who's there? Come out." With remarkable agility and quick reflexes, Zhang Min escaped unscathed. Huayan, filled with concern, inquired, "Min, are you all right?" Zhang Min shook his head. "I'm fine. Let us continue the investigation. We must expose their conspiracy." After a series of cunning maneuvers, Zhang Min and Huayan gradually secured crucial evidence. However, just as they were poised to make their move, they realized the adversaries had caught wind of their plans, intent on destroying the evidence and fleeing. Without hesitation, Zhang Min commanded, "We cannot let them escape. Act immediately." Thus commenced a tense capture operation. The police swiftly mobilized, establishing a meticulous blockade along the potential escape routes of the suspects. While directing the officers, Huayan turned to Zhang Min and asserted this time, "We cannot allow them to slip away." With unwavering resolve, Zhang Min replied, "Do not worry. They will not escape." At an intersection, the suspect's vehicle emerged, prompting the police to initiate a pursuit. The suspects recklessly rammed into police cars in a desperate attempt to break free from the encirclement. Zhang Min shouted into the radio, "Stop them." After a fierce chase and collision, the suspect's vehicle was finally forced to a halt, and the police quickly apprehended the individuals. However, while searching the suspect's belongings, they discovered a mysterious list. Huayan scrutinized the document, her brow furrowed. "The names here, could they be their next targets?" With a grave demeanor, Zhang Min responded, "Regardless, we must ascertain the identities of these individuals and their connection to the suspects." Upon investigation, they found that those named were influential entrepreneurs and social elites. Zhang Min postulated, "This may be part of a larger conspiracy. They seek to manipulate these individuals for undisclosed purposes." Huayan clenched her fists. "We cannot allow them to succeed." The police intensified protection for those on the list while delving deeper into the truth behind the case. Throughout this ordeal, Zhang Min and Huayan faced myriad dangers and challenges. Once, while Zhang Min was conducting an independent investigation, she was ambushed by an accomplice of the suspect. The assailant ferociously declared, "You meddled too much. Today is your day of reckoning." Zhang Min fought back valiantly and ultimately managed to escape the peril. Upon witnessing her injuries, Huayan expressed her concern, saying, "Min, you must be cautious." Zhang Min, with a reassuring smile, replied, "It's nothing. This minor injury is inconsequential." The case is paramount. As the investigation deepened, a vast criminal network gradually came to light, with the criminal web becoming increasingly apparent. Zhang Min and Huayan discovered its tendrils extending into the very heart of the government. Zhang Min, with a grave expression, informed Huayan, "The situation is more intricate than we anticipated. A slight misstep could lead to our undoing." Huayan, gritting her teeth, vowed, regardless of the challenges, "We must expose these scoundrels." They commenced a clandestine investigation into potential government personnel involved, proceeding with the utmost caution to avoid alarming any snakes in the grass. During a covert surveillance of a suspecting official, Zhang Min and Huayan nearly got caught. The official abruptly turned around, casting a sharp gaze over the surroundings. Huayan, tense and breathless, froze, while Zhang Min calmly pulled her into the shadows. After a considerable period of tracking and investigation, they finally amassed evidence linking certain officials to the criminal network. However, just as they prepared to report to their superiors, they realized their operations had been detected, and the evidence faced imminent destruction. Zhang Min decisively declared, "We can no longer delay. Immediate action is imperative." They swiftly led the officers in a capture operation. During the arrest, the criminal suspects fiercely resisted, attempting to leverage their authority to obstruct law enforcement. One implicated official arrogantly shouted, "You have no right to arrest me. I am innocent." Zhang Min retorted with conviction, "The evidence is irrefutable. You cannot escape justice." Ultimately, through the unwavering resolve and courageous actions of Zhang Min and Huayan, they successfully apprehended the implicated officials and core members of the criminal network, thereby eliminating a substantial threat to the city's peace and justice. Following the successful resolution of the case, Zhang Min and Huayan anticipated a moment of respite. However, new troubles swiftly emerged. Relatives of some suspects disseminated rumors online, inciting public sentiment and attempting to exert pressure on the police to exonerate the criminals. Huayan, observing the online discourse, exclaimed in frustration, "These individuals are utterly incapable of distinguishing right from wrong." Zhang Min, maintaining her composure, analyzed, "There may be orchestrators behind this, seeking to tarnish our reputation." As they grappled with the pressures of public opinion, they also had to manage the subsequent work of the case. At that moment, Zhang Min received an anonymous letter warning them to cease their inquiries, lest they face dire consequences. Zhang Min handed the letter to Huayan, stating, "It appears there are deeper secrets yet to be uncovered." Huayan resolutely affirmed, "Regardless, we cannot falter." They resolved to delve into the social connections of the suspects and reinitiate their investigation. During the investigation, they uncovered the existence of a clandestine organization that had been surreptitiously orchestrating various criminal activities. Zhang Min exclaimed in astonishment, "So this is the true mastermind behind it all." Huayan furrowed her brow, remarking, "Our previous efforts were merely the tip of the iceberg, in pursuit of infiltrating the core of this enigmatic organization." Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to take the perilous plunge into the lion's den. They disguised themselves as criminals, attempting to blend into the inner workings of the organization. While interacting with its members, they meticulously concealed their true identities. However, a momentary lapse in vigilance aroused the suspicions of the organization's leader. The leader coldly scrutinized them, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Will Zhang Min and Huayan manage to navigate this perilous situation and unveil the true nature of this mysterious organization? Faced with the leader's suspicions, Zhang Min quickly responded, maintaining her composure, "Brother, what do you mean? We are all on the same path, aren't we?" Huayan chimed in hastily, "Indeed, brother. Perhaps you have misunderstood us?" The leader narrowed his eyes, examining them intently, momentarily setting aside his doubts, yet still dispatching individuals to monitor them covertly. Aware of the precariousness of their situation, Zhang Min and Huayan proceeded with utmost caution. During an internal gathering of the organization, they inadvertently overheard vital information regarding a significant transaction. Huayan whispered to Zhang Min, "This could be our breakthrough." Zhang Min nodded, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. However, their frequent exchanges drew the attention of their watchers, who reported back to the leader. The leader resolved to test them by assigning what appeared to be a simple, yet perilous task. Zhang Min understood that this was a trial. Any refusal or failure would expose their true identities. Throughout the execution of the task, they encountered numerous challenges and obstacles. At a critical moment, Zhang Min, utilizing her exceptional adaptability and the seamless collaboration with Huayan, successfully completed the assignment. Although the leader ostensibly acknowledged their efforts, his suspicions lingered. Zhang Min and Huayan recognized that they must swiftly procure irrefutable evidence to thoroughly expose this clandestine organization, or they would remain in constant peril. Meanwhile, as Zhang Min and Huayan endeavored to gain the organization's trust, the police's support team grew anxious due to the prolonged lack of precise information. In the police precinct, the supervising officer in charge of the case addressed the team, stating, "We can wait no longer. Prepare to activate the emergency protocol. We must ensure the safety of Zhang Min and Huayan." Within the organization, Zhang Min and Huayan sensed that the leader's surveillance had intensified, and their actions faced increasing restrictions. Huayan anxiously confided in Zhang Min, "This situation is untenable. We must devise a means to extricate ourselves swiftly." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min replied, "Let us hold on a little longer. I sense that crucial evidence is about to emerge." Shortly thereafter, the organization orchestrated a significant illicit transaction. Zhang Min and Huayan recognized this as an opportune moment, and they discreetly relayed the information to the police prior to the transaction. On the day of the transaction, law enforcement executed their planned encirclement. However, the members of the organization were exceedingly vigilant and soon detected the police operation, plunging the scene into chaos. The leader glared at Zhang Min and Huayan, exclaiming, "So, it is you two traitors." Undeterred, Zhang Min and Huayan engaged in a fierce struggle against the criminals. Amid the intense gunfire and close combat, Zhang Min unfortunately sustained an injury. While fending off the assailants, Huayan attended to Zhang Min, urging Min hold on. At a crucial moment, the police reinforcements arrived just in time, successfully regaining control of the situation and apprehending all the criminals. Zhang Min and Huayan were urgently transported to the hospital for treatment. After emergency care, both Zhang Min and Huayan were out of danger. During their recovery, they did not remain idle, but began to organize the vital information obtained from the mysterious organization. Gazing at the stacks of documents, Zhang Min remarked to Huayan, "Though we have captured them all this time, we remain uncertain if any have escaped our grasp." Huayan responded, "Regardless, we must not let our guard down." At that moment, news arrived from the police station indicating that further investigations into the mysterious organization had uncovered tight financial ties with an overseas crime syndicate. Zhang Min furrowed his brow. "It seems the matter is more intricate than we had anticipated." They resolved to continue their involvement in the ongoing investigation once they had fully recovered. However, before they could regain their strength, the police station received a series of peculiar reports. Several individuals previously linked to the mysterious organization had gone missing one after another. Huayan astutely observed. This could be someone cleaning up traces. Zhang Min stated, "We must swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of these individuals." They re-immersed themselves in work, utilizing surveillance footage and investigating leads, gradually pinpointing an abandoned warehouse. Upon their arrival, they discovered the area riddled with traps. Zhang Min cautiously warned, "Be careful, there may be an ambush here." No sooner had he spoken than a group of masked individuals emerged, engaging them in a fierce confrontation. During the heated exchange of fire, Zhang Min and Huayan gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the masked assailants to retreat. Just as they were about to seize control of the situation, one of the masked individuals Zhang Min's gaze was resolute. Regardless of the challenges, the objective was to dismantle this network entirely. Following the leads in the ledger, they began their pursuit, only to uncover that the mastermind behind this money laundering operation was an individual who appeared to be an ordinary businessman. While this businessman enjoyed a commendable reputation in the commercial realm, he was, in truth, a ruthless criminal. Zhang Min and Huayan decided to probe into the lives of those surrounding him, initiating their investigation. During their inquiries into the businessman's associates, they stumbled upon a pivotal character, the businessman's secretary. Through covert surveillance, Huayan discovered that the secretary frequently frequented suspicious venues. Zhang Min resolved to approach the secretary directly, hoping to elicit further intelligence from him. In a secluded safe, Zhang Min confronted the secretary, stating bluntly, "I am aware of the deeds you have undertaken for him. It is not too late to turn back." The secretary, visibly anxious and evasive, replied, "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." Zhang Min intensified his tone. "Do not feign ignorance. You know well that aligning with him leads to a dire fate." After a moment of silence, the secretary finally relented. "I can divulge some information, but you must ensure my safety." From the secretary, they learned that the businessman was poised to execute a substantial money laundering transaction. Zhang Min and Huayan immediately mobilized law enforcement, preparing to apprehend them during the exchange. However, the businessman, cunning as ever, abruptly altered the location and timing just before the transaction. "What should we do now?" Huayan exclaimed in distress. "All our previous arrangements have come to naught." Zhang Min, remaining composed, replied, "Do not panic. We shall reanalyze the clues and surely uncover his flaw." After a tense investigation, they successfully identified the new transaction site. On the day of the exchange, the police discreetly encircled the area. Zhang Min commanded, "Move." The officers surged into the scene, catching the businessman and his associates off guard. Yet, amidst the chaos of the arrest, the businessman managed to evade capture, fleeing into a basement. Zhang Min and Huayan pursued him relentlessly. As they entered the dim, damp basement, an acrid odor permeated the air. Huayan, gun in hand, cautioned softly, "Be wary of ambushes, Min Ge." No sooner had she spoken than gunfire erupted, bullets whizzing past them. Zhang Min swiftly took cover behind a pillar. Responding, "Stay concealed." They evaded the gunfire while attempting to ascertain the businessman's whereabouts. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Zhang Min signaled to Huayan, and they cautiously moved forward. At that moment, the businessman burst forth from shadowy corner, brandishing a knife and lunging at Huayan. With remarkable agility, Zhang Min delivered a swift kick, sending the businessman crashing to the ground. Huayan immediately advanced, twisting the businessman's arm behind his back. Gasping for breath, the businessman spat defiantly, "Do not revel in your triumph. My associates will not spare you." Zhang Min chuckled coldly. "You would be wise to contemplate your own fate first." They successfully apprehended the businessman and escorted him out of the basement. However, during the subsequent interrogation, the merchant remained obstinately reticent about divulging the complete intricacies of his money laundering network. Huayan expressed her growing impatience, remarking on the merchant's stubbornness. Zhang Min, after a moment of contemplation, suggested that they should approach his family and close acquaintances to seek a potential breakthrough. Following an extensive investigation, they discovered that the merchant's wife appeared to possess some significant secrets. Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to once again employ psychological tactics, hoping to extract vital information from her that could ultimately dismantle the money laundering operation. Upon meeting the merchant's wife, she initially exhibited considerable resistance and trepidation. Huayan, with great patience, stated, "Madam, your husband's crimes are exceedingly grave. If you could offer assistance, it would benefit both you and your family." The merchant's wife fell silent, her eyes reflecting hesitation and concern. Zhang Min continued, "Consider this. If this money laundering network remains intact, many more individuals will suffer harm, including your children." Her words seemed to resonate with her, and she finally succumbed to tears, confessing, "I know some things, but I fear that speaking out will invite retribution." Zhang Min assured her, "We will ensure the safety of you and your family." Persuaded by their reassurances, the merchant's wife provided crucial evidence and leads. Based on this information, the police delved deeper and discovered that the money laundering network was also entangled with certain government officials. Huayan was taken aback, exclaiming, "I never anticipated it to be this deeply rooted." Zhang Min's expression turned grave, asserting, "Regardless of who is involved, we must pursue this investigation to its conclusion." They commenced a covert inquiry into these officials, confronting various obstacles and pressures along the way. Some warned them, Do not invite trouble. There are matters beyond your jurisdiction. Yet, Zhang Min and Huayan remained undeterred, resolutely advancing their investigation. Ultimately, they amassed sufficient evidence to apprehend these implicated officials. However, just as they believed the matter was nearing resolution, they uncovered a more extensive conspiracy lurking behind the money laundering network. Upon recognizing this greater scheme, Zhang Min and Huayan immediately began to re-examine all clues in an effort to identify the crux of the issue. During a meeting to analyze the case, Huayan suggested, "I believe we have overlooked some seemingly insignificant details. Perhaps these are the keys to unraveling the mystery." Zhang Min nodded in agreement, stating, "We must reevaluate the backgrounds and recent activities of all related individuals, leaving no stone unturned." After tirelessly working day and night, they discovered that this conspiracy was surprisingly linked to a cold case from many years prior. Zhang Min, gazing at the old case files, mused, "This case was hastily closed back then, but it now seems laden with significance." Huayan added, "Perhaps there are deeper forces at play behind the scenes." They resolved to reopen the investigation into that cold case and interview witnesses from that time, only to find that many had mysteriously vanished or suffered untimely accidents. Zhang Min, filled with indignation, declared, "It is evident that someone is deliberately erasing evidence to obstruct our investigation." Huayan clenched his fist, asserting that the more they encountered such challenges, the closer they were to uncovering the truth. Throughout their quest for witnesses, they faced relentless stalking and threats from unidentified individuals. One day, on his way home, Zhang Min was deliberately struck by a motorcycle. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade disaster. Huayan expressed his concern, saying, "Mingo, you must be careful. I fear they will resort to any means necessary." Zhang Min responded resolutely, "Do not worry about me. We must expedite the revelation of the truth." After enduring numerous obstacles, they finally located a crucial witness. However, due to fear, this witness was initially unwilling to cooperate. Would Zhang Min and Huayan succeed in persuading the witness to unveil the long-concealed grand conspiracy? In light of the witness's refusal, Zhang Min earnestly assured, "Rest assured, we will ensure your safety. Only by exposing the truth can we liberate you from this perpetual fear." Huayan concurred, "Indeed, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." After their persistent entreaties, the witness was ultimately moved and began to recount the truth of those bygone years. It was revealed that behind the mysterious case lay a vast criminal syndicate orchestrating a multitude of heinous activities, including money laundering, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. This syndicate had extensive reach, even maintaining close ties with certain powerful figures. Zhang Min and Huayan understood the formidable adversaries they faced, yet they exhibited no signs of retreat. Huayan declared, "No matter how challenging it may be, we shall uproot them entirely." Zhang Min nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot allow them to continue endangering society." However, their actions alerted the criminal syndicate, which retaliated with fervor. Zhang Min's home was invaded, leaving behind threatening letters and ominous symbols. Meanwhile, Huayan discovered that tampering had occurred with his vehicle, nearly resulting in a catastrophic accident. Yet, these threats only fortified their resolve to dismantle the criminal organization. They collaborated with law enforcement from other regions to devise a comprehensive operational plan. In a covert operation, they successfully apprehended a significant leader of the syndicate. However, during the interrogation of this individual, an informant within the police precinct emerged, leaking information to the criminal organization. Zhang Min, infuriated, vowed, "We must expose this traitor." They launched a discreet investigation within the precinct. Would they be able to identify the informant and thwart the syndicate's sinister plot? The progress of Zhang Min and Huayan's investigation was fraught with difficulty. Every colleague appeared suspicious, and each lead could potentially be a trap. Huayan, wearied, remarked, "Mingo, this approach is unsustainable. The scope is too vast." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min proposed, "Let us focus on those who have recently interacted with this case to narrow our search." Following meticulous scrutiny, they zeroed in on a newly recruited officer. Zhang Min discreetly observed this officer's every move, noting the frequent clandestine phone calls made in solitude, accompanied by an anxious demeanor. By a stroke of serendipity, Zhang Min and Huayan overheard a police officer conspiring with an accomplice in a secluded corner. With a mere glance exchanged, the two sprang into action, swiftly subduing the officer. Under interrogation, he ultimately confessed to being bribed by a criminal syndicate, revealing sensitive intelligence. With the traitor dealt with, they resumed their offensive against the criminal organization. However, the syndicate soon sensed the tightening grip of law enforcement and began relocating their illicit assets and key personnel. Zhang Min issued a decisive order: seal off all potential escape routes. They must not elude us. The police set up checkpoints at major thoroughfares, rigorously scrutinizing suspicious vehicles and individuals. At that moment, the remnants of the criminal syndicate resolved to make a desperate gamble, launching a final assassination attempt against Zhang Min and Huayan. One day, while investigating, Zhang Min and Huayan were suddenly ambushed by a group of armed assailants. Bullets flew, plunging the situation into peril. Would they manage to survive this assassination attempt and continue their relentless fight against the syndicate? Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly led their team in pursuit towards the border. During the chase, the syndicate's leader continually altered escape routes in a bid to evade capture. Huayan communicated instructions via radio to the other team members. Everyone, stay alert. We cannot let him escape. At last, in a narrow valley, the police successfully blocked the leader's path. Cornered and frantic, the leader brandished his weapon, threatening, "Don't come any closer. I will fire." Zhang Min responded with calm resolve. "You have nowhere left to run. Surrender and lay down your weapon. It's your only option." Desperation and madness flickered in the leader's eyes as he suddenly fired at Zhang Min. In a split second, Huayan stepped forward, taking the bullet meant for Zhang Min. Panic surged within Zhang Min. Huayan. Seizing the opportunity, the team surged forward, overpowering the leader. Huayan was rushed to the hospital for urgent care, while Zhang Min anxiously awaited outside the operating room. Each passing moment felt like an eternity, tormenting Zhang Min's heart. Finally, the doctor emerged from the surgical suite, prompting Zhang Min to hasten forward and inquire, "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor exhaled in relief, stating, "The surgery was a success. The patient is no longer in critical danger." Zhang Min's heart, once heavy with worry, finally found solace. After a period of recuperation, Huayan gradually regained her strength. Meanwhile, the relentless efforts of the police culminated in the complete dismantling of the criminal syndicate, restoring tranquility and peace to the city. Zhang Min and Huayan were honored for their valiant deeds, yet they understood that the pursuit of justice is an unending journey, and they would remain ever ready to face new challenges. Following the award ceremony, Zhang Min and Huayan anticipated a spell of tranquility. However, their peace was short-lived. One day, Zhang Min received a mysterious letter, revealing the emergence of a new criminal gang in a corner of the city, notorious for its brutal tactics and clandestine operations. Zhang Min promptly informed Huayan, and the two resolved to conduct a covert investigation. They discovered that this criminal gang appeared to have intricate connections with a previously dismantled criminal alliance, possibly representing a resurgence of residual forces. Throughout the course of their in-depth investigation, they encountered numerous challenges. The gang seemed to possess foreknowledge of their operations, consistently evading the police's pursuit with remarkable finesse. Huayan, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Brother Min, could it be that we have an informant within our ranks?" Zhang Min furrowed his brow in contemplation, replying, "Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, but we must refrain from alarming the snake in the grass and approach the matter from alternative angles." They commenced their search for clues regarding the gang's financial transactions and interpersonal connections. Through relentless efforts, they ultimately uncovered a significant hideout of the criminal organization. Zhang Min devised a meticulous apprehension plan. However, on the day of the operation, unforeseen circumstances arose. The police's actions were preemptively detected by the gang, leading to an intense exchange of gunfire. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Min was tragically shot. Huayan, in a state of frantic urgency, urged, "Brother Min, hold on." Zhang Min, enduring excruciating pain, implored, "Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on capturing them." Huayan, rallying her team, fought valiantly and ultimately succeeded in regaining control of the situation, apprehending each member of the gang. Nevertheless, Zhang Min's injuries were severe, necessitating urgent transportation to the hospital for emergency treatment. Outside the operating room, Huayan paced anxiously, silently praying for Zhang Min's safety. After several hours of intensive rescue efforts, Zhang Min finally emerged from the brink of death. During Zhang Min's recovery, Huayan did not relent. She continued to delve deeper into the forces behind this criminal organization. She uncovered the startling revelation that a vast international crime syndicate lurked in the shadows. Huayan understood that a far more formidable battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 11. A narrow encounter. Huayan disclosed her findings to the recently recovered Zhang Min, who, upon hearing the news, donned a grave expression. It appears we are in for a fierce battle. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly. They commenced gathering further intelligence on the international criminal organization and reached out to Interpol for collaboration and support. Throughout this endeavor, they faced numerous assassination attempts and threats from the criminal syndicate. On one occasion, as Huayan was returning home alone, she was pursued by a black sedan, its occupants attempting to force her to halt. Employing her exceptional driving skills, she evaded her pursuers. Zhang Min, filled with concern, remarked, "This cannot continue. We must accelerate our efforts and take the initiative." After careful deliberation, they resolved to deploy an undercover agent into the depths of the criminal organization. Following rigorous selection and training, a young and courageous officer successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks. However, the undercover mission was fraught with peril, as the agent narrowly avoided exposure on several occasions. Zhang Min and Huayan anxiously awaited updates from the agent outside, each passing moment laden with tension and unease. At last, the agent relayed crucial intelligence, revealing the identities of key figures within the organization, along with the time and place of a significant transaction. Zhang Min led the police in a breathtaking assault. During the operation, the criminal organization fiercely resisted, and a violent clash ensued. Zhang Min charged forward, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the adversaries. Meanwhile, Huayan coordinated from the rear, ensuring the operation proceeded smoothly. After an intense battle, the police successfully apprehended the core members of the criminal organization and dismantled their hideout. Yet, while clearing the scene, they stumbled upon a mysterious document, its contents hinting at an even more astonishing secret. Zhang Min and Huayan picked up the enigmatic file and scrutinized it closely. The document alluded to a clandestine base hidden overseas, purportedly the core stronghold of the criminal organization, housing a trove of illicit evidence and wealth. Huayan furrowed her brow, saying, "Min, this could be the key to eradicating this criminal organization once and for all." Zhang Min nodded in agreement. "But this also signifies that we will face even greater dangers." Nonetheless, they resolved to venture overseas to uncover the truth. With the assistance of Interpol, they embarked on their journey. Upon arrival at their destination, they discovered the secret base heavily fortified, surrounded by surveillance and traps. Zhang Min observed the terrain and whispered, "We need to devise a method to infiltrate." Huayan had a sudden inspiration. "Perhaps we can disguise ourselves as delivery personnel." They managed to procure the necessary uniforms and vehicle, successfully deceiving the guards at the entrance. Once inside the base, they meticulously searched for evidence and the location of the hidden wealth. However, during their search, they inadvertently triggered the alarm system. Instantly, chaos erupted within the base as armed personnel surged toward them. Zhang Min and Huayan fought their way back, skillfully maneuvering through the complex layout of the base while engaging the enemy. At a corner, Zhang Min stumbled upon a tightly shut door, speculating that it could be the very place they sought. Huayan valiantly repelled the advancing foes, granting Zhang Min precious time. With determination, Zhang Min successfully unlatched the door, revealing a treasure trove of evidence and riches within. Just as they prepared to make their escape, the leader of the criminal organization materialized, weapon in hand, chillingly declaring, "You shall not leave here alive today." An impending battle for survival loomed. Undeterred by the leader's menacing threat, Zhang Min boldly proclaimed, "Today marks your end." Instantly, Both parties were engulfed in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Utilizing her agility, Huayan deftly evaded enemy fire while delivering precise counterattacks. Zhang Min, simultaneously firing his weapon, sought a viable path for escape. At that critical juncture, the International Criminal Police Organization's reinforcements arrived, turning the tide of the confrontation. Sensing defeat, the criminal leader attempted to flee. Zhang Min shouted, "Do not let him escape." Huayan swiftly pursued him, and after an intense chase and struggle, they ultimately subdued the leader. However, just as they believed the ordeal had concluded, they discovered a self-destruct mechanism activating within the base. With time against them, Zhang Min, Huayan, and the support team rapidly commenced a search to disable the device. They scoured the premises and eventually located the control panel for the self-destruct mechanism within a concealed chamber. The deactivation process proved exceedingly intricate, where even a minor misstep could trigger an explosion. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Min calmly instructed, "Everyone, remain composed and follow my lead." In the tense atmosphere, they united their efforts and successfully deactivated the self-destruct mechanism at the last possible moment. Bearing a wealth of evidence and seized illicit riches, they returned triumphantly. Upon their arrival back home, Zhang Min and Huayan were met with an enthusiastic welcome and accolades. Yet, they remained humble, acutely aware that the pursuit of justice is an endless journey. Shortly thereafter, new leads on criminal activities emerged, prompting Zhang Min and Huayan to embark on yet another quest. Guided by fresh intelligence, they uncovered a sinister organization involved in transnational human trafficking. Their investigation revealed the organization's clandestine operations, with victims dispersed in obscure corners. Clutching the documents in her hands, Huayan exclaimed in anger, "These individuals are utterly deranged." Zhang Min, with unwavering resolve, replied, "No matter the obstacles, we must rescue these victims." Following the leads, they traced the organization to a remote mountain village, discovering it to be a transit point for human trafficking. To avoid alarming the perpetrators, Zhang Min and Huayan disguised themselves as ordinary villagers, covertly observing every movement. In a fortuitous turn of events, they uncovered a cellar housing the imprisoned victims. Huayan, filled with urgency, insisted, "We must act swiftly." Zhang Min composed himself and devised a rescue plan. However, just as they prepared to execute their mission, they were unexpectedly discovered by the organization as patrol. A fierce battle ensued between the two parties, with Zhang Min and Huayan employing their exceptional combat skills to neutralize the patrolling personnel. However, their actions aroused the organization's vigilance, prompting heightened security measures. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Zhang Min resolved to take a risk and contact the local police for assistance. The police responded swiftly, coordinating with them to launch a vigorous assault on the transit station. After a gripping confrontation, they successfully rescued some of the victims and apprehended several members of the organization. Yet, the mastermind managed to escape amidst the chaos. Zhang Min, watching the fleeing vehicle, gritted her teeth and declared, "We cannot let him get away. Pursue." Would they be able to catch the mastermind and dismantle this human trafficking organization once and for all? Zhang Min and Huayan pursued relentlessly, the mastermind's vehicle speeding down the highway in an attempt to evade capture. Huayan pressed the accelerator while relaying their position and situation to the police support team via the intercom. Suddenly, the mastermind's vehicle veered onto a narrow path, and without hesitation, Zhang Min and Huayan followed suit. The path was rugged and flanked by dense woods, complicating their pursuit. To thwart them, the mastermind fired shots, bullets whizzing past Zhang Min and her companion's vehicle. Remaining calm, Zhang Min instructed, "Do not panic. Maintain distance and look for an opportunity to overtake." At last, on a bend, Zhang Min seized the moment, directing Huayan to accelerate and successfully blocking the mastermind's vehicle. Forced to halt, the mastermind leaped from his car in a bid to escape. Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly exited their vehicle and gave chase. The mastermind dashed into the woods, using the trees as cover to evade them. In a misstep, Huayan tripped over a branch, and the mastermind seized the chance to lunge at her. Quick as lightning, Zhang Min delivered a powerful kick, sending the mastermind sprawling to the ground. They successfully subdued him and escorted him back to the police station. Following interrogation, the mastermind divulged further insights into the human trafficking organization and its additional outposts. Zhang Min and Huayan, undeterred by fatigue, plunged into another round of combat. Leading the police team, they systematically dismantled the other strongholds of the human trafficking network, rescuing more victims. Just as they thought they could take a breath, they uncovered the existence of a far more extensive international criminal network lurking behind the human trafficking organization. This network was implicated in drug trafficking and arms smuggling, among other grave offenses. Zhang Min and Huayan understood that the challenges ahead would be even more formidable. Huayan clenched her fists, declaring, "No matter how difficult it may be, we shall eradicate them all." Zhang Min, with a resolute gaze, affirmed, "Indeed, for the sake of justice, we shall not falter." They began to meticulously sift through clues, collaborating closely with Interpol, preparing to face the new battle ahead. In their cooperation with Interpol, Zhang Min and Huayan discovered that the core figure of this criminal network was shrouded in mystery, with their true identity obscured by layers of deception. In order to unearth critical clues, they resolved to infiltrate the den of iniquity, disguising themselves as criminals to blend into an underground trading venue. Within this marketplace, an air of danger pervaded as everyone harbored ulterior motives. Zhang Min, with her remarkable acting skills and quick adaptability, successfully engaged in conversation with several minor leaders. Meanwhile, Huayan observed discreetly from the side, remaining vigilant against any potential dangers. Just as they were gradually earning trust and nearing the truth, they were unexpectedly unmasked by a suspicious leader. In an instant, countless guns were aimed at them. Undeterred, Zhang Min proclaimed loudly, "Do not act impulsively. We are here to discuss cooperation. There is a significant deal at stake." The leader scoffed, "Spare me your tricks. Do you think you can deceive me?" Seizing the moment of distraction, Huayan swiftly grabbed a firearm, confronting the adversaries. The atmosphere became intensely charged, on the verge of erupting. At that critical juncture, the timely arrival of Interpol's support initiated a fierce exchange of gunfire with the criminals present. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Min and Huayan valiantly engaged the enemy, collaborating with the support team to gradually regain control of the situation. However, while clearing the battlefield, they stumbled upon an encrypted document, seemingly concealing vital information regarding the core figures of the criminal network. With the document in hand, they tirelessly commenced the decryption process. After relentless days and nights of effort, they finally unraveled the secrets contained within. To their astonishment, they discovered that the key figure was a criminal they had previously believed to be deceased. Moreover, this individual was orchestrating a terror operation capable of shocking the world. Zhang Min gritted her teeth, declaring, "We cannot allow him to succeed." Huayan's gaze was resolute indeed. "We must thwart him before he can act." A race against time was about to unfold. Zhang Min and Huayan immediately set about formulating a plan to prevent the terror attack. However, they soon realized that the criminal was exceptionally cunning, leaving behind scarcely any discernible clues. Huayan, anxiously, remarked, "Min, time is of the essence. Where should we begin?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min responded, "We should start with his past activities and networks. There must be some trace." They meticulously reviewed previous case files and interviewed individuals who had interacted with the criminal. Throughout their investigation, they encountered numerous obstacles and traps. On one occasion, they narrowly escaped injury from a bomb planted by the criminal. Zhang Min, filled with anger, exclaimed, "This fiend is utterly deranged." After a strenuous search, they finally pinpointed a potential hideout for the criminal, an abandoned factory. Zhang Min led an elite team stealthily towards the factory. Inside, an eerie silence hung in the air. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, prompting the team members to take cover. The criminal had laid an ambush. Zhang Min shouted, "Maintain cover and advance gradually." In the midst of the fierce gunfight, team members sustained injuries. Huayan, frantic yet composed, accurately shot at the enemy. Just as they found themselves in a dire predicament, Zhang Min identified a weakness in the enemy's firepower. He decisively commanded the team to concentrate their fire and break through. successfully storming into the factory's interior. However, the criminal had vanished without trace. Zhang Min surveyed the surroundings and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. He must still be here." At that moment, a concealed mechanism activated, filling the factory with toxic gas. The team members hastily covered their mouths and noses, finding their movements increasingly arduous. Would Zhang Min and Huayan be able to uncover the perpetrator amidst this dire crisis and thwart the impending terror? Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly directed their comrades to search for ventilation shafts and detoxification equipment. During this endeavor, several team members collapsed from inhaling excessive fumes. Breathing heavily, Huayan exclaimed, "Min Gu, this approach is futile. We must swiftly locate the criminal and deactivate the gas apparatus." With unwavering resolve, Zhang Min scrutinized the environment and suddenly noticed a suspicious passage. "Follow me," he urged, leading Huayan and the remaining team members towards the corridor. The passage was dimly lit, shrouded in thick fog, and they proceeded with utmost caution, ever wary of potential ambushes. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead, prompting Zhang Min to signal for concealment. The figure of the criminal flickered past, and without hesitation, Zhang Min and Huayan pursued. They engaged in a relentless chase through the labyrinthine corridors, as the fugitives sabotaged the surroundings in a desperate bid to hinder their pursuit. "You cannot escape," Zhang Min shouted. At last, they cornered the criminal in a chamber. The villain sneered, "Even if you capture me, it will be too late to avert disaster." Zhang Min glared fiercely, declaring, "As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we shall never relent." Seizing the moment of distraction, Huayan lunged forward and subdued the perpetrator. Within the chamber, they located the gas control device and successfully disabled it. Just as a sigh of relief escaped their lips, Zhang Min discovered a ticking time bomb. Its countdown nearly at an end. "Hurry, everyone evacuate," he shouted as he and Huayan dragged the criminal towards safety. In a climactic moment, they burst out of the factory just as the bomb detonated, the explosion's shockwave throwing them to the ground. As they regained their footing, they realized the criminal had seized the chaos to escape once more. Zhang Min gazed in the direction of the fugitive and vowed, "No matter how far we must chase, we will bring him to justice." Exhausted and injured, they embarked once again on the pursuit of the evildoer. Following the trail of the fleeing criminal, Zhang Min and Huayan discovered he had entered the city's underground pipeline system. The subterranean passages were dark, damp, and reeked of noxious odors, with the convoluted tunnels posing a risk of disorientation. Huayan switched on a flashlight and proceeded cautiously. "Min Gu, this place is perilously intricate. We must be wary of traps set by the criminal." Zhang Min nodded, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "Maintain formation and watch your step," he instructed. Suddenly, an odd sound reverberated ahead, as if something was moving swiftly. "Be careful," Zhang Min warned, but before he could finish, a volley of arrows shot from the shadows. The team scattered, though 2 members were unfortunate enough to be struck. "Tend to the injured and press on," Zhang Min commanded. They ventured deeper into the pipeline, only to find their path obstructed by an iron gate. Huayan attempted to force it open. "Min Gu, it appears to be locked," she remarked. At that moment, a criminal's voice echoed from a distance. "Do not waste your efforts. This shall be your final resting place." Zhang Min retorted fiercely, "Do not revel in your triumph. Today marks your demise." They scoured the vicinity for a means to unlock the gate and eventually discovered a concealed mechanism on the adjacent wall. Zhang Min and Huayan exerted their strength together, causing the iron gate to gradually ascend. Yet, what awaited them were further traps and challenges. At a fork in the path, they stumbled upon several footprints, presumably left by the criminals, diverging in various directions. Huayan speculated, "Min Gu, this might be a deliberate ploy to confuse us." Zhang Min pondered for a moment, then commanded, "Let us split up and maintain communication." They divided into several groups, each traversing a different passageway in search of clues. Zhang Min's group, while advancing, was suddenly met with the cacophony of a fierce altercation. They hastened towards the sound, discovering that other groups had fallen prey to an ambush by the criminals. Without hesitation, Zhang Min and his comrades joined the fray, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the assailants. After a grueling battle, they managed to repel the criminals, who once again vanished into the shadows. Zhang Min surveyed his weary team. "Everyone, rally your spirits. We are close to success." Would they ultimately apprehend the criminals and conclude this thrilling chase? Zhang Min led his team onwards through the dark corridor, each step fraught with perilous uncertainty. Huayan's flashlight began to wane, compounding their difficulties. "Everyone, be cautious, maintain silence, and listen intently for any subtle sounds," Zhang Min urged in a hushed tone. Suddenly, a deep, menacing growl reverberated from the depths of the pipeline, as though some ferocious beast were approaching. The team's nerves instantly heightened, gripping their weapons tightly. As the sound drew closer, a massive, vicious hound lunged from the darkness, targeting one of the team members. The unfortunate member was caught off guard and brought down. "Fire!" Zhang Min commanded decisively. A barrage of gunfire erupted, causing the hound to flee, wounded. Before they could catch their breath, a mechanical whirring filled the air. "This is bad. There may be new traps," Huayan exclaimed. They watched in horror as flames erupted from the overhead pipes, a searing wave of heat engulfing them. Zhang Min quickly ordered, "Quick, seek cover." They retreated under the pressure of the flames, finally finding a corner untouched by the inferno. "This cannot continue. We must locate the device controlling the flames," Zhang Min declared. After a meticulous search, they uncovered a control panel hidden behind the wall. Huayan rushed forward, attempting to decipher the code, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Hurry, Huayan," Zhang Min urged anxiously. As the flames threatened to engulf their position, Huayan successfully deciphered the code and disabled the incendiary device. However, before they could relax, a chilling laughter echoed in the air. The criminal emerged from the shadows, brandishing a remote control. "Did you think you could capture me so easily? How naive!" With a press of a button, the remote unleashed a piercing alarm, and the walls began to close in slowly. "Everyone push against the walls," Zhang Min shouted. The team united in a desperate struggle against the encroaching walls. In this critical moment, Zhang Min spotted a vulnerable point on the wall. "Concentrate your fire here." After a fierce barrage, a breach was finally created. They escaped through the opening, resuming their pursuit of the criminal, yet he vanished once more without a trace. "Where on earth is this guy hiding?" One team member bellowed in frustration. Zhang Min took a deep breath and calmly replied, "He won't escape. We will find him." Just then, Zhang Min's phone buzzed with a mysterious message containing only an address. Could this be the criminal's ultimate hideout? Zhang Min and Huayan exchanged glances filled with skepticism, yet resolved to investigate. They swiftly made their way to the address, arriving at an abandoned building. The exterior was dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, emitting a sense of decay. "Be cautious. The criminal may have set more traps inside," Zhang Min warned. They entered the building cautiously, where the dim, eerie atmosphere was thick with dust. "Oh, this silence is unsettling," Zhang Min remarked softly. Almost immediately, a heavy iron door crashed down, cutting off their escape. "We've walked into a trap," a team member exclaimed. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and the criminal's voice boomed through the speakers. "Welcome to your final resting place." Zhang Min shouted in anger. "If you have the guts, show yourself instead of hiding." In that instant, a horde of armed assailants surged forth, launching an attack. Zhang Min and the team quickly retaliated, igniting a fierce gun battle. Though many members sustained injuries, their resistance remained unwavering. Huayan noticed a pattern in the attackers' movements and shouted at Zhang Min, "I believe they are deliberately hurting us in a specific direction." Zhang Min, firing his weapon, contemplated their next move. "No matter what, we must break through their encirclement." They fought while retreating, gradually making their way to the top floor of the building. Finally, the criminal revealed himself, grinning triumphantly. "You cannot escape." Zhang Min retorted with a cold smile. "Today marks your end." Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, police reinforcements arrived. Sensing the impending doom, the criminal attempted to flee once more. Without hesitation, Zhang Min and Huayan pursued him. On the precipice of the rooftop, the criminal found himself cornered. "Stay back. If you come any closer, I will jump," he threatened. Zhang Min advanced step by step, declaring, You have nowhere left to escape. Ultimately, in a state of despair, the criminal was subdued by Zhang Min and Huayan. This thrilling chase concluded, and the city gradually returned to its former tranquility. Yet, both Zhang Min and Huayan understood that their mission would never truly end. Following the successful apprehension of the criminal, the police station erupted in jubilation. However, the two remained vigilant, acutely aware that the dark recesses of the city might still harbor other imminent threats. Just as they prepared to take a moment's respite, the police station received a mysterious letter. The correspondence indicated that, although the crime lord had been captured, a larger, more clandestine organization appeared to be orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Zhang Min furrowed his brow and remarked to Huayan, "It seems the situation is more complicated than we anticipated. We must resume our investigation." Huayan nodded resolutely, her gaze unwavering. "No matter how challenging it may be, we must unearth this organization." They began meticulously retracing every detail of the case, leaving no stone unturned. During their inquiry, they stumbled upon previously overlooked clues, all pointing toward an ostensibly ordinary trading company in the city. Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to conduct covert surveillance on this enterprise. After several days of observation, they noted the employees' peculiar behaviors, frequently entering and exiting mysterious locations after hours. Huayan pondered aloud. Could this be a front for the enigmatic organization? In pursuit of further evidence, Zhang Min decided to send a female officer undercover as a job applicant to infiltrate the company. The officer carefully gathered intelligence within the firm, narrowly avoiding detection. At a critical moment, Zhang Min and Huayan skillfully orchestrated a diversion, enabling the officer to escape successfully. From the intelligence brought back by the female officer, they uncovered the company's connections to multiple illicit activities, revealing a web of intricate influences behind it. Zhang Min slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "No matter how formidable they may be, we shall capture them all." However, as they prepared to take further action, they realized they had become targets themselves. Upon sensing that they were being watched, Zhang Min and Huayan grew increasingly cautious. They knew that even the slightest misstep could render their previous efforts futile and plunge them into grave danger. One day, as Zhang Min was returning home after work, he noticed a black sedan tailing him persistently. Intentionally, he turned into a secluded alley, attempting to draw out his pursuers. The sedan followed suit, and as the door swung open, several burly men emerged. Zhang Min, having anticipated this, engaged them in combat. Meanwhile, Huayan, unable to reach Zhang Min, felt an unsettling premonition. She swiftly rallied the police force and initiated a search based on Zhang Min's last known movements. In the midst of the fierce struggle, Zhang Min began to tire. Just in the nick of time, Huayan led a reinforcement team to the scene, subduing the group of thugs. "Mingo, are you all right?" Huayan inquired with concern. Zhang Min wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "I am fine. It seems the adversary can no longer restrain themselves." Following this incident, they had become increasingly convinced of the dubious nature of the trading company. However, since the opposing party had brazenly taken action, they would undoubtedly enhance their defenses. Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to alter their strategy, initiating an investigation into the company's financial flow. They discovered a substantial movement of unidentified funds within the company's accounts, closely linked to several offshore accounts. Pursuing this lead, they traced it to a clandestine account situated overseas. To obtain the crucial information regarding this account, they would need to meet with a mysterious informant in the local area. Without hesitation, Zhang Min and Huayan embarked on their journey abroad, anticipating an unknown challenge ahead. Upon their arrival overseas, they proceeded to the designated location to rendezvous with the informant. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a grim scene. The informant had been murdered, and the area was in disarray. Huayan gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, they must have gotten to him first." Zhang Min, maintaining her composure, surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Let us not act impulsively. Perhaps we can uncover some clues." They meticulously searched the scene and eventually discovered a crumpled piece of paper in a corner, which appeared to bear some obscure numbers and letters. Huayan puzzled, inquired. What could this mean? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Min suggested, Perhaps it is a code or a hint left by the informant. Just as they were deep in thought, they suddenly sensed several hostile gazes surrounding them. "We are encircled," Zhang Min whispered. A group of men in black closed in from all directions, and Zhang Min and Huayan positioned themselves back to back, readying for confrontation. An intense struggle ensued, with Zhang Min and Huayan leveraging their exceptional skills and synergy to gradually gain the upper hand. However, the black-clad assailants continued to pour in, as if the battle would never cease. Just as they began to feel overwhelmed, the local police arrived unexpectedly, dispersing the assailants. It turned out that the domestic police had coordinated with the local authorities to arrange for support in advance. Zhang Min and Huayan temporarily escaped danger. Yet the mysterious piece of paper remained an enigma. They returned to their lodgings with the paper, and after considerable analysis, they finally deciphered its secret. It turned out to be coordinates pointing to another significant location. They hastily made their way there, discovering an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse was filled with various documents and ledgers, clearly representing crucial evidence related to the enigmatic organization. Just as they prepared to leave with the evidence, the warehouse doors abruptly shut, and the ominous sound of a countdown from a timed bomb echoed around them. Chapter 12. The defusal of the time bomb as the countdown echoed ominously. Zhang Min and Huayan felt their hearts leap into their throats. "Quick, locate the bomb," Zhang Min shouted, prompting the two to split up and scour the warehouse. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and beads of sweat began to form on Huayan's forehead. "Mingu, we're running out of time." Zhang Min's gaze was sharp, scrutinizing every nook and cranny. At last, in a secluded corner, he spotted the bomb pulsating with light. "Huayan, I found it," Zhang Min exclaimed. Huayan rushed over, and they both stared at the intricate wiring, momentarily at a loss for what to do. "There's no time for hesitation. Let us take a gamble." Zhang Min decisively snipped one of the wires. The countdown abruptly ceased, and they both exhaled in relief. "We shouldn't linger. Let us take the evidence and leave," Huayan urged. However, just as they reached the doorway, a group of armed individuals barred their path. "Hand over the evidence, and we might spare your lives," the leader growled menacingly. Zhang Min scoffed. "If you want it, come and take it." A tense stalemate ensued, thick with palpable danger. Seizing the moment of distraction, Zhang Min launched an attack, with Huayan swiftly following suit. After a fierce struggle, they successfully subdued their assailants. With vital evidence in hand, Zhang Min and Huayan embarked on their journey back home. Unbeknownst to them, the higher-ups of the mysterious organization had issued a kill order, employing top-tier assassins to lay traps along their return route. Upon disembarking from the plane, Zhang Min and Huayan sensed an unsettling atmosphere around them. In the throng, several piercing gazes were fixed upon them. "Be cautious. Something is amiss," Zhang Min whispered. Huayan subtly nodded, her hand inching towards her sidearm. Suddenly, a cadre of black-clad assassins surged from all directions, plunging the airport into chaos. Zhang Min and Huayan fought while retreating, using the crowd and obstacles to evade the attackers' onslaught. A bullet grazed Huayan's cheek, and with steely resolve, she pivoted and fired, bringing down one of the assassins. "Return towards a parking lot," Zhang Min shouted as he retaliated. They dashed into the parking area and swiftly leapt into a vehicle, barreling through the encirclement of assassins. On the highway, the pursuers relentlessly trailed them, firing shots incessantly. "Hold on tight." Zhang Min slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Huayan leaned out the window, firing at the assassins behind them. With a sharp turn, the vehicle nearly lost control, but managed to shake off a portion of their pursuers. Yet, several high-performance cars remained steadfastly on their tail. "This isn't a sustainable solution. We need to devise a plan to deal with them," Zhang Min observed through the rearview mirror. Huayan pointed towards an overpass ahead. "Let us ascend the bridge and look for an opportunity to counterattack." The car surged onto the overpass, where a more perilous chase unfolded on the narrow roadway. Zhang Min seized the moment, yanking the steering wheel to collide with one of the assassins' vehicles. With a cacophony of violent impact, the car lost control, crashing through the guardrail and plummeting below. Witnessing this, the remaining assassins intensified their assault. A bullet struck the tire, causing the vehicle to spiral out of control. Zhang Min desperately wrestled with the steering wheel, ultimately bringing the car to a halt at the edge of a bridge. Assassins swiftly surrounded them, leaving Zhang Min and Huayan in a perilous predicament. Just then, a police support helicopter arrived, unleashing formidable firepower to suppress the attackers. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and Huayan retaliated, successfully subduing all the assailants. However, before they could catch their breath, they received news that the enigmatic organization had commenced the relocation of key members and assets, attempting to evade capture. Without time for respite, Zhang Min and Huayan plunged into tracking the organization's movements. They gathered intelligence through various channels, uncovering the organization's plan to smuggle personnel and assets out of the country using a cargo ship. Zhang Min, with a serious expression, declared, "We must thwart them before the ship sets sail." Huayan nodded in agreement, but their defenses will undoubtedly be stringent. We must proceed with caution. Leading an elite team, they stealthily approached the port where the cargo ship was docked. However, as they neared the vessel, they triggered the alarm system set by the organization. In an instant, gunfire erupted and flames illuminated the night sky. Undeterred by the barrage, Zhang Min and Huayan advanced through the hail of bullets, with their team following resolutely. Tragically, Huayan was shot in the leg, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered in the fight. Zhang Min provided cover for her while directing his team to breach the enemy's defenses. At last, they boarded the cargo ship. However, the ship's intricate layout posed challenges, and the enemy continued to launch surprise attacks. During their search, Zhang Min stumbled upon a concealed chamber filled with crucial documents and invaluable treasures. Just as they prepared to evacuate with the items, the organization's top assassin emerged, chillingly declaring, "None of you shall leave here alive today." A life-and-death confrontation ensued. Unfazed by the assassin's threat, Zhang Min boldly retorted, "Let us see about that." Without hesitation, he initiated an assault, engaging the assassin in a fierce close-quarters battle. Meanwhile, Huayan, despite her leg injury, patiently awaited her moment to assist. The assassin's strikes were formidable, and Zhang Min struggled to gain the upper hand. Yet, through sheer determination and extensive combat experience, he gradually regained his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Huayan shot the assassin in the arm, creating an opening for Zhang Min to launch a vigorous counterattack, ultimately subduing the foe. "Hurry, take the items and let us go," Zhang Min urged. However, just as they prepared to exit the chamber, the cargo ship erupted in a violent explosion. The organization had activated a self-destruct mechanism to obliterate the evidence. Flames and smoke rapidly engulfed the vessel, plunging it into chaos. Zhang Min and Huayan, along with their team, struggled to find an escape route within the shaking hull. Objects tumbled from above, injuring some team members. At last, they located a passage leading to the deck. However, the ship had begun to list, with water pouring in relentlessly. Supporting one another, Zhang Min and Huayan led their team in a daring leap into the sea. Just as they believed they had escaped peril, a speedboat dispatched by the enigmatic organization encircled them upon the waves. They could not be allowed to prevail. Zhang Min exerted every ounce of strength to swim towards one of the boats, climbing aboard to engage in combat with the adversaries. Huayan, resolute, led her fellow team members in a fierce skirmish against the enemy. After a harrowing struggle, they successfully repelled their foes and were rescued by an approaching vessel. However, upon their return ashore, they discovered that key members of the mysterious organization were still at large, heralding the onset of a new pursuit. Though Zhang Min and Huayan were utterly exhausted, their eyes remained resolute. They promptly contacted headquarters to ascertain the likely escape routes and hideouts of the organization's core members. "No matter how deeply they conceal themselves, we shall unearth them," Huayan declared, her fists clenched tightly. The duo rallied their team and resumed their relentless pursuit. In the course of their investigation, they uncovered that the core members were scheming a far grander conspiracy. Zhang Min furrowed his brow, determined. We must not allow their plans to succeed. Through meticulous inquiry, they learned that the core members were attempting to collude with another criminal faction, seeking a resurgence. Huayan scoffed, not on my watch. As they inched closer to their objective, they encountered a myriad of obstacles and traps laid by their adversaries. The path was rigged with explosive devices, compelling the team to tread with utmost caution. Everyone be careful, Zhang Min shouted. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down from the trees on either side, injuring several team members. Zhang Min and Huayan organized a counterattack while directing the team to advance. At long last, they breached the barriers and arrived at the villa where the core members were ensconced. The perimeter was heavily guarded, and another fierce gunfight erupted. Zhang Min and Huayan led the charge, bravely confronting the enemy. During the fray, Huayan discovered a secret passage, and they resolved to infiltrate the villa from there. Once inside, they stealthily dispatched several patrolling foes, gradually approaching the room housing the core members. Just as they were about to open the door, a chilling laughter echoed from within. Zhang Min and Huayan exchanged a wary glance, their vigilance heightened. With a sudden kick, Zhang Min flung open the door, revealing the core member seated in a chair, a sinister smile adorning their face. You think you can capture me this way? The core member sneered. Today marks your end. Huayan retorted passionately. At that moment, the core member pressed a button in their hand, triggering a piercing alarm that reverberated through the room as concealed walls began to shift, revealing hidden weapons and mechanisms. Zhang Min reacted swiftly, rolling to evade the incoming bullets, while Huayan launched herself forward, engaging the core member in close combat. Despite the core member's remarkable skill, they ultimately fell to Huayan's prowess. Yet, the danger was far from over. The mechanisms within the room multiplied, escalating the peril. Zhang Min dodged attacks while desperately seeking a way to disable the traps. At last, he discovered a control box in a corner and successfully disabled all the mechanisms. Hurry, Zhang Min urged. They quickly evacuated the villa along with the core members. However, as they stepped outside, they found themselves surrounded by enemy reinforcements. Charge! Zhang Min exclaimed fearlessly, leading the charge. Huayan followed closely behind, engaging in a desperate struggle with the adversaries. Amidst the fierce battle, the police reinforcements finally arrived, capturing the enemies in a decisive sweep. Zhang Min and Huayan breathed a sigh of relief, believing that all was over. Yet, during the interrogation of the core members, they learned of a crucial criminal list hidden in a secret location. If this list fell into the hands of other criminal factions, the consequences would be dire. Without time to rest, Zhang Min and Huayan set forth on a quest to locate the list. Based on the vague clues provided by the core members, Zhang Min and Huayan began to untangle the threads of information, attempting to pinpoint the hiding place of the list. They tirelessly studied various materials day and night, leaving no potential detail overlooked. Finally, they uncovered a key password seemingly linked to an abandoned factory. The two immediately proceeded to the factory. The atmosphere within was eerie, suffused with a scent of decay. Be cautious. There may be ambushes, Zhang Min cautioned. Huayan gripped her gun tightly, carefully following Zhang Min suddenly. A chilling laughter echoed through the vast factory. Who goes there? Huayan shouted. A shadow darted swiftly overhead. Zhang Min and Huayan quickly positioned themselves back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The shadow flitted around them, taunting them. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min fired at the shadow, which let out a cry of anguish before vanishing. They delved deeper into the factory and stumbled upon a hidden room containing a safe. The list must be inside, Zhang Min remarked. Just as they prepared to open the safe, a group of enemies burst in, surrounding them. Drop your weapons, or you won't leave here alive, the enemy leader shouted. Zhang Min let out a cold laugh. Come and try. A fierce gunfight erupted once more. With their exceptional marksmanship and seamless coordination, Zhang Min and Huayan gradually gained the upper hand. Realizing the tide had turned against them, the enemies began to scatter in panic. They successfully dispatched the foes and opened the safe, only to find a single note inside, inscribed with a new address and a cryptic message. What does this mean? Huayan répondit. Zhang Min contemplated for a moment. Regardless, we must investigate this address. Upon arriving at the location indicated on the note, they found themselves before an ancient castle. Standing before the castle, Zhang Min and Huayan gazed at the towering walls and the tightly sealed gates. A profound sense of duty swelling within them. This castle exudes an air of mystery. We must proceed with caution, Zhang Min whispered. Huayan nodded, and the two cautiously approached the grand entrance. As they drew near, the doors slowly creaked open, releasing a wave of musty air that enveloped them. The castle loomed in a dim and eerie ambience, its silence sending chills down their spines. They tread cautiously, the faint echoes of footsteps occasionally drifting to their ears. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them from behind. Zhang Min swiftly turned, yet found nothing. This place exuded an unsettling aura. Huayan's voice trembled slightly. Do not fear, stay vigilant. Zhang Min reassured. They pressed onward, arriving at a grand hall where a massive stone table stood at the center, upon which rested an ancient box. Just as Zhang Min reached out to grasp the box, torches flared to life around them, revealing a group of cloaked figures in black. You have finally arrived. The leader of the black-clad figures stated coldly. Hand over the list. Zhang Min shouted furiously. The figure laughed heartily. If you wish for the list, you must first pass our trial. Without hesitation, the black-clad assailants surged forward, and a fierce battle ensued between them and Zhang Min and Huayan. The two fought valiantly, their agility keeping them evenly matched with their adversaries. At that moment, Huayan spotted an opening in the attacker's formation and swiftly kicked the leader to the ground. The others faltered in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min snatched the box from the stone table and opened it, revealing the criminal list they had desperately sought. Run, Zhang Min commanded. However, upon reaching the castle's entrance, they discovered the door had been locked and flames roared outside. It seems they intend to trap us here, Huayan remarked. Zhang Min scanned the area and spotted a ventilation shaft. We can escape through there, he suggested. The two struggled through the vent and finally emerged from the castle. But before they could celebrate their escape, they found themselves encircled by remnants of the mysterious organization. Back to back, Zhang Min and Huayan gripped their weapons firmly, their eyes filled with determination. Even if it costs us our lives today, we shall not let you succeed. Zhang Min bellowed. The enemies closed in, the tension rising to a climax. Suddenly, Huayan identified a vulnerability in the encirclement. Min, follow me, she shouted, charging towards that weak point. Zhang Min followed without hesitation, and together they maneuvered through the hail of gunfire. After an intense skirmish, they managed to break through the encirclement, albeit sustaining injuries. We cannot stop. We must keep running. Zhang Min gasped. They dashed into a thicket, taking refuge behind a large tree to regroup. Huayan examined her wounds, gritting her teeth. Min, what shall we do next? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min replied, we must split up. You contact headquarters for assistance while I draw the enemy away with the list. No, it's too dangerous. Huayan vehemently opposed. There is no time for debate. This is our only option. Zhang Min's gaze remained resolute. Reluctantly, Huayan nodded, and the two parted ways. Zhang Min intentionally created noise to divert the enemy's attention. As they pursued him relentlessly, he ran with all his might. Just as his strength waned, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air. It was Huayan who arrived just in time with reinforcements. The police swiftly launched an assault on the adversaries, and Zhang Min also joined the fray. Ultimately, the remnants of the mysterious organization were subdued, and the list of criminals was successfully safeguarded. However, in the wake of this upheaval, one must ponder whether new crises still lurk in the city's shadowy corners, and whether the missions of Zhang Min and Huayan shall persist. As Zhang Min and Huayan gazed upon the subdued foes, they exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yet, they were acutely aware that this victory was merely ephemeral. The forces of darkness were akin to resilient weeds, ready to sprout anew at the slightest opportunity. Upon returning to the precinct, they were met with commendations from their superiors. Nonetheless, behind the accolades lay a weightier sense of responsibility. Mingu, I have a nagging feeling that things are not as straightforward as they seem. There may be a more significant conspiracy lurking beneath, Huayan expressed with a frown. Zhang Min nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. We must remain vigilant during this period. At that moment, the precinct received a series of peculiar reports. Important figures in the city were disappearing, with scant clues left at the scenes. Zhang Min and Huayan immediately immersed themselves in the investigation of these new cases. They discovered that these disappearances appeared to be linked to a mysterious symbol. Upon further examination, they found that this symbol was associated with an ancient crime family that had once wielded considerable power in the underworld, but had since vanished from sight. To their astonishment, it seemed this family was stirring once more. "It appears we are dealing with a formidable adversary," Zhang Min remarked, his brow furrowed. "Huayan is resolute. Regardless of the challenges, we must unearth their whereabouts." Following the leads, they uncovered that this crime family was orchestrating a cataclysmic act of terror aimed at the heart of the city. Zhang Min and Huayan understood that their time was running short. They tirelessly collected clues day and night to thwart the crime family's nefarious plans, analyzing every potential breakthrough point. During their investigation, they discovered that the crime family had established a vast secret base beneath the city, intended for the planning and preparation of this operation. "We must infiltrate this base to acquire their detailed plans," Huayan asserted. Zhang Min nodded in agreement. "However, this undertaking will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. We must be thoroughly prepared." After meticulous planning and preparation, they stealthily approached the entrance of the underground base under the cloak of night. The entrance was heavily guarded, yet Zhang Min and Huayan, utilizing their remarkable skills and synergy, adeptly evaded the patrolling guards and successfully infiltrated the base. Inside, the labyrinthine structure was rife with traps and surveillance devices. They advanced cautiously, each step akin to walking on thin ice. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and they were detected. "Split up and find the critical information as swiftly as possible," Zhang Min commanded. Huayan sprinted in one direction, while Zhang Min diverted the pursuing enemies. In the midst of the intense chase and skirmish, Huayan ultimately located the operational plans of the crime family. However, at that moment, more adversaries encircled her, trapping her within a room. Zhang Min managed to escape from her adversaries and arrived just in time to join forces with Huayan in a valiant struggle against impending danger. Just as their resilience began to wane, the support team from the police arrived. They successfully fled the base with crucial documents. But the content within those documents sent a chill down their spines. The files revealed that a notorious criminal organization was poised to unleash a terrifying operation within 24 hours, having already planted bombs at several key locations throughout the city. With a grave expression, Zhang Min stated, "Time is of the essence. We must race against the clock to locate these bombs." Huayan immediately set about analyzing the clues within the documents in an effort to ascertain the bomb locations. After an intense round of calculations, they identified several probable sites. The two women led a team of bomb disposal experts and special police units, swiftly heading to each location. The first site was a bustling shopping mall in the city center, where the throngs of people remained blissfully unaware of the looming peril. Zhang Min and Huayan meticulously searched the crowd and ultimately discovered signs of a bomb in an electrical room. The bomb disposal expert began his work with palpable tension, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, members of the criminal organization appeared, attempting to thwart the disarmament efforts. Zhang Min and Huayan engaged in a fierce battle with the adversaries to buy time for the expert. At last, the bomb was successfully neutralized. But there was no time to rest before they rushed to the next site. The second location was a school where classes were in session. They cautiously scoured the campus and finally located a bomb in the library's basement. However, the structure of this bomb proved exceedingly complex, presenting a formidable challenge for the bomb disposal expert. Huayan, fraught with anxiety, insisted, "We must find a way to disarm it." At that moment, the leader of the criminal organization called, mocking their inadequacy and threatening that more bombs remained undetected. Furiously, Zhang Min retorted, "Do not revel in your triumph. We will thwart your nefarious plans." Amidst the tense atmosphere, could the bomb disposal expert successfully disarm this intricate device? Would the city evade this impending catastrophe? As the expert concentrated intently on the intricate bomb, Zhang Min and Huayan remained vigilant, prepared to defend against any further assaults from the criminal organization. Seconds ticked by, and the expert's hands trembled slightly, yet he persevered in trying various methods of disarmament. Huayan continuously communicated via radio with other teams, seeking updates on the progress of their bomb searches. Suddenly, Zhang Min heard a subtle noise. Her eyes sharpened as she whispered, "Be cautious, someone is approaching." Indeed, a group of armed criminals burst in. Without hesitation, Zhang Min and Huayan confronted them, engaging in fierce gunfire. The sound of gunshots echoed throughout the basement, bullets sparking against the walls. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, the bomb disposal expert shouted, "I did it!" A wave of relief washed over the team. Yet the crisis was far from over. They swiftly evacuated the school and hurried to the next potential bomb site, a large hospital, with a constant flow of people. Locating a bomb amidst numerous rooms and corners in the hospital would prove to be a daunting task. Zhang Min and Huayan acted separately, meticulously investigating each room with their team. Underneath a bed in one of the wards, Huayan discovered a suspicious device. "It could be a bomb," she exclaimed. The bomb disposal expert rushed over, and after a tense assessment, confirmed that it was indeed one of the bombs they were seeking. Just as the disarmament operation was intensifying, the leader of the criminal family arrived in person with his henchmen. "Today marks your demise," he bellowed. Zhang Min and Huayan fought valiantly to buy precious time for the bomb squad. Amidst the fierce combat, could the bomb disposal expert successfully defuse the bomb once more? And were there other hidden dangers lurking within the city? In the midst of the intense battle within the hospital, the bomb disposal expert lived up to expectations and successfully disarmed the bomb. However, at that moment, Zhang Min and Huayan realized that the leader of the criminal family had seized the opportunity to escape. "We cannot let him get away. We must know more about the secrets of the bombs," Zhang Min shouted. The two swiftly pursued him, engaging in a chase through the hospital corridors. As the leader ran, he issued commands via his walkie-talkie, seemingly making a final stand. Zhang Min and Huayan relentlessly followed, finally cornering the leader on the hospital rooftop. "Don't come any closer, or I will jump," he threatened. Huayan scoffed. "Do you really believe you can evade justice this way?" At that moment, seizing the distraction, Zhang Min lunged forward and subdued him, quickly revealed the locations of any remaining undiscovered bombs. Zhang Min commanded fiercely. The leader, however, remained silent, his eyes betraying a mix of despair and madness. Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to take him back to the police station for interrogation, hoping to extract crucial information from him. At the police station, after a fierce psychological battle, the leader finally relented and disclosed the location of the last bomb, the city's energy center. If this bomb detonated, the entire city would be plunged into chaos. Zhang Min and Huayan immediately led their team to the energy center. Upon arrival, they discovered the bomb concealed in a highly obscure corner, surrounded by complex wiring and protective mechanisms. The bomb disposal expert gazed at the device, his expression grave as he remarked, "This is the most challenging bomb I have ever encountered. A single misstep could trigger an explosion." Zhang Min encouraged, "Everyone remain calm. We will surely succeed in disarming it." Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere. Would they manage to avert disaster before the bomb exploded and save the entire city? At this critical juncture, the bomb disposal expert took a deep breath and began to focus intently on disarming the bomb. Zhang Min and Huayan stood anxiously by his side, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Sweat beads formed on the expert's forehead. His hands trembled slightly, yet he operated the tools with precision. Every movement was executed with utmost caution, as if he were engaged in a delicate game of wits with death. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying an ominous portent. Huayan felt a tightening in her chest, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over her. "Min, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. Could the criminal family have a backup plan?" Huayan whispered. Zhang Min furrowed her brows, determined to ensure the safe disarmament of the bomb regardless of the circumstances. At that moment, a faint noise echoed from distance. Zhang Min and Huayan exchanged a glance, immediately stealthily advancing towards the source of the sound. In a corner, they discovered a concealed surveillance camera, its faint light flickering ominously. This is bad. They may be monitoring our actions remotely, Zhang Min remarked. Huayan gritted her teeth, recognizing the urgency of resolving this issue swiftly to prevent any interference with the bomb disposal. The two swiftly dismantled the camera, fully aware that this might only be the tip of the iceberg of the enemy's plot. At that moment, the bomb disposal expert exclaimed, "The structure of this bomb is more intricate than I had anticipated. We require more time." Zhang Min decisively declared, "Everyone, hold on. We must not allow the bomb to detonate, no matter what." Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, remnants of the criminal syndicate were conspiring their final desperate move. As the bomb disposal operation intensified, the police department suddenly relayed alarming news. The remnants of the criminal syndicate had attacked a vital transportation hub, resulting in severe chaos and casualties. Zhang Min's expression darkened. "Huayan, take a portion of the team to handle the situation at the transportation hub. I will oversee things here." Huayan hesitated. "Mingu, but it is also perilous here. No time for objections. Go quickly," Zhang Min shouted, gritting her teeth. Huayan led a team swiftly towards the transportation hub. Meanwhile, the bomb disposal expert was drenched in sweat. "I'm close to success. Just give me a little more time." Zhang Min tightened her grip on her firearm, her gaze unwavering from the bomb disposal site. Upon Huayan's arrival at the transportation hub, she was met with a scene of utter chaos, with people fleeing in panic. "Everyone listen. Remain calm. Huayan shooted." She led her team into a fierce exchange of gunfire with the criminals, gradually regaining control of the situation. Just then, good news arrived from Zhang Min's side. The bomb had been successfully disarmed. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, further intelligence indicated that the criminal syndicate had released toxic substances into the city's reservoir, jeopardizing the safety of the citizens' drinking water. Without a moment's respite, Zhang Min and Huayan rushed towards the reservoir. Chapter 13. A comprehensive sweep. Zhang Min and Huayan hurriedly assembled their team and arrived at the reservoir, where they noticed suspicious colors and bubbles surfacing on the water surface. "Seal off the area and alert the relevant authorities," Zhang Min commanded authoritatively. Huayan swiftly organized her team to scour the perimeter of the reservoir in search of the source of the toxic substances released by the criminal syndicate. At that moment, a team member rushed over with urgent news. Suspicious devices had been discovered in the northwestern corner of the reservoir. Zhang Min and Huayan hurried to the site, where they found several large tanks continuously discharging an unidentified liquid into the water. "We must halt the discharge immediately," Huayan exclaimed, ready to charge forward. Zhang Min restrained her, cautioning, "Be wary of traps." As they approached with utmost care, they indeed uncovered several hidden trigger-based explosive devices. The bomb disposal expert was called into action once more, nervously dismantling the explosives. Just then, members of the criminal organization reappeared, launching a fierce assault against them. Zhang Min and Huayan led their team in a valiant defense, gunfire echoing across the reservoir. After a fierce battle, they ultimately repelled the attackers. The bomb disposal expert successfully neutralized the explosives, ceasing the toxic discharge. However, before they could catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. The city's power system suddenly came under attack, plunging large areas into darkness. "These scoundrels are truly insidious," Zhang Min seethed. They immediately plunged into the fray to restore the power system. Zhang Min and Huayan split their forces. Huayan led a team to assess the situation at the power control center, while Zhang Min pursued the mastermind behind the attack on the power system. Upon reaching the power control center, Huayan discovered that the equipment had suffered severe damage, with technicians working frantically to make repairs. "Everyone, let's expedite our efforts. We must restore power as swiftly as possible," Huayan encouraged the team. Meanwhile, as Zhang Min investigated, he stumbled upon some mysterious clues seemingly pointing to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. He approached the factory cautiously, where he could hear a low rumble of machinery from within. Stealthily infiltrating the premises, he witnessed members of the criminal organization operating complex equipment, intent on further sabotaging the city's power infrastructure. "Don't move," Zhang Min shouted. The criminals, taken by surprise, scrambled to arm themselves in resistance. a fierce gun battle erupted. And with his exceptional marksmanship and agility, Zhang Min gradually subdued the adversaries. Just then, Huayan transmitted urgent news. The repair efforts at the power control center were facing technical challenges and required Zhang Min's assistance. Without hesitation, Zhang Min swiftly neutralized the remaining foes, secured crucial equipment data, and rushed to the power control center. With Zhang Min's assistance, the technical difficulties were resolved, and the city's power system began to gradually restore itself. However, at that moment, they received alarming news. The criminal organization had kidnapped several key government officials, threatening the police to cease their pursuit. Zhang Min and Huayan's nerves tightened once again as they processed the gravity of the situation. These lawless individuals must be made to pay, Huayan declared fiercely. They immediately commenced their investigation into the kidnapping case, utilizing surveillance footage and informant intelligence, ultimately pinpointing the location where the criminal family was hiding the hostages, a desolate, abandoned warehouse. The two led an elite team, stealthily approaching the warehouse. Everyone be cautious. Do not alert the enemy, Zhang Min whispered. Upon nearing the warehouse, they discovered numerous guards at the entrance. Zhang Min gestured for the team to split into two groups and launch an assault from different directions. With his command, the team members pounced upon the adversaries like fierce tigers, swiftly neutralizing the guards at the entrance. They stormed into the warehouse, where the members of the criminal family were caught off guard and subdued one by one. However, after scouring the entire warehouse, they found no trace of the hostages. Could the intelligence be flawed? Huayan furrowed her brow. Just then, Zhang Min noticed subtle scratches on the ground, seemingly the result of dragging heavy objects. Follow this lead, Zhang Min shouted. Eventually, they discovered the imprisoned hostages in the basement of the warehouse. Do not fear. We have come to rescue you, Huayan reassured them. Just as they prepared to evacuate with the hostages, reinforcements from the criminal family arrived, surrounding the warehouse. It appeared that a fierce battle awaited them. Zhang Min tightened his grip on his weapon. Intense gunfire erupted, bullets flying in all directions. Would Zhang Min and Huayan successfully lead the hostages to safety? And would the criminal family relent? Amidst the fervent exchange of gunfire, Zhang Min and Huayan exhibited extraordinary courage and combat prowess, retaliating against the enemy while orchestrating the orderly evacuation of the hostages to a secure area. However, with the enemy's firepower intensifying and their ammunition dwindling, Huayan exclaimed, "This cannot continue. We must devise a way to break through." Zhang Min surveyed the terrain and identified a relatively weak defensive corner. "Follow me," he urged, leading the charge in that direction. The team worked in close coordination, successfully breaching the enemy's lines. Yet, just as they were about to escape danger, a stray bullet struck one of the hostages, causing them to collapse in pain. Without hesitation, Huayan returned, hoisting the injured hostage on her back and pressing onward. At last, they eluded the enemy's pursuit and took refuge in a secure hideout. "Quickly, contact headquarters for reinforcements," Zhang Min instructed. Huayan swiftly retrieved her communication device and established contact with headquarters. Soon after, the reinforcement team arrived, launching a counteroffensive against the criminal family's backup forces. Zhang Min and Huayan successfully rescued the hostages and returned them to safety. However, just when they thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, they discovered that the criminal family had planted a timed bomb in the city's financial district, attempting to incite economic chaos. How despicable! They are truly deranged, Zhang Min exclaimed with indignation. They immediately hurried to the financial center, searching for the hidden bomb. Zhang Min and Huayan, accompanied by a bomb disposal expert, rushed to the financial hub, where panic reigned among the occupants. Everyone, remain calm and evacuate in an orderly fashion, Huayan shouted to maintain order. Meanwhile, Zhang Min and the bomb expert commenced their search, leaving no corner unchecked. As seconds ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Finally, in an electrical room, the bomb disposal expert detected the bomb's presence. "The structure of this bomb is intricate, and time is of the essence. I cannot guarantee success," he said with a grave expression. Zhang Min encouraged him. "Do your best. We believe in you." Just as the expert focused intently on disarming the bomb, a member of the criminal family suddenly appeared, attempting to thwart their efforts. Zhang Min acted swiftly, subduing the intruder. However, this delay left them with even less time. The bomb expert's hands trembled slightly, yet he persisted with unwavering determination. Huayan watched anxiously from the side, her heart racing. In the final moments of the countdown, the expert successfully cut the last wire, and the bomb was defused. Cheers erupted within the building. Yet, Zhang Min and Huayan knew the battle was far from over. They had to eradicate the criminal family entirely to restore true peace to the city. After an investigation, they discovered that the leader of the criminal family was hiding in a secret underground lair. This is the final showdown, Zhang Min declared. They set off towards the lair with their team. Upon arriving at the entrance of the underground hideout, Zhang Min warned, "Everyone be cautious. The situation inside is unknown." They entered with utmost care, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the lair. Suddenly, lights flickered on, and countless enemies surged from hidden corners. "Open fire," Zhang Min commanded, igniting a fierce gunfight. Bullets whizzed through the narrow corridors, and team members sustained injuries. Yet, Zhang Min and Huayan pressed on, leading their comrades in the fray. After a bloody battle, they gradually advanced to the core of the hideout. There, the leader of the criminal family lounged in an opulent chair, a sinister grin on his face. "Did you think you could capture me this easily?" he cackled. Zhang Min glared at him, declaring, "Your end is nigh." At that moment, the leader pressed a button, causing the walls to shift and reveal rows of weapons and traps. "Watch out, everyone!" Huayan shouted. A more arduous battle ensued, with Zhang Min and Huayan weaving through gunfire and evading traps. At last, they overcame the numerous obstacles and stood before the leader. As he attempted to flee, Zhang Min lunged forward, tackling him to the ground. Huayan swiftly placed handcuffs on him. With the leader's capture, the criminal family was utterly dismantled. The city has finally regained its former tranquility, and Zhang Min and Huayan have emerged as heroes in the hearts of the people. However, they are acutely aware that safeguarding the city's peace is an incessant battle, and they remain ever prepared to confront new challenges. Following their successful apprehension of the crime family's leader, they did not rest on their laurels. Instead, they commenced a thorough investigation into the remnants of the criminal organization to prevent any resurgence. During the process of organizing case files, they unearthed previously unnoticed clues that seemed to point toward a more insidious criminal network. Could there be a larger conspiracy at play? Huayan furrowed her brow. Zhang Min's gaze was resolute. Regardless of what it entails, we must pursue this to the end. Following the new leads, they delved deeper into their investigation, discovering that this criminal network spanned multiple cities, its reach and influence far exceeding their initial assumptions. Simultaneously, their actions attracted the attention of the criminal organization, which began to issue various threats and attempts to hinder their progress. One day, while returning home from work, Zhang Min noticed he was being followed by a suspicious vehicle. With clever maneuvering, he evaded the tail, realizing that the enemy was now cornered and desperate. Huayan also received an anonymous threatening letter, warning her to cease her investigation. Yet, these threats only fortified their resolve to eradicate evil. During a covert investigation, they narrowly escaped detection by the enemy, relying on their keen instincts and remarkable adaptability to avert disaster. As their inquiry progressed, they gradually acquired crucial evidence regarding the criminal network. However, just as they were poised to hand over the evidence to the judicial authorities, an unexpected turn of events occurred. On the eve of their planned submission, the secret location where the evidence was stored was breached, and the critical proof vanished without a trace. How could this happen? Our security measures were so stringent. Huayan was both shocked and furious. Zhang Min's expression darkened, recognizing that there must be a mole within their ranks. They immediately launched an investigation into those involved in the operation, but initially found themselves at a loss. At this juncture, their superiors applied immense pressure, demanding that they recover the evidence swiftly and dismantle the criminal network entirely. Zhang Min and Huayan spent sleepless nights pondering and reevaluating their leads. In a fortuitous moment, Zhang Min discovered a previously overlooked surveillance video where a familiar figure briefly appeared. It was him. Zhang Min's eyes widened in realization. The traitor was a usually inconspicuous member of their team. They quickly initiated a pursuit of the mole, ultimately locating him in a secluded warehouse. Hand over the evidence. Huayan commanded sharply. The traitor, however, responded with a maniacal grin, declaring that it was too late and they could not stop what was to come. Just then, a cacophony of engines roared outside the warehouse, signaling the arrival of the criminal network's operatives. Another fierce battle erupted. In the midst of the tumultuous conflict, Zhang Min and Huayan gradually gained the upper hand, successfully subduing the mole and reclaiming a portion of the evidence. Nevertheless, some critical information remained elusive. As they prepared to retreat, reinforcements from the criminal network continuously surged in, encircling the warehouse. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent. Zhang Min gripped his firearm tightly, his gaze resolute. Huayan clenched her teeth and declared, "Even in death, we shall not let them succeed." They relied on the warehouse's terrain to staunchly resist the enemy's onslaught. Meanwhile, the police, having learned of their predicament, swiftly organized a force to assist them. During the wait for reinforcements, Zhang Min and Huayan's ammunition dwindled, and they sustained numerous injuries. "Brother Min, do you think we can hold on until help arrives?" Huayan gasped. Zhang Min glanced at her and asserted, "We will endure." At last, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air as the police support team arrived, promptly launching an offensive against the criminal network. Zhang Min and Huayan finally exhaled in relief, yet they understood that this was merely a temporary victory. Much work lay ahead. Upon returning to the precinct, they delved deeper into their investigation based on the recovered evidence, uncovering intricate connections between the criminal network and certain powerful elites. This was troubling news. Huayan furrowed her brow. Zhang Min's eyes sparkled with determination. No matter the obstacles, we must unveil the truth. However, their investigative efforts incited panic among the elites, leading to a barrage of conspiracies and traps directed at them. Faced with the machinations of the powerful, Zhang Min and Huayan found themselves in increasingly precarious circumstances. They received a steady stream of anonymous threats, encountered frequent obstructions at work, and even faced disruptions in their personal lives. One day, Huayan discovered that her front door had been splattered with red paint, inscribed with menacing words. Zhang Min's car had also been deliberately vandalized, nearly resulting in a catastrophic accident while driving. "These fiends are utterly deranged." Huayan seethed with rage. Zhang Min replied coolly, "The more they act like this, the more it reveals their cowardice and fear. We cannot be intimidated." They resolved to alter their strategy, opting to collect evidence discreetly rather than conducting direct investigations. During this process, they encountered a mysterious informant. This informant provided crucial leads that propelled their investigation forward. Through these revelations, they uncovered a vast web of interests concealed behind the elites, involving various heinous crimes such as embezzlement and money laundering. Just as they were about to compile and submit their findings, an unexpected setback occurred. The informant suddenly vanished, and portions of their investigative materials were destroyed. Clearly, a master manipulator was at play behind the scenes. Zhang Min's brow furrowed in concern. Huayan clenched her fists. "No matter what, we cannot give up." They regrouped their thoughts and continued to delve deeper into the clues. At that moment, they were acutely aware that they were being watched by countless eyes. Zhang Min and Huayan understood they were under surveillance, yet they showed no signs of retreat. To evade detection, they deliberately created false trails, misleading the enemy into believing they were in a precarious situation, thus lowering their guard. One fateful night, seizing the enemy's moment of negligence, they stealthily infiltrated a powerful elite's secret office. There, they uncovered an exceedingly significant document, meticulously detailing the financial flows and personnel structure of the entire criminal network. However, just as they were preparing to depart with the document, the office alarm blared unexpectedly. "This is bad. We must leave quickly," Zhang Min exclaimed. They rushed towards the exit in desperation, but the adversaries had already surrounded them. Huayan and Zhang Min rose to the occasion, displaying remarkable combat prowess. Yet, as the enemy numbers swelled, they found themselves gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. At that critical juncture, reinforcements from the police station arrived, just in time, coordinating with them to successfully repel the attackers. With the crucial document in hand, they returned to the police station, poised to execute the final operation against the criminal network. However, dissenting voices began to emerge within the precinct. Certain higher-ups, succumbing to the pressure exerted by powerful interests, sought to thwart their efforts. "Shall we simply surrender?" Huayan voiced her discontent. Zhang Min, with unwavering resolve, declared, "Absolutely not. Even if it is just the two of us, we shall see justice through to the end." They resolved to circumvent the internal resistance at the police station and collaborate directly with the prosecutorial office. Yet, this decision plunged them into an even more perilous situation. Following their decision to partner with the prosecutorial office, Zhang Min and Huayan commenced clandestine preparations. Nevertheless, their actions were soon detected by the criminal network, which began to retaliate with fervor, not only threatening their families, but also attempting to tarnish their public image, thereby eroding their support among the populace. Faced with such immense pressure, the families of Zhang Min and Huayan exhibited unwavering support and trust, providing them with substantial encouragement. Throughout their preparations, they encountered a series of unforeseen incidents and obstacles. For instance, a key witness suddenly recanted their testimony, and crucial evidence was mysteriously destroyed. Clearly, a more formidable force was at play behind the scenes. Zhang Min's expression turned grave. Huayan gritted her teeth and asserted, regardless of the circumstances, "We must uncover the truth." After a painstaking investigation, they discovered that an insider within the prosecutorial office had been leaking information to the criminal network. Zhang Min and Huayan, maintaining their composure, devised a clever trap and ultimately exposed the traitor. With the insider apprehended, their operations could proceed smoothly. Yet, at the pivotal moment of their impending capture, the core figure of the criminal network mysteriously vanished. The disappearance of this key figure thrust Zhang Min and Huayan's operation into a stalemate, but they had no time for despair. They meticulously re-evaluated the clues, expanding their search parameters, determined not to overlook any potential hiding spot. During their investigation, they discovered that the core figure might be concealed within an abandoned factory. The factory, with its intricate layout, was fraught with unknown dangers. "No matter what, we must capture him this time," Zhang Min resolved. They cautiously infiltrated the factory, remaining acutely vigilant. A pungent odor pervaded the air, and an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting Zhang Min and Huayan to swiftly conceal themselves. A few figures hurriedly passed by, among whom was the central figure they had been desperately seeking. They stealthily followed, poised to act at the opportune moment. However, as they approached the core individual, they inadvertently triggered an alarm device. In an instant, enemies surged in like a tide, encircling them. "Fight!" Huayan shouted, leading the charge. A fierce struggle ensued, with Zhang Min and Huayan ensnared yet undaunted. Despite their valor in the heat of battle, the overwhelming numbers of foes began to take their toll. Just as they were on the brink of exhaustion, reinforcements from the police arrived just in time. The tide of the confrontation shifted dramatically, sending the adversaries into a panicked retreat. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min and Huayan pressed forward, ultimately capturing the linchpin of the criminal network. Yet, before they could celebrate their triumph, new challenges emerged. Following the apprehension of the core figure, other members of the criminal network began frantically destroying evidence in a bid to obscure their misdeeds. Without hesitation, Zhang Min and Huayan plunged into the task of safeguarding evidence and pursuing the remaining associates. They worked tirelessly, racing against time. During this endeavor, they uncovered a clandestine account abroad, harboring a substantial amount of illicit funds. To reclaim this money, they collaborated with Interpol, embarking on a transnational pursuit. In a foreign land, they faced numerous challenges, including language barriers, cultural differences, and legal complexities. Nevertheless, fortified by unwavering resolve and exceptional skill, Zhang Min and Huayan gradually surmounted each obstacle. Ultimately, they successfully retrieved the illicit funds and dismantled the remaining factions of the criminal network, bringing the case to a satisfying conclusion. The city regained its former tranquility and prosperity. With the names of Zhang Min and Huayan Yin becoming synonymous with justice, celebrated and remembered by the populace. Although the case had been resolved, Zhang Min and Huayan remained vigilant. They understood that unless the roots of crime were thoroughly eradicated, similar dark forces would inevitably resurface. Thus, they dedicated themselves to reforming and enhancing the city's security system. They actively promoted collaboration between the police and the community, strengthening education and guidance for the youth to prevent them from falling prey to criminal influences. However, their efforts incited dissatisfaction among certain vested interests. These individuals conspired in secrecy, attempting to create obstacles for Zhang Min and Huayan and hinder their reformative progress. On one occasion, a community safety awareness event organized by them was sabotaged by unknown assailants, leading to chaos at the scene. This is clearly a deliberate act, Huayan remarked with indignation. Zhang Min maintained a calm demeanor, analyzing, the more they resist, the more it indicates that our work has struck a nerve. Undeterred by these setbacks, they became even more resolute in their commitment to reform. In their investigation of the hidden machinations behind the scenes, they uncovered a vast interest group, one that spanned multiple industries and had been covertly manipulating various illicit transactions within the city. Zhang Min and Huayan once again confront formidable challenges, yet they remain undeterred, ready to engage in a new battle. They are acutely aware of the entrenched foundations of this interest group, understanding that uprooting it will not be a simple task. They resolve to commence their efforts from the periphery, meticulously gathering evidence to dismantle its influence. Initially, they embark on covert investigations into enterprises and individuals associated with the interest group, encountering a myriad of threats and temptations along the way. If you merely turn a blind eye, you shall reap the benefits, a proprietor of one investigated company attempted to bribe them. Zhang Min firmly refused, stating, "Put away your deceit. The law will not tolerate your audacity." Huayan added a caution, "Your actions will only exacerbate your transgressions." As their investigation deepens, they uncover alarming connections between the interest group and certain government officials who provide a protective shield, allowing it to operate with impunity. "We must expose these corrupt officials as well," Zhang Min declared resolutely. They carefully organized the evidence they had compiled, preparing to report to their superiors. However, at this critical juncture, their activities were once again detected by the interest group. Various means of suppression were employed against them, including malicious defamation in the media, all aimed at tarnishing their reputation. The eyes of the public are discerning. Their conspiracy shall not prevail, Huayan asserted, firmly believing that justice will ultimately triumph over evil. Will Zhang Min and Huayan overcome the numerous obstacles to completely dismantle this vast interest group and restore clarity to the city's skies? In the face of the interest group's maligning and oppression, they resolved to take the initiative, holding a press conference to disclose partial evidence of their investigation, clarifying that their actions aim to uphold social equity and justice, contrary to the nefarious insinuations of ill-intentioned individuals. This bold move garnered widespread attention and support from the public, who rallied to their cause, demanding severe punishment for the interest group and its protectors. Nevertheless, the interest group, unwilling to accept defeat, dispatched assassins in an attempt to eliminate Zhang Min and Huayan. During an investigative outing, they were ambushed. As bullets whizzed past, their years of combat experience and agility allowed them to narrowly escape a grave fate. "It seems they are cornered," Zhang Min remarked coldly. Huayan's gaze remained steadfast. "This only indicates we're drawing closer to the truth, instilling fear in them." They fortified their security measures while accelerating the pace of their investigation. In the course of their probing, they discovered that the interest group was orchestrating a far more extensive criminal operation, intending to incite chaos within the city to divert public attention and secure breathing space for themselves. "We must not allow their conspiracy to succeed." Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to apprehend them before the execution of their nefarious plans. Chapter 14. Surrounded, Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly embarked on an in-depth investigation into the new conspiracy orchestrated by the interest group. They uncovered that the linchpin of this criminal enterprise was a mysterious mastermind, lurking in the shadows and manipulating events from behind the scenes. In their relentless pursuit of this enigma, they tirelessly analyzed clues and interviewed witnesses day and night. At last, through a former informant who had once worked for the interest group, they obtained a potential location of the elusive figure. As they stealthily approached the site, they were met with formidable defenses, replete with surveillance and patrolling guards. A direct assault is out of the question. "We must devise a plan to draw this serpent from its lair," Huayan murmured. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min conceived a strategy. They deliberately created a commotion elsewhere to divert the attention of some guards. Seizing the opportunity as the security diminished, they infiltrated the premises. However, just as they were about to reach the room of the mysterious figure, they were discovered. A fierce chase ensued, accompanied by a flurry of gunfire. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Min was struck by a bullet, yet he bore the agony with fortitude, pressing onward. "Do not concern yourself with me. Go apprehend him," Zhang Min shouted. With tears in her eyes, Huayan rushed alone into the room of the mysterious figure. In a ferocious struggle, Huayan confronted the mastermind, who proved to be a formidable opponent, momentarily gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the wounded Zhang Min, gritting his teeth against the pain, dispatched the incoming adversaries. Buying her precious time, after a grueling battle, Huayan finally discerned an opening and successfully subdued the mysterious figure. Yet, just as they prepared to leave with their captive, other members of the interest group activated a self-destruct mechanism, causing the entire structure to tremble perilously. "Quickly, we must escape," Huayan urged, grasping the mysterious figure and joining Zhang Min in the search for an exit. Thick smoke billowed and flames soared as they navigated the debris with great difficulty. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, they stumbled upon a hidden passage. The trio sprinted down the corridor, the sound of collapsing structures echoing ominously behind them. Ultimately, they emerged just before the building crumbled entirely. In the aftermath of this harrowing ordeal, the conspiracy of the interest group was utterly dismantled. However, Zhang Min's injuries were grave, rendering him unconscious. "Zhang Min, you must hold on." Huayan remained vigil at his bedside, silently praying. The captured mastermind, under police interrogation, confessed to all the crimes of the interest group. The city welcomed a long-awaited peace, yet Zhang Min's fate weighed heavily on Huayan's heart. Through her unwavering prayers and the dedicated efforts of the medical staff, Zhang Min gradually overcame the peril of death and slowly regained consciousness. "Wonderful! You're awake at last," Huayan exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Zhang Min managed a faint smile. "I am not so easily vanquished." After a period of recuperation, Zhang Min's health steadily improved, and the duo once again immersed themselves in their work. However, their valiant exploits had incited jealousy and animosity among certain nefarious individuals. A new criminal gang emerged quietly, operating with greater secrecy and ferocity. This criminal organization primarily engages in the theft of high-end jewelry and the smuggling of precious artifacts, posing a significant threat to society. Zhang Min and Huayan volunteered to investigate this case. They began by examining the minutiae at the crime scene and soon discovered that the gang possessed remarkable counter-surveillance skills, leaving scarcely any useful clues after each heist. This was a formidable challenge, yet Zhang Min remained resolute, encouraging both herself and Huayan with optimism. During the investigation, they uncovered that the members of the gang utilized a unique encrypted communication method. In their quest to decipher this code, they consulted numerous experts and devoted countless hours to research. Their diligence eventually bore fruit, as they successfully cracked the code and gained insight into the gang's operational plans. Armed with this newly acquired information, Zhang Min and Huayan set a trap at the gang's next intended location. However, the cunning criminals unexpectedly altered their plan just before executing it. Fortunately, Zhang Min and Huayan astutely sensed the anomaly and swiftly adjusted their strategy. When the gang appeared, a fierce confrontation ensued, with gunfire echoing through the night and chaos reigning at the scene. While pursuing one of the criminals, Huayan inadvertently fell into a trap, becoming ensnared in a corner. "Pardon, Huayan," Zhang Min thought anxiously, desperately striving to breach the enemy's defenses and effect a rescue. Just as Huayan was on the brink of exhaustion, Zhang Min arrived just in time, successfully repelling the adversaries and liberating her companion. Following an intense struggle, they subdued the majority of the criminals, though a few leaders managed to escape amidst the turmoil. We cannot allow them to flee. Zhang Min and Huayan, undeterred by the lack of rest, continued to pursue the fugitives. During their chase, they discovered that the escapees were preparing to smuggle themselves across the border in search of asylum. Zhang Min and Huayan immediately contacted border police to coordinate their efforts, successfully intercepting the criminals at the border. Thus, this new criminal organization was thoroughly dismantled, and Zhang Min and Huayan once again achieved a remarkable feat in safeguarding societal tranquility. However, their heroic actions rendered them targets for even more nefarious forces, foreshadowing a future fraught with greater challenges and dangers. Despite their triumph in eradicating the criminal group, Zhang Min and Huayan had no time to rest or celebrate. They understood that each victory was merely fleeting. As long as dark forces persisted, their battle would be unrelenting. Shortly thereafter, a series of bizarre cases emerged in the city, with several prominent entrepreneurs and socialites mysteriously vanishing without a trace. Zhang Min and Huayan were assigned to investigate these disappearances, uncovering what appeared to be a vast conspiracy lurking behind these incidents. During their inquiry, they encountered a mysterious woman who appeared at pivotal moments, providing them with vague clues before vanishing without a trace. Who is this woman? Huayan pondered, filled with suspicion. Zhang Min furrowed her brow in contemplation. Her intentions are undoubtedly complex. We must proceed with caution. As the investigation deepened, they uncovered the connection between the enigmatic woman and a clandestine organization. This organization was surreptitiously manipulating the economic lifeblood of the city, and those who had gone missing were likely abducted for infringing upon the organization's interests. Zhang Min and Huayan resolved to venture into the lion's den to uncover the truth. They disguised themselves as collaborators with the organization, seeking to obtain further internal intelligence. However, their identities were swiftly unveiled, plunging them into a perilous predicament. In the critical moment of their exposure, Zhang Min and Huayan, armed with extraordinary courage and agility, engaged in a desperate struggle against the members of the mysterious organization. After a fierce battle, they managed to evade their pursuers, albeit sustaining significant injuries in the process. This cannot continue. We must devise a comprehensive plan to confront them, Huayan gasped. Zhang Min, tending to her wounds, contemplated their strategy. We need to find a safe haven to hide and then plot our next move. They sought refuge in an abandoned factory, temporarily eluding the organization's search efforts. During this time, they stumbled upon a crucial document belonging to the organization, which seemingly concealed its core secrets. This might be the key to our breakthrough. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Zhang Min's eyes. Yet, the document was encrypted, necessitating a method to decipher its code. Through various inquiries, they learned of a reclusive cryptography expert who might assist them. Thus, they embarked on a quest to locate the expert. Throughout their journey, they were relentlessly pursued by members of the mysterious organization, presenting numerous obstacles. Would Zhang Min and Huayan successfully find the cryptography expert, unravel the secrets of the document, and unveil the fade of the organization? After enduring countless hardships, they finally located the reclusive expert. However, initially he was reluctant to assist them, fearing retribution from the organization. Please, only you can help us unveil this secret and save more lives, Huayan implored earnestly. Zhang Min added, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. This is a battle between justice and malevolence. After much persuasion, the cryptography expert was moved and agreed to help them crack the document's code. After days and nights of intense effort, they finally succeeded in decrypting the code. Just as they were preparing to act on the clues within the document, the organization detected their movements and dispatched more assassins. This is likely to be a fierce battle. Zhang Min gripped her gun tightly. Huayan resolutely declared, even if it costs us our lives, we must bring the truth to light. A heart-pounding showdown was imminent, and the dangers they faced grew ever more formidable. In the midst of a fierce confrontation with the organization's assassins, Zhang Min and Huayan, through their indomitable will and harmonious teamwork, repelled wave after wave of enemy attacks. Yet, they were gravely injured, and their situation became increasingly dire. Just when they were on the brink of exhaustion, reinforcements from the police finally arrived. Under the formidable suppression of police firepower, the assassins of the enigmatic organization fled in disarray. At last, reinforcements arrived, allowing Zhang Min to exhale in relief, only to subsequently collapse from exhaustion. Huayan, frantic with worry, urged, "Zhang Min, you must hold on." Following urgent medical intervention, Zhang Min was pulled back from the brink of death. The clues they unearthed from the documents granted the police a deeper understanding of the mysterious organization. Armed with this intelligence, law enforcement launched a comprehensive assault on the clandestine group. However, having operated within the city for many years, the organization was deeply entrenched, making the crackdown anything but effortless. Despite their injuries, Zhang Min and Huayan resolutely decided to return to the battlefield and assist the police. They infiltrated various strongholds of the organization, engaging in thrilling confrontations with the enemy. During one operation, they unexpectedly discovered that the leader of the organization was orchestrating an even larger-scale terror plot. They knew they could not allow this to come to fruition. Aware of the urgent time constraints, Zhang Min and Huayan began to gather more intelligence, striving to uncover the specifics and location of the impending calamity. Throughout this endeavor, they realized that the organization had infiltrated the police force, resulting in repeated interruptions to their operations. "We must identify this mole. Otherwise, our actions will always be forewarned by the enemy," Huayan remarked with a grave expression. After meticulous investigation and analysis, they finally pinpointed several suspects. In their cat-and-mouse game with the suspects, Zhang Min and Huayan encountered numerous traps and assassination attempts. Yet they persevered without faltering. Ultimately, they succeeded in exposing the mole and bringing them to justice. However, time was running perilously short before the terror plan was to be executed. Based on the scant clues available, Zhang Min and Huayan scoured the city for potential target locations. Just as despair began to set in, Huayan suddenly noticed a previously overlooked detail, leading them to deduce the actual site of the terrorist operation. They hurriedly made their way there, poised for the final confrontation with the leader of the mysterious organization. At the battleground, the leader was surrounded by numerous armed subordinates, all on high alert. Undeterred, Zhang Min and Huayan charged forward. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire and shouts. Utilizing her agile skills, Huayan deftly maneuvered through the ranks of enemies, swiftly taking down several foes. Meanwhile, Zhang Min demonstrated remarkable accuracy, each bullet finding its mark. Realizing the dire situation, the organization's leader attempted to escape. Zhang Min, sharp-eyed, discerned his intent and pursued relentlessly. "Don't run," she shouted as she chased after him. Finally, in a secluded corner, Zhang Min cornered the leader. "Your end is nigh," she declared, aiming her weapon at him. The leader, however, revealed a sinister grin. "Even in death, you shall not have peace." At that moment, Huayan arrived, and together with Zhang Min, they subdued the leader. However, before they could catch their breath, they realized that the leader had activated the countdown device for the terror plan during his escape. Time was of the essence. They had to dismantle it swiftly. Zhang Min exclaimed anxiously. Huayan quickly searched for the device's wiring, attempting to decipher how to deactivate it. Tick-tock, the seconds slipped away. Would they succeed in disarming the device at the last moment and avert this catastrophe? Beads of sweat trickled down Huayan's forehead as she intently studied the wiring, while Zhang Min vigilantly stood guard, ready to fend off any incoming foes. "I found it," Huayan shouted with excitement, only to furrow her brow again. This wiring was exceedingly complex, and a single misstep could trigger an explosion. Zhang Min encouraged her, "Trust yourself, we can do this." Taking a deep breath, Huayan cautiously began to cut the wires, each movement executed with utmost care. The surrounding silence so profound that they could almost hear their own heartbeats. Just as she reached the final critical wire, remnants of the mysterious organization charged towards them. Zhang Min sprang into action, fighting to buy Huayan precious time. Hurry, Huayan! Zhang Min shouted while battling the adversaries. Gritting her teeth, Huayan severed the last wire. The countdown halted at the very last second, the crisis averted. The city was spared from disaster, and Zhang Min and Huayan emerged as heroes once more. Yet, they understood that dark corners might still harbor new threats. Their mission was far from over. Following this harrowing ordeal, Zhang Min and Huayan had hoped for a serene interlude. However, it wasn't long before they received a cryptic letter. The correspondence hinted at the emergence of a clandestine organization known as the Shadow Alliance, whose influence and ruthlessness surpassed any adversary they had previously encountered. Zhang Min and Huayan's nerves tightened once again. They resolved to investigate the Shadow Alliance thoroughly. Through various clues, they uncovered that the Shadow Alliance was not only engaged in illegal arms trading, but also controlled the city's underground casinos and drug markets. During their investigation, they met an informant named Li Hao, a former member of the Shadow Alliance who had chosen to leave due to his abhorrence of the organization's brutal methods. This organization is terrifying. They possess no morals, Li Hao recounted, visibly shaken. With Li Hao's assistance, Zhang Min and Huayan gradually neared the heart of the Shadow Alliance. Yet, their actions drew the Alliance's attention, and a new crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. Upon realizing Zhang Min and Huayan's movements, the Shadow Alliance unleashed a frenzied retaliation. Their residence was set ablaze, and their loved ones were threatened. These fiends are utterly deranged. Huayan fumed. Zhang Min's gaze was resolute. The more they act this way, the more it reveals their fear of us exposing their true nature. To safeguard their loved ones, they decided to relocate their friends and family to a secure location and, alongside Li Hao, formulated a meticulous counterattack plan. Initially, they deliberately released some false information to lure the Shadow Alliance into their trap, subsequently laying an ambush along the enemy's inevitable path. However, the leader of the Shadow Alliance proved to be exceedingly cunning, unraveling their scheme and retaliating by ensnaring them in a series of intricate traps. During one operation, Zhang Min unfortunately fell victim to the enemy's ploy and was imprisoned in a clandestine stronghold. It was imperative to rescue him. Huayan was in a state of frantic anxiety. Li Hao reassured her, "Do not worry, we will devise a plan." Would they succeed in liberating Zhang Min and thwarting the machinations of the Shadow Alliance? Huayan and Li Hao began to gather intelligence, striving to ascertain the precise location of Zhang Min's captivity. They toiled day and night, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of any lead. At last, through a hacker who had once collaborated with the Shadow Alliance, they obtained an encrypted document, which, upon deciphering, revealed the location of Zhang Min's secret stronghold. "Prepare for action," Huayan declared with resolute determination. They meticulously devised a rescue plan, stealthily approaching the stronghold under the cover of night. The stronghold was heavily fortified, and Huayan and Li Hao cautiously evaded patrolling guards, gradually drawing nearer to the room where Zhang Min was confined. Just as they were about to arrive, an unforeseen incident occurred. A guard detected their presence and sounded the alarm. Instantly, chaos erupted within the stronghold, with enemies converging from all directions. "Charge in," Huayan declared without hesitation, fiercely resisting the enemy's onslaught alongside Li Hao. They ultimately broke through the encirclement and located the imprisoned Zhang Min. "You have come," Zhang Min exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Yet at that moment, the enemy had them surrounded. "Today marks your demise," the leader of the Shadow Alliance snarled menacingly. In this critical moment, a police support team arrived just in time. The sudden appearance of law enforcement threw the members of the Shadow Alliance into disarray, allowing Zhang Min, Huayan, and Li Hao to seize the opportunity to collaborate with the police and launch a vigorous counterattack against the enemy. In the heat of battle, many members of the Shadow Alliance were subdued, yet their leader managed to escape amidst the turmoil. "We cannot let him flee," Zhang Min shouted, and the trio pursued the police in hot pursuit. The leader dashed into a narrow alley, with Zhang Min and the others relentlessly in pursuit. Upon reaching the alley's end, however, they discovered that the leader had vanished. "Be cautious, he may be hiding," Huayan cautioned. At that moment, the leader suddenly emerged from the shadows. brandishing a weapon in a last-ditch effort to fight back. Zhang Min, quick on his feet, kicked the weapon from the leader's grasp, and the group surged forward to subdue him. With the leader's capture, the Shadow Alliance suffered a significant blow, yet remnants of their forces continued to operate in the shadows. To eradicate this dark force entirely, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Li Hao resolved to delve deeper into the investigation, leaving no stone unturned. In the days that followed, they received various threats and intimidation tactics, yet they remained undeterred. On one occasion, they received a lead that a key member of the Shadow Alliance would engage in a clandestine transaction at an abandoned factory. Zhang Min and her companions promptly proceeded to the factory to set an ambush. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Li Hao awaited in the desolate surroundings of the abandoned factory, enveloped in an eerie silence, occasionally interrupted by the whispering wind. As seconds stretched into minutes, their target finally emerged. However, they soon realized that the opposing force was far more numerous than anticipated. Regardless, they were determined to secure a victory today, Zhang Min murmured resolutely. In an instant, the battle erupted, with the trio engaging in an intense gunfight against their adversaries. Huayan, showcasing her exceptional marksmanship, felled numerous foes, while Li Hao nimbly maneuvered between cover, providing crucial support to his teammates. Yet, as the enemy's firepower intensified, they found themselves gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. Just then, Zhang Min discerned the location of the enemy's ammunition depot. "I will destroy it to create an opportunity for us," she shouted, charging toward the depot under the cover of her comrades. With a thunderous explosion, the ammunition stockpile was obliterated, plunging the enemy into chaos. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Li Hao launched a counteroffensive, successfully subduing all adversaries. This operation dealt a significant blow to the remnants of the Shadow Alliance. However, they were acutely aware that much work lay ahead to ensure the city could truly restore its peace. After dismantling the secret trading post within the abandoned factory, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Li Hao took a brief respite before diving back into the deep investigation of the Shadow Alliance. Through the interrogation of captured members, they unearthed critical ledgers and communication records, revealing collusion between the Shadow Alliance and certain influential figures within the city. "I never imagined their reach extended so far," Huayan remarked, her brow furrowed as she studied the documents. Zhang Min's expression turned grave. "Regardless of who is involved, we must pursue the truth to the very end." Following the leads, they began investigating the powerful individuals linked to the Shadow Alliance, triggering considerable uproar and resistance. Some elites wielded their influence to exert pressure on them, attempting to thwart the investigation. Even bombs were planted on their vehicles as threats of assassination loomed. Yet undeterred, Zhang Min and her team became even more resolute in their quest to unveil the truth. During their investigation, they uncovered a deeply entrenched money laundering network involving multiple multinational corporations and financial institutions. "This is a colossal conspiracy. We must dismantle it," Li Hao declared. They contacted Interpol to initiate a joint operation. However, on the eve of the operation, their plans were unexpectedly leaked. The disclosure of their strategy thrust Zhang Min, Huayan, and Li Hao into a precarious situation. They understood that swift strategic adjustments were necessary to avert failure. After an urgent discussion, they resolved to take the risk of acting prematurely. Undeterred by insufficient preparations, they boldly infiltrated the core of the money laundering network. Throughout their endeavor, they faced numerous obstacles and staunch resistance from the enemy. Each step forward was fraught with peril, yet they pressed on. Leveraging her keen observational skills, Huayan identified vulnerabilities in the enemy's defenses, leading the team to successfully breach one barricade after another. Zhang Min astutely utilized his intellect to deftly evade the traps set by the enemy, thereby securing invaluable time for his team. Li Hao, leveraging his technical expertise, deciphered one critical password and security system after another, just as they were nearing the core evidence. The upper echelons of the Shadow Alliance dispatched an elite team of assassins to launch a deadly assault against them. "Everyone be cautious," Zhang Min cautioned loudly. Thus commenced a fierce struggle for survival. Would they endure this brutal confrontation and obtain the crucial evidence? In the midst of the intense skirmish with the elite assassins, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Li Hao fought valiantly. Bullets whizzed past, and smoke filled the air, painting a harrowing scene. Huayan was unfortunate enough to be grazed by a stray bullet, yet she grit her teeth against the excruciating pain and continued to fight. Li Hao, too, was struck in the leg, his movements becoming sluggish. Zhang Min, anxious and desperate, shielded his companions while searching for an opportunity to break through. At that moment, he spotted the commander of the assassin team and resolved to take a daring risk, concentrating their fire toward the commander. Under Zhang Min's relentless onslaught, the commander was slain, causing immediate disarray within the assassin ranks. Seizing this moment, the trio supported one another and finally broke through to the room housing the core evidence. However, upon opening the safe, they discovered that the evidence had already been relocated. Cursed be it, someone must have leaked information in advance. Huayan furiously pounded the table. Just as despair began to envelop them, Li Hao noticed a concealed micro-storage device in the corner. "This may be our last hope," he exclaimed. They swiftly evacuated with the storage device, only to find themselves surrounded by enemies outside. Faced with the overwhelming encirclement, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Li Hao stood back to back, bracing for the confrontation. Even if we must perish today, we cannot allow the evidence to fall into their hands. Zhang Min bellowed. The enemy pressed closer, and the three rose in defiance, engaging in another fierce gunfight. Amidst the hail of bullets, Huayan suddenly discerned a gap in the enemy's encirclement. "Follow me," she shouted, leading the charge toward the opening. Zhang Min and Li Hao followed closely, firing as they broke through. In the chaos of their escape, Li Hao, in a valiant effort to protect his teammates, was struck multiple times. "Liu!" Zhang Min and Huayan cried in anguish. With his last ounce of strength, Li Hao handed them the storage device, urging, "You must complete the mission," and then closed his eyes. Zhang Min and Huayan, suppressing their sorrow, carried forth Li Hao's final wish and ultimately broke free from the encirclement. They took refuge in a secluded, abandoned warehouse, temporarily evading their pursuers. At this juncture, both were gravely injured and utterly exhausted, yet they understood that the enemy would not relent easily. They had to devise a swift plan to ensure the safe delivery of the evidence. Gazing at the storage device in her hand, Huayan resolutely declared, "Even if it is just the two of us remaining, we shall ensure that justice prevails." At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse. Zhang Min and Huayan instantly tensed, gripping their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the imminent danger. The footsteps drew closer, their hearts racing in their throats. However, what emerged was a mysterious stranger. The stranger raised both hands in a gesture of peace, assuring them, "Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you." Zhang Min and Huayan exchanged wary glances, their suspicion palpable. "Who are you? Why do you wish to help us?" they inquired. The stranger smiled faintly. "I am a victim of the Shadow Alliance, seeking the opportunity for vengeance. I am aware that you possess crucial evidence. I can help you deliver it to trustworthy hands." Though filled with doubt, Zhang Min and Huayan found themselves with no alternative but to place their trust in this enigmatic figure. The stranger swiftly departed with the evidence, leaving Zhang Min and Huayan in the warehouse, anxiously awaiting news. As time passed, each second felt like an eternity, and their concern grew over whether the stranger had betrayed them. Just as anxiety began to consume them, the wail of police sirens pierced the air outside the warehouse. Could it be the police? Huayan ponde. Zhang Min tightened his grip on his weapon. "Let us assess the situation first." The police burst into the warehouse, and the leading officer declared, "You are safe now. The evidence has proven effective. The Shadow Alliance is about to be apprehended." Zhang Min and Huayan finally exhaled in relief, realizing that their efforts and sacrifices had not been in vain. Yet, they pondered whether the dark corners of the city would give rise to new criminal forces. They understood that their quest for justice was far from over. Chapter 15. The Dark Forces with the Demise of the Shadow Alliance. The city momentarily returned to a state of tranquility. Zhang Min and Huayan were commended for their exemplary performance. However, they remained vigilant and cautious. By chance, Zhang Min uncovered a series of suspicious financial transactions that suggested the emergence of a new dark force. Huayan, I suspect the situation is far more intricate than it appears. We must continue our investigation, Zhang Min asserted. Huayan nodded in agreement, stating, whatever it may be, we cannot allow them to succeed. Following the trail of financial clues, they delved deeper into their inquiry, discovering that a mysterious organization known as the Shadow of the Night was behind it all. This group operated discreetly, with its members shrouded in secrecy, presenting numerous challenges for their investigation. Throughout their pursuit, they faced multiple assassination attempts and threats. It seems we have stirred their nerves, Zhang Min remarked with determination. Huayan scoffed. The more they react this way, the more it reveals their insecurity. Just as they found themselves ensnared in difficulties, a journalist named Lin Yu reached out, claiming to possess significant intelligence regarding the Shadow of the Night. I have been monitoring this organization and have conducted covert investigations for quite some time, Lin Yu declared. With Lin Yu's assistance, could they finally unveil the enigmatic facade of the Shadow of the Night? Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu began to collaborate closely, meticulously sorting through and analyzing the available leads. The information provided by Lin Yu propelled their investigation forward. However, the Shadow of the Night appeared to have sensed their alliance, intensifying their oppressive tactics. One day, as Zhang Min was returning home from work, he fell victim to a meticulously orchestrated car accident. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to escape unscathed. This is a blatant threat, Huayan exclaimed in righteous anger. Lin Yu also received an ominous letter, warning her to cease her inquiries. Yet, the trio remained undeterred. Their resolve to expose the Shadow of the Night only strengthened. Through thorough digging, they discovered intricate connections between the Shadow of the Night and certain politicians in the city, hinting at a vast political conspiracy lurking in the shadows. This is no longer merely an issue of criminal organizations, Zhang Min said solemnly. They resolved to disclose portions of their findings to an upright prosecutor in hopes of gaining legal support. The prosecutor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, pledged to stand alongside them. However, just as they prepared for further action, the prosecutor met with an inexplicable demise. The depths of this matter are unfathomable. Huayan felt a chill run through her. Faced with such a formidable and enigmatic adversary, how would Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu respond? The prosecutor's mysterious death plunged Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu into profound sorrow and fury. They understood that the enemy would stop at nothing to conceal the truth. No matter what, we must not give up, Zhang Min declared through gritted teeth. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. Indeed, we must ensure they pay the price. They reorganized their thoughts and decided to focus on the connections between the Shadow of the Night and the politicians, seeking new evidence. During the investigation, they uncovered a pivotal figure, a former member of the Shadow of Night, who, having experienced a change of heart, sought to withdraw from the organization. After considerable effort, they finally managed to establish contact with this individual. I can assist you, but I require your protection, the member stated. Zhang Min and the others assented to his request and arranged a clandestine meeting at a secure location. However, their actions were soon detected by the Shadow of Night, and they encountered numerous ambushes en route to the rendezvous. Gunfire erupted in the streets. Could Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu successfully safeguard the critical member amidst this crisis and obtain vital evidence? In the midst of the fierce gunfight, Zhang Min exhibited extraordinary combat skills, accurately firing to carve out an escape route for his companions. Huayan remained steadfast in shielding the key member, ensuring his safety. Although Lin Yu lacked combat experience, she bravely grasped a weapon to provide support for her allies. They fought and retreated, ultimately evading their pursuers and taking refuge in an abandoned factory. What now? The enemy will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly, Lin Yu panted. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min replied, we must devise a means to leave here swiftly, escort him to safety, and then have him divulge everything he knows. Huayan nodded in agreement, but they are everywhere outside. Escaping will not be easy. Just then, the critical member spoke up. I know a secret passage that leads outside the city. A glimmer of hope illuminated their faces, and they decided to follow him. In the dark, damp corridor, they proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead. "Everyone be alert," Zhang Min whispered urgently. They halted, anxiously observing the approaching shadows. As several figures drew near, a new confrontation loomed. Zhang Min reacted swiftly, firing first at the shadows, with Huayan and Lin Yu quickly joining the fray. After an intense exchange, they discovered that these shadows were merely low-ranking members of the Shadow of Night, not the main force. Once they dispatched these foes, they continued along the secret passage. At last, they emerged from the tunnel into a wooded area outside the city. "We are momentarily safe, but we must remain vigilant," Zhang Min cautioned as he scanned their surroundings. The critical member guided them to a secluded cabin. Though modest, it provided temporary shelter. "Now, can you reveal what you know?" Huayan inquirait déjà. The member took a deep breath and began to recount the core secrets of the Shadow of Night and the obscure conspiracies lurking behind it. It turned out that the organization was involved not only in illicit trades, but also sought to manipulate crucial city decisions for immense profit. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from outside the cabin. "Oh no, they're closing in," Lin Yu exclaimed. Zhang Min tightened his grip on his weapon. Prepare for battle. Would they once again elude the pursuit of the Shadow of Night and expose the truth to the world? The moment Zhang Min and his companions heard the thunderous roar of the approaching vehicle, they swiftly readied themselves for battle. The key members turned pale, trembling with fear. Huayan reassured him, "Do not be afraid. We will protect you." As the vehicle came to a halt, a swarm of figures clad in black surged forth. Unfazed, Zhang Min and his team resolutely opened fire. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, the adversaries temporarily retreated, yet Zhang Min and his companions dared not linger. "We must split up. This way, we present a smaller target," Zhang Min declared. Thus, they divided into 3 groups and sprinted in different directions. In the midst of his flight, Zhang Min inadvertently fell into a trap, injuring his leg. "This is terrible." He gritted his teeth, attempting to crawl out. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared and rescued him from the pit. "Who are you?" Zhang Min inquired cautiously. The stranger smiled faintly. "Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. I possess knowledge of the deeper secrets of the Shadow of the Night." Zhang Min remained skeptical, yet with no alternative, he followed the enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, Huayan and Lin Yu faced their own perils but managed to escape by sheer luck. Ultimately, they convened in a secluded mountain village as agreed. The mysterious figure revealed to them that a more formidable puppet master lurked behind the Shadow of the Night, orchestrating everything. "Who could it be?" Lin Yu asked, astonished. The stranger shook his head. "It remains unclear for now, but I shall continue to investigate." Just then, Zhang Min's phone unexpectedly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. A sinister voice on the other end declared, "You cannot escape. Surrender now, or the consequences will be dire." Zhang Min scoffed. "If you have the ability, come and seize us. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil." With that, he hung up the phone. "This must be a threat from the Shadow of the Night," Huayan remarked. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their faces, and the mysterious figure suggested, "Let us hide here for a time and devise a long-term plan." During their stay in the mountain village, they recuperated while strategizing. The mysterious figure utilized his connections to gather intelligence for them. However, tranquility soon fled the village. One day, a group of strangers arrived, inquiring about the whereabouts of Zhang Min and his companions. It was clear that safety was no longer assured. Zhang Min resolved to leave. Under the cover of night, they quietly departed the village, continuing their quest to expose the Shadow of the Night. Along the way, they encountered a kind-hearted truck driver who offered them a ride. Yet, as the truck traversed a remote stretch of road, it was suddenly obstructed by a cadre of black-clad assailants. Not again. Zhang Min and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Would they manage to escape this crisis? The truck driver, sensing danger, slammed the accelerator in an attempt to break through, but the assailants fired, shredding the truck's tires, causing it to careen out of control and overturn by the roadside. Zhang Min and his companions struggled to extricate themselves from the vehicle and engaged in a desperate fight against the assailants. The mysterious figure displayed extraordinary prowess, taking on multiple foes and buying precious time for his companions. Huayan seized the opportunity to lead the injured Zhang Min and Lin Yu into the nearby woods, with the men in black relentlessly pursuing them, gunshots echoing through the trees. "This cannot go on. We must divert their attention," Zhang Min asserted. Lin Yu volunteered. "I will lead them away." "No, it's too dangerous," Huayan protested. Yet, Lin Yu was resolute. She sprinted in another direction, deliberately creating noise to attract the black-clad pursuers. Meanwhile, Zhang Min and Huayan sought an escape route, and deep within the forest, they stumbled upon a concealed cave. "Let's hide in there," Zhang Min suggested. Just as they entered the cave, they heard Lin Yu's desperate calls from outside, which gradually faded away. "Lin Yu," Huayan's eyes filled with worry. At that moment, a strange sound emanated from within the cave, suggesting an unknown peril lurked nearby. Zhang Min and Huayan tightened their grip on their weapons and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a wounded wolf cub cowering in the corner, trembling. Zhang Min sighed in relief. Looks like it was just a false alarm. Just then, footsteps echoed outside, raising their anxiety once more. "It must be those men in black coming after us," Huayan whispered urgently. They held their breath, straining to remain silent. The footsteps drew nearer and halted at the cave entrance. "Search thoroughly. They must be nearby," one of the men in black declared. Zhang Min and Huayan braced themselves for confrontation. Just as one of the men was about to enter the cave, a sudden howl pierced the air. It was the mother wolf returning, launching herself at the intruders, causing chaos. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min and Huayan escaped through another exit of the cave. They ran desperately, losing track of time, until they finally reached a small town. "We must find a place to rest before devising a plan to rescue Lin Yu," Zhang Min remarked. They located a dilapidated inn to stay in, but Huayan expressed her concern. "I wonder how Lin Yu is faring now." Zhang Min reassured her. "Do not worry too much. Lin Yu is clever. She will surely find a way to protect herself." However, before they could catch their breath, they noticed suspicious figures lurking around the inn. Zhang Min peered through a crack in the window and immediately pulled Huayan aside. "This is bad. We need to leave at once." The two quietly slipped out through the back door of the inn, only to find their retreat blocked. "Let's fight back," Huayan gritted her teeth. Just then, a motorcycle sped into view, ridden by a mysterious figure wearing a helmet. "Quick, get on," the stranger shouted. Without a moment to ponder, Zhang Min and Huayan jumped onto the motorcycle, which navigated the narrow streets, evading their pursuers. The mysterious rider brought them to safety and removed the helmet, revealing none other than Lin Yu, whom they had thought lost. "Lin Yu, it's such a relief to see you safe," Zhang Min and Huayan exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy lighting their faces. Lin Yu smiled and said, "I managed to escape amidst the chaos and have been searching for you." After a brief reunion among the three, they resolved to take the initiative, refusing to remain in a perpetual state of passive evasion. Through diligent investigation, they uncovered a significant stronghold of the Shadow of the Night organization. "This is our opportunity. Dismantling this stronghold would deliver a severe blow to them," Zhang Min declared. With meticulous planning, they stealthily infiltrated the site. Despite the formidable security within, their seamless cooperation allowed them to delve deeper. However, just as they were on the verge of reaching the core area, they inadvertently triggered an alarm. The blaring sirens pierced the air, plunging the entire stronghold into chaos. "Not good. We've been discovered," Huayan exclaimed. "Stay calm. Follow the plan," Zhang Min shouted decisively. Enemies surged from all directions, a hail of bullets raining down upon them. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu swiftly took cover behind a barricade and retaliated. Lin Yu's marksmanship was precise, each shot finding its mark, momentarily suppressing one flank of the adversaries. Meanwhile, Huayan utilized her agility to maneuver behind the enemy, launching a surprise attack. Zhang Min fought fiercely while surveying the layout of the stronghold, seeking critical targets. Just as they began to gain the upper hand, a mysterious master appeared within the stronghold. This individual, possessing formidable skills and swift movements, ensnared them in a perilous situation. "None of you shall leave here alive," the master scoffed coldly. Unfazed, Zhang Min stepped forward to engage in a life-or-death struggle. After several exchanges, fatigue began to take its toll on Zhang Min. At a crucial moment, Huayan identified a flaw in the Master S technique and shouted a warning to Zhang Min. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min launched a lethal strike, bringing the Master crashing to the ground. They pressed onward to the core area, ultimately discovering vital documents and incriminating evidence related to the Shadow of the Night. "We got it. Let us go," Lin Yu urged. However, as they made their escape, they were confronted by a renewed onslaught of enemies. A grenade exploded nearby, the tremendous shockwave knocking them to the ground. "Hold on." Zhang Min gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Police reinforcements arrived in the nick of time. "Freeze! Drop your weapons." The officers' voices reverberated throughout the stronghold. With the police's assistance, they successfully evaded their pursuers, departing the stronghold with the evidence in hand. "It's finally over," Huayan exhaled in relief. Yet, they were acutely aware that their battle against the forces of darkness was far from concluded. Although they had temporarily eluded the relentless pursuit of the Shadow of the Night, Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu understood that their adversaries would not relent. Indeed, on their way to rendezvous with the police, they encountered a new crisis. A truck laden with explosives hurtled towards them, and the police quickly organized an interception, but could not halt the truck's reckless advance. In a split second, Zhang Min made a decisive choice, steering a police car towards the truck in an effort to alter its course. The two vehicles collided violently, rendering Zhang Min unconscious from the tremendous impact. Huayan and Lin Yu, disregarding their own safety, dragged him from the wreckage, just as the assassins of the Shadow of the Night closed in once more. A fierce gunfight ensued between the police and the assassins, while Huayan and Lin Yu retreated with the unconscious Zhang Min. They sought refuge in an abandoned factory, the assassins closing in on them. "We cannot allow them to capture us. Even at the cost of our lives, we must protect the evidence," Huayan declared with unwavering resolve. Lin Yu nodded, gripping her firearm tightly. The atmosphere inside the factory was thick with tension when Lin Yu suddenly spotted a ventilation duct, perhaps their only hope of escape. Huayan first hoisted Zhang Min up, with Lin Yu ready to assist from above. Just as Huayan prepared to climb up, the assassins discovered their location. "Run!" Huayan shouted to Lin Yu, turning to fire at the assassins to buy them precious time. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lin Yu struggled to crawl through the duct, pulling Zhang Min along. Meanwhile, Huayan found herself in a dire situation, her ammunition nearly exhausted. Just as she feared for her life, reinforcement from the police arrived, driving the assassins back. On the other side, Lin Yu and Zhang Min successfully emerged from the duct, only to find themselves on the edge of a cliff. "What do we do? There might be more enemies behind us," Lin Yu thought frantically. At that moment, Zhang Min slowly regained consciousness, surveying their dire predicament. Taking a deep breath, he urged, "Jump!" Hand in hand, the two leaped off the cliff, plunging into the raging river below. As they fell into the water, Zhang Min and Lin Yu were swiftly swept downstream, struggling desperately to grasp onto branches or rocks along the bank. Lin Yu was submerged multiple times, and Zhang Min exerted all his strength to pull her back to the surface. Just as their energy waned, they finally grasped a protruding rock, stabilizing themselves temporarily. However, ominous shouts from the assassins above echoed in the darkness, as they searched for Zhang Min and Lin Yu's whereabouts. "We must not be discovered," Zhang Min whispered urgently. The two quietly drifted downstream with the current and sought refuge in a riverside cave. The cave was dark and damp, filled with a putrid odor. They dared not speak, only able to hear each other's rapid breaths. Suddenly, a massive python lunged from the shadows toward them. Zhang Min and Lin Yu were struck with terror and quickly evaded. Seizing a nearby stone, Zhang Min hurled it at the serpent. Enraged, the python attacked them with even greater ferocity. During the struggle, Lin Yu accidentally sustained an injury, the scent of her blood inciting the python's fury further. In a state of desperation, Zhang Min waited for the right moment to lure the serpent toward the cave entrance and then forcefully pushed it out. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the sound of approaching footsteps from the assassins reached their ears. "They're coming in," Lin Yu exclaimed anxiously. Zhang Min scanned for an exit, and discovered a narrow passageway deep within the cave. "We can escape through here," he urged, pulling Lin Yu into the passage. The tunnel was constricted and treacherous, forcing them to crawl laboriously. The sounds of the assassins entering the cave grew ever closer. Zhang Min and Lin Yu struggled through the narrow passage, their hearts racing as the voices and beams of flashlights from behind drew nearer. Suddenly, Lin Yu found herself ensnared by a protruding rock, unable to extricate herself. Zhang Min, filled with urgency, reassured Lin Yu to remain calm while exerting all his strength to push her free. At that moment, the assassins detected their presence, bullets whizzing past them in the narrow passage. With every ounce of his strength, Zhang Min finally managed to pull Lin Yu from the rock's grasp, and the two continued to crawl forward. However, the passage ahead grew increasingly constricted, seemingly leading to a dead end. "It's over. There's no way out," Lin Yu cried out in despair. Yet Zhang Min refused to surrender. He began to feel around, discovering a faint current of air above them. "There may be an exit above," he exclaimed, using all his strength to push against the slab overhead. A beam of light streamed in, illuminating their path to hope. Zhang Min first hoisted Lin Yu up, then followed closely behind. However, they had scarcely caught their breath when they found themselves on a steep slope, overlooking an unfathomable valley below. The assassins emerged from the passage, closing in on them. Perhaps jumping down could offer a glimmer of survival. Zhang Min glanced at Lin Yu. Without hesitation, she nodded. Hand in hand, they leapt into the abyss, the wind howling past their ears. As Zhang Min and Lin Yu plummeted into the valley, their bodies descended rapidly, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness nearly causing them to faint, just when they believed their demise was certain. Fortune smiled upon them as they snagged onto a tree that jutted out from the cliffside. The branches creaked under their weight, threatening to snap at any moment. Above, the curses of the assassins echoed as they fired recklessly below. "We must devise a plan to descend quickly," Zhang Min urged. Lin Yu scanned their surroundings and spotted a cave not far away. "Look, there's a cave over there. We might find shelter inside," she called out. Zhang Min cautiously shifted his body, striving to reach the cave's entrance. At that instant, the branch, unable to bear their weight, splintered, sending them plummeting once more. Fortunately, Zhang Min grasped the edge of the cave at the last moment, pulling Lin Yu up alongside him. Upon entering the cave, they were enveloped in darkness, an eerie atmosphere permeating the air. "Be careful. We do not know what lurks within," Zhang Min cautioned. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the cave, and a massive creature charged towards them. Zhang Min and Lin Yu hastily retreated, and in the dim light, they discerned the ferocity of this unfamiliar beast. "Find something to defend ourselves," Zhang Min urged, hastily searching for any weapon, ultimately discovering only a few sharp stones. The beast lunged with claws bared, and together, Zhang Min and Lin Yu fought valiantly. In the midst of their fierce struggle, Lin Yu was accidentally wounded by the creature's claws. Consumed by rage, Zhang Min struck the beast's head with the stone, finally driving it back. Yet they knew that the creature would not relent easily and would surely attack again. At that moment, the roar of a helicopter echoed from outside the cave. Could it be reinforcements from the shadow of the night? Just as Zhang Min and Lin Yu braced themselves for another assault from the creature, it lunged at them once more. Zhang Min swiftly shielded the injured Lin Yu behind her, exerting every ounce of strength to contend with the beast. Outside the cave, a helicopter hovered, its powerful searchlight piercing through the crevices of the cave. The blinding light enveloped Zhang Min and Lin Yu, plunging them into an even more perilous situation. Suddenly, a voice blared through the helicopter's loudspeaker. "Zhang Min, Lin Yu, you have nowhere to escape. Surrender now." Zhang Min defiantly retorted, "Never." Seizing the moment of their distraction, the beast launched another assault, catching Zhang Min off guard and clawing her arm. In a state of frantic urgency, Lin Yu spotted some loose stones on the cave wall and conceived a plan. "Zhang Min, lure it over here," she shouted, understanding her intent. Zhang Min fought back while retreating, drawing the beast to the designated spot. Lin Yu forcefully pushed the stones, causing them to tumble down and strike the beast. The creature howled in pain, momentarily retreating to the side. However, the enemies outside exhibited no patience, commencing to launch smoke grenades into the cave. Soon, the air was thick with smoke, forcing Zhang Min and Lin Yu into fits of coughing. "We cannot afford to sit idly by. We must charge out," Zhang Min urged, grasping Lin Yu's hand as they sprinted towards the cave's entrance. At this critical juncture, Zhang Min noticed a narrow fissure in the cave wall, which could serve as their escape route. "Lin Yu, follow me," she called out. They squeezed through the narrow gap, with the beast's furious roars and the enemy's shouts echoing behind them. The fissure was riddled with sharp stones and thorns, injuring their bodies, yet they dared not pause. Finally, they emerged from the other end of the fissure, only to find themselves amidst a dense forest. Before they could catch their breath, the sound of the helicopter returned, signaling that the enemy was relentless in their pursuit. "Split up. It will make us harder to target," Zhang Min suggested. Lin Yu nodded, and the two fled in opposite directions. Zhang Min raced through the forest, branches slapping against his face, oblivious to the pain. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell into a trap set by a hunter. "Help!" Zhang Min cried out desperately. In the distance, Lin Yu heard his call and contemplated returning to rescue him, but hesitated, fearing it would attract the enemy. Just as she wavered, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yu resolved to divert the enemies, buying Zhang Min some time. She deliberately created noise, leading the pursuers in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Min struggled to free himself from the trap and finally managed to climb out. However, Lin Yu found herself surrounded by the enemy. As she reached the cave entrance, a barrage of bullets rained down upon them. They were forced back into the cave, and the beast, agitated by the smoke, grew even more ferocious. After extricating himself from the trap, Zhang Min hurried towards Lin Yu, who was encircled by the enemy. Armed with a stone, she prepared for her final stand. "Stop struggling. Come with us willingly." The enemy growled menacingly. Unfazed, Lin Yu retorted, "Not a chance." Just as the enemy prepared to strike, Zhang Min arrived just in time, launching a surprise attack from behind. A fierce melee erupted, with Zhang Min and Lin Yu demonstrating remarkable synergy as they felled numerous adversaries. However, the enemy continued to flood in relentlessly, and they gradually found themselves exhausted. At that moment, a sudden gunfire echoed through the forest, signaling the arrival of the police reinforcements. "Drop your weapons." The shouts of the officers reverberated through the trees. Upon witnessing this, the enemies scattered in disarray. Zhang Min and Lin Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, the leader of the Night Shadows remained at large, and the peril was far from over. During the pursuit of the fugitives, the police encountered fierce resistance from the enemies, leading to a stalemate. Zhang Min and Lin Yu volunteered to join the fray, cautiously searching for traces of the adversaries within the woods. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed from the shadows, grazing Zhang Min's cheek. "Be careful," Lin Yu cried out. They swiftly concealed themselves, assessing the direction from which the shot had come. A heart-stopping game of cat and mouse unfolded in the forest. Zhang Min and Lin Yu found themselves in a tense standoff with the enemy when Huayan arrived, leading a squad of officers to reinforce them. "Zhang Min, are you all right?" Huayan inquired with concern. "We're fortunate you came," Zhang Min replied. Together, they gradually subdued the enemy's firepower. However, the cunning leader of the Night Shadows exploited the chaos to escape. "We cannot let him get away," Zhang Min exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. They followed the trail left by the leader, ultimately arriving at an abandoned factory. The air was thick with a pungent chemical odor, and a labyrinth of pipes and machinery surrounded them. "Everyone be cautious. There may be an ambush," Huayan warned. Before she could finish, gunfire erupted, igniting another intense battle. Zhang Min, Huayan, and Lin Yu provided mutual cover as they advanced steadily. In a corner, they discovered the leader attempting to activate a self-destruct device, intending to take them down with him. "Stop him," Zhang Min shouted, lunging towards the leader. Huayan and Lin Yu swiftly followed suit, and after a fierce struggle, they ultimately managed to halt the device's activation at the last moment. The leader was subdued, and the harrowing battle against the Night Shadows finally came to a close. Through this ordeal of life and death, the bond between Zhang Min and Huayan deepened. They resolved to face future challenges together, safeguarding justice and peace. However, although the night shadows had been dismantled, the shadowy corners of the city might still harbor other threats. On a tranquil night, Zhang Min and Huayan strolled hand in hand down the street when suddenly a mysterious figure flashed by them from behind. Chapter 16. Desperate struggle. Zhang Min and Huayan immediately became alert, swiftly turning to pursue the enigmatic figure. They weaved through the narrow alleys. The mysterious individual, seemingly well acquainted with the terrain, always managing to vanish around the corners at critical moments. Who on earth is this person? Huayan gasped, out of breath. Zhang Min's gaze was resolute. Whoever it is, we must capture them and uncover the truth. At last, they cornered the mysterious figure in a dead end. Don't run. You can't escape, Zhang Min shouted. The figure slowly turned, their face obscured by a mask. Do you think capturing me means it's over? This is just the beginning, the mysterious voice rasped. Without hesitation, Zhang Min lunged forward, attempting to remove the mask, but the figure deftly evaded, engaging in a fierce struggle. Huayan joined the fray, and the three fought a tumultuous battle. At that moment, the mysterious person seized the opportunity to toss a smoke bomb, and instantly the air filled with dense smoke. When the fog cleared, the figure had vanished without a trace. Perplexed, Zhang Min and Huayan returned to the police station, beginning an investigation into the identity of the mysterious individual. They discovered strange occurrences in the city, with signs of previously dormant gang activity re-emerging. Could there be a larger conspiracy at play? Huayan furrowed her brow. Zhang Min pondered for a moment. Regardless, we must be prepared. Just then, Zhang Min received an anonymous call. If you wish to uncover the truth, come alone to the dock. Deciding to investigate alone, Zhang Min set off for the dock. While Huayan, though concerned, understood Zhang Min's tenacity and prepared to provide support from a distance. Upon arriving at the dock, Zhang Min spotted a colossal freighter, devoid of any presence. Cautiously, he ascended the gangway, only to be startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. Gripping his gun tightly, he warily turned towards the source of the noise. A burly man with a grotesque scar on his face emerged into view. You finally arrived? The scarred man sneered. Who are you? Why did you summon me here? Zhang Min demanded. The scarred man replied leisurely. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I can reveal secrets you know. Zhang Min's eyes narrowed. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak. The scarred man gestured towards the cargo hold. The secrets lie within. If you have the courage, follow me. Without hesitation, Zhang Min complied, entering the cargo hold filled with wooden crates. The scar man opened one, revealing an arsenal of weapons. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. A more powerful force is clandestinely manipulating the underground world of this city, poised to unleash a torrent of bloodshed, the scarred man disclosed. Zhang Min felt a weight in his chest. Why are you telling me all this? The scarred man laughed heartily. Because I was once one of them. But I refuse to be their pawn any longer. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside. A group of men in black had surrounded the freighter. None of you are leaving, shouted the leader of the black-clad men. Zhang Min and the scarred man stood back to back, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. A fierce gunfight erupted as Zhang Min and Scarman fought while retreating. At a critical moment, Huayan arrived with reinforcements. Sensing the danger, the men in black began to withdraw. We cannot let them escape, Zhang Min shouted. They pursued them, only to discover that the black-clad figures had taken refuge in an abandoned factory. The factory was rife with traps and mechanisms, compelling Zhang Min and his companions to proceed with utmost caution. Suddenly, the floor beneath Zhang Min gave way, plunging him into a dark basement. Zhang Min, Huayan called out anxiously. In the basement, Zhang Min groped around and stumbled upon a weathered ledger, detailing the myriad crimes and transactions of this enigmatic force. Just as he prepared to leave the basement, a shadowy figure lunged at him from behind. Zhang Min swiftly turned to confront the assailant, engaging in a fierce struggle. In the darkness, he relied solely on instinct to counter the foe's attacks. After several exchanges, Zhang Min gradually gained the upper hand, finally catching a glimpse of the shadow's face, a stranger he had never seen before. Who are you? Zhang Min demanded. The figure merely scoffed, breaking free from Zhang Min's grasp in an attempt to flee. Zhang Min would not let him escape easily and pursued him relentlessly. Meanwhile, Huayan, growing increasingly anxious above, organized the police force to search for an entrance to the basement. Zhang Min followed the mysterious figure into a concealed room, cluttered with various documents and materials. The stranger hurled a handful of papers at Zhang Min, seizing the opportunity to dart towards another exit. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Min snatched several documents, discovering names of significant individuals and clandestine dealings inscribed upon them. Just as he was about to continue the chase, he heard Huayan calling his name. "I'm here," Zhang Min replied. At last, Huayan and the others located the entrance and descended into the basement. "We have made a significant discovery," Zhang Min exclaimed, handing the documents to Huayan. Just as they prepared to retreat, a series of explosions reverberated through the factory. "We must escape before they destroy the evidence." The roaring flames quickly spread, cutting off their exit. "Follow me." Zhang Min led the charge towards the area where the fire was less intense. Thick smoke billowed, and the searing heat scorched their skin. In a life-or-death moment, they finally burst forth from the factory. However, before they could catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. Strange incidents began to unfold across the city, seemingly linked to the same mysterious force. Zhang Min and Huayan tirelessly plunged into a new investigation, only to find themselves ensnared in a complex web of intrigue. As they delved into the bizarre cases, they realized that, while appearing unrelated, each incident pointed to a large corporation within the city. Disguising themselves, they infiltrated the company. Inside, they carefully evaded security patrols in search of crucial clues. In a confidential office, they uncovered an encrypted document. Just as they attempted to decipher it, the office door swung open, and the company's owner, flanked by a group of thugs, strode in. "You have some audacity to intrude here," the owner snarled. Zhang Min and Huayan faced their peril with unwavering courage, engaging in a fierce struggle against their assailants. Huayan, with her agile prowess, swiftly subdued several attackers. Meanwhile, Zhang Min was locked in a life-and-death confrontation with the boss. Just as they began to gain the upper hand, the boss unexpectedly pressed a hidden button, releasing a cloud of choking smoke within the room. Zhang Min and Huayan were plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. Upon awakening, they found themselves imprisoned in a dim, damp basement, their hands and feet shackled by iron chains. This was dire trouble. They needed to devise an escape plan, Zhang Min remarked. Huayan surveyed their surroundings and discovered a vent on the wall. "Perhaps that could be our way out." They exerted all their strength in an attempt to break free from the chains. At that moment, the basement door creaked open, and a mysterious woman entered. "Do not waste your efforts. No one can save you," the woman scoffed. Zhang Min glared at her, demanding, "What is your true purpose?" The woman offered no reply and turned to leave. Undeterred, Zhang Min and Huayan persevered, eventually freeing themselves from the chains and crawling up into the vent. The vent was filled with a pungent odor, and they crawled with great difficulty. Suddenly, they encountered a fork in the path. "Left or right?" Huayan inquired. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Min declared left. They chose the left passage, unaware that a far more perilous challenge awaited them. As they cautiously advanced along the left corridor, the ground beneath them felt slick, and an unsettling silence enveloped the air. Abruptly, a low, droning hum resonated ahead, reminiscent of a large machine in operation. "Be cautious. There may be something ahead," Zhang Min whispered. As they drew closer, the sound became increasingly distinct, revealing an enormous machine room filled with rows of intricate equipment, pulsating with eerie light. Just as they were observing, the lights in the machine room suddenly blazed to life, blinding them. "Not good. We've been discovered," Huayan exclaimed. A group of fully armed men in black surged forth from behind the machinery, encircling them menacingly. "This time, there's nowhere left for you to run," the leader of the black-clad figure sneered. Zhang Min and Huayan braced back to back, preparing for combat. Just as both sides were about to engage, the entire machine room began to shake violently, the equipment's indicators flashing erratically, alarms blaring incessantly. "What is happening?" someone shouted. Cracks began to form in the ground, and the walls started to crumble. "The machine room is going to explode. We must flee," Someone cried out amidst the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and Huayan broke through the encirclement of the armed men and sprinted desperately towards the exit. The sounds of explosions and collapsing debris echoed behind them. As rubble and dust surged forward, they raced through the narrow corridor and finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. However, their path was obstructed by a massive stone slab. Together, let us push it, Zhang Min urged. They summoned all their strength, and the slab began to shift slowly. Just as they were about to push open the stone slab, a bomb detonated nearby, the force of the explosion hurling them away. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar, abandoned warehouse, thick smoke enveloping the air. Zhang Min and Huayan gritted their teeth against their bodily pain, struggling to rise from the ground. Through the haze, the faint sound of footsteps approached, drawing ever nearer. "Prepare yourselves. It could be the enemy," Zhang Min whispered. The two tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing for the impending confrontation. The footsteps halted before them, and a figure gradually emerged from the smoke. It was the enigmatic woman they had encountered at the company. "I never expected you to survive," she remarked, a hint of surprise lacing her tone. Zhang Min glared at her, demanding, "What do you want?" The woman smiled slightly. "Cooperate with me, and you may yet have a chance at survival." "Cooperate? Do you really think we would trust you?" Huayan retorted. The woman shrugged. "Whether you believe me or not is your choice. But if you refuse to cooperate, you will soon be hunted again, and the truth behind this will remain forever shrouded." Zhang Min and Huayan exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Just then, the roar of engines and distant shouts echoed from outside the warehouse. "We have no time to deliberate. Make your decision," the woman urged. Zhang Min gritted his teeth. "Fine, we will cooperate for now, but do not attempt any tricks." The woman nodded and led them through a secret passage out of the warehouse. At the end of the passage stood a black sedan, and they swiftly climbed inside. The vehicle sped away as gunfire erupted behind them. "Now, can you explain what is truly happening?" Zhang Min inquired. The woman took a deep breath. "Behind all this lies a vast transnational criminal organization, one that not only engages in illicit activities, but also seeks to control the city's economic lifeblood. That company was merely a FAOD." Zhang Min furrowed his brow. "Then why did you betray them?" The woman sighed bitterly. "I have my reasons. In any case, only by joining forces do we stand a chance of stopping them." The car raced down the road, the path ahead fraught with uncertainty and peril. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded estate. The woman led Zhang Min and Huayan into the basement of the manor, where an array of high-tech equipment and intelligence material lay scattered about. "This is some of the information I've gathered on that criminal organization, but it is far from comprehensive," she explained. As Zhang Min sifted through the documents, he suddenly recognized a familiar face. "Isn't this a high-ranking official from the city?" he exclaimed in astonishment. The woman nodded. "Indeed, he is also a member of the criminal organization, providing them with shelter and intelligence. We must bring these scoundrels to justice." Just then, the woman's phone rang. After she ended the call, her expression darkened. "This is bad. Our location has been compromised. They are dispatching a large number of personnel to our position." The trio resolved to relocate immediately, but as they exited the basement, the screech of tires and the clamor of footsteps reverberated from outside the estate. "Let's split up and regroup in the woods behind the estate," Zhang Min shouted. Zhang Min and Huayan dashed to one side, while the woman ran in the opposite direction to divert the enemy's attention. Zhang Min and Huayan sprinted desperately through the forest, gunfire echoing behind them. Suddenly, Huayan slipped and twisted her ankle. "You go ahead, don't worry about me," she cried out. "No, I cannot leave you behind," Zhang Min insisted, hoisting Huayan onto his back and pressing onward. Just as despair began to take hold, a motorcycle appeared before them. "Get on." It was the woman. The trio mounted the motorcycle and sped away from the estate like the wind. However, before they could catch their breath, they found a road ahead blocked by a line of trucks. Faced with the barricade, Zhang Min and the others were forced to brake abruptly. "This is bad," the woman exclaimed, her face pale. A group of armed men in black swiftly leaped from the trucks, advancing menacingly. Zhang Min's gaze hardened. "Do not fear, we will fight." With that, he fired first. engaging the enemy in fierce gunfire. Huayan, despite the pain in her ankle, retaliated as best she could. Amidst the hail of bullets, the motorcycle's fuel tank was struck, igniting into flames. "Jump off!" Zhang Min shouted. In a moment of peril, the three leaped from the motorcycle and rolled to the roadside. Just then, a police car sped onto the scene, bringing much-needed reinforcements. The officers clashed vigorously with the black-clad assailants, gradually gaining the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and the others slipped into a nearby abandoned factory. "We need to devise a way to shake them off," Huayan said. The woman scanned the area and noticed a dilapidated pipe that led outside. They crawled into the pipe, struggling to advance. The air was thick with a noxious odor, and the confined space felt suffocating. Suddenly, they encountered a gaping chasm ahead. "What should we do?" the woman asked anxiously. Zhang Min looked around and spotted some discarded wooden planks nearby. "We can use these planks to cross." After considerable effort, they finally managed to traverse the gap. However, just as they were about to reach the exit, the sound of footsteps and shouts from the black-clad figures echoed behind them. Zhang Min signaled for silence, and the three pressed against the wall of the pipe, scarcely daring to breathe. The footsteps grew ever closer, and Zhang Min's heart raced. Just as the black-clad men were on the verge of discovering them, a tremendous explosion erupted outside the factory. "What is happening?" The assailants, drawn by the sound of the explosion, turned and rushed outside. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min and his companions swiftly crawled out of the pipe and continued their flight. They ran into a small town, blending into the crowd. "We need to find a place to hide," Zhang Min urged. They took refuge in a dilapidated house, dust swirling in the air and clutter filling the corners. "We should be safe for now," Huayan gasped. Yet the woman wore a grave expression. "I fear it is not so simple. They will not let us go easily." No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony erupted outside the house. "Search every nook and cranny." Through the narrow gap of the window, Zhang Min observed the cloaked figures systematically scouring each house. There was no hiding here for much longer. They needed to devise a plan to escape this town, Zhang Min remarked. They stealthily slipped out through the back door of the house and sprinted towards the woods on the outskirts of the town. The thicket was overgrown with thorns, tearing at their clothes and leaving them marked with wounds. Yet they dared not pause as the ominous figures pursued them relentlessly. Suddenly, Huayan stumbled over a branch. "Get up!" Zhang Min and the woman reached out to help her. Just then, the black-clad assailants caught up, encircling them menacingly. "This time, there is no escape for you." The leader of the assailants jeered triumphantly. Zhang Min clenched his fists, preparing for a desperate final stand. At that critical moment, the roar of a helicopter echoed from the heavens above. A brilliant light shone down, causing the assailants to raise their hands in defense. "Police, drop your weapons!" The stern voice boomed from the loudspeaker. Reinforcement from the police had arrived just in time. The assailants faltered momentarily, yet some stubborn ones attempted to resist. The police swiftly sprang into action, engaging the assailants in fierce gunfire. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman took refuge behind a massive boulder. The cacophony of gunshots and shouts reverberated throughout the forest, plunging the scene into chaos. A bullet grazed Zhang Min's shoulder. He gritted his teeth, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. "This cannot continue. We must find an opportunity to break free," Zhang Min declared. Huayan pointed towards a gap on the left, suggesting they charge through there to perhaps elude their pursuers. The woman nodded, saying, "I trust your judgment." The three exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions. Under the cover of the police's firepower, they dashed towards a gap. The assailants quickly noticed their movement and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. However, Zhang Min and his companions were nimble, dodging left and right. At last, they burst through the encirclement and raced towards the distant road. Yet, before they could reach it, a black SUV suddenly emerged from a side path, blocking their way. The door swung open, revealing a tall, stern-faced man. "You cannot escape," he declared with a chilling voice. Zhang Min glared defiantly, vowing that even if it meant death, they would not succumb to his designs. The man smirked coldly, gesturing for several burly figures to emerge from the vehicle, advancing menacingly towards Zhang Min and the others. As the imposing figures closed in, Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman braced themselves back to back, prepared to fight to the death. Just as they were about to clash, a piercing siren wailed, growing louder as it approached. The hulking men hesitated, panic washing over their faces. "The police are here. We must flee," the stern man commanded decisively, quickly retreating to his vehicle to escape. Zhang Min would not let this opportunity slip away. He lunged towards the SUV, attempting to grasp the door. However, the vehicle accelerated suddenly, casting him aside. Police cars rushed onto the scene, pursuing the criminals while Zhang Min and his companions were shielded by the police. "Thanks to the clues you provided, we were able to strike against this criminal organization," a police officer remarked. Zhang Min wiped the dust from his face, yet their leader remained uncaptured, and their ordeal was far from over. Huayan concurred, stating, "Indeed, we must apprehend them all." After a moment of silence, the woman spoke. "I am aware of a secret hideout they possess. Perhaps the leader is there." Acting swiftly on the woman's intelligence, the police organized a tactical operation. Zhang Min and his companions eagerly volunteered to participate. Upon arriving outside the secret base, they discovered it was heavily fortified, surrounded by surveillance cameras and traps. "We need to devise a plan to infiltrate," Zhang Min asserted. Observing for a while, Huayan proposed, "I have an idea. We can utilize the drainage pipe over there." The trio cautiously crawled into the drainage system, where a foul stench and dampness enveloped them. After a challenging journey through the pipe, they finally entered the interior of the base. An atmosphere of tension pervaded the facility, with patrolling guards passing intermittently. Zhang Min and the others concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, a patrolling guard noticed their presence and shouted. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the base as countless adversaries surged toward them. Faced with this onslaught, Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman exhibited no signs of retreat. They swiftly found cover and engaged in a fierce gunfight. Bullets whizzed through the air, sparks flying. Zhang Min, with his precise marksmanship, felled several adversaries in quick succession. Meanwhile, Huayan agilely maneuvered between cover, tossing grenades to create chaos. The woman, undeterred, calmly fired her weapon, providing cover for her companions. Amidst the intense crossfire, they gradually advanced toward the core area of the base. However, the enemy's firepower intensified, and their situation grew increasingly dire. "This approach is untenable. We must split up," Zhang Min shouted. Huayan and the woman nodded in agreement, and the three quickly dispersed. Zhang Min proceeded down the left corridor, dispatching numerous foes along the way. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. It was the leader of the criminal gang issuing commands via intercom. "We must eliminate them." Stealthily, Zhang Min approached the source of the voice, discovering the leader hiding in an office. He kicked the door open and aimed his gun at the leader. "Don't move." Yet, the leader wore a sly smile. "Did you think you've won?" At that moment, a cloud of toxic gas suddenly filled the room, and Zhang Min's vision darkened as he collapsed. Meanwhile, Huayan and the woman faced overwhelming challenges. Reinforcements for the enemy continued to arrive, and they gradually found themselves encircled. "We cannot give up." Huayan shouted. Just as despair began to set in, police reinforcements finally arrived. "Charge in and rescue the hostages." The officers surged into the base like a tide. With the assistance of the police, Huayan and the woman successfully breached the enemy's defenses. "Quick, save Zhang Min." Huayan urged anxieusly. They searched frantically and eventually found the unconscious Zhang Min in that gas-filled office. After urgent rescue efforts, Zhang Min slowly opened his eyes. "Where's the leader?" he weakly inquired. "Do not worry. We have the situation under control, and the leader has been apprehended," replied Huayan. The harrowing battle had finally come to an end, bringing a long-awaited peace to the city. However, the story was far from over. During the interrogation of the crime syndicate's leader, they uncovered a more shocking secret. A mysterious international criminal organization was pulling the strings from behind the scenes with a global reach. This operation was merely the tip of their colossal scheme. "We must put a stop to them," Zhang Min declared with resolute determination. The police decided to collaborate with Interpol, forming a special task force to which Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman voluntarily joined. They commenced an in-depth investigation into the structure and operational plans of this enigmatic organization. Throughout this process, they encountered various dangers and obstacles. On one occasion, while Zhang Min was meeting with an informant, he was suddenly ambushed by an assassin. A fierce battle ensued in a narrow alley, and although he managed to escape, he sustained severe injuries. Meanwhile, Huayan and the woman, while gathering crucial intelligence, were discovered by the enemy and found themselves surrounded. At a critical moment, the special task force arrived just in time to rescue them. As the investigation deepened, they uncovered that this mysterious organization was plotting a terrorist attack aimed at the global financial system, intending to incite chaos in the world economy. We cannot allow them to succeed, Zhang Min asserted. The special task force raced against time to devise a counter-strategy, preparing to dismantle the enemy's plans before they could be executed. On the eve of the operation, they received a threatening letter from the organization, warning them to mind their own business or face dire consequences. This will only strengthen our resolve. At last, the moment of confrontation arrived. The special task force launched simultaneous operations in multiple countries, engaging in a breathtaking ultimate showdown with the mysterious organization. They clashed fiercely with the organization's strongholds across the globe. Zhang Min's team encountered the enemy in an abandoned factory, where gunfire and explosions echoed relentlessly. Huayan, exhibiting remarkable combat skills, triumphed over foes in close quarters. Though she suffered injuries herself, the woman, utilizing her hacking expertise, successfully breached the enemy's defense systems, providing the task force with vital intelligence support. Yet, the organization's resistance proved exceptionally tenacious, and the special task force faced immense obstacles in their advance. We cannot falter. We must break through. Zhang Min rallied his team. Just then, the enemy activated a self-destruct mechanism, and the factory's countdown alarm blared ominously. We must hurry. We have to complete our mission before the explosion, Zhang Min urged anxiously. As time ticked away, the task force finally located the core secrets and control devices of the mysterious organization, successfully averting the self-destruction and securing critical evidence. However, before they had the chance to celebrate, they received news that the leader of the mysterious organization was preparing to escape on a private jet. Zhang Min and his companions immediately rushed to the airport, engaging in a final chase with the enemy on the runway. As the aircraft was about to take off, Zhang Min recklessly leaped onto the landing gear of the plane. Inside, the leader discovered Zhang Min and commanded his subordinates to eliminate him. In the confined space, Zhang Min fought fiercely against his adversaries, gradually closing in on the leader. "Your doom is at hand," Zhang Min roared as he subdued the leader. With the plane successfully secured, the Special Operations Team achieved a resounding victory, completely dismantling this global threat posed by the enigmatic organization. Yet, Zhang Min and his team were aware that dark corners might still conceal new dangers, and they remained ever vigilant, ready to confront new challenges. Chapter 17. The Criminal Alliance. Although the enigmatic organization had been dismantled, the lives of Zhang Min and his companions were far from tranquil. They soon discovered that in the aftermath of this upheaval, a power vacuum had emerged within the city's underworld, with various factions eagerly vying to seize their share of the spoils. Concurrently, a once subdued gang, previously suppressed by the mysterious organization, began to rise with alarming rapidity. Their ruthless tactics and brazen conduct quickly instigated widespread panic among the populace. Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman resolved to take proactive measures to thwart the gang's nefarious activities. As they delved deeper into the investigation, they uncovered indications of a shadowy benefactor supporting the gang from behind scenes. Throughout this pursuit, Zhang Min narrowly escaped multiple assassination attempts. On one occasion, while returning home, a careening vehicle nearly claimed his life. Huayan also found herself in peril when she was stalked while gathering intelligence. But fortunately, the woman arrived just in time with reinforcements to avert disaster. After an arduous investigation, they finally unveiled the identity of the mysterious benefactor, a prominent business magnate. But why would he support this gang? Huayan pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhang Min responded with a frown. Perhaps he harbors ulterior motives. They resolved to infiltrate the inner circle of the magnate, seeking a breakthrough. The woman successfully seduced one of the magnate's secretaries. Learning that he was orchestrating an even grander conspiracy, it turned out that the magnate intended to utilize the gang to seize control of the city's underground resources, thereby manipulating the very economic lifeblood of the entire metropolis. Zhang Min and his allies understood the urgency of thwarting his plans promptly. They meticulously devised an operation, preparing to ensnare both the magnate and the gang leader during their scheduled meeting. On the day of the operation, everything unfolded according to plan. However, at a critical juncture, the magnate sensed something amiss and activated his contingency measures prematurely. A fierce melee erupted once more. Amidst the chaos of gunfire and shouts, the scene descended into utter turmoil. Zhang Min, armed with agility and precision marksmanship, navigated through the hail of bullets, systematically taking down adversaries. Huayan and the woman, unwavering in their resolve, coordinated their efforts, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. Seizing the moment, the magnate attempted to escape under the cover of his bodyguards. Upon noticing this, Zhang Min recklessly pursued him. "Stop!" Zhang Min shouted, firing as he chased. The magnate leaped into a car and sped away. Zhang Min swiftly mounted a motorcycle, relentlessly tailing him. On the highway, a heart-stopping chase ensued, with the magnate's vehicle swerving erratically in an attempt to elude capture. Zhang Min gripped the motorcycle handlebars tightly, accelerating to close the gap. Suddenly, the magnate's car made a sharp turn into a narrow alley. Without hesitation, Zhang Min followed suit. The alley was cluttered and narrow, yet he refused to relent. At last, the magnate's car was obstructed by a pile of debris, forcing him to abandon the vehicle and flee on foot. Zhang Min pursued him, ready for their final confrontation. "You cannot escape," Zhang Min bellowed. The magnate's face twisted in a snarl. "Even in death, I shall never allow you to triumph." Just as the two men reached an impasse, Huayan and the woman arrived on the scene. "Surrender now, ou Huayan commanded." The magnate, realizing the tide had turned against him, collapsed despondently to the ground. Just as they were about to escort him away, a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in black suddenly materialized, encircling them. "Who are you?" Zhang Min inquired with a wary tone. The black-clad figures offered no response, launching an immediate assault instead. Thus began a new, fierce battle. Zhang Min and his companions valiantly resisted the onslaught of the black-clad assailants, all the while seeking an opportunity to break free. In the midst of the intense conflict, Zhang Min discerned that these shadowy figures were not mere thugs. They were highly trained and coordinated. In a moment of carelessness, Huayan was struck down by one of the attackers. "Huayan!" Zhang Min cried out in alarm, rushing towards her. Meanwhile, a woman seized the moment to observe the black-clad figures' movements, identifying a gap in their defenses. "This way," she called out. Zhang Min helped Huayan to her feet, and, following the woman, they charged toward the identified weak point. Just as they were on the cusp of breaking through the encirclement, a towering leader of the black-clad figures appeared, blocking their path. "None of you shall escape today," the leader declared coldly. Zhang Min glared defiantly at him. "We shall see about that." The two sides clashed again with ferocity, as Zhang Min and the woman exerted themselves to contend with the black-clad leader. At that moment, Huayan picked up a firearm from the ground, aimed at the leader, and pulled the trigger. The leader evaded, yet was grazed on the shoulder. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhang Min and the woman launched a vigorous counterattack, ultimately forcing him to retreat. They successfully broke through the encirclement, but the black-clad figures relentlessly pursued them. Zhang Min and his companions fled into an abandoned building. "We must find a way to lose them," the woman said. Zhang Min surveyed their surroundings, noting the myriad of convoluted passages and rooms within the structure. "Let us split up to divert their attention," he suggested. Thus, the three scattered in different directions. As Zhang Min raced through the corridors, he stumbled upon a concealed basement. Cautiously, he entered, discovering it was filled with an array of weapons and documents. "What is this?" he pondered, rifling through the papers. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Zhang Min quickly concealed himself behind a cabinet, gripping his firearm tightly. Eyes fixed on the source of the sound, a shadowy figure slowly entered the basement, and Zhang Min felt his heart leap into his throat. The figure halted before the pile of documents, seemingly searching for something. Taking advantage of the figure's unawareness, Zhang Min sprang out, pressing his gun against the figure's back. "Don't move," he commanded. Yet, the shadow remained unfazed, turning slowly to reveal a strikingly beautiful woman with a cold gaze. "Who are you?" Zhang Min demanded. The woman smirked disdainfully. "You need not know." At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. "Zhang Min, where are you?" The woman seized the opportunity to break free from Zhang Min's grasp and dashed toward the exit. He pursued her relentlessly, engaging in a chase down the hallway. Huayan and the woman soon arrived, alerted by the commotion. "Block her," Zhang Min shouted. The woman leapt forward, tripping the enigmatic figure. The woman rose, still intent on fleeing, only to be encircled by Zhang Min and her companions. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Huayan demanded. The woman remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "I was sent to destroy these documents, which contain incriminating evidence against us." Zhang Min furrowed her brow. "Us? What organization do you belong to?" The woman remained tight-lipped. At that moment, the roar of approaching vehicles echoed from outside, and the cloaked figures were in hot pursuit. "We must leave this place at once," Zhang Min urged. They escorted the woman through another exit of the building to escape. However, the pursuers relentlessly followed. Reaching the riverbank, they found their path blocked. "What should we do?" the woman asked anxiously. Zhang Min glanced at the rushing waters. "Jump." One by one, they leaped into the river, carried downstream by the current. The cloaked figures fired futilely from the bank, their efforts in vain. Zhang Min and her companions swam desperately, finally eluding their pursuers. Upon reaching the shore, they discovered themselves in an unfamiliar locale. Soaked to the skin, they stood amidst desolate fields, with a few dilapidated cottages in the distance. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, wary of further danger. Seizing the moment, the mysterious woman broke free from their grasp and sprinted toward the cottages. "Don't run," Zhang Min shouted, giving chase. Yet, by the time they reached the cottage, the woman had vanished. "Split up and search," Huayan instructed. Zhang Min entered one of the cottages, where a musty scent lingered. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at her from behind. She sidestepped just in time, engaging in a struggle with the assailant. To her surprise, it was the woman. "Speak. What else are you hiding from us?" Zhang Min shouted angrily. The woman remained silent. Just then, they heard a woman's voice calling from outside. "Zhang Min, come out quickly. There's trouble." Zhang Min pulled the woman out of the cottage, only to find themselves surrounded by a group of villagers wielding clubs. "Who are you? Why are you here?" an elderly villager inquired. Zhang Min explained, "We are fleeing from dangerous individuals and meant no offense." The villagers remained skeptical, and at that moment, the woman interjected, "They are the villains. Do not trust them." The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades echoed overhead. Zhang Min looked up to see reinforcements for the cloaked figures arriving. "Run," she shouted. They bolted across the fields, pursued by the relentless cloaked figures and enraged villagers. Reaching a valley, they encountered a swift-flowing stream, leaving them with no retreat. "We must fight," Zhang Min declared, ready to confront the cloaked figures. Huayan and the woman also prepared for battle, just as they were about to engage in a deadly showdown. Gunfire erupted from within the valley, and the cloaked figures fell one by one. Emerging from the woods was a group of camouflage-clad special forces. "Are you all right?" the leading officer inquired. Zhang Min and her companions, feeling a profound sense of relief, collapsed onto the ground. Unbeknownst to them, however, a more sinister conspiracy lurked beneath the surface. They were escorted by special forces to a clandestine base, where they were granted a brief respite. "Thank you for your rescue. May I inquire how you became aware of our situation here?" Zhang Min questioned the officer with a furrowed brow. The officer, his expression grave, replied, "We have been investigating this criminal network and discovered that you had inadvertently touched upon core secrets. Thus, we have been covertly safeguarding you." Huayan frowned and asked, "What shall we do next?" The officer pondered for a moment before responding. "The intelligence we possess indicates that this criminal network is far more intricate than we had imagined. They appear to be orchestrating a more grandiose plot, one that could jeopardize national security." A woman interjected, "Regardless of the circumstances, We must thwart their plans. Just then, an alarm blared throughout the base. This is bad. We have an enemy incursion, the officer shouted. Zhang Min and her companions immediately seized their weapons, bracing themselves for combat. It turned out that remnants of the criminal organization had allied with other hostile forces to launch a fierce assault on the base. The interior of the base erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of gunfire. Zhang Min and Huayan provided cover for each other as they valiantly fought against the adversaries. The woman employed her technical expertise to assist the base's defense systems in repelling the onslaught. Amidst the fierce battle, Zhang Min observed that the enemy's objective seemed to be a confidential archive room within the base. They must be after crucial intelligence, Zhang Min exclaimed. They dashed towards the archive room, encountering numerous obstacles along the way. At last, they arrived at the archive room, only to discover that the enemy had planted a bomb. Quick, disarm the bomb. Huayan shouted. The woman swiftly stepped forward and began to dismantle the explosive. As seconds ticked away, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Just as the bomb was on the verge of detonating, she successfully neutralized it. The immediate crisis at the base was averted, yet they understood that the true battle had only just begun. Following this intense confrontation, while Zhang Min and her companions had successfully safeguarded the confidential archive room, they were acutely aware that their enemies would not relent easily. The officer, with a stern demeanor, gazed at them and stated, "This attack is merely a prelude. The enemy is concocting a far more terrifying plan. We must uncover critical leads and utterly dismantle their conspiracy before they act." Zhang Min, her resolve unwavering, declared, "No matter how arduous the path, we shall not falter." Huayan and the woman nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they began analyzing the items and intelligence obtained from their adversaries. The woman discovered a cache of encrypted files on a confiscated computer, and after considerable effort, she managed to decrypt a portion of the content. This appears to be a transaction list, seemingly related to the development of a new type of weapon, she remarked. Zhang Min's heart raced at the thought, a new weapon? If it falls into enemy hands, the consequences could be dire. Following the clues within the documents, they traced the origin to a secret laboratory nestled in a remote mountainous region. As they stealthily infiltrated the laboratory, they discovered it devoid of any presence, save for some unfinished experimental apparatus and documentation. It appeared that their adversaries had already vacated the premises, remarked Huayan, just as they were preparing to depart. Zhang Min inadvertently triggered a concealed alarm device, causing the laboratory to be instantly sealed off and releasing toxic gas. "Hold your breath and seek an exit," Zhang Min shouted. The group groped through the smoke-filled lab, the minutes ticking away as their strength gradually waned. At a crucial moment, the woman spotted a ventilation duct, and they painstakingly crawled through it, ultimately escaping the laboratory. However, emerging from one perilous situation, they found themselves ensnared in another. Outside, they were confronted by enemies who had been waiting in ambush. This time, escape is impossible, the enemy leader proclaimed with a triumphant grin. A fierce battle erupted once more. Undeterred by the encirclement, Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman stood back to back, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against their foes. Zhang Min moved with the swiftness of lightning, each punch accompanied by a fierce wind, swiftly incapacitating several adversaries. Huayan wielded a short blade, its glint striking fear into the enemies, who staggered back, wounded. The woman deftly maneuvered through the gaps between the enemies, landing lethal blows whenever the opportunity arose. Yet, as the number of enemies multiplied, they began to feel overwhelmed. At that moment, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. "The police are here, retreat." The enemy leader's expression shifted, and he ordered a withdrawal. Zhang Min and her companions exhaled in relief as the police arrived to survey and secure the scene. Although they had repelled the enemies this time, their sinister plot persisted, and there was no time to lose, Zhang Min asserted. Through further analysis of the remnants in the laboratory, they deduced that the enemy's next target might be an abandoned factory. Upon their arrival at the factory, they were met with a noxious chemical odor permeating the air amidst a labyrinth of pipes and machinery. "Be cautious. There may be traps here," Huayan cautioned. No sooner had the words left her lips than the ground began to tremble, and flames erupted from the surrounding walls. "Oh no, it's a self-destruct mechanism," the woman exclaimed. Zhang Min decisively shouted, "Quick, find an exit!" They sprinted through the inferno, desperately seeking a means of survival. Suddenly, a massive iron plate descended from above, blocking their path. "Together, let's push it aside," Zhang Min commanded. The three of them united their strength and finally managed to shift the iron barrier. Just as they were about to escape the factory, the enemy leader reappeared, brandishing a pistol aimed at them. "Today marks your demise," he sneered, pulling the trigger. In that critical moment, Zhang Min lunged at the enemy leader, and they tumbled into the searing flames together. Huayan and the woman stood frozen, aghast at the scene before them. But there was no time for contemplation as the factory's structure began to collapse more severely. Gritting her teeth, Huayan urged the woman onward as they raced toward the exit. Just as they were about to escape, a tremendous crash resounded behind them, and the entire factory crumbled into ruins. Zhang Min, tears streamed down Huayan's face as she yearned to rush back, yet the woman held her firmly in place. "We cannot allow his sacrifice to be in vain. We must fulfill our mission," the woman cried out. Both were engulfed in sorrow, yet they steeled themselves to continue pursuing the trail of the criminal organization. They discovered that the syndicate was orchestrating a grand illicit transaction at a remote dock. Huayan and the woman alerted the authorities and meticulously devised a plan for an ambush. On the night of the operation, the dock was shrouded in dim light, the sea breeze howling ominously. The members of the criminal organization were nervously engaged in their dealings. Huayan and the woman stealthily infiltrated the scene, awaiting the signal from the police. Just as the transaction was nearing completion, law enforcement launched their assault. In an instant, gunfire erupted, plunging the criminals into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Huayan and the woman bravely fought, leaving no offender unscathed. However, at a pivotal moment in the battle, the cunning enemy leader re-emerged, taking a hostage. "Stay back or I will kill him," the villain bellowed. Huayan and the woman halted, confronting the antagonist. In that critical instant, a figure surged forward from behind the enemy leader. It was Zhang Min. He had miraculously escaped the inferno at the factory. With a fierce determination, Zhang Min tackled the enemy chief, successfully rescuing the hostage. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, the criminal organization was apprehended en masse. The city returned to its former tranquility, with Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman hailed as heroes in the hearts of the people. Yet, they understood that the pursuit of justice was an unending journey. Following this harrowing battle, the names of Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman resonated throughout the city. However, they did not revel in their accolades, fully aware that the shadows could still harbor malevolence. Soon after, a mysterious organization emerged, operating clandestinely with brutal methods, its influence surpassing that of the previously defeated criminal gang. Zhang Min and his companions received a new assignment: to unveil the enigma surrounding this shadowy group. They embarked on a covert investigation, uncovering intricate connections between the organization and certain powerful individuals, revealing a web of complex interests. During one investigation, Huayan narrowly evaded detection by the adversary. Fortunately, Zhang Min responded with wit, creating a diversion to draw the enemy's attention away. The woman, employing her hacking skills, managed to obtain crucial information, albeit heavily encrypted, posing a significant challenge to decrypt. "No matter how difficult it may be, we must unravel this mystery," Zhang Min encouraged his team. After several days of relentless effort, the woman finally succeeded in decrypting the information. However, they discovered the organization was planning a terrorist attack on vital infrastructure in the city. Time was of the essence. They had to thwart the enemy before the assault transpired. Zhang Min and his allies worked closely with the police to devise a detailed operational plan. On the day of the mission, they stealthily infiltrated the enemy's lair. Yet, it appeared the adversary had anticipated their arrival, laying numerous traps. "Be cautious," Zhang Min warned his teammates. They meticulously navigated the snares, inching closer to the heart of the enemy's stronghold. At that moment, the enemy launched a surprise attack, and a fierce gunfight ensued. Zhang Min and her companions stood resolute, gradually gaining the upper hand through their exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination. Ultimately, they succeeded in thwarting the enemy's terror plot, thereby saving the city once more. However, they understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges, and the guardianship of justice was an endless endeavor. Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman had successfully averted the terror attack, yet before they could catch their breath, a new crisis quietly loomed. One day, Zhang Min received a mysterious phone call. "Do you think this is the end?" "This is merely the beginning." An eerie laughter echoed from the other end before the call abruptly ended. Furrowing her brow, Zhang Min relayed the situation to Huayan and the woman. Huayan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Who could this possibly be? What more do they intend to do?" The woman pondered for a moment and replied, "Regardless, we must be prepared." In the following days, a series of bizarre incidents transpired in the city, with several business magnates and government officials mysteriously vanishing. During their investigation, Zhang Min and her companions discovered that these events seemed linked to the remnants of that enigmatic organization. "We cannot allow them to continue their nefarious deeds," Zhang Min declared, clenching her fists. They followed the clues to an abandoned warehouse. Cautiously pushing open the door, Zhang Min warned, "Everyone, be careful." An eerie atmosphere enveloped the warehouse when, suddenly, a group of men in black burst forth. "Halt! Do not move!" Huayan shouted. The leader of the black-clad men sneered, "You underestimate yourselves by daring to oppose us." The woman retorted, "Justice will ultimately triumph over evil." A fierce struggle ensued, with Zhang Min and her allies gradually gaining the upper hand. Just as they were about to subdue the enemy, the leader pressed a button, and the warehouse filled with the ominous sound of a countdown. "This is bad. There's a bomb," Zhang Min exclaimed. They desperately searched for the bomb's location and, at the last moment, succeeded in disarming it. Through this crisis, their resolve to eradicate evil was further solidified. However, scarcely had Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman caught their breath after disarming the bomb when they received shocking news. It turned out that a far larger and more clandestine criminal alliance was orchestrating everything behind the mysterious organization. "How can this be possible?" Huayan gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. The woman bit her lip and said, "It seems our adversaries are more formidable than we imagined." Zhang Min, with unwavering determination, affirmed, "Regardless, we cannot retreat." They began a meticulous investigation into the criminal alliance, uncovering its tentacles that had infiltrated every corner of the city, involving drug trafficking, human smuggling, and numerous other heinous activities. During one surveillance operation, Zhang Min nearly exposed her identity. "I was almost discovered. They are far too cunning," she said, shaken. Huayan comforted her, "Do not lose heart. We will undoubtedly find a breakthrough." At last, they discovered a crucial stronghold of the criminal alliance. The woman thoughtfully remarked, "There is likely crucial evidence hidden here." Thus, the three stealthily infiltrated the stronghold. Upon entering, they overheard a conversation between two guards. Guardy said, "We must exercise extreme caution during this operation. We cannot afford any mistakes." Garby reassured, "Do not worry. With the boss around, nothing will go awry." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and the others swiftly dispatched the guards and continued deeper into the stronghold. In a hidden chamber, they discovered a wealth of criminal documents and ledgers. "This is sufficient to ensnare them all," exclaimed Huayan. However, just as they prepared to depart, the leader of the criminal alliance discovered them. With a menacing glare, he declared, "How dare you trespass on my territory? No one leaves here alive today." Thus commenced a battle for survival. Unfazed by the leader's threats, Zhang Min boldly retorted, "Your doom is upon you. Today marks your end." With that, he charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the leader. Huayan and the woman also fought valiantly against the onslaught of enemies. The leader, a seasoned villain, displayed remarkable agility, making it difficult for Zhang Min to gain the upper hand. "Zhang Min, be careful," Huayan shouted as she fended off attackers. Zhang Min dodged a powerful punch from the leader and countered, "Do not worry about me. Take care of yourself." The woman skillfully maneuvered through the chaos, evading enemy attacks while delivering lethal strikes when the opportunity arose. As the leader grew increasingly impatient from the inability to subdue them, his techniques began to reveal flaws. Zhang Min seized the moment, delivering a kick to the leader's abdomen that pushed him back several steps. "Oof, you are not so formidable after all," Zhang Min taunted. Enraged, the leader lunged forward once more. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Huayan eliminated her nearby foes and rushed to support Zhang Min. She attacked the leader from behind, distracting him. Zhang Min capitalized on this moment, landing a punch squarely on the leader's face, causing blood to flow from his mouth and nose. "You insufferable fools," the leader bellowed. At that moment, the woman had dispatched the majority of the enemies, forming a pincer movement alongside Zhang Min and Huayan. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the leader attempted to flee. Quick-witted, Zhang Min leaped forward and clutched him tightly. "Trying to escape? Not so easily," Zhang Min shouted. Huayan and the woman quickly joined him, ultimately subduing the leader. Just as they believed everything was resolved, a low, ominous rumble echoed. "This is bad. We have trouble," the woman exclaimed. Suddenly, an armored vehicle crashed through the wall, barreling towards them. The enemies aboard the vehicle began firing wildly, forcing Zhang Min and the others to take cover. "We must find a way to stop that armored vehicle," Zhang Min shouted. Huayan scanned the surroundings and remarked, "There's a stash of explosives over there. Perhaps they could be of use." Understanding her intent, Zhang Min dashed towards the explosives under the covering fire of the woman and Huayan. He successfully detonated the explosives, obliterating the armored vehicle and ensuring that none of the enemies inside escaped unscathed. After a fierce battle, Zhang Min and his companions ultimately obliterated the enemy, dismantling a significant stronghold of the criminal alliance. However, they remained acutely aware that in the shadows, new malevolence may still be taking root and their mission would persist. Chapter 18. Ambushed Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman gazed upon the ravaged stronghold, their hearts devoid of any sense of relief. Although they had achieved success this time, it merely represented the tip of the iceberg. They were uncertain of the multitude of evils lurking in the shadows. The woman spoke anxiously. Huayan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "Do not fret excessively, as long as we stand united. There exists no challenge we cannot overcome." At that moment, Zhang Min's phone rang. It was a call from their superior. "Zhang Min, we have just received intelligence that a crucial batch of criminal evidence is being relocated and may soon be destroyed. You must locate it without delay." Zhang Min's expression turned grave. "Understood. We shall fulfill the mission." The trio immediately sprang into action, gathering clues through various channels. Eventually, they discovered that the evidence was concealed within a remote warehouse. Upon their arrival, they found the area surrounded by guards. It appeared they were in for a fierce battle. Huayan tightened her grip on her weapon. In a hushed voice, Zhang Min instructed, "Let us silently eliminate the outer guards first, and then we will storm inside." Utilizing their exceptional stealth skills, they successfully dispatched the perimeter enemies. However, just as they prepared to enter the warehouse, an alarm blared from within. "This is bad. We've been discovered. Charge!" Zhang Min shouted. They rushed into the warehouse, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the enemies inside. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Min spotted a safe, suspecting the evidence to be within. "Cover me," he yelled as he dashed toward the safe. The enemies fired frantically at him, while Huayan and the woman fought valiantly to buy him precious time. Zhang Min finally cracked open the safe and retrieved the evidence. "Hurry, let's go." He beckoned to his companions. Just as they were about to escape the warehouse, a mysterious figure appeared, blocking their path. "Leave the evidence, or you shall all perish," the enigmatic individual declared coldly. Zhang Min glared defiantly. "If you have the guts, come and take it." An exhilarating confrontation was imminent. Undeterred by the mysterious figure's obstruction, Zhang Min clutched the evidence tightly to his chest and proclaimed, "You think you can stop us? Dream on." The mysterious figure scoffed, then, in an instant, lunged towards Zhang Min with lightning speed. Seeing this, Huayan and the woman unhesitatingly charged at the figure, attempting to buy Zhang Min time to escape. "You two go. Don't worry about me," the woman urged. "If we are leaving, we leave together. Huayan replié." The figure's strikes were fierce and relentless, and soon Huayan and the woman found themselves struggling to keep pace. Zhang Min, filled with urgency, knew they could not linger. Suddenly, Zhang Min noticed a flaw in the figure's defense. He surged forward, delivering a powerful blow. "Now's our chance, go!" Zhang Min shouted. The trio sprinted out of the warehouse, leaping into their vehicle and speeding away. The mysterious figure and their subordinates pursued relentlessly. "This won't do. We need to split up," Zhang Min declared. "Agreed. Stay safe." Huayan and the woman responded in unison. Zhang Min led the majority of the pursuers away with the evidence, while Huayan and the woman sought an alternate route to evade their trackers. Zhang Min navigated the narrow streets, striving to evade his relentless pursuers. The enemies were undeterred, even deploying a helicopter in their pursuit. Infuriating, Zhang Min cursed. Just as he found himself cornered, he stumbled upon an abandoned factory. Without hesitation, he drove into the complex, utilizing its intricate layout to outmaneuver his adversaries. Meanwhile, a Huayan and a woman successfully eluded their trackers and contacted the police. "We must locate Zhang Min. We cannot allow him to come to harm," a Huayan urged anxiously. The police swiftly commenced a search and eventually discovered Zhang Min's whereabouts within the factory. With their assistance, Zhang Min managed to escape his foes and safely deliver the evidence to the authorities. However, the ordeal was far from over. A more sinister conspiracy was gradually surfacing. Though they had successfully eluded danger and presented the evidence, Zhang Min and his companions felt no sense of relief. They soon realized that this incident was merely a prelude to a more extensive scheme. In their thorough investigation of the evidence, the police uncovered a mysterious symbol, seemingly linked to an ancient and enigmatic criminal organization, which had been operating from the shadows for decades, orchestrating numerous nefarious dealings. "The depths of this matter are far more profound than we had imagined," Zhang Min remarked, furrowing his brow. Huayan clenched her fists, resolute. "Regardless of the obstacles, we shall uncover the truth." The woman silently analyzed the available clues nearby, as they prepared to delve deeper into the investigation. Zhang Min received a cryptic letter warning them to desist from further involvement, lest they face dire consequences. "Threats will only strengthen our resolve," he declared, crumpling the letter in his hand. Following the clues of the mysterious symbol, they arrived at an ancient castle, which loomed ominously, shrouded in secrets. The moment they stepped inside, the doors slammed shut, plunging them into darkness. "Be cautious," Zhang Min cautioned. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed. "At last you have arrived, but this shall be your final resting place." Shadows surged from all directions, and Zhang Min and his companions swiftly engaged in combat. During the fierce struggle, they realized these specters were no ordinary foes, possessing extraordinary strength and speed. "What manner of creature is this?" Huayan exclaimed. The woman panted, "Whatever it is, we cannot falter." Just as their strength began to wane, Zhang Min unexpectedly discovered a secret passage within the castle. "Follow me," he shouted. They fled through the passage, only to find themselves in an even more mysterious realm. Upon entering this enigmatic place, they were surrounded by peculiar runes and devices emitting an eerie glow. "What is this place?" Huayan questioned, bewildered. The woman stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes closely. "It appears to resemble some sort of arcane laboratory." At that moment, a low mechanical hum resonated, and a massive screen gradually illuminated, revealing a hazy figure. "Welcome, brave souls. Yet, your exploration ends here," the figure proclaimed. Zhang Min exclaimed in fury. "Who are you? Why do you lurk in the shadows?" "I am the sovereign of all, and you cannot escape my grasp," it declared. And with that, the screen went dark. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the room, leaving everyone disoriented. "Hold your breath," Zhang Min shouted. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves imprisoned in transparent cells. "Damn it, we must find a way out." Huayan banged forcefully against the walls of her cell. Meanwhile, the woman calmly surveyed her surroundings, searching for any weaknesses in the confinement. Zhang Min then discovered a concealed button within his cell and pressed it without hesitation. Instantly, alarms blared as the doors of their cells slowly creaked open. "Quickly, let's go," Zhang Min urged, leading the group out. However, as they emerged, they were confronted by a battalion of fully armed guards. "Fight your way out," Zhang Min commanded, and once again, they plunged into intense combat. During the skirmish, Zhang Min noticed that the guards' movements appeared to be under some form of control, synchronized and unyielding. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately subdued the guards and continued their quest for an escape in this enigmatic realm. Unbeknownst to them, a far greater peril lay ahead. As Zhang Min and his companions ventured deeper into the mysterious domain, an eerie stillness enveloped the air. "Be cautious, there is something unsettling about this place," Zhang Min whispered. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from ahead, causing the ground to tremble. "Prepare for battle." Huayan gripped her weapon tightly. A colossal mechanical beast gradually emerged before them, its massive frame exuding scalding steam, with eyes glowing ominously red. The woman gasped. "What manner of creature is this?" The mechanical beast roared and charged at them. Zhang Min swiftly dodged, evading the creature's onslaught, and fired at its legs. "Target its joints," Zhang Min shouted. Huayan and the woman complied, focusing their fire on the beast's joints. Yet, the creature's tough exterior rendered their bullets ineffective. The beast swung its enormous claws, nearly striking Huayan. "This is not a sustainable strategy," the woman said, her anxiety palpable. At that moment, Zhang Min spotted an energy core pulsating with light on the beast's body, seemingly its Achilles heel. "Concentrate your fire on that energy core," Zhang Min called out. They all aimed at the core, and after a barrage of gunfire, the core exploded. The mechanical beast collapsed in a thunderous crash, reduced to a heap of debris. "We finally took it down," Huayan sighed in relief. However, before they could catch their breath, the surrounding walls began to shift, the passage narrowing ominously. "This place is collapsing," Zhang Min shouted. They raced desperately towards the exit, the walls behind them closing in relentlessly. Just as the passage was on the verge of complete closure, Zhang Min and the others made a valiant leap, narrowly escaping the fatal compression. Coughing, they emerged covered in dust, gasping for breath. "This place is nothing short of a nightmare," one of the women lamented. Zhang Min wiped the dust from his face, his eyes filled with determination as he proclaimed, "But we cannot give up. We must uncover the truth." They pressed on, entering a hall shrouded in mist. At the center stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an ancient tome emanating an eerie glow. Huayan, intrigued, stepped forward to grasp the tome. "Don't touch it," Zhang Min shouted, but it was too late. The moment Huayan's fingers brushed the tome, a powerful force repelled her, sending her crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, a chilling incantation resonated throughout the hall, and phantasmagoric figures began to materialize from all directions. "What in the world is this?" Huayan exclaimed, terror etched on her face as she scrambled to her feet. The apparitions emitted wailing cries as they lunged toward them. Zhang Min and the others hastily opened fire, but the bullets passed through the phantoms without effect. In a moment of desperation, the woman suggested, "Try using flames." They ignited their Molotov cocktails and hurled them at the specters. The apparitions writhed in agony amidst the flames, gradually dissipating. Just as they believed the crisis averted, the hall began to tremble violently, and a massive fissure opened in the ground. "This place is collapsing," Zhang Min shouted. They sprinted towards the sole exit as the hall crumbled behind them. Finally, they escaped the imminent collapse, but before they could catch their breath, they found themselves in yet another predicament. Before them lay a narrow corridor, reeking with a pungent odor, its walls flickering with ominous light. "Be cautious. There may be traps here," Zhang Min warned. They advanced gingerly, when suddenly the stone slabs beneath their feet began to flip, revealing an abyssal pit. Huayan stumbled, nearly plummeting in. "Catch me," she cried out. Zhang Min and the woman swiftly reached out, pulling her back just in time. They continued forward, dodging a barrage of hidden arrows that shot from the walls, navigating the perilous passage with great trepidation. After what felt like an eternity, they emerged before a solid stone door. "How do we open this?" the woman inquired. Zhang Min scrutinized the symbols around the door, noting their peculiar nature. "Perhaps this is some sort of code," he suggested. After several attempts, they finally deciphered the code, and the door creaked open. Beyond it lay a vast laboratory, filled with intricate instruments and an array of bottles and jars. "This must be where they conduct their clandestine experiments," Huayan remarked. Just then, an alarm blared throughout the laboratory, the lights flickering ominously. "We've been discovered," Zhang Min exclaimed. A group of individuals clad in black burst in, and a fierce battle ensued. Amidst the chaos of battle, Zhang Min stumbled upon a concealed folder, seemingly containing vital information. "We must secure it," he exclaimed. After a fierce struggle, they finally subdued the men in black and retrieved the folder. However, more adversaries were quickly approaching. With the folder in hand, Zhang Min and his companions hastily made their way towards the exit, but the enemy relentlessly pursued them, gunfire echoing behind them. "This is not a sustainable course of action. We must split up," Zhang Min declared. "Understood. Stay safe," responded Huayan and the woman. They dispersed, cleverly navigating the laboratory's intricate layout to evade their pursuers. In his frantic escape, Zhang Min fortuitously discovered a ventilation duct and climbed in without hesitation. Within the duct, he moved cautiously, fearful of making a sound that might attract the enemy's attention. Huayan concealed herself in a cluttered room, holding her breath and gripping her weapon tightly, ready to confront any intruders. The woman, agile and swift, deftly maneuvered between various pipes and shelves, successfully eluding a portion of her pursuers. Yet, as the enemy narrowed their search radius, Zhang Min and his companions found themselves in increasingly dire straits. At that moment, Zhang Min spotted an enemy leader commanding the pursuit from the ventilation duct. A surge of determination coursed through him. He resolved to take a perilous gamble. Silently, he crept toward the enemy leader's position and, seizing the opportunity, leaped from the duct to subdue him. "Don't move, or I will kill him," Zhang Min shouted. The enemy hesitated, wary of provoking him. Huayan and the woman seized the moment to regroup with Zhang Min. "Let us move, or he dies," Zhang Min threatened. Reluctantly, the adversaries allowed them a path to retreat. Zhang Min and his companions, leading the enemy leader, cautiously exited the laboratory. Just as they were about to escape, gunfire erupted from within the enemy ranks, igniting fierce combat once more. The sound of gunfire filled the air as Zhang Min and his companions swiftly dodged and retaliated. Amidst the fray, the enemy leader broke free from Zhang Min's grasp and sought shelter. "Damn it," Zhang Min cursed. "What now?" the woman asked anxiously. Huayan's gaze was resolute. "We charge out. We cannot be trapped here." They provided cover for one another as they advanced towards the exit, shooting as they moved. Suddenly, a grenade rolled to their feet. "Watch out," Zhang Min shouted, kicking the grenade away just before it detonated nearby, sending dust swirling through the air. Utilizing the cover of smoke, they quickened their pace. Finally, they reached the exit, only to find themselves surrounded by even more enemies. "Surrender. You cannot escape," the enemy shouted. Zhang Min scoffed, "If you have the skill, come and catch us." As the standoff continued, the distant sound of police sirens pierced through the tension. "The police are here," the woman exclaimed with delight. Panic erupted among the enemies as Zhang Min and his companions seized the opportunity to charge forward, flanking the enemy alongside the police, ultimately capturing them all. The police captain stepped forward, commending, "Well done, but the truth behind this still requires further investigation." Zhang Min handed the folder in her possession to the captain, stating there should be significant clues within. However, upon opening the folder, they discovered that most of its contents were encrypted. "It seems we will need to exert considerable effort to decipher this," the captain remarked. Zhang Min furrowed her brow, resolutely declaring, "Regardless, we must unravel this mystery." At that moment, her phone buzzed with an unknown number. "Zhang Min, the game has only just begun," a mysterious voice echoed before abruptly ending the call. Zhang Min exchanged glances with her companions, silently acknowledging that greater challenges lay ahead. Staring at the disconnected call, a wave of intense unease washed over her. Huayan and the woman approached, their expressions tinged with anxiety as they inquired about the situation. "I don't know who it was, but it feels far from simple," Zhang Min replied. The police began to clear and investigate the scene, with Zhang Min and her companions assisting. Upon returning to the precinct, the technical team worked diligently to decrypt the contents of the folder, but progress was sluggish. Just as the tension mounted, Zhang Min received an anonymous email containing only an address and a time. Could this be a trap? The woman voiced her concern. Zhang Min pondered for a moment, asserting, even if it is a trap, we must investigate. At the appointed hour, they arrived at the designated address, which turned out to be an abandoned factory. As they stepped inside, lights suddenly illuminated the area, revealing a group of men in black. You have indeed come. A voice echoed ominously. A figure emerged from among them, shockingly revealing itself to be the previously vanished leader of the criminal organization. I never expected you to still be alive. Zhang Min gritted her teeth, confronting him. The leader sneered. Did you really believe you could so easily defeat me? Today marks your demise. Tension crackled in the air as both sides prepared for a fierce confrontation. Just as a clash seemed imminent, a sudden blaring of police sirens pierced the atmosphere. The leader's expression shifted, cursing, who leaked the information. The men in black immediately fell into disarray, and, seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min shouted, "The police are here. You cannot escape. Drop your weapons." Some of the black-clad men began to scatter, yet the leader, unwilling to concede, rallied a few loyalists to resist. Huayan and the woman coordinated with Zhang Min, engaging the adversaries in a tactical maneuver. The police swiftly surrounded the factory, working in tandem with Zhang Min and her team to regain control of the situation. However, amidst the chaos, the leader managed to slip away once more. He got away again. Zhang Min fumed, striking the wall in frustration. The police interrogated the captured men in black, but discovered that they, too, were unaware of the leader's whereabouts or any further details. Determined to continue their investigation, Zhang Min and her companions meticulously retraced their steps and uncovered that the leader had communicated with a mysterious individual just before his escape. We must uncover the identity of this enigmatic person, Huayan insisted. After considerable effort, they finally traced the mysterious individual's information, revealing him to be a liaison for a transnational crime syndicate. Zhang Min realized that they were not merely contending with a local criminal organization, but rather an expansive transnational crime network. This would prove to be a far more arduous battle. The woman spoke with palpable concern. However, Zhang Min's gaze remained resolute. Regardless of the difficulties, we must uproot them entirely. Zhang Min, Huayan. And the woman resolved to delve deeper into the thread of the transnational criminal syndicate. They commenced gathering intelligence in various shadowy corners, engaging with a myriad of perilous individuals. During a reconnaissance of a clandestine transaction site, they narrowly avoided having their identities revealed. If we delay any longer, we will be exposed, Huayan whispered. Zhang Min decisively commanded, prepare to withdraw. Yet, just as they were about to leave, the transaction site was suddenly besieged by a group of unidentified armed assailants, plunging the scene into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Zhang Min and her companions seized the opportunity to escape, only to find themselves ensnared in yet another conflict. It turned out that this was an assault initiated by a rival criminal gang vying for resources. Just when one wave subsides, another rises, the woman gasped. Zhang Min, maintaining her composure, assessed the situation. Let us find a secure place to hide before devising our escape. They took refuge in an abandoned warehouse, where they unexpectedly uncovered a crucial document that seemed to contain the core secrets of the transnational crime syndicate. However, the battle outside intensified, rendering the warehouse increasingly perilous. We cannot remain idle. We must charge out, Zhang Min exclaimed. Armed, they plunged back into the tumultuous fray. Amidst a hail of gunfire, Zhang Min and her companions fought valiantly to break free from the chaotic battlefield. Yet, inexplicably, news of the vital document leaked, drawing forth even greater troubles. One day, while Zhang Min was out investigating alone, a black sedan obstructed her path. Several burly men emerged from the vehicle and forcibly abducted her. Upon discovering Zhang Min's disappearance, Huayan and the woman were frantic, scouring for clues. At that moment, Zhang Min found herself taken to a secluded warehouse, where a mysterious figure confronted her. Hand over the document, and perhaps I shall spare your life, the enigmatic individual declared. Zhang Min scoffed. I have no idea what you're talking about. The mysterious figure's expression darkened as he signaled to his subordinates, who began to assault Zhang Min. Meanwhile, Huayan and the woman, having identified the vehicle from surveillance footage, traced their way to the approximate location where Zhang Min was being held. Carefully, they searched the area and eventually caught wind of commotion emanating from the warehouse. "Get ready. We're going in." Huayan tweaked. They kicked open the warehouse door and engaged in a fierce struggle with the mysterious figure and his henchmen. In a crucial moment, Zhang Min managed to break free from her restraints and join the fray. Ultimately, they triumphed over their adversaries and escaped the warehouse. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely a temporary respite. A greater storm awaited them on the horizon. After evading the crisis, Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman sought a safe haven to regroup. Just as they believed they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, a formidable character known as Scorpion emerged. Renowned for his ruthless demeanor and cunning strategies, he set his sights on the documents in the possession of Zhang Min and his companions, dispatching his subordinates to hunt for their whereabouts. One day, when Zhang Min and his group made an appearance on the street, they were spotted by Scorpion's informants. Scorpion swiftly led his men to encircle them. "You cannot escape. Surrender the documents," he shouted. Unfazed, Zhang Min retorted, "If you have the guts, come and take them yourself." The two sides found themselves in a stalemate. At that moment, one of Scorpion's underlings, Vulture, could no longer contain himself and charged forward, only to be knocked down by a swift kick from Zhang Min. Witnessing this, Scorpion personally intervened, engaging Zhang Min in a fierce battle. Huayan and the woman also found themselves embroiled in combat with other foes. Just when the situation became critical, a police car screeched onto the scene, forcing Scorpion and his men to temporarily retreat. Zhang Min and his companions thought they were momentarily safe, only to unexpectedly encounter another vicious adversary known as Mad Wolf. Leading a band of henchmen, Mad Wolf relentlessly pursued them. In their frantic escape, they took refuge in an abandoned building. Mad Wolf roared from below, "Come out. There is no escape for you." Inside the building, Zhang Min and his group searched for an exit while devising a strategy to counter their pursuers. They cautiously explored the dilapidated structure, hoping to find a concealed exit that would evade Mad Wolf's detection. "Over here," the woman exclaimed as she discovered a hidden passage. However, just as they stepped into the corridor, they were met with a chilling laughter. "Ha ha, did you think you could escape here?" A towering man with a grotesque scar on his face emerged. He was Mad Wolf's right-hand man, known as Ghostface. Brandishing a sharp machete, Ghostface advanced menacingly. Zhang Min and his companions had no choice but to retreat and search for another way out. In the midst of their tense evasion, Huayan accidentally stepped on a rotting floorboard, creating a loud noise. "Over there," Mad Wolf shouted, having heard the commotion and rushed inside with his men. Zhang Min and his group found themselves caught in a pincer movement, trapped in a dire predicament. "Let us fight," Zhang Min bellowed, charging forward. After a fierce exchange, they began to tire. Just then, police reinforcements arrived, prompting Mad Wolf and Ghostface to make a hasty escape. While Zhang Min and his companions had narrowly evaded another crisis, they understood that their enemies would not relent easily. To completely shake off their pursuers, they resolved to leave the city in search of a secure location to regroup and devise a new plan. During their journey, they encountered a mysterious stranger named Shadow. Shadow appeared to possess an intimate understanding of their plight and offered assistance. "Your enemies are formidable, but I have a way to turn the tide in your favor," Shadow proclaimed. Zhang Min and his companions were skeptical, yet in their desperate situation, they decided to follow Shadow. Unbeknownst to them, the true identity and purpose of the Shadow remain a profound enigma. Zhang Min and his companions followed the Shadow to a secluded cabin. "Let us take refuge here for a while as I arrange our next steps," the Shadow proclaimed. While resting within the cabin, an air of suspicion and vigilance lingered among them. That night, Zhang Min was awakened by a faint noise. Rising quietly, he discovered the Shadow standing outside, conversing with someone. "Who are you in contact with?" Zhang Min demanded as he rushed outside. The Shadow's expression shifted, hastily ending the call, and explained, "I was merely coordinating our escape route." Zhang Min remained skeptical and returned to inform Huayan and the woman of the incident. The following day, the Shadow announced that a safe route for their relocation had been found. As they followed him, however, they fell into an ambush. It turned out that the Shadow was an accomplice of the Scorpion, deliberately leading them into a trap. "You cannot escape," the Scorpion gloated. Zhang Min and his companions fought valiantly, but the odds were overwhelmingly against them. At that moment, a mysterious figure known as the Falcon appeared. With agility and marksmanship, he swiftly turned the tide of the battle. Sensing defeat, the Scorpion ordered a retreat. The Falcon introduced himself as an ally of Zhang Min and his group, claiming he had come to assist them. "Why do you wish to help us?" Zhang Min inquired. The Falcon smiled, "Because we share a common adversary." Though Zhang Min and his companions had narrowly escaped peril, they were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with danger. Chapter 19. The dark assassin Zhang Min and her companions followed the Falcon to a clandestine stronghold. "Although it provided temporary safety, we must remain vigilant," the Falcon advised. As the group conferred about their next course of action, a woman observed the Falcon, who consistently secluded himself in the corner, communicating with others, his eyes flickering suspiciously. "I sense something amiss with this Falcon," she whispered to Zhang Min and Huayan. Zhang Min frowned, resolving to discreetly monitor the Falcon's actions. Before long, the Falcon proposed leading them to a location where vital intelligence could be obtained. Despite their reservations, the group chose to follow him. Upon arriving at their destination, they discovered it was a trap. The Falcon revealed his true allegiance, having been bribed by the wild wolves. "You shall not escape today," he sneered. Enraged, Zhang Min retorted, "You traitor!" A fierce battle ensued, with Zhang Min and her allies gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage. Just when the tide seemed to turn against them, a mysterious armed force emerged, swiftly vanquishing the wild wolves' henchmen. A striking woman stepped forward, introducing herself as Phoenix. "I have been monitoring your movements and came to assist you," Phoenix declared. Grateful, Zhang Min and her companions followed Phoenix to a new hideout. However, they barely had time to recuperate before receiving news that the Scorpion had allied with other criminal factions, preparing for a final onslaught against them. "This would be a fierce battle, but we shall not retreat." Zhang Min rallied her comrades. The group began to prepare earnestly for the impending life-or-death confrontation. On the eve of the showdown, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Zhang Min, Huayan, and the woman collaborated with Phoenix to devise a meticulous battle plan. "We shall exploit the terrain to catch them off guard," Phoenix suggested, pointing to the map. Zhang Min nodded in agreement, "But we must also be wary of their counterattacks." Huayan meticulously checked their weaponry, her gaze resolute. "This time, we must eradicate them completely." Meanwhile, the woman silently prayed, hoping for everyone's safe return. The following day, the Scorpion led a formidable contingent of henchmen, advancing with menacing intent. "This is your last day," the Scorpion bellowed. The battle erupted instantaneously, gunfire and explosions resonating in chaotic symphony. Following their strategy, Zhang Min and her allies dispersed, launching attacks from various angles. Phoenix led a charge, demonstrating unparalleled bravery. Zhang Min, utilizing her agility, weaved through the enemy ranks, delivering lethal strikes. Huayan and the woman coordinated their efforts, their precise shooting deterring the enemy from approaching recklessly. Yet, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and the group found themselves ensnared in dire straits. At that critical juncture, police reinforcements arrived, shifting the balance of power. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the Scorpion attempted to flee. Zhang Min, having discerned his intention, pursued him relentlessly. In a narrow alley, she finally cornered the Scorpion. "You cannot escape." Zhang Min glared fiercely at him. The Scorpion fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed to the prowess of Zhang Min. With the capture of the Scorpion, the remaining adversaries surrendered one by one. This fierce battle drew to a close, and the city gradually regained its former tranquility. However, Zhang Min and his companions understood that the forces of darkness would never truly vanish. They must remain ever vigilant. Though this crisis had been averted, Zhang Min and his allies did not allow themselves to become complacent. They were acutely aware that the power lurking behind the Scorpion was deeply entrenched and would not relent easily. True to their apprehensions, it was not long before a mysterious organization known as the Shadows emerged. This group operated with secrecy and brutality, reportedly intertwined with the previous gang in numerous ways. "It seems trouble has returned," remarked Huayan with deep concern. Zhang Min, his gaze resolute, declared, regardless of the enemy's nature, we shall not falter. Determined to uncover the shadow's secrets, Zhang Min resolved to infiltrate their lair. He disguised himself as a petty thug and blended into the underground casino frequented by the organization. Within the casino, Zhang Min temporarily assuaged Fox's doubts. Meanwhile, the woman and Huayan remained outside, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. However, the leader of the shadows, known as the Phantom, sensed something amiss and ordered heightened defenses. Zhang Min cautiously gathered intelligence within the casino, but inadvertently revealed his presence. Capture him! At this command, a group of thugs lunged at Zhang Min. He fought fiercely, engaging in a desperate struggle against his foes. Just as he was on the brink of exhaustion, Huayan and the woman arrived just in time, joining him in breaking through the encirclement. Yet, their actions incited the shadow's wrath, heralding an even greater storm on the horizon. After their escape, Zhang Min and his comrades recognized that the shadows would not relent, prompting them to take the initiative. Utilizing the fragmented clues gathered from the casino, they traced their way to a secret warehouse belonging to the shadows. There must be something of great importance hidden within, Zhang Min whispered. They stealthily entered the warehouse, only to discover it riddled with traps and surveillance. The woman accidentally triggered an alarm, and in an instant, the entire warehouse was illuminated, the blaring sirens piercing the air. Quick, find something! Huayan shouted. As they hurriedly searched, a group of men clad in black burst in, led by the Shadow's second-in-command, known as the Wolf. You have walked into your own trap, the Wolf sneered. A fierce gunfight ensued, with Zhang Min and his allies fighting while retreating. At a critical moment, Zhang Min uncovered a hidden passage, and they swiftly entered it, temporarily evading their pursuers. At the end of the passage lay a secret chamber, filled with documents and ledgers. These could be the evidence of their crimes. The woman exclaimed with excitement. Just as they prepared to seize this evidence, the Phantom appeared at the doorway. Put those things down, or you shall all perish today. The ghost's voice was icy. Zhang Min, undaunted, declared, the doom has arrived. The two parties once again found themselves in a standoff, the tension mounting to an unbearable degree. Just as they were locked in this impasse, Zhang Min suddenly hurled a document bag at the ghost. Seizing the moment of distraction, he lunged forward, engaging the ghost in close combat. Huayan and the woman, not to be outdone, unleashed a barrage of gunfire, buying Zhang Min precious time. The ghost, being the leader of the organization, exhibited remarkable agility, making it a fierce contest against Zhang Min. At that moment, the Wolf and his men encircled them, further exacerbating the perilous situation for Zhang Min and his companions. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. It turned out the woman had discreetly called for help amidst the chaos. The ghost's expression shifted. Fall back. The members of the Shadow organization swiftly retreated, allowing Zhang Min and his group to escape the chamber with the evidence in hand. However, the arrival of law enforcement merely momentarily disrupted the plans of the Shadow organization. They had not abandoned their pursuit of Zhang Min and his allies. In an effort to evade detection, Zhang Min and his companions sought refuge in a remote mountain village. There, they encountered a mysterious elder named Old K. Although he appeared unremarkable, he possessed intricate knowledge of the underworld. You have found yourselves in grave trouble, but I can assist you, Old K proclaimed. Zhang Min and his companions were skeptical of Old K's true identity, yet lacking better options, they chose to place their trust in him. Old K guided them in setting various traps and fortifications around the village, preparing for the imminent assault from the Shadow organization. True to form, it wasn't long before the Shadow organization discovered their hideout. A thrilling battle for defense was about to commence. As the members of the Shadow organization entered the village, the traps meticulously laid by Old K sprang into action. Some adversaries were ensnared by sudden ropes, while others were pierced by concealed spikes. Chaos ensued among the Shadow organization. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and his allies emerged from their hiding spots to launch their counterattack. Charge! Leave no one alive! The Wolf bellowed in fury. In the midst of the fierce skirmish, Huayan was unfortunately injured. I'm fine, keep fighting. She gritted through the pain. The woman displayed extraordinary courage, her precise aim taking down enemy after enemy. Zhang Min, like a ferocious tiger, weaved through the throng of foes, instilling fear in the hearts of the Shadow Organization. However, as the enemy numbers swelled, they began to gain the upper hand. At that critical juncture, Old K activated his final secret weapon, homemade explosives. With a resounding blast, enemies were sent sprawling in disarray. Retreat. The ghost commanded as the tide turned unfavorably. Zhang Min and his companions finally repelled this wave of attack. Yet they understood that the Shadow Organization would not relent. While regrouping in the village, Zhang Min unexpectedly uncovered the truth about Old K's remarkable identity. Once, Old K was a member of the underworld, having retreated to this secluded place out of weariness from conflict. Though I had no desire to become embroiled in such matters again. Witnessing your courage compelled me to lend you a hand, Old K remarked. Zhang Min and the others were filled with gratitude towards him. Yet, before they could fully recover, the Shadow Organization initiated new maneuvers. This time, the Shadow Organization allied with several other hostile forces, preparing to launch a full-scale assault against them. Whether Zhang Min and the others could once again turn the tide of adversity remained uncertain. Faced with the impending offensive from the Shadow Organization and its allied foes, Zhang Min and the others, under Old K's guidance, actively prepared for battle. They set up more intricate traps around the village and stocked ample weapons and ammunition. Zhang Min addressed the group. This battle is a matter of life and death. We must give it our all. Huayan, along with the women and Old K, nodded resolutely. At last, the enemy's forces approached the village in overwhelming numbers. Attack, commanded the Phantom, and the enemy surged forth like a tidal wave. Zhang Min and his companions remained composed, utilizing traps and the advantages of the terrain to inflict significant losses upon the adversaries. However, the enemy was too numerous, gradually breaching the outer defenses. Let us fight them head-on. Huayan billowed, charging forward. The battle intensified, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. At that moment, reinforcements from the police arrived. It turned out that the evidence provided by Zhang Min and his group had proven effective, prompting the police to offer their full support. Under the combined efforts of the police and Zhang Min's team, the enemy began to falter. Sensing the tide turning, the Phantom and the Wolf sought to flee. Zhang Min would not let them escape, pursuing them relentlessly. After a fierce chase and struggle, Zhang Min finally subdued the Phantom and the Wolf. Nevertheless, this battle was not entirely concluded. Although the Shadow Organization had sustained grave losses, remnants of their forces lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhang Min and his companions understood that their mission was not yet fulfilled, and the future remained fraught with challenges. After successfully defeating the main forces of the Shadow Organization, Zhang Min and his allies did not lower their guard. They assisted the police in a large-scale manhunt for the remaining enemies. Yet some cunning individuals managed to slip through their net. Meanwhile, a mysterious organization known as the Eye of Darkness quietly emerged. This group operated with greater secrecy and employed more ruthless tactics, quickly gaining prominence within the underworld and initiating a campaign of vengeance against Zhang Min and his companions. One day, while Zhang Min was out alone, he fell victim to an ambush by the Eye of Darkness. Fortunately, a woman noticed the anomaly in time and alerted Huayan and Old K, who rushed to provide support. "You cannot escape," sneered the leader of the Eye of Darkness. Zhang Min and his companions fought valiantly, yet the enemy's firepower was exceptionally fierce. In a critical moment, Old K revealed his concealed prowess. With his precise marksmanship, he eliminated several foes, granting the group a much-needed respite. Amidst the chaos, the group managed to extricate themselves from the clutches of their adversaries. Seeking refuge in an abandoned factory. "It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent," gasped Huayan. With unwavering determination, Zhang Min declared, "No matter the circumstances, we must not falter." Within the confines of the factory, they stumbled upon a trove of clandestine documents pertaining to the Dark Eye organization, revealing a vast financial backing and intricate web of connections. "We must devise a means to dismantle their nefarious schemes," the woman asserted. As they deliberated their strategy, The members of the Dark Eye once again encircled the factory. A more intense confrontation loomed on the horizon. Zhang Min and his allies found themselves ensnared within the dilapidated factory, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the Dark Eye operatives. Conserve your ammunition and seek an opportunity to break free, Zhang Min shouted. Huayan and the woman nodded in agreement, firing with caution. Meanwhile, Old K observed the enemy's movements, searching for their vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Old K spotted a ventilation shaft within the factory, a potential escape route. Follow me, he beckoned. As they retaliated against the enemy's onslaught, they made their way towards the ventilation duct. Just as they were about to reach it, a bullet grazed Zhang Min's shoulder, eliciting a muffled grunt. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. At last, they ascended into the ventilation shaft, temporarily eluding their pursuers. However, upon emerging from the shaft, they were met with a network of Dark Eye operatives lying in wait. What do we do now? The woman asked anxiously. A glimmer of inspiration struck Zhang Min as he noticed an abandoned vehicle in the distance. Let us take cover behind the car and create a diversion, he proposed. They executed the plan flawlessly, successfully diverting the enemy's attention and seizing the opportunity to slip into a nearby copse. Yet, the Dark Eye did not relent in their pursuit, launching a search through the woods. Zhang Min and his companions navigated the underbrush with utmost caution, striving to remain silent. As the sky drizzled with a fine rain, their predicament grew increasingly dire. This is untenable. We must split up, Huayan suggested. Thus, they divided into 3 groups, each darting in a different direction. While running, Zhang Min fortuitously discovered a concealed cave. He slipped inside, only to find an intriguing interior, seemingly harboring secrets long forgotten. Cautiously, he began to explore the cave, and with the faint light, he discerned strange symbols and patterns etched upon the walls. Just as he contemplated a closer examination, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Zhang Min quickly concealed himself behind a large rock, holding his breath. It was a few members of the Dark Eye who had entered the cave, searching meticulously. They must be hiding nearby, one of them remarked. Zhang Min gripped his weapon tightly, prepared for any eventuality. Fortunately, the intruders failed to detect him and, after a thorough search, departed the cave. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Min resumed his scrutiny of the cave's secrets. He discovered that these symbols seemed to lead deep into the cave. Following their guidance, Zhang Min arrived at a concealed chamber. Within this chamber lay several documents and a mysterious box. Upon examining the documents, Zhang Min found them to contain core secrets and clandestine plans of the Dark Eye. However, when he attempted to open the enigmatic box, he realized it required a special password or key. At that moment, the sound of a signal from Huayan echoed from outside the cave. Zhang Min exited the chamber, carrying the documents and the box, and reunited with Huayan. I have uncovered something significant, Zhang Min declared. They resolved to meet with the woman and Old K first. Yet upon finding them, they were confronted by the Dark Eye's men, who had them surrounded. Drop your weapons, or we will kill them, threatened the leader of the Dark Eye. Zhang Min exchanged a glance with Huayan, finding themselves in a predicament. With unwavering resolve, Zhang Min shouted at the leader, "If you dare lay a finger on them, I will ensure that you all meet your demise." The leader scoffed, "You have no bargaining power now." Just at that critical moment, Old K suddenly broke free from his restraints and engaged in a struggle with the nearest enemy. The situation descended into chaos, and Zhang Min and Huayan seized the opportunity to open fire, with the woman swiftly joining the fray. After an intense exchange of gunfire, they succeeded in repelling this wave of enemies, but their position was consequently revealed. The Dark Eye organization intensified their search and encirclement, forcing Zhang Min and his companions to keep moving. During their escape, they unexpectedly encountered a former gang leader named He Sha, who had a vendetta against the Dark Eye. He Sha offered his assistance, on the condition that Zhang Min and his group help him confront their common foe. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min resolved to ally with He Sha. In He Sha's territory, they found temporary refuge and respite. However, the Dark Eye organization, employing various means, located their hideout. A more brutal battle was on the horizon, and whether Zhang Min and his companions could survive this crisis remained uncertain. The forces of the dark eye surged toward He Sha's domain, gunfire and shouts intertwining in a cacophony. Zhang Min and his allies fought valiantly alongside He Sha's men. Huayan navigated through the hail of bullets, accurately targeting the enemies, but a stray bullet struck her leg, and she fell to the ground. Huayan! Zhang Min cried out in desperation, rushing to her side and dragging her to cover. The woman provided covering fire, her gaze filled with determination and resolve. Old K, drawing on his extensive combat experience, directed their defense. He Sha, wielding dual pistols, bellowed, "Let us fight back." Yet, the enemy's assault intensified, gradually breaching their defenses. In that moment, Zhang Min spotted the enemy's ammunition depot. "I will blow it up," Zhang Min shouted. Everyone covered him as he dashed toward the ammunition store, braving the storm of bullets. At the last moment, he successfully detonated the munitions depot, unleashing a thunderous explosion that plunged the enemy into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, they commenced their counterattack, gradually turning the tide of the battle. However, the Eye of Darkness organization did not succumb entirely. They regrouped, preparing to launch a final assault. Just then, the police arrived in response to a tip-off, prompting the remnants of the Eye of Darkness to scatter in disarray. Although Zhang Min and his comrades emerged victorious in this confrontation, they paid a heavy price. The remaining factions of the Eye of Darkness still lurked in the shadows. Biding their time, with the assistance of the police, Zhang Min and his team were afforded a moment to catch their breath. Yet, they were acutely aware that the Eye of Darkness would not rest easily. Huayan's injuries were severe and required immediate medical attention. They found a secluded location to care for Huayan, while the women stayed behind to tend to her. Zhang Min and Old K resolved to continue their pursuit of the remnants of the Eye of Darkness, determined to thwart any resurgence. Following a trail of clues, they arrived at an abandoned industrial area, permeated by an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down their spines. "Be cautious. We know not what awaits us," Old K whispered. Suddenly, a swarm of shadows surged forth from all directions, and Zhang Min and Old K swiftly reacted, engaging in a fierce battle for their lives. Amidst the intense skirmish, Zhang Min discerned that these adversaries possessed skills and equipment far superior to those they had previously encountered. They must have secured new backing, Zhang Min exclaimed. In a moment of carelessness, Old K was struck and fell to the ground. Old K, Zhang Min's eyes widened in fury, unleashing a remarkable force that repelled their assailants. Before hoisting Old K and fleeing desperately, they took refuge in a dilapidated warehouse, where Zhang Min tended to Old K's wounds, his heart swelling with anxiety and rage. Outside, the sounds of the enemy's search grew increasingly closer. Zhang Min listened intently to the approaching footsteps, his heart racing as he gripped his weapon tightly. Prepared for final stand. Just as the enemy was about to uncover their hiding place, a commotion erupted outside the warehouse. It was the women, accompanied by a recovered Huayan, who had come to their aid, creating chaos that distracted their pursuers. "Move quickly," Zhang Min shouted. The four of them fled through the industrial area, pursued relentlessly by their enemies. They dashed into what appeared to be an abandoned office, only to discover a functioning computer inside, containing crucial evidence of a transaction between the Eye of Darkness and a mysterious power. "This could be our chance to turn the tide," Zhang Min exclaimed with excitement. However, the enemy had already surrounded the office. "Drop your weapons and surrender," they commanded. Zhang Min scoffed, "In your dreams." Just as the standoff reached its peak, police reinforcements arrived. Sensing the shift in power, the enemy began to disperse. Zhang Min and his companions, armed with vital evidence, followed the police back to the precinct. After an in-depth analysis of the evidence, they unearthed a shocking revelation. The enigmatic force behind the dark eye was linked to a high-ranking politician. This discovery left them in utter disbelief, plunging them into an even deeper peril. The politician would undoubtedly seek to prevent their exposure of the truth, as a far more sinister conspiracy was brewing. Confronted with such a staggering revelation, Zhang Min and his companions realized they had become ensnared in an unfathomable vortex. The politician, wielding his power, had infiltrated the police force, attempting to obliterate evidence and halt their investigation. Zhang Min and his group found themselves evading potential threats from within the very police they sought assistance from, while simultaneously searching for a means to unveil the truth. During this tumultuous journey, they encountered a righteous journalist named Lin Xiao. Upon hearing of their plight, Lin Xiao resolved to assist them in bringing the truth to light. However, their actions aroused the politician's suspicion, prompting him to dispatch assassins to eliminate Zhang Min and his allies. One fateful night, while they were hiding, an attack ensued, with bullets raining down like hail. They fought valiantly in the darkness. "Everyone, be careful," Zhang Min shouted. With remarkable agility, Huayan deftly dodged a series of lethal strikes, while the woman and Old K provided mutual cover, seeking opportunities to retaliate. In a critical moment, Lin Xiao arrived with a prearranged vehicle, and they swiftly boarded it to escape. Yet, their situation remained perilous, as the assassins relentlessly pursued them. During their flight, the vehicle was struck by gunfire, leading to a malfunction. They were compelled to abandon the car and flee into the nearby woods. The forest was shrouded in thick fog, offering them temporary concealment, but also disorienting them. Meanwhile, the assassins closed in with relentless determination. Cautiously, Zhang Min and his companions navigated the fog-laden woods, each step fraught with unknown dangers. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed nearby, sending chills down their spines. "What was that sound?" the woman asked, fear evident in her voice. Before anyone could respond, a massive beast lunged from the shadows, charging at them. With quick reflexes, Zhang Min raised his gun and fired at the creature, startling it into retreating back into the depths of the forest. "This place is no longer safe. We must find an exit swiftly," Old K urged. As they pressed on, the assassins followed into the woods. "Listen, there's movement," Huayan alerted, halting their advance. Instantly, they fell silent, hiding behind a thicket. The footsteps of the assassins grew closer, and Zhang Min gripped his weapon tightly, poised for confrontation. Just as the assassins were on the verge of discovery, a cacophony of bird calls erupted in the forest, diverting their attention. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and his companions quietly maneuvered away. After a grueling trek, they emerged from the woods, only to find themselves in an unfamiliar small town. Though the town appeared tranquil, it concealed underlying mysteries. The residents regarded their arrival with suspicion and hostility. "We must tread carefully. Something feels amiss here," Zhang Min cautioned the group. Just as they were preparing to find a place to rest, a mysterious stranger appeared before them. "Follow me. I can assist you," the stranger proclaimed. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Min and the others resolved to follow the enigmatic figure. The stranger led them to a dilapidated house, filled with an array of peculiar instruments and maps. "I have been closely monitoring your situation. I am aware that you are contending with formidable adversaries," the stranger said. Zhang Min, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you wish to help us?" The stranger smiled faintly. "Because I have suffered greatly at their hands as well. My name is Afeng, and we share a common objective." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. It turned out that assassins had tracked them to this small town. Chapter 20. The dark forces. Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly led Zhang Min and the others out through the back door of the house. Slipping into a narrow alleyway, assassins were scouring the town, leaving no stone unturned. Zhang Min and the others navigated through the alley, desperately attempting to evade their pursuers. However, the assassins were relentless, closing in on them with each passing moment. "This is not a sustainable strategy. We must split up," Afeng proposed. Consequently, they divided into two groups. Afeng took the women, while Zhang Min, Old K, and Huayan formed the other group, each heading in opposite directions. During their flight, Zhang Min's group unexpectedly stumbled upon an abandoned cellar. They concealed themselves within, scarcely daring to breathe. After a brief search outside, the assassins failed to locate them and eventually departed. Emerging from a cellar, Zhang Min and his companions resolved to reunite with Afeng and the women. Upon finding Afeng, they discovered that the women were missing. "Where has she gone?" Zhang Min inquired anxiously. Afeng, filled with guilt, responded. She was spotted by the assassins and ran in another direction to divert their attention. Overwhelmed with urgency, Zhang Min was about to set off in search of the woman when a phone received a mysterious text message indicating that she was at an abandoned factory outside the town. Without hesitation, they hastened toward the factory. The factory loomed ominously, permeated by a pungent odor. "Be cautious. There may be an ambush," Old K warned. They advanced carefully until they suddenly heard the woman's cries for help. Zhang Min raced toward the sound, only to find himself ensnared in a trap. As he stepped into the trap, lights flickered on around him, revealing that he was confined within an iron cage. "Haha, you've finally taken a bait," a chilling voice echoed. A tall man with a long scar across his face emerged. He was the leader of the assassins, known as Scar. "Release her." Zhang Min glared at Scar. Scar sneered. "Hand over the evidence, and I might consider letting her go." At that moment, Old K, Huayan, and a phone arrived, their hearts racing upon seeing Zhang Min trapped. "Don't worry about me. You must escape," the woman shouted. "There's no way we would abandon you." Zhang Min shouted back. A phone quietly instructed Old K and Huayan. "I will distract them. Look for an opportunity to rescue her." With that, a phone charged out, engaging in combat with the assassins. Seizing the moment, Old K and Huayan searched for a way to unlock the iron cage. Just as they were on the verge of success, Scar noticed their intentions and lunged toward them. Huayan bravely stepped forward, clashing with Scar. Finally, Old K managed to unlock the cage, and Zhang Min burst forth to join the fray. After a fierce battle, they gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing the tide turn against him, Scar attempted to flee. Zhang Min would not allow him to escape and pursued him relentlessly. On the rooftop of the factory, Zhang Min finally caught up with Scar. "Today marks your end." Zhang Min let out a furious shout and engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Scar. On the rooftop of the factory, their confrontation reached a fever pitch. Scar unleashed all his might, attempting a final desperate struggle. He swung a powerful punch, but Zhang Min deftly sidestepped and countered with a spinning kick, striking Scar in the waist. Scar grimaced in pain, but retaliated fiercely. Undeterred, Zhang Min met him head-on. After several rounds, Scar began to show signs of exhaustion. Just as Zhang Min was about to subdue him, a helicopter suddenly appeared overhead, its strong gusts forcing them to squint against the wind. A rope dangled from the helicopter as several men in black swiftly descended, rescuing Scar and whisking him away. "Don't let him escape," Zhang Min yelled, but he could only watch helplessly as the helicopter vanished into the distance. Upon returning to the ground, Zhang Min reunited with Lao Ke, Huayan, and the woman. "Damn it, they've slipped away again," Zhang Min exclaimed, striking the wall in frustration. "Though they've escaped, we gained something," a phone remarked. "At least we temporarily ensured the woman's safety." At that moment, they realized that their battle against the Eye of Darkness and the formidable forces behind it was becoming increasingly arduous. Back at their hideout, they began to strategize their next course of action. Through analysis, they discovered that the collusion between the Eye of Darkness and corrupt politicians was far more intricate than they had imagined, involving numerous illicit transactions and conspiracies. "We must uncover more substantial evidence to bring them all to justice," Zhang Min asserted. At this juncture, the woman recalled a mysterious ledger she had heard about in previous encounters, said to contain all the crucial information. Thus, they resolved to split up in search of clues regarding this enigmatic tome. Zhang Min and Huayan ventured into an underground black market to inquire about the ledger's whereabouts, while Lao Ke and a phone delved into the internet, attempting to decrypt files related to the ledger. The woman took charge of organizing and analyzing the intelligence they collected. In the course of their search, they encountered numerous obstacles and dangers. Zhang Min and Huayan cautiously sought clues about the ledger in the black market, inadvertently attracting the attention of some unscrupulous individuals. "What are you two sneaking around for?" A burly man blocked their path. Zhang Min remained composed, replying, "We're merely looking for a profitable venture. Brother, please grant us some convenience." The man scoffed, "Cut the act. If you don't speak the truth, you won't be leaving here." Huayan discreetly tightened her grip on the dagger hidden in her sleeve, ready to act at a moment's notice. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a mysterious old man appeared. "Let them go. They aren't here to cause trouble," he said. The burly man glared at the old man, begrudgingly stepping aside. Zhang Min and Huayan cast grateful glances at the old man, who then whispered, "Follow me." They trailed behind him to a secluded corner, where the old man slowly spoke, "I know what you seek, but this item is not easily obtained." Zhang Min, earnest in his approach, replied, "If you can provide us with a lead, we will be most grateful." The elderly man pondered for a moment before handing them a slip of paper bearing an address. Meanwhile, Old K and Afong encountered formidable firewalls while attempting to decrypt a file, and their repeated efforts met with failure. "This won't do. We require more specialized equipment," Old K remarked. Afong furrowed his brow. "But where can we find it now?" Just as they found themselves at a loss, Afong suddenly recalled a friend well-versed in computer technology. They swiftly reached out to this acquaintance, and with his assistance, they finally breached the firewall and obtained crucial information. At that moment, as the woman was organizing and analyzing the intelligence, she uncovered a deeply concealed figure who might be the key to locating the ledger. Zhang Min and Huayan followed the address, only to discover it led to a heavily guarded warehouse. Zhang Min and Huayan concealed themselves in the shadows near the warehouse, observing their surroundings. "Given the stringent defenses here, the ledger is likely inside," Huayan whispered. Zhang Min nodded, "But we cannot storm in. We must devise a strategy to divert their attention." Just then, they heard a commotion from within the warehouse, as two factions inside clashed over an unequal distribution of spoils. Zhang Min's eyes lit up. "This is our opportunity." They quietly circled to the opposite side of the warehouse and found a ventilation duct. Zhang Min cautiously climbed inside, while Huayan stood guard outside. Inside the warehouse, chaos continued to reign. Seizing the moment when attention waned, Zhang Min searched the corners for any sign of the ledger. At last, he discovered an object resembling the ledger within a safe. However, the safe was secured with a code. Forcing it open would surely trigger an alarm. Zhang Min surveyed his surroundings and noticed an employee schedule on the wall, the numbers of which seemed related to the code. He attempted to enter them, and with a click, the safe swung open. Just as he grasped the ledger, a guard spotted him. "Halt!" the guard shouted. Zhang Min swiftly tucked the ledger into his coat and engaged in a struggle with the guard. Outside, Huayan heard the commotion and realized the gravity of the situation. Rushing in to support Zhang Min, the two fought while retreating, narrowly escaping the warehouse. However, before they could catch their breath, they found themselves encircled by a group of strangers. "Hand over the ledger, and we may spare your lives," the leader declared. Zhang Min and Huayan exchanged glances, clutching their weapons tightly, bracing for another battle. Zhang Min glared defiantly at their captors and coldly declared, "If you have the guts, come and take it." Without hesitation, he launched the first strike, engaging in combat with the foremost enemy. Huayan, equally resolute, displayed her formidable skills. After a fierce skirmish, Zhang Min and Huayan gradually gained the upper hand, breaking through the encirclement amidst the turmoil. They sprinted through narrow alleyways, pursued relentlessly by their assailants. Suddenly, a black sedan sped towards them, halting right in front. The window rolled down, revealing Old K. "Get in," Old K shouted. Zhang Min and Huayan swiftly entered the vehicle, which sped away, leaving their pursuers behind. However, before they could catch their breath, the car suddenly stalled. "Damn it, we're out of fuel," Old K cursed. The group had no choice but to disembark and continue their escape on foot. They found temporary refuge in an abandoned factory. Zhang Min retrieved a ledger, and they began to study its contents. "This is too convoluted. We can't decipher it at once," a woman remarked. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. "They're closing in," Offing exclaimed nervously. Zhang Min took a deep breath. "Prepare for battle." As the enemy stormed into the factory, Zhang Min and the others launched a surprise attack. Yet this time, the enemy was numerous and well-equipped. During the skirmish, Huayan was unfortunately injured. "I'll cover you. Take her away," Zhang Min shouted. Old K and Offing hurriedly assisted the wounded Huayan and the woman to retreat, while Zhang Min stayed behind to hold the line. He fought fiercely while retreating, gradually finding himself in a dire predicament. At that moment, the police unexpectedly arrived, surrounding the enemies. It turned out that the woman had called for help during their escape. Zhang Min finally exhaled in relief, yet he knew that the ordeal was far from over. With the assistance of the police, Zhang Min and the others temporarily evaded danger. They were taken to a secure location to recuperate. Huayan received timely medical attention and gradually began to recover. However, the ledger, though it piqued the police's interest, was insufficient to dismantle the overarching power behind the scenes. "We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative," Zhang Min declared. After some deliberation, they decided to target a secret club mentioned in the ledger, seeking further evidence. This club, located in the city's bustling district, appeared to be upscale and luxurious. It was one of the venues for the Dark Eye's illicit dealings. Disguised, Zhang Min and his companions infiltrated the establishment. The club was teeming with patrons, and while the atmosphere seemed relaxed, an undercurrent of tension simmered. Zhang Min cautiously observed the crowd, and suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, an important member of the Dark Eye. Stealthily, he followed the individual to a secluded room. Just as he was about to eavesdrop, a security guard approached. "What are you doing?" the guard asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Thinking quickly, Zhang Min replied, "I'm here to deliver wine." The guard looked uncertain, and at that moment, a quarrel erupted from within the room. Seizing the opportunity while the guard was distracted, Zhang Min rushed inside. Inside, members of the Dark Eye were embroiled in a heated argument over profit distribution. Upon seeing Zhang Min burst in, they were momentarily stunned before they all drew their weapons. A fierce struggle ensued once more. Zhang Min, outnumbered, deftly evaded the enemy's assaults and retaliated swiftly. The room erupted into chaos as tables and chairs were overturned, and objects lay scattered across the floor. Just as Zhang Min began to gain the upper hand, he suddenly heard a commotion from outside. Reinforcements had arrived for the enemy, surrounding the room. "Today, you shall find no escape," one of the adversaries growled menacingly. Zhang Min's gaze was resolute, displaying no hint of retreat. At that moment, a Huayan woman, Lao Ke, and a Feng also sensed the peril and decided to reveal themselves, charging into the room to fight alongside Zhang Min, united in their efforts. They successfully repelled this wave of foes, yet chaos engulfed the club as a result. To evade being surrounded by more enemies, they seized the opportunity to flee the premises. However, their actions ignited the wrath of the forces behind the Dark Eye, who commenced a relentless pursuit, employing any means necessary. Zhang Min and her companions took refuge, constantly shifting their hiding places. During one such transition, they stumbled upon a secluded mansion hidden in the outskirts. Though it appeared tranquil and serene, Zhang Min felt an unsettling aura linger in the air. "Be cautious. There may be traps here," she warned her companions. They cautiously entered the mansion, only to find it eerily deserted. Just as their confusion deepened, alarms blared, and iron gates descended, trapping them inside the estate. "This is not good. We've fallen into a trap," a Feng exclaimed. At that moment, a voice resonated through the speakers, declaring, "You cannot escape. Surrender at once." Undeterred by fear, Zhang Min and her companions began searching for an exit while remaining vigilant against imminent dangers. As they cautiously navigated the mansion, a sudden cloud of smoke surged from all directions, swiftly enveloping the estate and obscuring their vision. "Everyone, be careful not to get separated," Zhang Min called out. Huayan stayed closely behind her, while Lao Ke and a Feng shielded the woman. Within the smoke, eerie sounds echoed, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures burst forth from the mist, launching an assault against them. Zhang Min and her allies fought valiantly, engaging in a fierce struggle with the shadows. After a strenuous battle, they finally succeeded in repelling the figures. Yet the smoke did not dissipate. Rather, it thickened ominously. "We cannot continue like this. We must locate the source of the smoke," Lao Ke suggested. The group dispersed, searching for clues within the haze. Utilizing her keen observational skills, the woman spotted a ventilation shaft from which the smoke seemed to emanate. Zhang Min and a Feng hurried to her side, working together to dismantle the ventilation system, causing the smoke to gradually clear. However, a new crisis soon emerged within the mansion. Laser beams crisscrossed around them, posing a perilous threat with any misstep. "Watch your footing and overhead." They navigated through the maze of lasers, seeking a way to deactivate the mechanism. At last, Zhang Min discovered a control terminal and, after some effort, successfully shut down the laser beams. Just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, the grand doors of the mansion slowly opened, revealing a cadre of armed enemies entering. Faced with the intruders, Zhang Min and her companions quickly took cover behind obstacles, preparing for battle. Do not act rashly. Let us observe their intentions, Zhang Min whispered, lowering her voice. The enemy's leader declared, "Surrender the ledger, and we shall grant you your lives." Zhang Min responded with a cold laugh. "In your dreams. Come, and take it if you dare." As negotiations faltered, the enemy launched an assault. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, and Zhang Min and his companions fought valiantly in retaliation. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, Old K was tragically struck and collapsed to the ground. Old K, the group gasped in horror. A woman hurriedly bandaged his wound, while Zhang Min, a Huayan, and a Feng fiercely resisted the enemy's advances. Gradually, their ammunition dwindled to alarming levels. "We cannot succumb to inaction. We must charge out," Zhang Min urged. The group nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity while the enemy reloaded. They launched their assault. Zhang Min led the charge, pouncing upon the enemy like a ferocious tiger, with Huayan and a Feng bravely following suit. After a desperate struggle, they finally broke free from the enemy's encirclement, retreating into the woods behind the estate. However, the enemy relentlessly pursued them, continuing their search in the forest. Zhang Min and his companions trudged through the underbrush, burdened by Old K's injuries, which hindered their speed. "This is unsustainable. We must split up," a Feng suggested. Thus, they divided into two groups. Zhang Min accompanied Old K, while Huayan and a Feng took the woman, each heading in different directions. Within a secluded valley, Zhang Min and Old K discovered a hidden cave and took refuge inside. Meanwhile, Huayan, a Feng, and the woman encountered a swift river during their escape. Standing at the riverbank, they gazed at the turbulent waters, their hearts racing with anxiety. "We must cross the river, otherwise we will soon be caught," Huayan insisted. A Feng gritted his teeth. "I'll go first to scout the way." He cautiously stepped into the water, striving to maintain his balance as he advanced towards the opposite shore. Just as he was nearing his destination, his foot slipped and he was swept away by the current. "A Feng!" the woman screamed. Without a moment's hesitation, Huayan leaped into the river, swimming fiercely towards a Feng. After a strenuous effort, Huayan finally grasped a Feng and pulled him to safety on the bank. At that moment, the sounds of the enemy drew nearer. "There is no time to rest. We must move." Huayan urged. They continued along the riverbank and stumbled upon a dilapidated wooden cabin. The trio took refuge inside, not daring to breathe a word. The enemy searched outside for a while, failing to detect their presence, before eventually departing. Meanwhile, Zhang Min and Old K remained vigilant within the cave. Old K's condition worsened, leaving Zhang Min in a state of frantic worry. "We need to find medicine," Zhang Min declared. He stealthily exited the cave, scanning the surroundings and finding no sign of the enemy. Cautiously, Zhang Min ventured into the woods in search of herbs. Just as he located some and prepared to return to the cave, he was spotted by an enemy concealed in the shadows. "Halt!" the enemy shouted. Zhang Min turned and fled, pursued closely by his adversary. Zhang Min adeptly utilized the intricate terrain of the forest to evade his pursuers. Ultimately, he succeeded in escaping and returned to the cave. However, unbeknownst to them, a greater peril awaited. Upon his return, Zhang Min hastily tended to Old K's wounds. Meanwhile, Huayan and her companions, though temporarily eluding their enemies, found themselves in a wooden cabin devoid of food and water, their strength waning with each passing moment. "This situation is untenable. We must devise a means to escape and locate Zhang Min," Huayan asserted. The woman and a Feng nodded in agreement. They quietly exited the cabin and pressed onward. Along their path, they encountered a local hunter. Noticing their anxious demeanor, the hunter inquired about their predicament. Huayan regarded him warily, hesitating to divulge the truth. The hunter, perceiving their apprehension, reassured them, "I am merely an ordinary hunter. I mean you no harm. From your appearance, it seems you are in grave trouble." After a moment of contemplation, Huayan resolved to trust the hunter and recounted their ordeal. Upon hearing their tale, The hunter vowed to assist them. "I know of a place where you can find temporary refuge," he offered. Under the hunter's guidance, they arrived at a concealed cave. Meanwhile, Zhang Min and Old K, having rested for a while, noted a slight improvement in Old K's condition. "We cannot remain hidden here indefinitely. We must seek out Huayan and the others," Zhang Min declared. They exited the cave and began their search for their companions. Just as they were scouring the area, those from the Dark Eye, employing tracking techniques, once again discovered their whereabouts. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhang Min and Old K fled desperately. During their escape, Zhang Min unexpectedly spotted a mark left by Huayan and her group. "Following this mark may lead us to them," he remarked. However, the Dark Eye's pursuers were relentless, and whether Zhang Min and Old K would successfully reunite with Huayan remained uncertain. As Zhang Min and Old K followed the marks, the hunters of the Dark Eye drew ever closer. "This pursuit is futile. We must split up to divert them," Old K panted. With a resolute gaze, Zhang Min responded, "Very well, take care." The two parted ways, with Old K intentionally creating noise to mislead a portion of the pursuers in another direction, while Zhang Min continued towards the mark. In the cave, Huayan and the others anxiously awaited their return when suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Could it be that they had been discovered? The woman fretted, gripping her weapon tightly. Huayan commanded, "Prepare for battle." Just then, Zhang Min burst into the cave, exclaiming, "It's me." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. "Where's Old K?" a foam inquired. "He diverted some of the pursuers. I am concerned for his safety," Zhang Min replied, worry etched on his face. Meanwhile, the sounds outside grew ever nearer. "We must hasten our departure," Zhang Min urged. As they emerged from the cave, they found themselves encircled by the agents of the Dark Eye. "This time, there is nowhere for you to run," the enemy proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Zhang Min and his companions stood back to back, bracing themselves for a final, desperate struggle. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the thunderous roar of helicopters filled the sky. The police, having received a distress call from Huayan, had arrived just in time. Sensing the shift in fortune, the agents of the Dark Eye attempted to flee, but the police swiftly initiated a siege, apprehending them one by one. However, the leader of the Dark Eye managed to escape amidst the chaos. "We cannot let him get away," Zhang Min shouted, determined to assist the police. Zhang Min and his team resolved to pursue the leader of the Dark Eye, determined to eradicate this criminal organization once and for all. Working in close cooperation with the police, Zhang Min and his team followed the possible escape route of the Dark Eye's leader. They arrived at a remote border town, bustling with a diverse crowd and characterized by narrow, congested streets. "Be cautious. He is likely hiding among the throngs," Zhang Min cautioned. The group dispersed, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Huayan discovered suspicious footprints outside a dilapidated inn. "Come quickly, there's a clue here," she called out. The team swiftly gathered and entered the inn to conduct a search. The stale air within was heavy with a sense of neglect, and the rooms were numerous and convoluted. "Search each room thoroughly," Zhang Min directed. Upon reaching a room on the top floor, they found the door locked from the inside. "Break it down," Old K commanded. Together, they forcefully breached the door. The room was empty, yet the window stood ajar, revealing a narrow alleyway outside. "He can't have gone far. Pursue him," a foam urged. They raced down the alley, arriving at an abandoned factory filled with an assortment of debris and permeated by a noxious odor. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and a bullet whizzed from the shadows. "Watch out," Zhang Min shouted as he tackled the woman to the ground. The group hastily sought cover, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the hidden leader of the Dark Eye. Amidst the intense exchange of fire, reinforcements from the police arrived, gradually surrounding the factory. Realizing he was cornered, the leader attempted a final act of defiance, taking a wounded officer hostage and retreating to a corner. "Drop your weapon. There is no escape," the police urged. Yet the leader, in a fit of desperation, screamed, "Don't come any closer, or I will kill him." Zhang Min and the police coordinated their efforts, seeking an opportunity to rescue the hostage. Stealthily, Zhang Min maneuvered behind the leader, searching for the right moment to strike. "You cannot escape. Release the hostage," the police continued to implore, attempting to divert the leader's attention. His agitation grew, the gun pressed tightly against the hostage's temple. At that critical moment, Zhang Min seized the opportunity and lunged forward, firmly gripping the leader's arm. The police and the others rushed in, successfully subduing the leader and freeing the hostage. However, during the interrogation of the leader, they uncovered a far more extensive criminal network lurking behind the dark eye, entangled in transnational crime and multiple enigmatic forces. This was merely the tip of the iceberg, and we must delve deeper, Zhang Min remarked, to acquire further intelligence. They resolved to conduct an in-depth investigation into individuals and organizations that had previously interacted with the Dark Eye. In the course of their investigation, they encountered a mysterious woman named Lena. Lena claimed to possess crucial information regarding this criminal network. Yet she stipulated a condition. She demanded protection for her safety from Zhang Min and his companions. I am aware that this is perilous, but this information could alter everything, Lena asserted. Zhang Min and his associates chose to place their trust in her, unaware that they had already become ensnared in an even more intricate and perilous predicament. Chapter 21. The flames of war ignite. Zhang Min and her companions led Lin Na to a relatively secure hideout, intent on extracting crucial intelligence from her. However, before they could delve into a substantive conversation, they sensed an unsettling disturbance in their surroundings. We may be being followed, Old K exclaimed, his instincts sharp. The group immediately assumed a defensive posture. Zhang Min cautiously opened a window to peer outside, catching sight of several shadowy figures flitting past a nearby street corner. We must relocate, Zhang Min commanded decisively. They swiftly departed with Lin Na, weaving through the alleys of the city. Yet, their pursuers remained relentless, steadily tightening the noose around them. This is untenable. We must disperse, Huayan suggested. Thus, they divided into several groups, each fleeing in a different direction. Zhang Min and Lin Na sprinted together, seeking refuge in an abandoned warehouse. The air within was thick with dust, and the light was dim. What do you know? Speak quickly, Zhang Min urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Just as Lin Na was about to respond, footsteps echoed from outside. Zhang Min signaled for silence, gripping her weapon as she stealthily approached the entrance. At that moment, a smoke bomb rolled in, enveloping the warehouse in a thick haze. Zhang Min's vision blurred, and all she could discern were the sounds of a fierce struggle and Lin Na's terrified screams. When the smoke began to clear, Lin Na had vanished. Damn it! Zhang Min slammed her fist against the wall in frustration. Meanwhile, the other groups had managed to elude their trackers and regrouped. Lin Na has been captured. We must locate her swiftly, Zhang Min declared. They commenced a search for any information regarding Lin Na's whereabouts. In the course of their inquiries, they uncovered the existence of a mysterious organization, seemingly intertwined with the criminal network behind the Dark Eye. Following a thorough investigation, Zhang Min and her team identified the organization's operational base as a remote ancient castle. The castle is heavily fortified. We must devise a comprehensive plan, a Feng remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min suggested we should send someone in to ascertain the situation. I'll go, Huayan volontiers. With her remarkable agility and reflexes, she successfully infiltrated the castle. As she cautiously explored, she stumbled upon numerous hidden passages and rooms. However, in one chamber, she inadvertently triggered a trap, and alarms blared throughout the castle. The guards sprang into action, pursuing Huayan with fervor. She darted through the castle, evading capture in a heart-stopping chase. Just as she was on the verge of being caught, Zhang Min and the others created chaos outside, drawing the attention of most guards away. Seizing the opportunity, Huayan escaped the castle and rejoined Zhang Min's group. I discovered that Lin Na is imprisoned in the castle's basement, but the defenses there are incredibly tight, Huayan reported. Old K furrowed his brow. This complicates matters. Zhang Min's gaze hardened with resolve. No matter what, we must rescue her. They devised a meticulous plan to infiltrate the ancient castle once more. Just as they were preparing to execute their scheme, they discovered themselves encircled by members of a mysterious organization. Faced with this impending threat, Zhang Min and his companions swiftly positioned themselves back to back, adopting a defensive stance. You cannot escape. Surrender at once, commanded the leader of the enigmatic group. Zhang Min scoffed. Dream on if you think we will capitulate. Tension escalated, and an intense battle erupted instantaneously. Zhang Min and his comrades valiantly resisted, yet the sheer number of adversaries and their superior weaponry gradually overwhelmed them. At that critical juncture, the thunderous roar of a helicopter pierced the sky. Reinforcements from the police had arrived. Under the formidable firepower of law enforcement, the members of the mysterious organization began to retreat. Don't let them get away, Zhang Min shouted, as he and the police pursued, subduing the majority of the foes. However, amidst the chaos, the leader of the organization managed to escape. Damn it, he slipped away again, Old K exclaimed in frustration. Zhang Min took a deep breath. Let him be for now. We must rescue Lin Na. Following the intelligence gathered by Huayan, they successfully located the castle's basement. The subterranean chamber was dark and damp, permeated by a foul odor. Lin Na, where are you? Zhang Min called out. I'm here, came a faint voice from the corner. They followed the sound and found Lin Na, bound and in distress, and freed her. Thank you, she murmured weakly. No time for words. We must get you out of here, Zhang Min replied. Just as they prepared to leave, Lin Na suddenly interjected, Wait, I know an important secret. The group halted, and she continued. The mysterious organization is plotting a far greater conspiracy. They intend to detonate a bomb in the heart of the city. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Min and the others turned grave. We must thwart them, a phone declared through clenched teeth. But we don't know where the bomb is or when they will act, a woman anxiously remarked. Zhang Min pondered for a moment. Lin Na, do you have any further clues? Lin Na strained to recall. I only heard them mention a code that seems to be related to a location. The group urged her to reveal the code, and they began to analyze the potential sites. After a tense period of speculation, they pinpointed several suspicious areas. We will split up. We must locate the bomb before they can carry out their plan, Zhang Min commanded. Everyone dispersed rapidly, searching throughout the city's many corners. Zhang Min arrived at a bustling commercial plaza, his gaze alert as he scanned the surrounding crowd and buildings. Suddenly, he noticed a man behaving suspiciously, furtively stuffing something into a trash can. Stealthily, Zhang Min approached and, taking advantage of the man's unawareness, subdued him. Speak, is the bomb here? Zhang Min demanded with intensity. The man remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed his terror. Zhang Min rummaged through the trash can and discovered a suspicious package. As he prepared to open the package, a voice called out from a distance. Zhang Min, over here. I made a discovery. Zhang Min's heart raced, and he abandoned the package, sprinting towards Huayan. She stood before an abandoned building, her expression grave as she pointed to a van at the entrance. I observed someone unloading a large box from a vehicle. Their behavior appears suspicious, Huayan remarked. Zhang Min cautiously approached the van. The interior was empty, yet a map lay on the seat, marked with several locations. This could potentially be their operational plan, Zhang Min suggested. At that moment, Old K and a phone arrived. What is the update? Any findings? Old K inquired. Zhang Min handed them the map, and they began to analyze it collectively. All these locations are in the city center, densely populated. If a bomb were to detonate in any of these areas, the consequences would be catastrophic, a phone stated. We must ascertain the precise location of the bomb without delay, Zhang Min insisted. Just then, Zhang Min's phone rang. It was a woman on the other end. Zhang Min, I've spotted members of a mysterious organization heading towards the subway station, she informed. Zhang Min's eyes sharpened. We must move immediately. The group dashed towards the subway station. Inside, the crowd bustled as Zhang Min and the others anxiously searched for the elusive members of the organization. At last, they spotted several individuals in the corner, each carrying a black box. Halt! Zhang Min bellowed. The members, seeing them, took off running. Zhang Min and the others pursued, engaging in a frenetic chase within the station. Just as they were about to catch up, one member suddenly turned and pressed a button on a remote control. In that moment, Zhang Min's heart leapt to his throat. Yet, contrary to expectations, no explosion ensued. That was merely a false alarm. It may not be the device that triggers the bomb. Old K shouted. Unfazed, Zhang Min continued the relentless pursuit. Ultimately, they cornered the members in a train car. Drop the items, or you shall not leave here alive. Zhang Min roared. The members exchanged glances, and one, apparently the leader, said, "You're wasting your efforts. Even if you capture us, you cannot prevent the bomb from detonating." Zhang Min stepped forward, gripping the leader by his collar. "Speak. Where's the bomb?" The leader smirked, remaining tight-lipped. At that moment, Huayan discovered a note on one of the members, inscribed with a series of strange numbers and symbols. This could be the key to deciphering the bomb's location, Huayan suggested. The group promptly began to analyze the numbers and symbols while contacting technical personnel from the police for assistance. After an intense bout of decryption, they finally pinpointed the bomb's location within a skyscraper in the city center. "Time is of the essence. We must head there immediately," Zhang Min declared. They swiftly made their way to the towering skyscraper, where a throng of people continued to bustle about. As they worked to evacuate the crowd, they simultaneously searched for the precise location of the bomb. At last, in a machine room on the top floor, they uncovered a massive bomb, the countdown ticking away relentlessly. Zhang Min and her companions were instantly drenched in sweat as they beheld the incessant countdown. "Hurry, let us find a way to disarm the bomb," Zhang Min urged fervently. A phone quickly stepped forward, scrutinizing the intricate wiring of the device. The bomb's structure was exceedingly complex, and disarming it would require precious time. A phone's voice trembled with trepidation. Meanwhile, Lao Ke paced anxiously nearby, determined to find a way to prevent its detonation. Just then, Huayan spotted a peculiar combination lock affixed to the bomb. "Perhaps unlocking this code will halt the countdown," she exclaimed. Everyone's attention shifted to the lock. Zhang Min instructed a phone to continue examining the wiring, while she and Huayan endeavored to decipher the combination. As the seconds slipped away, the countdown numbers dwindled ominously. The women watched nervously, their palms slick with perspiration. Suddenly, the bomb disposal expert arrived. "Let me give it a try," he declared. A glimmer of hope flickered among the group, yet the countdown continued its merciless march. Just as the timer threatened to reach 0, the expert successfully unlocked the code, bringing the countdown to a halt. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. However, before they could fully relax, Zhang Min's phone rang. It was Lin Na. "This is bad. The mysterious organization has other plans. They're preparing to attack critical government institutions." Lin Na's voice was laced with urgency. Zhang Min's expression turned grave. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. A new battle is about to commence." Without time to rest, Zhang Min and her team rushed toward the government facilities. Along the way, Zhang Min maintained contact with Lin Na to gather more details regarding the organization's assault plans while formulating counterstrategies. As they approached the government complex, a disquieting silence enveloped the streets, heightening their unease. "Be cautious. The situation may be more intricate than we anticipated," Zhang Min whispered. They advanced with utmost caution when suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down from all directions. "Find cover. Lao Ga shouted." The group swiftly took refuge behind nearby structures, engaging in a fierce gun battle with the members of the mysterious organization. Seizing a moment of reprieve, Huayan peeked out and discerned that the adversaries had commandeered advantageous positions, surrounding them effectively. "This won't do. We must find a way to break through," Huayan asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Min devised a plan. "A phone. You and the woman will flank from the side, creating chaos to draw their attention. Lao Ke and Huayan, follow me for a frontal assault." The team executed the plan, with a phone and the woman successfully diverting some of the enemy's fire, thus providing Zhang Min and the others with a crucial opportunity. With renewed vigor, they charged forward, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. In the midst of a fierce battle, Zhang Min discovered the leader of a mysterious organization who was hiding behind a vehicle, orchestrating the conflict. "Capture the king to catch the thief." Zhang Min aimed at the leader and pulled the trigger. The leader fell to the ground, struck by the bullet, causing immediate disarray among the organization's ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min and his companions launched a charge, decisively overwhelming the enemy. However, just as they believed the crisis had passed, Lin Na relayed urgent news. The mysterious organization was executing operations elsewhere, and they were in the process of abducting a crucial witness. Upon hearing of this new peril, Zhang Min and his team quickly set off towards the location indicated by Lin Na. Upon arrival, they discovered a secluded warehouse, eerily silent and imbued with a sense of foreboding. Zhang Min cautiously approached the warehouse door, straining to listen for any sounds within. "It seems quiet. Be wary of a trap," whispered Huayan. Old K produced a dagger, ready to pry open the lock. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from inside the warehouse. "Quickly, we must enter," Zhang Min exclaimed, forcefully kicking open the door. A pungent odor filled the warehouse, and they beheld several members of the mysterious organization holding a trembling witness captive. "Release him," Zhang Min shouted. The organization members, upon seeing them, immediately took the witness hostage, confronting Zhang Min and his team. "One more step, and I will kill him," one member growled menacingly. Zhang Min maintained his composure, carefully assessing the situation for an opportunity to break through. Suddenly, a Feng noticed a ventilation duct above. "I will go around from above to draw their attention. You take the chance to rescue him," a Feng declared, swiftly scaling a nearby shelf. Successfully navigating through the duct, a Feng descended behind the organization members, creating chaos upon landing. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min and his companions charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the adversaries. After an intense confrontation, they successfully liberated the witness. However, just as they prepared to flee, the roar of approaching vehicles echoed from outside the warehouse. "It seems reinforcements are on their way," one of the women remarked. Zhang Min gritted his teeth. "Everyone, charge out with me." As they stepped outside, they were encircled by a group of armed enemies. "None of you shall escape today," the enemy leader shouted. Back to back, Zhang Min and his team braced themselves for an even more arduous battle. Just at that critical moment, the distant sound of police sirens pierced the air. The enemies were instantly thrown into disarray. Zhang Min seized the opportunity, shouting "Charge!" The group lunged forward like fierce tigers, breaking through the encirclement amidst the chaos. They leapt into a parked car and sped away. The vehicle raced along the road until they arrived at a coastal fishing village. "Let us hide here for a time, until the storm passes," Zhang Min suggested. In the village, they cautiously concealed their whereabouts. Yet, the mysterious organization did not relent, dispatching individuals to search the vicinity covertly. One day, while Zhang Min contemplated their next move alone by the seaside, he suddenly noticed a suspicious fishing boat approaching. He quickly concealed himself to observe, noticing several members of a mysterious organization disembarking from a vessel. Zhang Min hastily returned to his hiding place to inform the others. "We cannot remain passive. We must devise a plan to escape this place," remarked Huayan. Old K proposed, "I am aware of a mountain path behind the fishing village. Perhaps we can flee from there." The group decided to take the risk and proceeded along the rugged mountain trail, flanked by dense foliage. Suddenly, a wild boar charged out from the underbrush, rushing toward them. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to evade it. After a harrowing escape from the boar, they encountered a torrential river. "We must cross the river, otherwise we will be caught," declared Zhang Min. They supported one another, struggling to traverse the swift currents. At that moment, the members of the mysterious organization had already caught wind of their whereabouts and were in pursuit. Zhang Min and his companions could hear the enemy's footsteps and shouts drawing ever closer, filling their hearts with anxiety. "We must quicken our pace. We cannot allow them to capture us," Zhang Min shouted. The group fled desperately through the forest, heedless of the branches that tore at their clothes and scratched their skin. As they ran, they reached the edge of a cliff. "There is no way forward," cried a Feng. Zhang Min gazed down into the abyss of the valley below, gritting his teeth. "Brothers, even if we must perish today, we shall not fall into the enemy's hands." At that moment, Huayan interjected, "Mingu, I recall that a reclusive master dwells in this vicinity, reputed for his formidable skills and righteous spirit. He may be able to assist us." A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Min's eyes. "What are we waiting for? Let us find him without delay." Under Huayan's guidance, they followed a narrow path along the cliff until they arrived at the hermit's abode, a humble wooden cabin surrounded by exotic flowers and plants. Zhang Min approached and knocked on the door. "Esteemed elder, we seek your aid." The door creaked open, revealing a venerable man with flowing white hair, yet a vigorous spirit. "What is the cause of your haste?" he inquired. Zhang Min recounted the events leading to their predicament. The elder pondered for a moment. "Very well. In light of your deep loyalty to one another, I shall assist you this once." With that, the elder led them to a hidden passage. "Follow this route. It will allow you to evade your pursuers," he instructed. The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing in respect. They ventured through the passage, losing track of time until they finally emerged. However, upon exiting, they discovered that the members of the mysterious organization were already waiting at the exit. "Huh, what do you think you're running?" The enemy taunted, laughing triumphantly. Unfazed, Zhang Min and his companions engaged in a fierce battle once more. Just as the conflict reached a stalemate, the elder reappeared, moving like lightning and striking with ferocity, swiftly incapacitating a number of foes. Witnessing this, the morale of the group surged, and they rallied to drive the enemy into retreat. "Thank you for saving our lives, esteemed elder," Zhang Min exclaimed. The elder waved his hand dismissively. "The world is fraught with peril. Take care of yourselves." With that, he turned and departed. Zhang Min and his companions gazed at the retreating figure of the elder, their hearts brimming with emotions. After enduring such tribulations, they resumed their journey into the unknown. Following their farewell to the elder, they pressed onward, remaining acutely vigilant to the slightest rustle in their surroundings. As night descended, they arrived at an ancient town. The streets were narrow and winding, with the shops tightly shuttered, creating an atmosphere of eerie desolation. "This place feels peculiar. We must tread carefully," Zhang Min cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than a group of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, obstructing their path. "No passage without a toll," declared the leader of the group. Zhang Min stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Brothers, we are merely passing through. We hope for your understanding. Spare us the pleasantries. Pay up, or you shall not pass." The cloaked figures brandished their weapons menacingly. Zhang Min's eyes narrowed. "Then do not blame us for being inhospitable." Tension thickened, and it seemed a fierce battle was imminent. Just then, a voice rang out from afar. "Cease this at once." A man adorned in splendid robes approached, accompanied by a retinue of followers. "Causing a ruckus on my turf? Have you lost your wits?" the man remarked. Zhang Min replied, "We mean no offense. It is these individuals who unjustly demand a toll." The man scrutinized Zhang Min and his companions before saying, "You do not appear to be villains. Follow me." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Min and his companions followed him to a lavish mansion where a feast was laid out in their honor. "In this realm, having one more ally is preferable to having one more foe," the man declared. As the wine flowed, he suddenly spoke. "I know you're being hunted by a mysterious organization. I can assist you, but you must agree to a condition." "What condition?" Zhang Min inquired. The man smiled subtly. "Help me eliminate a rival who has long contended for control over this town." Zhang Min fell into contemplation, acutely aware that engaging in this conflict could invite further complications. Yet he recognized a lack of better alternatives. After careful consideration, he ultimately acquiesced to the man's terms. The following day, they began to prepare for the operation. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a piece of a larger conspiracy. As Zhang Min and his companions delved into the investigation of the man's rival, they discovered that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. The rival was supported by formidable forces and seemed to have intricate ties to the mysterious organization. During their inquiries, they fortuitously encountered a remarkable figure from the martial world, adept in the art of disguise and well-informed. "I advise you against getting involved. The depths of this matter run too deep," the extraordinary individual cautioned. Yet, Zhang Min and his companions found themselves with no path of retreat. They resolved to press further. Just as they were preparing for action, a woman suddenly went missing. "She must have been captured by the opposing side as leverage against us," a Feng said anxiously. Zhang Min suppressed his fury, calmly pondering their next course of action. They received a message from the other party, demanding that Zhang Min and the others proceed alone to a designated location, or the woman's life would be in jeopardy. Undeterred by the objections of those around her, Zhang Min resolutely set off. Upon arriving at the appointed site, she was met with the chilling sight of an abandoned factory, shrouded in mist. As she entered, Zhang Min beheld the woman bound to a chair, surrounded by a menacing group of individuals. "You finally arrived," a cold voice echoed. Zhang Min glared at them, exclaiming, "Release her." The adversary merely laughed heartily, retorting, "Rescuing her won't be so simple. You must agree to serve me." Zhang Min found herself in a predicament. With unwavering determination, she fixed her gaze upon her captors and declared, "It is utterly impossible for me to serve you. However, I propose a trade. Release her, and I shall allow you to do with me as you wish and assist you in eliminating your foe. But you must guarantee that my brothers will no longer be troubled." After a moment's contemplation, the antagonist nodded. "Very well, I accept your terms." Once untied, the woman cried out in distress, "Zhang Min, no." Zhang Min shouted back, "Leave. Don't worry about me." The woman was forcibly taken away, while Zhang Min was imprisoned. Meanwhile, Lao Ke and Huayan, realizing Zhang Min's disappearance, were filled with anxiety and began searching for clues. At last, they learned of her whereabouts through a peculiar acquaintance they had previously met. "We must rescue Min." Lao Ka, Opim. The group commenced their rescue strategy. Simultaneously, the mysterious organization, having learned of Zhang Min's captivity, dispatched operatives to seize her and acquire the intelligence they sought. As various factions engaged in covert maneuvers, Zhang Min refused to remain passive in her confinement. She meticulously observed her surroundings, seeking an opportunity to escape. One night, seizing a moment of laxity among the guards, she successfully freed herself from her restraints. However, just as she escaped her prison, she found herself encircled by the mysterious organization. Undaunted, Zhang Min plunged into a fierce battle with them. Just as her strength began to wane, Lao Ke and Huayan arrived in the nick of time. "Min, we're here to rescue you," Lao Ke shouted as he charged toward the enemy. United, they fought valiantly, carving a bloody path to freedom and managing to flee the scene with Zhang Min. However, before they could catch their breath, they realized they were being pursued by the very faction with whom they had previously struck a bargain. "Truly, we are beset by wolves in front and tigers behind. Afin la montée." Zhang Min's eyes blazed with resolve. "Everyone, remain calm. We must find a place to hide." They took refuge in a secluded mountain village, only to discover that this haven was not free from peril. The village was plagued by a band of robbers who regularly oppressed the villagers and looted their possessions. The arrival of Zhang Min and her companions drew the attention of the bandits, who mistakenly assumed they were there to seize control of their territory. "Whoever you are, leave this place at once," the bandit leader bellowed, brandishing a large knife. Zhang Min contemplated that rather than being pursued by the relentless foes behind, it would be prudent to first resolve the immediate predicament, perhaps even garnering the villagers' assistance. Thus, a fierce battle erupted within the village. Leveraging their exceptional skills and harmonious teamwork, Zhang Min and his companions swiftly subdued the bandits. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, eagerly offered to aid them in concealing their whereabouts. Just as they believed they had attained a temporary sanctuary, the enigmatic organization and the opposing forces gradually encircled the quaint mountain village. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Min declared, "We cannot endanger the villagers. We shall confront them ourselves." The others nodded in agreement, armed and ready to step beyond the village's confines. "Today marks your demise, Zhang Min," bellowed the leader of the opposing forces. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and it seemed a monumental clash was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, an enigmatic elder materialized. "Cease at once." His commanding voice resonated with authority. Everyone stood momentarily stunned. A member of the mysterious organization recognized the elder. Isn't that the legendary Xiao Yao So who once dominated the martial world? The elder addressed the assembly. "When will the cycle of vengeance cease? I wish to witness no further bloodshed." Yet the leader of the opposing forces, unwilling to relent, retorted, "Xiao Yao So, this matter is ours. Do not meddle." The elder's expression darkened. "Humph, you remain obstinate." With a swift motion, the elder disarmed the leader, leaving the onlookers awestruck by his prowess, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min urged. Let us heed the elder's wisdom. Forsake your enmity, for a path may yet remain. Some within the mysterious organization wavered, contemplating, perhaps he speaks the truth. Continuing this conflict yields no favorable outcome. Under the elder's mediation, both sides temporarily set aside their animosity. However, just as the assembly prepared to disperse, a chilling laughter pierced the air. You think it will end so easily? Not a chance. A masked figure emerged, flanked by a cadre of skilled fighters. Who are you? Zhang Min inquired. The masked figure removed their veil, revealing the mastermind behind the mysterious organization. Today, none of you shall escape. With a commanding shout, the leader signaled the skilled fighters to charge at Zhang Min and his companions. The recently quelled flames of conflict reignited, plunging the situation into utter chaos once more. Chapter 22. The puppet master in the face of a new crisis instigated by the enigmatic leader of a clandestine organization, Zhang Min and her companions, along with their recently reconciled adversaries, found themselves compelled to unite once more. Let us first vanquish the immediate threat, Zhang Min declared. The group responded in unison, engaging in fierce combat with the elite fighters of the mysterious organization. Amidst the chaos, Lao Ke recognized the leader's fighting style as eerily familiar, stirring doubts within him. Could it be? His contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the cacophony of battle cries. Huayan and Feng coordinated their efforts, fending off wave after wave of assaults, yet the relentless tide of foes began to overwhelm them, just as they were ensnared in a desperate struggle. The distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. The leader's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The police have arrived. Without hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to retreat swiftly. Seizing the opportunity amidst the confusion, Zhang Min and her allies escaped the scene. They took refuge in an abandoned warehouse, each one fatigued and bearing the marks of battle. We owe our survival to the police, otherwise our fate would have been dire, one of the women remarked. Lao Ke furrowed his brow. But the mysterious organization will not relent. We must devise a plan to rid ourselves of them once and for all. At that moment, Zhang Min recalled Lao Ke's earlier doubts and inquired, "What were you about to say?" In a hushed tone, Lao Ke responded, "I believe the leader's techniques bear a striking resemblance to those of a master who vanished from the scene years ago." The revelation shocked everyone. If that is indeed the case, the situation becomes significantly more intricate, Zhang Min stated. They resolved to pursue this lead and uncover the true identity of the organization's leader. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed some clues. It turned out that the leader had feigned death years ago due to a vendetta, subsequently establishing this clandestine organization with aspirations of dominating the underworld. We must expose his true nature and bring about his disgrace, Zhang Min insisted. Just as they prepared to take action, they realized they were being monitored by the organization's spies. Upon recognizing they were under surveillance, Zhang Min and her companions decided to turn the tables. They intentionally displayed vulnerabilities in front of the spies, feigning intentions to visit a significant location. The spies fell for the ruse, relaying the information to their leader, who promptly gathered his men to intercept them. However, upon arrival, they found themselves ensnared in a trap set by Zhang Min and her group. A fierce exchange of gunfire erupted once more. Amidst the turmoil, Zhang Min and her allies fought their way backward, successfully evading their pursuers. They sought refuge in an underground casino. The casino owner, noticing their hurried demeanor, grew suspicious but, intimidated by their presence, refrained from questioning them. "We must lay low here until the storm passes before we act," Zhang Min advised. Yet, it was not long before the organization discovered their hideout. To safeguard himself, the casino owner discreetly informed the mysterious organization of their location. When Zhang Min and her companions sensed the impending danger, it was already too late to escape. In a critical moment, a Feng discovered a secret passage within the casino. As the crowd fled down the corridor, they encountered an interception by a mysterious organization at the exit. "We must fight," Old K bellowed as he charged forward. A fierce battle ensued. During the clash, Huayan sustained grave injuries, leaving Zhang Min in a state of frantic concern. Just as they were on the verge of collapse, a group of unidentified individuals suddenly appeared, aiding them in repelling the members of the mysterious organization. "Who are you?" Zhang Min inquired. The leader removed his mask, revealing himself to be an old acquaintance from Zhang Min's past. "I heard of your plight and came to offer my assistance," the friend stated. Zhang Min felt immense gratitude. However, they understood that the mysterious organization would not relent, and greater dangers loomed ahead. With no time for lengthy pleasantries, Zhang Min and her companions swiftly evacuated with the injured Huayan. They sought refuge in a secluded hideout for the time being. Huayan's wounds were severe and required immediate treatment. Zhang Min inquired around and ultimately located a reclusive divine healer. Upon seeing their earnestness, the healer agreed to tend to Huayan's injuries. While Huayan recuperated, Zhang Min and the others busied themselves with investigating the enigmatic friend's background. Wary of potential deception, after thorough scrutiny, they discovered that the friend was indeed genuine in his intentions, allowing Zhang Min to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the mysterious organization was scheming a more insidious plot in the shadows. They spread malicious rumors, claiming that Zhang Min and her companions were involved in a major criminal case, prompting both law enforcement and the underworld to pursue them relentlessly. Zhang Min and her allies found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. "We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative to expose the organization's conspiracy," Zhang Min declared. Everyone nodded in agreement, setting about to devise a meticulous plan. They resolved to infiltrate the mysterious organization to gather evidence. Through various channels, they learned that a key member of the organization would soon appear at a clandestine trading venue. Zhang Min led her group to lay an ambush there. When a significant member arrived, they swiftly subdued him. However, en route to their hideout, they were met with a frenzied blockade from the mysterious organization. Undeterred by the relent, old K gazed at the injured member and remarked, "This fellow is quite obstinate, refusing to divulge anything." Zhang Min pondered for a moment and responded, "I have a plan." He deliberately leaked some false information in front of the member, leading them to believe that they had already acquired crucial evidence. The member finally cracked under the pressure and said, "If you let me go, I can share some secrets with you." From the member's confession, Zhang Min and his companions learned of a significant stronghold belonging to the mysterious organization. They resolved to risk everything and venture to this location in search of evidence that could expose the organization's sinister plot. As they stealthily approached the stronghold, they quickly realized it was heavily guarded, with patrolling personnel everywhere. Concealed in the grass outside the stronghold, Zhang Min and the others carefully observed the patrol patterns, waiting for the opportune moment to infiltrate. "Once that patrol passes by, we'll make our move through that gap," Zhang Min whispered. The group nodded, steeling themselves for action. Just as the patrol rounded the corner, they swiftly dashed through the opening. However, upon entry, they triggered an alarm. "This is bad. We've been discovered," a foam shouted. Instantly, a swarm of enemies surged forth from within the stronghold, charging at them. Zhang Min and his companions fought valiantly while retreating, desperately searching for the room that contained the evidence. In the midst of the fierce gunfire, Old K was tragically shot. "Hold on, Old K," a woman cried out. Zhang Min's gaze hardened as he rallied his companions, carving a bloody path into what appeared to be a crucial room. The chamber was filled with documents and computers. "Quick, search for anything useful," Zhang Min urged. Just as they frantically sought the evidence, the leader of the mysterious organization appeared. "Did you really think you could escape?" he sneered. Zhang Min raised his gun, aiming at the leader, declaring, "Today is your end." Yet the leader, unyielding, advanced step by step. At that critical moment, the police suddenly arrived. "Freeze! Raise your hands." It turned out that Zhang Min had informed the police in advance. The members of the mysterious organization surrendered their weapons, and the leader was apprehended. However, just as everyone believed the ordeal had come to an end, Zhang Min discovered that some crucial evidence was missing. The police successfully regained control of the situation, but Zhang Min soon found the woman lying in a pool of blood. "No!" he cried out in anguish, rushing to embrace her. But she had already drawn her last breath, and Zhang Min's eyes brimmed with pain and fury. "We must uncover the true mastermind behind this." Afeng gritted his teeth. Suppressing his grief, Zhang Min meticulously searched the scene with the police and discovered that the missing evidence pointed to an even larger criminal network. Through extensive investigation, they uncovered that the leader of the mysterious organization was merely a pawn, manipulated by a hidden puppet master pulling the strings from the shadows. To avenge the woman, Zhang Min and his allies resolved to pursue the investigation despite the impending dangers. Following the leads, they arrived at a seemingly tranquil border town, which concealed dark secrets beneath its calm facade. As soon as they set foot in the town, they felt the weight of countless eyes watching them from the shadows. Exercise caution, for traps abound in this place, Zhang Min cautioned his companions. In the quaint town, they encountered a mysterious informant who revealed that to uncover the truth, they must infiltrate a heavily guarded estate. With meticulous planning, Zhang Min and his team stealthily approached the manor under the cloak of night. However, just as they were about to scale the wall, the estate's guards detected their presence. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and flames illuminated the night sky. Amidst the hail of bullets, Zhang Min and his companions fought valiantly, seeking an opportunity to break through. "A Feng, circle around from the left," Zhang Min shouted. A Feng swiftly complied, drawing a portion of the guard's fire. Seizing the moment, Lao Ke hurled a grenade, creating chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, Zhang Min led his comrades into the estate. Inside, numerous rooms awaited their careful exploration. Suddenly, Zhang Min detected a faint sound and cautiously moved toward its source, discovering a concealed entrance to a basement. Upon entering, they found it filled with a trove of classified documents and valuables. "These must be crucial evidence," Zhang Min exclaimed. Just as they prepared to depart with the evidence, a shadowy figure lunged at them from behind. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Min turned to engage in a fierce struggle with the intruder. After an intense confrontation, he subdued the figure, only to realize it was merely a henchman. "Where is the mastermind?" Zhang Min demanded with a fierce glare. The henchman trembled in fear, pointing toward a door deep within the basement. With determination, Zhang Min and his team kicked the door open, only to find it empty, save for a computer erasing files. "Damn it, we have arrived too late," Lao Ke lamented. Just as despair began to settle in, Zhang Min spotted a hidden safe in the corner. After considerable effort, they managed to open it, revealing a mysterious ledger. As they prepared to leave the basement, the roar of engines echoed outside. "This is bad. Reinforcements have arrived," a phone warned. Zhang Min took a deep breath. "Fear not. Follow me as we charge out." Clutching the ledger, they engaged in a desperate final battle against the adversaries within the estate. Zhang Min and his comrades resisted fiercely as bullets whizzed past them. "Concentrate fire and break through to the east," Zhang Min commanded. They returned fire while rushing toward the eastern exit. In the chaos, Lao Ke was shot in the leg and fell to the ground. "Don't worry about me. You all must escape," he shouted. Zhang Min could not abandon his brother. He lifted Lao Ke and pressed on, despite the overwhelming odds. Just as they neared freedom, a grenade exploded beside them, the force throwing them to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Zhang Min shook off the fog and found a Feng and the others fiercely exchanging fire with their enemies, buying them precious time. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Min hoisted Lao Ke onto his back, and under the cover of a Feng and the others, they finally escaped the manor. However, before they could catch their breath, they found themselves encircled by the enemy in a dense forest. "This is it, we have no way out," a Feng gasped. Zhang Min, with unwavering resolve, gazed at the ledger in her hands and declared, "As long as this ledger remains, we still have hope." Just then, a rustle of footsteps echoed through the woods, causing everyone's hearts to race. A group of individuals clad in camouflage emerged, wielding sophisticated weaponry, clearly well-trained. "Who are you?" Zhang Min inquired cautiously. The leader removed his sunglasses and replied, "We are here on a mission to assist you." It turned out they were members of a special police task force. With their help, Zhang Min and her companions successfully evaded the enemy's pursuit. Yet, they understood that the true mastermind remained hidden, and their battle was far from over. Accompanied by the special task force, Zhang Min and her team arrived at a secret base to investigate the enigmatic ledger. After meticulous analysis, they discovered that some financial transactions within the ledger were linked to a transnational crime syndicate. It seems the depths of this conspiracy run deeper than we imagined," remarked the task force leader. Zhang Min furrowed her brow and asserted, "Regardless, we must uproot this criminal network completely." At that moment, the base received word that the mastermind was preparing to flee the country. "He must not escape." Zhang Min immediately rallied her team. They launched a frantic search at the airport and finally spotted the elusive mastermind. "Halt!" Zhang Min shouted. Sensing danger, the mastermind fled, commanding his subordinates to thwart Zhang Min and her team. A fierce chase ensued through the airport terminal. Zhang Min leaped towards the mastermind, tackling him to the ground. However, at that moment, another group of mysterious figures appeared, armed with formidable firepower, confronting Zhang Min and her allies. "Who are they?" A Foam exclaimed. Zhang Min, while retaliating, replied, "Whoever they are, we cannot allow them to take the mastermind away." In the midst of intense gunfire, chaos erupted within the airport, with passengers scattering in panic. Suddenly, amid the turmoil, the mastermind broke free from Zhang Min's grasp and sprinted towards an aircraft preparing for takeoff. Zhang Min pursued relentlessly and, in the final moments before the plane ascended, clambered onto the landing gear. Gripping the landing gear tightly, Zhang Min struggled against the fierce winds that nearly blinded him. Once the aircraft soared into the sky, he painstakingly crawled into the wheel well. The interior was frigid and deafening, but Zhang Min fought to remain alert as he sought a way into the cabin. Eventually, he discovered a maintenance entrance and quietly slipped inside. At that moment, the mastermind, reveling in his impending escape, remained oblivious to Zhang Min's presence aboard the plane. Stealthily approaching, Zhang Min seized the opportunity and subdued the mastermind with a decisive move. "You cannot escape," Zhang Min bellowed. Yet, at that instant, the aircraft suddenly encountered severe turbulence, causing it to jolt violently. Passengers screamed in terror, and the crew was thrown into disarray. Zhang Min firmly held onto the mastermind while striving to stabilize his own body. At that moment, a mysterious man emerged from the shadows, revealing himself to be the mastermind's trusted aide. "Release him, or we shall all perish," the man threatened. Undeterred, Zhang Min retorted, "If you possess the courage, then do try." The two parties remained locked in a standoff, while the turbulence of the plane intensified. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, and it seemed the aircraft's engine had malfunctioned. The failure of the engine plunged the cabin into an abyss of panic, exacerbating the tension between Zhang Min and the enigmatic man. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Min seized the opportunity, forcefully pushing the mastermind towards the aide. As the man momentarily lost his focus, Zhang Min charged forward to engage him in combat. The two exchanged blows in the narrow aisle, each strike resonating with ferocity. Drawing upon his indomitable spirit and agility, Zhang Min gradually gained the upper hand and ultimately subdued the man. However, the situation aboard the plane grew increasingly dire as the captain's voice boomed through the intercom. "We must make an emergency landing." Without a moment to catch his breath, Zhang Min tightly bound both the mastermind and his aide, then assisted the crew in calming the passengers' frayed nerves. As the plane descended rapidly, unfamiliar scenery flashed by outside. "Brace for impact," Zhang Min shouted. Amidst violent jolts and the piercing sound of friction, the aircraft successfully landed in a desolate field. Passengers rushed towards the exit, and Zhang Min escorted the mastermind and his aide off the plane. Yet upon their descent, they were met by a group of armed individuals who had been lying in wait. "Release them, or none of you shall leave," the leader commanded. A wave of tension washed over Zhang Min. It appeared yet another arduous battle awaited them. Gazing defiantly at the armed adversaries, Zhang Min's eyes betrayed no hint of fear. "Do you truly believe this will deter us?" he scoffed. The opposing leader snorted dismissively. "Do not be foolish. Hand over the prisoners, and perhaps we shall spare your lives." Behind Zhang Min, a Foam and the members of the Special Operations Team quickly surrounded him, standing resolutely at his side. "Even if it costs us our lives today, we will not allow you to prevail," a Foam bellowed. The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension, both sides poised for confrontation. Just then, the thundering sound of helicopters echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see several helicopters approaching. Ropes were lowered, and a squad of special forces swiftly descended. "Do not move. Drop your weapons," the soldiers commanded. It turned out that the police had anticipated a potential ambush and had dispatched reinforcements in a timely manner. The once arrogant foes now found themselves in disarray. Seizing the moment, Zhang Min and the special forces quickly regained control of the situation. However, as they prepared to take the mastermind into custody, he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. "Do you think capturing me will bring this to an end? The true game has only just begun." A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Min, realizing that the matter was far from straightforward. They apprehended the mastermind and boarded a helicopter, preparing to return to headquarters for interrogation. As they flew, Zhang Min fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, the helicopter's dashboard blared an alarm, indicating a critical malfunction. "This is bad. We must make an emergency jump," the pilot shouted. The group leaped from the helicopter, landing in an unfamiliar mountainous forest. No sooner had they touched down than they were met with the eerie howls of wolves echoing around them. Upon hearing the wolf cries, Zhang Min and the others became vigilant. "Everyone, be cautious and maintain formation," Zhang Min whispered. They navigated through the darkness when suddenly a wolf sprang from the thicket, lunging at one of the team members. The team member exclaimed. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Min seized his weapon and swung it fiercely, driving the wolf back. However, this was merely the beginning, as more wolves encircled them, their eyes gleaming ominously. "We cannot remain passive. We must charge out," a foe urged. The group fought valiantly against the pack, retreating as they battled. Just as they were on the brink of breaking free, a new threat emerged. A group of armed individuals appeared before them, blocking their path. "It's the remnants of the mastermind," Old K shouted. With enemies ahead and wolves behind, Zhang Min and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament. "Let's fight back," Zhang Min roared. A more intense battle ensued. Zhang Min and his team fought fiercely, but their strength began to wane. Just then, the distant sound of sirens echoed through the air. "Reinforcements are arriving," someone exclaimed. Hearing the sirens, the enemies grew flustered. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Min led the charge in a counterattack, ultimately subduing all foes. However, just when they believed the crisis had passed, they discovered that the mastermind had vanished amidst the chaos. In a state of urgency, Zhang Min and the others began a frantic search. "Look carefully. He can't have gone far," Zhang Min urged. As dawn broke, the mist in the woods gradually dissipated. Following some suspicious tracks, they arrived at an abandoned factory. A pungent odor permeated the air, and dilapidated machines and mountains of debris littered the space. "Be cautious. There may be an ambush," a phone warned. The group cautiously entered the factory when suddenly, gunfire erupted from all directions. "Find cover," Zhang Min shouted. They took refuge behind the machines, engaging in fierce